Chapter 352. The suppression of the Great Way. Regarding the tribulation, the Supreme Lord did not respond directly. Instead, he spoke in an indifferent tone. Naturally, the matter he referred to resonated with Tripitaka. Tang Yu paused momentarily before continuing, asserting that he would indeed intervene to assert his path through power. However, if Tripitaka's conjecture held any truth, it seemed that Sun Wukong was treading a similar path. Tang Yu was already aware of the road that Sun Wukong had chosen. He too sought to validate his enlightenment through strength. Presently, he found himself at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Yet as long as that single soul remained incompatible with him, he would forever remain stagnant, unable to transcend beyond the Great Luo Golden Immortal state. Nonetheless, should that soul become harmonious with him, Sun Wukong could instantaneously ascend to the quasi-saint level, his combat prowess potentially surpassing even his former peak. Indeed, Tripitaka speaks true. Sun Wukong walks this path as well, yet he finds himself unable to take that final step. However, Tripitaka was different, as a variable. He possessed the greatest opportunity to reach that ultimate step, even to shatter the heavens. With a sigh, the Supreme Lord reflected, "Our journey has long since reached its end. Even the slightest advancement feels akin to climbing to the heavens." His thoughts drifted to the woman from the depths of the 19 layers of hell, perpetually exploring her path and the means of her transformation, yet he remained utterly lost, unable to comprehend her way. Now that Tripitaka had embarked on this path of validating his enlightenment through strength, he could not simply watch as Tripitaka transcended. Perhaps, indeed, Tripitaka could surprise him. The Supreme Lord continued, "My cultivation has stagnated for many years, making it difficult to progress even an inch. Might I inquire, is it the heavenly way that suppresses us? Or is it he who does?" "It is indeed him," the Supreme Lord replied with a faint smile. "Many years ago, I discerned his attempts to suppress our paths, yet I found myself powerless to resolve it. We ourselves have ingested the fallen saint pill, teetering on the edge of life and death." "The fallen saint pill? I wonder if the system can address this. It should be possible." The Supreme Lord shook his head and laughed heartily. "Perhaps, as a variable, you might truly accomplish something unexpected. If he becomes aware of the path Tripitaka has chosen, he will undoubtedly seek to obstruct it. He cannot simply stand by and witness his transcendence. Should that indeed occur, then his role as the heavenly way's representative would become untenable." Variables and representatives of the heavenly way. Suddenly, the Supreme Lord recalled the vision he had seen at the heavenly way stone, where Tripitaka was imprisoned deep within the heavenly way. Was this a scheme of the heavenly way? A variable transformed into a constant, utilizing Tripitaka for some unknown purpose? This thought flickered through the Supreme Lord's mind and vanished just as swiftly. With laughter echoing, the Supreme Lord's figure gradually dissipated. As he departed, Tang Yu found himself lost in contemplation. He had broached the topic of the tribulation, yet the Supreme Lord had chosen not to engage. It was evident that the Supreme Lord preferred to observe from the shadows, waiting for the final outcome. Should he truly break through to that level, an inevitable confrontation with the one above would arise. If he were to emerge victorious, thus, they would no longer be subjugated. Even the issue of the ascendant elixir could be resolved concurrently. Tang Yu let out a couple of hums. Should he fail, there is a possibility that someone might trample upon him. It's exhausting. Third brother detests these intricate schemes and intrigues. He leaned back and reclined in the caravan. Suddenly, he recalled the items left behind at the Jade Void Palace. Surely, the primordial heavenly sovereign must be present there now. Abruptly, a sinister smile crept across Tang Yu's face. In the Western Paradise, as Lingji Bodhisattva returned, he reported to the Buddha, stating that he had informed Tang Sung to slow their pace. With a wave of the Buddha's hand, he retreated to his meditation chamber. Manjushri and Samantabhadra, among others, were still partaking in their libations, seemingly awaiting Lingji Bodhisattva's return. Subsequently, Lingji Bodhisattva took a seat, and a few began to drink. The Buddha sighed within the meditation room, reaching for a bottle of Erguo II, pouring himself a bowl, and indulging in solitary consumption. The heights are indeed lonely, not a single soul to share in the revelry. Well, it's not that there aren't any, it's just that they seem restrained in his presence, unable to fully relax, thus naturally reluctant to drink with him. After a spell of solitary drinking, an unexpected flavor emerged. At the Jade Void Palace, the three saints continued to deliberate on the matter of uncertainties. Should another mishap occur, The primordial heavenly sovereign's proposal would prove to be a prudent strategy to reinitiate the disciples. However, as the journey to the west has progressed, the tribulations faced have been scant. Furthermore, Tang Sung and his companions are drawing ever closer to the mountain of enlightenment. Even if the subsequent tribulations were all to be completed, it would still be insufficient. Thus, the saints resumed their discourse regarding the tribulations. Xuanti hesitated slightly, producing a pack of cigarettes and lighting one. When the Buddhist precept against smoking came to mind, he couldn't help but take a pack, curious about its purported benefits. After drawing a puff, he indeed discovered its exquisite pleasure. Such a delight. Little Lai truly is lacking in awareness. Such a fine indulgence should have been offered to me sooner. As for the warning inscribed upon the cigarette, smoking is harmful to health, Xuanti paid it no heed. As a dignified saint, he is imperishable. Noticing his brother and the primordial heavenly sovereign gazing at him, Xuanti felt a twinge of embarrassment. Producing 2 more cigarettes and offering one. Here, partake. It is indeed a pleasure. Jiayin accepted it and placed it to his lips. The primordial heavenly sovereign furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively perceiving that this was not a commendable substance, thus waving his hand to decline. With a flick of the ash, Xuanti spoke slowly. As for the tribulations of the journey to the west, even if all the remaining tribulations were to be fulfilled, it seems we still lack considerably. However, regarding this matter, I have inquired of Little Lai. He seems to possess some thoughts. I shall consult him once more to discern his ideas. And then we will decide on our next course of action. Disciple, your words hold merit. Regarding the matter of variables, let us observe the forthcoming tribulations before deciding whether to initiate a renewal of our disciples. Moreover, that monkey appears to have gleaned some knowledge. And then there is the woman from the Lion Camel Kingdom, along with the Wan Yao Kingdom. Should they truly conspire, they could form a formidable force. If the demon clan indeed harbors intentions, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon the heavenly court and even the Buddhist sect. After all, we cannot act recklessly, as the repercussions would be too great. The guide, with a cigarette in his mouth, exhaled tendrils of smoke that swirled around his brow, rendering him ethereal, almost transcendent. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated within the Jade Void Palace, causing the entire structure to tremble. The cacophony of successive blasts echoed incessantly. The guide, enveloped in wisps of green smoke, kept his eyes closed, the cigarette now reduced to a mere stub. Chapter 353. His Majesty's concern. The explosive sounds were relentless, ringing in the ears. The primordial lord and the other 2 saints, eyes shut, seemed to have forgotten to cast any spells for protection. 2 young attendants of the Jade Void Palace were utterly obliterated by the blasts. After a prolonged silence, it appeared that tranquility had returned. A low cough emerged from the primordial lord, accompanied by a swirling cloud of thick black smoke. His robe was now shrouded in darkness, his face a mottled canvas of black and white. He bared his teeth, revealing a row of small white fangs. His obsidian eyes flickered, seemingly harboring a tempest of rage. As for the 2 saints from the west, they were somewhat similar. Strands of green smoke drifted from their hair, exuding an otherworldly aura, as if they were on the verge of ascension. Cough, brother, what transpired? Kunti inquired, his voice tinged with concern. What on earth happened? The primordial lord was equally bewildered. However, he surmised that it must be related to the variables, suggesting that not only had the Jade Void Palace been infiltrated, but further manipulations had also occurred. Damn it, the primordial lord thought, wishing he could simply crush Sun Wukong. Had the 2 Western saints not been present, his fury would not have been so pronounced. At least no one would have witnessed the incident, sparing him any loss of face. Yet now, where was his dignity? The Jade Void Palace had been robbed and then shattered. His prestige lay in tatters. The guide cleared his throat, seemingly suppressing a chuckle. Since there are matters to discuss here, my disciple and I shall take our leave. As for the impending variables of the journey to the west, allow us to deliberate further before reconvening. With that, he took Kunti by the hand and departed, perhaps fearing that remaining would lead him to burst into laughter. Upon returning to the chaos, the 2, still holding their cigarettes, began to ponder the primordial lord's proposal regarding the variables and the potential renewal of their disciples. Ultimately, they resolved to observe the situation further. Subsequently, Kunti projected a divine thought, intending to summon Xiao Lai to inquire about how he might address the challenges of the journey to the west. At that moment, Xiao Lai was in his chamber, indulging in solitary libations. With each cup consumed, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloping him. The saying "it is lonely at the top" rings true. Even the company of a drinking companion has vanished. Yet, everyone seems to be enamored with heights. A solitary figure, cold and desolate, stands in stark contrast to the raucous laughter emanating from another chamber. Sensing the call from the chaos, the Buddha materialized within the void. After letting out a belch, he gradually bowed and addressed the two saints. "Tathagata, I pay my respects." Upon observing the demeanor of the newcomer, it was evident that he had indulged in drink once more. With a frown of discontent, the saint named Zhuanti remarked, "Regarding the tribulations left unaddressed prior to the journey to the west, what plans do you have for recompense? Do you harbor any thoughts?" As Tang Sung and his companions drew nearer to Ling Mountain, the two brothers grew increasingly anxious. Should the journey fail, it could spell doom for them both. The issue of owing merit to the heavenly order loomed large. Zhuanti even contemplated the possibility of a sudden demand for repayment from the celestial realm. In such a case, he mused, perhaps he could negotiate with Dao brother to postpone the due date, adjusting the interest as necessary, though that was merely a fleeting thought, for he feared the celestial order's refusal. "I humbly inform the saints that I have recently established a collaboration with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. We can enlist the myriad demons to impede Tang Sung and his companions, thus rectifying the situation. Additionally, there are the demons of Lion Camel Ridge. We could summon the golden-winged rock to lead them in resistance." As he spoke, the Buddha discreetly observed Zhuanti's expression. "Very well, you may proceed as you see fit. However, you must ensure the completion of the journey to the west. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your skin." Zhuanti retorted sharply, "Begone." The Buddha bowed, preparing to depart. "Wait. Bring me a pack of cigarettes," Zhuanti called out. The Buddha paused momentarily, quickly producing the cigarettes and handing them over. Then he vanished, appearing in the meditation chamber of Ling Mountain. "What are your thoughts on the plan devised by the newcomer?" Zhuanti inquired. "It is feasible," replied the Saint Jane slowly. "There appears to be no better course of action. Following the newcomer's suggestion, if all the demons unite, we may just rectify all tribulations. This is indeed a viable approach. Lacking alternatives, we must proceed thus," Zhuanti conceded. The chaos once again fell into silence. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, smoking a cigarette. His brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Below him, the assembly of deities stood in a row, exchanging glances. It was apparent to all that the emperor bore some concern, though the source of his distress remained elusive. As the foremost sycophant of the heavenly court, the white dog's eyes flickered, hinting at a dawning realization. Serving one's master requires keen perception and the ability to alleviate their worries. Otherwise, one might question who could fulfill such a role. "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, is your concern related to the woman from the Lion Camel Kingdom?" Tai Bai Jinxing ventured cautiously. This inquiry was steeped in wisdom. Should the Jade Emperor not be troubled by these matters, the implications would be profound. He may analyze the intricate relationships at play and subsequently divert the matter towards this woman, should concerns arise due to her. It would also signify that the Star of the White Emperor possesses the acumen to read the room. "You speak wisely, Xiaobai," the Jade Emperor remarked, flicking away the ash from his cigarette. "I do indeed harbor some apprehensions. As for that monkey, Sun Wukong, I am certain he has recollections of something. However, it is undeniable that this monkey is already aware of certain truths. If this situation persists, it shall not bode well. The nations of 10,000 demons and Lion Camel are formidable forces. Should they truly unite, their combined strength could pose a significant threat to the heavenly court. Therefore, as the sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor must contemplate these matters." In the eyes of this old minister, Sun Wukong has indeed transformed. He appears to have grasped certain insights. If he were to uncover the entirety of the past, even if he has not yet recalled it, it would still present a troublesome predicament. Whether it be the nation of 10,000 demons or Lion Camel, both possess considerable power. Yet, should we recklessly engage them, it may inadvertently benefit the Western Buddhist sect. Given the virtuous nature of the Buddha, he could very well be laughing in secret. After all, our heavenly court would suffer unwarranted losses, and considering the bond between the woman of the 10,000 demons and the one from Lion Camel, she would undoubtedly intervene should Lion Camel face peril. Not only is she of quasi-saintly cultivation, but under her leadership, the nation of 10,000 demons has flourished, now teeming with a multitude of beings. The Star of the White Emperor continued his analysis. From my observations, it is likely the Western Buddhist sect shares these concerns. It would be prudent for your majesty to engage in dialogue with the Buddha. Perhaps a solution may be forthcoming. Chapter 354. A meeting of Eastern and Western Titans. Upon hearing the Star of the White Emperor's astute analysis, the deities nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his insights. Even the Jade Emperor's eyes gleamed with a hint of approval. Truly, my loyal minister, your analysis resonates deeply with me. It is indeed plausible that the Buddhist sect is also anxious about this situation. Given this, it would be wise to confer with the Buddha to discuss potential resolutions. Should the 10,000 demons truly consolidate their power, it would not only be detrimental to the heavenly court, but could also spell disaster for the Buddhist sect. After a moment's hesitation, the Jade Emperor transmitted a divine thought, summoning the Buddha. He then gestured to the assembled deities below. This meeting is adjourned. Rising, the Jade Emperor made his way to his palace, shedding his dragon robes for simpler attire. Moments later, the Buddha materialized within the Jade Emperor's chamber. Visibly flushed and occasionally belching, a cigarette in hand. Jade Emperor, you summoned me. What is it? The Jade Emperor paused slightly upon seeing him. It was clear he had indulged. However, the heavenly court had concluded its duties for the day, and he too felt inclined to partake in some libations. He promptly issued orders for the royal kitchen to prepare a vegetarian feast and retrieved 2 bottles of erguo, personally pouring a glass for the Buddha. Initially, the Buddha had been drinking alone, feeling a tinge of loneliness. Now, with the Jade Emperor joining him, he felt a surge of joy. Thus, the 2 titans of the East and West convened at the banquet table, engaging in a spirited discussion. In pursuit of the mutual development of their respective powers and future trajectories, a comprehensive discussion ensued. Buddha, what is your perspective on the Lion-Camel Kingdom and the myriad of demons? After sufficient libations, the Jade Emperor prepared to delve into the main topic. With his head bowed, the Buddha occasionally emitted a burp, his body trembling slightly. He had clearly indulged. This was the second round. Prior to this gathering, he had already consumed a considerable amount. Evidently, Buddha's capacity for alcohol was commendable, as even after this second round, the Jade Emperor felt somewhat light-headed himself. After a prolonged silence, the Buddha remained reticent, his head lowered, seemingly asleep, a cigarette stub clutched between his lips, the ember extinguished. Buddha, the Jade Emperor gently called out. Startled, the Buddha jolted awake. His spirits revived as he lifted his cup, exclaiming, "Ah, let us drink." He tilted his head back and down the contents, only to lower his head once more. Buddha, I have pressing matters to discuss with you. The Buddha responded with a grunt, still not raising his gaze. The current state of Sun Wukong was indeed troubling, and coupled with the burgeoning influence of the Lion-Camel Kingdom and the myriad of demons, it posed a potential threat, risking complications for the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Thus, I summoned you here to converse about this matter. The Jade Emperor's voice faltered as he observed the Buddha. A rhythmic snoring emanated from the Buddha's lips. He remained with his head bowed, eyes closed, his chest gently rising and falling. He had indeed overindulged and succumbed to slumber. The Jade Emperor paused, his hand trembling around the wine cup. Well, it seems that I intended to discuss matters with him, but alas, he has drunk too much. Yet, leaving him in his own quarters was not an option, especially with the cacophony of his snoring. The Jade Emperor found himself in a quandary. Should he send him back to the west? Rising to his feet, he called out to the guards, "Summon the great star of white jade for me." Nothing was accomplished other than excessive drinking, and now he faced the task of sending the Buddha back to the west. What a poor capacity for alcohol. The Jade Emperor thought disparagingly. Your Majesty, soon the great star of white jade hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the Buddha, head bowed and fast asleep, he momentarily hesitated before quickly grasping the situation. This was a meeting of giants from east and west that had resulted in excessive drinking. Clearly, the discussions had been quite enjoyable, for the Buddha had fallen asleep, and the Jade Emperor appeared equally inebriated. Great star, arrange for my dragon carriage to escort the Buddha back to the west at once, commanded the Jade Emperor. As you wish, the Great Star replied, hastening out to summon assistance. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto his bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. This was not surprising. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, he bore the weight of countless responsibilities. Sleepless nights had begun to take their toll, and without a drink, he often found it challenging to find rest. As the Jade Emperor succumbed to slumber, Tai Jingxing raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence among the gathered. The four companions cautiously maneuvered the seated Buddha, gently laying him down upon the ground, where he resumed his deep slumber, his breaths echoing softly. Together, they mustered their strength to lift the Buddha, who was already awaited by the dragon chariot outside. Once they placed the Buddha upon the chariot, Tai Jingxing waved his hand, indicating that they might withdraw. He would personally escort the Buddha back to the Western Paradise. Swiftly, Tai Jingxing arrived before the Grand Thundersound Temple, where he sought an audience. In the presence of the Buddhist realm, he offered a slight bow. However, after a prolonged silence, no response came. He called out once more, but the stillness persisted. Hesitating briefly, he stepped inside. Upon entering the Grand Thundersound Temple, Tai Jingxing was struck as if by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The once grand Buddhist sanctuary, adorned with lotus thrones, had been replaced by humble wooden benches. The incense wafted through the hall, trembling gently in the breeze, while the flickering flames of candles cast a soft pink hue over the ancient edifice. The walls, dim and yellowed, exuded a sticky residue that, when inhaled, bore a pungent scent reminiscent of tobacco oil, causing Tai Jingxing to gag involuntarily, nearly retching. What calamity had befallen the Grand Thundersound Temple? It appeared desolate, almost impoverished. Could it have been robbed? Shaking his head, Tai Jingxing dismissed the notion. Regardless of the circumstances, should this news reach the Jade Emperor, it would surely bring him great delight. He called out again within the vast emptiness of the temple, his voice echoing through the hall. What brings Tai to the Western Paradise? The ethereal figure of the ancient Buddha materialized. Upon seeing Tai Jingxing in the Grand Hall, his expression faltered. Trouble was afoot. The state of the Grand Thundersound Temple had been exposed. If this were to be proclaimed in the heavenly court, the Buddhist reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Cursed be the moment Tai Jingxing entered unannounced. With a slight bow, Tai Jingxing addressed the ancient Buddha. I humbly report, esteemed Buddha, that the Jade Emperor and the Buddha had matters of significance to discuss. In a fit of revelry, they both indulged excessively, leading to the Buddha's inebriation. The Jade Emperor has tasked me with returning him, and at this moment, he is peacefully slumbering in the dragon chariot outside. Chapter 355. Striving to escape this game, the corners of the ancient Buddha's mouth twitched slightly, and for a long moment, he remained silent. The embarrassment was palpable. The Buddha had brought disgrace upon himself, his dignity seemingly lost to the heavenly court. After all, he was a figure of stature, the head of the Buddhist realm. How could he allow himself to become so inebriated, returned like a mere novice? In one's own territory, one can indulge freely without concern, at least sparing oneself the embarrassment of public scrutiny. Yet, alas, how many disgraceful incidents have tarnished the reputation of the Buddhist community, particularly with the impoverished state being witnessed by the illustrious Tai Jingxing? Amitabha, how could one consume so excessively? The ancient Buddha of light muttered a discontented prayer. I must inform you, revered Buddha, that His Majesty sought the Buddha for counsel, and in a moment of impulsiveness, indulged a bit too much. Tai Jingxing spoke slowly, though his heart was rife with questions. What was amiss at the Great Thunderclap Monastery? Yet, it was unwise to probe further, so he buried his inquiries deep within. On the dragon chariot, the Buddha slumbered soundly, his snores echoing like thunder. The ancient Buddha of light gently raised a hand, causing the Buddha's form to float from the chariot, and turned to Tai Jingxing, saying, I shall escort the Buddha back to rest. He had intended to offer a cautionary word about the current state of Lingshan, advising against its public mention. However, Tai Jingxing, being the sycophant of the Jade Emperor, was unlikely to refrain from reporting such matters. After all, the embarrassment was already considerable. This was but a trifling addition. With a wave of his hand, the ancient Buddha of light settled the Tathagata Buddha comfortably in his meditation chamber, where he resumed his deep slumber. Meanwhile, Tai Jingxing departed with the Jade Emperor's dragon chariot. The two great powers of the East and West convened, both having indulged too liberally. As they passed by the monks' quarters, a cacophony of sounds erupted, creating a din that was quite unsettling. The ancient Buddha of light furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiar state of the Buddhist order. It seemed that with every twist of fate, the entire community had descended into disarray. Smoking and drinking had eroded any semblance of organizational discipline. Of course, the ancient Buddha of light acknowledged that tobacco and alcohol could have their merits, yet one must maintain some measure of moderation. This path leads to chaos. The dignity of the Buddhist order has diminished significantly. It appears that I must find an opportune moment to remind the Buddha to reign in the congregation. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Tang Yu was in no hurry to travel. With the arrival of Lingji Bodhisattva bearing news, he further slowed his pace. After several days, they reached a nearby town. The earnestness of Air Daisy was palpable, as if he had never encountered a woman before, which Tang Yu found somewhat contemptible. Nonetheless, he provided him with funds to enjoy himself. "Master, ahead lies an inn. Shall we rest there for a while?" proposed Sun Wukong. Tang Yu nodded in agreement and entered, securing 2 rooms. He had begun to grasp the Buddha's suggestion to decelerate his journey, as Brother Gu prepared for rebellion. Whether or not he completed the journey to the west was not favorable news for the Buddha. Thus, he could only prolong his travels, seeking an opportunity to lead the Buddhist community of Lingshan into independence. Regarding the journey to the west, Tang Yu held unwavering confidence. The Buddhist order could no longer fulfill its mission. After all, he had accumulated a degree of moral insight throughout this journey, amidst the chaos he had witnessed. Reclining on his bed, Tang Yu fell into deep contemplation. Soon, thoughts of the impending tribulations of the quasi-saint emerged, followed by reflections on the intentions of the Supreme Laozi. Among a myriad of other queries, this train of thought unleashed a torrent of questions that left Sangu with a burgeoning headache. "Master, aren't you worried?" asked Sun Wukong. Sitting up from his bed, Tang Yu plucked a banana from the fruit platter and devoured it with 2 bites. What is there to worry about? He is a grown man, and he has served the Jade Emperor before, so there is no need for concern. Sun Wukong blinked, realizing the wisdom in his master's words. "What do you wish to inquire about? Is it the affairs of Huagua Mountain?" Tang Yu glanced at him, having discerned that the monkey's curiosity did not pertain to the whereabouts of the absent San Longzi. "I have many questions," Sun Wukong replied, his expression tinged with sorrow. "When I returned to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, I met a woman named Zixia. She felt familiar, yet I could not recall her. There are countless other questions, like those regarding the former Demon King and Lan Shuling of the Lion Trojan Kingdom." Hearing this, Tang Yu paused for a moment before responding. "In time, you shall uncover these mysteries, provided you possess sufficient strength." He reflected on the tragic fate of the monkey in this life, ensnared in the machinations of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sections, a mere pawn on the chessboard. He was bound by forces beyond his control. Not only Sun Wukong, but all of their small group found themselves as pieces on this board. Yet, Tang Yu was diligently striving to transcend this game. However, the foundation of all endeavors lay in his own strength. Without it, all was mere idle chatter. "And what of the master?" Sun Wukong suddenly asked, his tone laden with meaning. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a gentle smile. "I will endeavor to lead you all out of this game, but the outcome remains uncertain." Pausing, he cautioned, "Wukong, remember, you are not the former Demon King nor the great sage equal to heaven. You are simply my disciple. Do you understand?" "I understand, Master," Sun Wukong replied, lowering his head. "What exactly is sealed in Huagua Mountain?" His curiosity about the sealed location grew ever stronger, as if an unseen force was beckoning him from afar. "In due time, you will come to know," Tang Yu replied. "Try not to dwell on it or seek to explore. If the moment is right, I will reveal it to you." The colorful stone bestowed upon him by the Supreme Laozi contained 2 strands of saintly power, the purpose of which Tang Yu had begun to grasp. One form of magic could dismantle formations, while the other could shatter the Xiantian chain, liberating a fragment of the soul. Through Laozi's arrival, Tang Yu had connected many dots. This stone was undoubtedly not a mere afterthought. It had been meticulously prepared by Laozi for a long time. Had it not been for his unpredictable presence, the journey to the west would not have unfolded as smoothly as it did. In the beginning, the Supreme Old Lord placed all his hopes upon Sun Wukong, intending to utilize him to disrupt the journey to the west. However, with the emergence of this unforeseen variable, the Supreme Old Lord redirected his focus onto himself. Chapter 356. The News of the Foolish One. It seems that from the outset, the Supreme Old Lord had already been scheming on how to sabotage the journey to the west. The journey itself represents the grand momentum of the heavenly order, which is irreversible. One can only make slight alterations through minor forces, ultimately affecting the greater trend. Sun Wukong remained silent, lost in thought. The flickering candlelight illuminated his face, casting shadows that danced unpredictably. There was a semblance of pain in his expression, intertwined with an air of reluctance. In the Western paradise, the Buddha remained indifferent to Tang Sanzang's delay in setting forth, as it was he who had sanctioned it. However, the ancient Buddha of light grew anxious, questioning how the journey had come to a standstill. Most concerning was the fact that they had ventured into real estate, seemingly intent on purchasing a residence. Buddha, Tang Sanzang has yet to embark on his journey. We believe it imperative to urge him to proceed promptly, proposed the ancient Buddha of light. The Tathagata appeared to have anticipated this situation, responding with calm assurance, "Do not fret, ancient Buddha. Tang Sanzang and his companions are not far from the Spirit Mountain. Should they indeed reach it, how shall we compensate for the calamities that remain unaddressed?" Lighting a cigarette, the Buddha spoke with an enigmatic demeanor. "The delay in Tang Sanzang's journey may bear its advantages. It affords me ample time to devise a strategy to safely address all the unresolved tribulations. Otherwise, even if they arrive at the Spirit Mountain, the journey to the west cannot be completed. What say you, ancient Buddha?" The Buddha regarded him with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, the ancient Buddha of light responded, "I see now. The Buddha has long been prepared, and my concerns were unfounded. Might I inquire if the Buddha has devised any strategies regarding the compensation for the calamities of the journey? I already have methods in mind, yet they cannot be executed hastily," the Buddha admitted, revealing a hint of urgency. "Prolonging Tang Sanzang's pace is not a viable solution. I wish to take action, yet the opportune moment eludes me, especially with Sha Wujing still unaccounted for. Silver-headed Jiejia and others continue their search, but have yielded no information. Once Sha Wujing is located, the Buddha intends to discuss matters with him and initiate contact with the saints behind the scenes. Should no suitable opportunity present itself, I may be compelled to act decisively, but only if I secure prior notice from the saints associated with Sha Wujing. Otherwise, should I make a grand display of my intentions and find that they suddenly withdraw, it would spell disaster for me. Thus, all preparations must be meticulously arranged. This urgency underscores my desire for silver-headed Jiejia and others to ascertain Sha Wujing's whereabouts. I have already formulated some strategies," the Tathagata slowly conveyed. "I wonder if the ancient Buddha has any solutions regarding the compensation for the calamities?" Amitabha, I currently have no solutions, and I am curious to know what strategies the Buddha has in mind. In the Lion Trojan Kingdom, my disappointing uncle. Even the ancient Buddha is aware of his past as a leader among the demons below. Thus, he carries some weight when addressing the myriad creatures of the Lion Camel Kingdom. The Tathagata, with his eyes slightly squinted, emanated an air of profound wisdom. Moreover, the ancient Buddha harbored concerns that the demons of the Lion Camel Kingdom might indeed conspire with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Therefore, I propose that, should there be no other recourse, my ineffective uncle should lead the myriad demons to unleash calamities, thereby recovering all losses in one decisive effort. By utilizing Sun Wukong, we could also eliminate some of the malevolent beings, alleviating the ancient Buddha's worries regarding the ambitions of the Lion Camel Kingdom. Undeniably, the Tathagata's strategy appears flawless in the eyes of the other Buddhas. Just look at that clever mind. No wonder he is the Tathagata. However, the Bodhisattva Lingji, who is privy to all the Tathagata's plans, cast a discreet glance at him. Although the Tathagata expressed such intentions, it seemed unlikely to Lingji that he would proceed in that manner. After all, he had an alliance with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. And should they truly unite with the Lion Camel Kingdom, it would undoubtedly benefit the Tathagata. Perhaps, in the future, the Tathagata would devise a means to weaken the myriad demons, but now was certainly not the time. Amitabha, this plan is indeed exquisite, remarkable. The ancient Buddha Randalit clasped his hands together, reciting a sutra, his demeanor radiating compassion and kindness. It would have been even more admirable had he not been smoking. The silver-headed Jyeti hastily returned. "I pay my respects to the Buddha." The Tathagata's eyes sparkled as he regarded the silver-headed Jyeti. "I humbly report, Buddha, we have discovered the whereabouts of Sha Wujing." "Where is he?" the Buddha inquired eagerly. "He is nearing the country of Tianju." "How has he reached Tianju so swiftly?" "Nevertheless, any news was welcome." "Excellent. The silver-headed Jyeti has rendered great merit to our Buddhist order," the Tathagata expressed with satisfaction. Upon hearing news of Sha Wujing, the Buddha became somewhat distracted during his duties, eagerly awaiting the end of the day. In a flash, he descended to the mortal realm in search of Sha Wujing. The unfortunate San Lungzi, upon hearing Tang Yu's command to disperse, accompanied Zhu Beiji to a small town. In recent days, he sensed something amiss. He had searched the brothel for his second elder brother, but Zhu Beiji had already rejoined the group. Instantly bewildered, San Lungzi realized that a dispersal was impossible. Yet, his second elder brother was nowhere to be found. He even returned to the Lion Camel Ridge in search, but it had undergone significant changes, although minor demons still lingered. The majority had already ventured into the Lion Camel Kingdom. San Lungzi, intimidated by the Lion Camel Kingdom, dared not enter. He could only wander around the outskirts. And after fainting a minor demon, he inquired about his master and the others, learning they had already set off. Thus, San Lungzi eagerly pursued them, though he was still uncertain which route his master had taken. However, he pressed onward, determined to catch up. In a state of urgency, he astonishingly arrived first at the country of Tianju. Yet, after his inquiries, he discovered that his master and companions had not yet arrived. However, this place is a necessary passage, so San Lungzi decided to wait here for the main force. Yet, he had long since exhausted his wealth, forcing him to reside outside the city, leaning against the city gate. Some kind-hearted souls occasionally tossed him a few coins. As night fell, San Lungzi surveyed the distance, still without a trace of his master and the others. He leaned against the city wall and sat down. Suddenly, the figure of Sha Wujing flickered down. Yet this was the Buddha traveling discreetly, devoid of the radiant aura, appearing merely as an ordinary monk. Otherwise, the other Buddhas would have surely prostrated themselves before his manifestation. San Lungzi hurriedly rose and bowed low. Sha Wujing pays respects to the Buddha. Rise, the Buddha replied, slightly furrowing his brow, somewhat displeased. I am already aware of your identity. There is no need for such ostentatious reverence. I ask you, have you been in contact with the sage behind you? The Buddha spoke earnestly. I presume you have conveyed my intentions. Thus, I shall be straightforward. I hope you can further communicate my message to those behind you, that I may soon take action. Chapter 357. Into the underworld. San Lungzi was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to the Buddha's meaning. His face a mask of confusion. However, having served for many years as the curtain-lifting general in the heavenly court, he knew well that some matters should not be questioned too deeply. Thus, he pondered with his limited intellect. The person behind him, his master? It must refer to his own master. As for the Buddha's mention of action, he did not fully grasp it. But since the Buddha instructed him to relay the message to his master, he presumed his master would surely understand. Yes, Sha Wujing will certainly convey the Buddha's message. San Lungzi responded respectfully. Very well. If you execute this task well, I shall not treat you poorly. The Buddha began to employ both soft and stern tactics. The journey to the west is nearing its end. Once it concludes, your identity will lose its value. You can imagine the consequences then. Therefore, as long as you fulfill your duties, I shall ensure you are rewarded. What is this all about? Truly, the Buddha speaks with profound mystery, leaving one perplexed. Yes, Sha Wujing will wholeheartedly serve the Buddha, San Lungzi hastily affirmed, although he felt puzzled. As a traveler to the west, a figure of the Buddhist path, what could the Buddha possibly desire from him? Surely, it was merely a matter of the Buddha's word. Yet, the gravity of the discourse left him in confusion. Nevertheless, he understood the essence of the message. He was to focus on fulfilling his duties. That is well, the Buddha nodded in satisfaction. Tang Sanzang and the others are not far off, in a town called Luoxia. Go seek them. With that, the Buddha vanished from sight. San Lungzi remained somewhat bewildered. Yet upon reflection, he discerned that there seemed to be no errors in his dialogue with the Buddha. Ultimately, as long as he conveyed the essence of the Buddha's message to his master, he was confident that his master would comprehend it. As for what his master would do next, that was beyond his concern. With this realization, San Lungzi made his way towards Luoxia town in search of his master and the others. Tang Yu, on the other hand, exhibited no urgency to embark on the journey. Most of his time was spent within the inn, occasionally taking leisurely strolls around the vicinity. It appeared as though he had truly cast aside the monumental task of seeking scriptures. He even took the time to admire several grand residences, contemplating their allure. The notion of purchasing a house, accompanied by a maid and a steward, seemed to ignite a genuine desire to settle down in that place. Yet, these were mere musings, lacking any tangible action. Master, I have found you, San Lungzi exclaimed as he pushed open the inn's door. This journey had been fraught with its share of tribulations. Fortunately, his master's traveling party was relatively easy to identify. After some diligent inquiries, he managed to locate them here. Tang Yu gazed at the suddenly appearing San Lungzi. San Lungzi. What brings you here? No, wait, how did you return? It was the Buddha, San Lungzi replied. The Buddha said that you were here. You have made it quite difficult for your disciple to find you. With a hint of frustration, San Lungzi took a seat. Ah, San Lungzi, I left in haste. Taking Wukong and the others along, Tang Yu explained. San Lungzi composed himself and recounted the conversation he had with the Buddha, word for word, as he had committed it to memory, fearful of omitting even a single character that might alter the overall meaning. In that moment, seeing his master entirely at ease, he relayed the message verbatim. As for how his master would address the matter, that was his master's prerogative, or more accurately, a matter between his master and the Buddha. Tang Yu listened, utterly astonished. It seemed that the Buddhist sect still regarded San Lungzi as a variable, intending to collaborate with the sages behind him. Indeed, this was the Buddha's directive, as he sought to undertake independent action, necessitating strategies to contend with the two revered sages lurking in the background. However, this felt rather precipitous, to so readily place such a mantle upon San Lungzi and propose collaboration. How intriguing, Tang Yu thought. As he found himself somewhat admiring the intellect of the Buddhist sect, he remained perplexed as to how they had linked the notion of variability to San Lungzi. Clearly, the Buddha was preparing for significant undertakings. Yet, considering their imminent arrival in the West and the Buddha's instructions to slow their pace, it was evident that all of this was orchestrated in anticipation of an uprising. Tang Yu fell into contemplation. What if he were to hasten his journey to the West? Such an action could very well render the entire pilgrimage futile, leaving no room for remedy. However, perhaps not. Observing his master pacing within the room, San Lungzi remained silent, fearful of disturbing him, even moderating the sound of his own breath. Go find Wukong. We shall set forth, Tang Yu declared. We have lingered here long enough. He was eager to embark immediately, for only in doing so could he accrue fortune points. Otherwise, remaining in this place would yield no profit. Yes, master, San Lungzi replied dutifully. The master and his disciples soon completed their preparations, and Tang Yu personally ventured into the brothel to extricate Zhu Beiji. Just as he was about to step onto the carriage, he spotted a man with a scarred face feeding a young child of 4 or 5 years old a skewer of candied hawthorns. The child soon fell asleep. The scarred man then furtively scanned the surroundings, picked up the child, and fled. Those nearby began to take notice, yet most adopted a detached, indifferent attitude. Tang Yu observed the man's retreating figure, his gaze growing solemn. Wukong, did you see that scarred man? Bring him to me, and return the child here, he commanded. Although Sun Wukong was somewhat perplexed, he complied without hesitation. Before long, he returned, cradling the child, who remained in a deep slumber, his innocent face still cherubic. Little did they know, the line between heaven and hell was perilously thin. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu instructed, You too, wait here a moment longer. Wukong, carry me to the underworld. We must not show leniency towards human traffickers. Besides, it offers an opportunity to explore the underworld. The 3 disciples were utterly baffled by their master's intentions, yet they understood that they must obey his orders. Sun Wukong hoisted Tang Yu onto his back and descended, while San Lungzi and Erdai Zi remained behind. Upon their arrival in the underworld, a palpable stir arose with Sun Wukong's presence, prompting even Yama to rise and personally greet them. Sun Wukong was not one to be trifled with, especially while bearing the renowned Tang Sanzang, the designated pilgrim of the Buddhist faith, upon his back. It was widely acknowledged that the success of the pilgrimage was pivotal for the flourishing of Buddhism, thus embodying its fortune. Yama offered a slight bow, saying, I, the king, pay my respects to the great sage and the holy monk. Chapter 358. The burden of sin. As this was Tang Yu's inaugural visit to the underworld, curiosity naturally took hold, and he surveyed his surroundings. As he walked, he heard countless wails of tormented souls. However, upon entering Yama's hall, all sounds faded into silence. It must be said that Yama was indeed a man of refined taste. The decor of the hall was quite exquisite. Rise, Tang Yu proclaimed, striding confidently to take a seat upon Yama's throne. He then casually picked up the Book of Life and Death and began to peruse its pages. The judge and Yama stood respectfully to the side, completely unaware of the purpose behind the holy monk's visit to the underworld. Yet, whatever his intent, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Setting aside his identity as the pilgrim, the mere presence of Sun Wukong beside him rendered them formidable. May I inquire, holy monk, What brings you to my realm? Yama inquired with a friendly demeanor. Nothing in particular, just taking a stroll, Tang Yu replied. A stroll? The king of hell paused momentarily, listening as Tang Yu continued. By the way, my lord, how do you handle human traffickers? To which level of hell do they descend? The judge replied, Your Holiness. The punishment of mortals is determined by the severity of their misdeeds. However, for human traffickers, they are typically condemned to the 8th level of hell, where they endure the torment of having their hearts and livers gouged out, their limbs torn apart. Take me to see it, Tang Yu said with keen interest. The judge cast a hesitant glance at the king of hell, for the scenes were far too gruesome. A normal mortal witnessing such horrors would inevitably be struck with fear, perhaps even fainting from the terror. Since the holy monk desires to witness this, then, judge, please escort him for a brief tour, the king of hell commanded. Yes, the judge replied, leading Tang Yu and Sun Wukong out of the hall of hell. Upon exiting, the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries of anguish and despair. The ghostly officers mercilessly whipped the souls passing by. To be honest, Tang Yu felt a twinge of fear creeping into his heart. As they descended to the 5th level of hell, they encountered souls incessantly consuming potions or using blades to sever their necks and wrists, while others hung themselves. Endlessly trapped in this cycle. Holy monk, these are individuals who took their own lives in their previous existence. Thus they are doomed to relive the agony of their deaths repeatedly until their current lifespan is exhausted, at which point they may reincarnate, the judge explained. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He found this spectacle unsettling and could no longer bear to look. They continued their descent, the scenes growing increasingly macabre. The chilling wails emanating from the depths of the souls sent shivers down the spine. These are women who, while pregnant in the mortal realm, recklessly aborted their fetuses. Hence they descend to the 7th level of hell to endure the torment of being devoured by countless serpents, the judge elaborated. The women were cast into a pit of snakes, which slithered up their bodies as they screamed in terror. The serpents incessantly bit into their abdomens, only for the wounds to heal instantaneously, allowing the cycle of torment to repeat. Recklessly aborting their fetuses, they languished in the 7th level of hell until their offspring's life was spent, at which point they could be reborn. Not far off, a group of men were also howling in anguish. Sharp blades sliced through their lower bodies, blood spurting forth in a gruesome display. Charcoal embers scattered over their severed forms. These were individuals who had either caused women to become pregnant recklessly or had violated them. They were cast into this realm of suffering. The judge, resembling a tour guide, explained to Tang Yu, men who father children and abandon them are often the cause of such tragedies. Thus they bear the repercussions of their actions. Wait, that cannot be right. Those women over there, didn't you say they recklessly aborted their fetuses? Tang Yu inquired, puzzled. Their abortions were indeed a consequence of their own actions, and thus they rightfully endure their punishment, the judge clarified. These men suffer here due to their advocacy for the termination of fetuses. As for the women, although they too bear some consequences, they have long since reincarnated. It is clear, those who promote the elimination of children bear the greater burden of karma. Amitabha. A chant resonates, and a figure materializes, still seated upon the lotus throne above. It is King Ksitigarbha, gazing compassionately at Tang Yu. Tang Sanzang, what have you witnessed on your journey? He is somewhat perplexed by Tang Sanzang's sudden appearance in the underworld, entirely unaware of how he has arrived there. However, since he is present, he feels compelled to reveal himself. Initially, King Ksitigarbha expected Tang Sanzang to prostrate himself in reverence. Yet Tang Yu merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. What else could one see but the wails of countless tormented spirits echoing in the heart? Is this all you perceive? King Ksitigarbha seems somewhat disheartened. What more is there? Tang Yu meets his gaze directly. Humans are inherently tainted by sin, hence the necessity of the Buddha to guide and redeem. Are you unaware of this? This is the very essence of your pilgrimage to the West, to liberate all beings. King Ksitigarbha articulates. Tang Yu scoffs coldly. If humans are born stained by sin, why then should they exist at all? This single utterance momentarily renders King Ksitigarbha bewildered. In ancient times, the Earth Mother, feeling compassion for the lost souls and wandering spirits, transformed herself into the cycle of reincarnation. Back then, reincarnation merely referred to the 6 realms, determined by one's deeds of virtue or vice, leading to rebirth. Was there even a notion of hell during that era? Tang Yu inquires, his expression unwavering. In those days, while the 6 realms of reincarnation existed, there was no concept of hell. The 18 levels of hell were established by Buddhism as a means to instruct beings toward goodness, to prevent them from suffering in hell after death. The intention was to urge sincerity toward the Buddha. Are you questioning the Buddhist understanding of hell, Tang Sanzang? King Ksitigarbha asks sternly. I merely seek clarity. Come now. Old Wong, do enlighten me, Tang Yu insists, pointing at King Ksitigarbha. Humans are born with sin. After death, they all enter hell to suffer, albeit with varying degrees of torment in different levels of hell. If humans are inherently tainted by sin, why then should they exist? Furthermore, the souls of living beings wail in hell. Has this ever manifested the compassion of the Buddha? Pray tell, where is this compassion? Is it merely to allow all to suffer in hell? Tang Yu exclaims loudly. Tang Sanzang, you are audacious. As a member of the Buddhist order, how dare you question its tenets? King Ksitigarbha's eyes widen, his aura of sanctity flickering ominously. This Tang Sanzang is indeed bold to address him so casually and speak so irreverently. I simply seek understanding, Tang Yu retorts. Hell may serve as a place of punishment for the truly irredeemable, and I find no fault in that. It is true that humans are born stained by sin. I acknowledge this. In the span of one's life, who has not committed a transgression? Yet to suffer in hell for minor offenses, such as stealing a candied hawthorn, crushing an ant, or consuming meat, is something I cannot comprehend. Chapter 359, The Buddha has arrived. In the eyes of Buddhism, all of this is considered sinful, including the act of consuming meat. Since ancient times, there has been a saying, you eat half a pound of my share, and I consume 8 taels of yours. This proverb, referring to the punishments of hell, was boldly questioned by Tang Yu in a loud voice directed at the King of Hell. The King of Hell's expression fluctuated, as if he were at a loss for how to counter Tang Yu's challenge. Tang Sanzang, as a seeker of the Buddhist scriptures, are you not aware of the principle of cause and effect? Tang Yu retorted, isn't this mere platitude? It is precisely because of ignorance that I have asked. The principle of cause and effect delineates the distinction between good and evil. You assert that man is born with sin and descends into hell after death as punishment. If man is indeed sinful, why must he be reborn as a human? The notion of punishment in hell is defined by the Buddhist teachings. Pray tell, what is the rationale behind it? Tang Sanzang, how dare you? The King of Hell's roar echoed in Tang Yu's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. Gradually, the king's demeanor softened, radiating compassion as he chanted a Buddhist mantra. Amitba. Sanzang, though the concept of hell is dictated by Buddhist doctrines, if one remains vigilant and devoted to goodness, one may avoid the shackles of karmic transgressions. This is a meritorious deed. Your understanding of the Dharma is still superficial, and therefore, I comprehend your ignorance. However, the King of Hell trembled slightly. Were it not for Tang Sanzang's identity as a scripture-seeking monk, he would have relished the thought of striking him down, casting him into the depths of the 18 hells, eternally deprived of rebirth. Yet, what was wrong with this Tang Sanzang? How audacious to question the arrangements of the Buddhist realm. It has come to my attention that there are unforeseen variables in the journey to the West. Could this variable be Tang Sanzang himself? If so, it poses a dilemma. With such a person, one cannot simply eliminate him while hoping to propagate the Dharma and elevate the Buddhist teachings. However, though one cannot extinguish him, if he is indeed a variable, he may be subject to a transformation. What remains perplexing is how Tang Sanzang could become such a variable. Furthermore, have the enlightened beings in the Western paradise not perceived his discrepancies? If they have, why do they not take action, passively allowing variables to disrupt the journey to the West? Clearly, a conversation with the Buddha is warranted. It is precisely because I perceive the sins of sentient beings and yearn for their liberation from suffering and karmic burdens that I descended to the underworld. Vowing to remain unascended to Buddhahood until hell is empty, the King of Hell spoke with profound compassion. Tang Yu suddenly laughed. Old king, spare me your pretenses. Do you take me for a fool? You have been deceived. Your sanctimonious and shameless demeanor bears an uncanny resemblance to my own. You have clearly been misled by 2 shameless individuals behind the scenes, seeking to divide the merits of the Earth Mother, all while cloaking it in the noble guise of delivering all sentient beings and wishing for their swift emancipation from karmic burdens. My goodness, I thought I was shameless enough. Yet this revelation makes me feel a sense of reverence towards you. My own cultivation is still too lacking to compare with yours. You stand on the lofty principle of delivering all sentient beings, uttering such grandiloquent words. The imposing presence of Tang Yu left him somewhat breathless, while the expression on the face of King Xidigarbha darkened significantly. It was likely that Tang Yu's words had touched upon his deepest sorrows. Tang Sanzang, how audacious you are. I see that as a being of the Buddhist faith, your heart has long been tainted by worldly desires. Since you have ventured into the underworld today, allow me to purify you, so that you may comprehend the compassion of our Buddha and the essence of universal salvation. King Xidigarbha emanated an overwhelming aura, which nearly forced Tang Yu to kneel. Yet, he did not dare to exploit his own meager powers, enduring the pressure instead. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the area, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, stood defiantly before Tang Yu, gazing unflinchingly at King Xidigarbha. Instantly, the weight on Tang Yu diminished, allowing him to take a deep breath. Wukong, step back, Tang Yu commanded. In this moment, Sun Wukong was no match for King Xidigarbha. Even when compared to the Buddha, King Xidigarbha was hardly inferior. Observing the elder's furious countenance, Tang Yu could not help but smirk. You claim that my heart lacks the essence of Buddhism? I merely sought enlightenment, yet it is construed as a lack of compassion? This is nothing but a personal vendetta. TSK, old king, you accuse me of being tainted. Yet here you are, intent on attacking me over trivial matters. It seems your own heart requires cultivation. In the Western paradise, the assembly of Buddhas was momentarily taken aback by Tang Sanzang's sudden entrance into the underworld. They were utterly perplexed by the mischief he seemed to be orchestrating. However, the Buddha himself remained unfazed, having endured far greater tribulations before. This was merely a minor disturbance, hardly worth his concern. Yet, with the emergence of King Xidigarbha and the ensuing quarrel with Tang Sanzang, it became evident that King Xidigarbha intended to take action against him. Is this even permissible? They thought. The old king truly did not recognize the peril he was courting by offending Tang Sanzang, the very seeker of scriptures from the West. More importantly, the exchange of offerings, such as incense, depended on him. At this moment, Lingji Bodhisattva felt an acute sense of trepidation. Should Tang Sanzang harbor resentment towards the Buddhist order and refuse to exchange incense, his commercial empire would soon crumble. The prospect of even being able to smoke in the future would become a dilemma. Buddha, what shall we do? Lingji Bodhisattva implored anxiously. King Xidigarbha clearly seems to have lost his bearings after dwelling in the underworld for so long. He dares provoke even Tang Sanzang. This is akin to a dung beetle taking flight, seeking its doom. If he truly angers Tang Sanzang, it could spell disaster. Although there are variables at play, Tang Sanzang's malevolence is well known. The Buddha lit a cigarette, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn King Xidigarbha. Can't he allow me some peace of mind? Humph. I shall make a trip. With that, the Buddha's form flickered and vanished from Ling Mountain, setting out for the underworld. Within the underworld, Tang Yu regarded King Xidigarbha with a cold smile, his demeanor unafraid. King Xidigarbha felt somewhat flustered. He had originally intended merely to intimidate Tang Sanzang, to compel him to submit, thereby preserving his own dignity. Instead, he found himself in a precarious position. However, it was unexpected that Tang Sung would completely disregard the established norms. He exhibited no fear whatsoever, displaying a boldness that was quite audacious. Ah, Tang Sung, how daring you are! Since you dare to challenge the teachings of the Buddhist realm regarding hell, do not blame me, the king of hell, for my forthcoming actions. Before he could finish, a thunderous voice interrupted. The figure who emerged was none other than the Buddha, a cigarette dangling from his lips. At that moment, the Buddha's face was ashen, his gaze dark and brooding as he regarded the king of hell. Before the king of hell could react to the sudden appearance of the Buddha, he was seized by the collar and met with a resounding slap that left him dazed. Stars dancing before his eyes. Chapter 360. Descending into the 18 layers of hell. The Buddha is indeed the Buddha. While the king of hell may possess combat prowess that rivals his, he fell considerably short in stature as a Buddha. The act of slapping the king of hell was akin to reprimanding a child. It took the king of hell a while to regain his senses, his cheeks swollen and blood trickling from his nostrils. He glared at the Buddha with a menacing look, clenching his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly, as though he were ready to retaliate at any moment. The Buddha, noticing this fierce expression, felt a surge of anger, seizing the king of hell's collar once more. Brushing off the ashes from his cigarette, and tilting his head with defiance as he asked, "What troubles you? What if you are dissatisfied?" "I am dissatisfied," The king of hell longed to exclaim, even wishing to engage in a confrontation. Yet, he refrained. This was akin to a capable deputy manager in a company who might be more competent than the general manager, but ultimately, it was the chairman who listened to the general manager. If the deputy manager were to engage in a brawl over differing opinions, he would find himself out of a job. Taking a deep breath, the king of hell addressed the Buddha. I confess, O Buddha, I find myself quite perplexed. Indeed, I am bewildered as to why I was met with such a barrage of slaps upon my arrival, and in the presence of outsiders, no less. Does my dignity hold no value? What is there to be perplexed about? The Buddha scoffed. Let me tell you, old Wong, my slapping you is a mere trifle. If old Sen were to hold a grudge against you, our matter would remain unresolved. He then turned his gaze toward Tang Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pointed to his own head, saying, Old San, this old fellow has been in the underworld for so long that his wits have dulled. Do not take offense. Tang Yu stood momentarily stunned. The sudden appearance of the Buddha and his unceremonious reprimand of the king of hell left him somewhat astonished. It's all right, it's all right. I am magnanimous and shall not stoop to his level, Tang Yu remarked, producing a pack of specially prepared cigarettes and offering them to the Buddha. After all, he was advocating for himself, and offering a pack of cigarettes was only fitting. Though the value of the cigarettes was negligible, indeed, the Buddha would not need to spend his own money for them. As Lingji Bodhisattva provided for his smoking habit, Tang Sing's gesture of presenting the pack brought a sense of comfort to the Buddha. Regardless of Tang Sing's demeanor throughout his journey to the West, he at least demonstrated an ability to manage affairs. The Buddha's face brightened as he accepted the cigarettes, exclaiming, Old San, you are too courteous. The king of hell, in bewilderment, gazed at the Buddha. How could the deity, the supreme figure of the Buddhist sect, the paramount leader of the Western paradise, speak in such a manner to a seeker of scriptures? The Buddha's authority was utterly absent. What is there to be troubled about? Depart at once. With a slight turn of his head, the Buddha admonished Ksitigarbha with a stern voice. After a moment's hesitation, Ksitigarbha chose to leave, feeling utterly humiliated. To be so publicly reprimanded by the Buddha was a disgrace indeed. However, he could not fathom why the pilgrim warranted such treatment. Observing Ksitigarbha's departing figure, Tang Yu quietly scoffed, harboring a grudge. Just wait. I shall see if I do not have my chance to retaliate. Yet, with Tang Yu's current strength, once he ascended to the quasi-saint realm, he could confront Ksitigarbha head-on. After all, he followed the path of proving his worth through strength, far surpassing many ordinary quasi-saints. The legendary Sun Wukong could withstand the combined might of both the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, illustrating the power of such a path. In those times, Sun Wukong was arguably the mightiest being in the three realms, second only to the saints. Do not take him to heart. He is simply deranged. Let him wander the underworld as he pleases, the Buddha remarked before vanishing from the realm of the dead. As the Buddha departed, the multitude of ghostly officials who had been kneeling finally raised their heads. The judge cast a few glances at Tang Yu. Is the pilgrim truly so formidable? Even the Buddha spoke to him with such courtesy. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the ghostly officials to resume their duties. Then, with a sycophantic smile, the judge led Tang Yu on another tour. At that moment, Tang Yu was deep in thought. Is there a way to eliminate Ksitigarbha and bring some pride to my third brother? Ideally, I would strip him of all but a fragment of his soul and cast him into the depths of the 18 hells for a thorough experience. Upon arriving at the 8th level of hell, the air was filled with incessant wails, heart-wrenching and mournful. Through the judge's explanations, Tang Yu learned that this realm was primarily inhabited by human traffickers, enduring excruciating torment, such as having their hearts and livers carved out and their limbs severed. He also observed that there were numerous women among these traffickers, a surprising sight in such a grim occupation. They screamed in agony, perpetually subjected to the suffering, trapped in an endless cycle of pain. Stop, just stop for a moment, Tang Yu commanded. The judge beckoned to a nearby spirit, and instantly, all punishments ceased. The human traffickers seized the opportunity to catch their breath and gazed at Tang Yu, crying out, Please, Savior, have mercy on us. No wonder they referred to Tang Yu as Savior, for he bore little resemblance to any ascetic. His raven-black hair was simply tied back, and he wore a long black robe, a gift prepared by the queen of the kingdom of women, with a whole cart of garments set aside. Thus, in this moment, Tang Yu appeared strikingly like a refined young gentleman of noble lineage. Are you all human traffickers? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. Please, Savior, save us. They cried out in desperation. Tang Yu clicked his tongue twice, pulling the judge closer and pointing a finger at his nose, saying, "I must say, you are far too lenient towards these traffickers." The judge stood in stunned silence. Tang Yu continued, "As for these traffickers, they should be cast into the depths of the 18th layer of hell, condemned to suffer for eternity." Perhaps that is a bit too cruel. Let them relish their torment layer by layer, descending from the 1st to the 17th layer, spending 1 hour in each, and then, in the 18th layer, enduring for a century. For such vile creatures, what rebirth is there to speak of? They should be directly cast into the 18th layer of hell, never to be reborn. This means they will suffer endlessly in the 18th layer, with no chance of reincarnation. As Tang Yu's words echoed, the traffickers began to wail in desperation. Some wore expressions of rage, wishing to bite him, while others pleaded for mercy, hoping Tang Yu would spare them. "Yes," the judge responded respectfully, summoning a small ghost to hastily carry out Tang Yu's decree. Thus, due to Tang Yu's pronouncement, these traffickers would remain in hell for all eternity, suffering. Watching the figures of the traffickers being taken away, a hint of sorrow flickered in Tang Yu's eyes, as if recalling some long-forgotten memories. He ultimately shook his head and continued descending with the judge, arriving at the 18th layer. Here, Tang Yu paused for a moment before preparing to leave. Suddenly, he hesitated, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from below. This force was terrifying, and Tang Yu felt as though it could easily obliterate him. He found it peculiar. A figure shot out. Descending further. Chapter 361. Goddess Nuwa. Tang Yu wandered through the underworld, discovering little amusement. However, upon reaching the river of oblivion, he paused. There, he beheld a familiar figure, a woman he recognized. It was Bai Huaxiao. Kuei Mu Lang had descended for her, forcibly taking her as his wife for 13 years. Yet, Tang Yu was puzzled. Her lifespan had not yet expired. How could she suddenly find herself in the underworld, leaping into the river of oblivion, enduring its frigid, piercing pain? Quietly calculating, Tang Yu soon understood, letting out a silent sigh. Both she and Kuei Mu Lang were pitiable souls, mere pawns in the hands of fate. Moreover, many men and women floated upon the river of oblivion, some appearing dazed and lifeless, their expressions vacant. The world is filled with lovesick souls. Men are often passionate and infatuated, while women can be excessively emotional, yet deeply affectionate. Yet, what can one change by plunging into the river of oblivion? From the very beginning, the river of oblivion served merely to guide souls into the underworld. However, as the underworld took shape, it evolved into a necessary passage. According to legend, upon death, one must pass through the gate of ghosts, traverse the yellow springs, reach the river of oblivion, approach the bridge of forgetfulness, meet Meng Po, and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Drinking Meng Po's soup allows one to forget all memories of their past life and begin anew. However, there are those who are unwilling to forget their beloved from past lives, reluctant to drink the elixir. For them, it becomes necessary to plunge into the river of oblivion, enduring a millennium of torment before they may re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yet during this 1,000 years, they will repeatedly witness their beloved traversing the river of oblivion and crossing the bridge of helplessness, yet remain unable to recognize her. Gradually, they forget what they were waiting for, what they yearned for, until ultimately, they forget everything, languishing in a stupor, and thus, a millennium slips away, leading them back into the cycle of rebirth. What, then, is the purpose of jumping into the river of oblivion and consuming the soup of Meng Po? After the return of Kuomu Wolf, Bai Huaxiao suddenly recalled everything and took her own life to enter the underworld, subsequently leaping into the river of oblivion, hoping that one day Kuemu Wolf would come to retrieve her. The judge explained beside her. Tang Yu nodded. "Oh, I see." He then turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Wukong, let us return." The underworld was shrouded in darkness, filled with the wails of countless souls. In this place, Tang Yu felt an overwhelming discomfort. "Yes, master," the holy monk replied as the judge said, "Please take care." Sun Wukong hoisted Tang Yu onto his back, disappearing from the underworld and set to return to the mortal realm. At last, they had managed to send them off. The judge wiped the sweat from his brow in secret. In the 18 layers of hell, Tang Yu descended. Upon reaching the 19th layer, he was somewhat astonished to find it filled with coffins. Inside one ice coffin lay a woman, eyes closed, in deep slumber. The terrifying aura he sensed emanated from her. Although she was asleep, she was enveloped in an overwhelming power. Tang Yu began to form a vague hypothesis regarding her identity and turned his gaze to the surrounding ice coffins. People of the witch clan, he thought, yet they were all deceased. No, not yet. A faint pulse of vitality could still be sensed from them. Who? A voice resonated in the air, and the figure of Hutu materialized, eventually transforming into a spirit. She sensed me? Tang Yu gasped in disbelief. Impossible. With the concealment of heaven's secrets and my invisibility technique, I am absolutely confident that even saints cannot detect me. Fixating on the woman's exquisite visage, Tang Yu deduced her identity. Yet, he still refrained from revealing himself. Confident in his concealment. What if she was referring to someone else? Would revealing himself not expose him? Nevertheless, Tang Yu found himself growing increasingly anxious, even holding his breath in that moment. I must admit, your stealth technique is indeed marvelous. Perhaps even saints could be deceived, Hutu remarked nonchalantly. But you need not remain hidden any longer. In the past, I transcended into reincarnation, and I can easily sense everything in the underworld. So why do you still not show yourself? Is that so? Tang Yu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Hutu, having transformed into reincarnation, could naturally sense everything here. Perhaps she had not accurately discerned his presence, but she sensed that someone was near. Tang Sanzang, I pay my respects to Lady Hutu. Tang Yu remained concealed, fearing detection, whispering in the shadows. Indeed, it is you. Hutu exhibited no surprise. She had long since discerned that the variable was Tang Sanzang. There are only two individuals capable of eluding even her scrutiny in the underworld. One is Hongjun, who has merged with the Tao, and the other is, of course, the variable. Even the Supreme Lord Lao Jun would find it impossible to remain hidden within the underworld. You need not continue to conceal yourself. After a brief pause, Hutu continued, rest assured, here, no one can perceive anything. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu emerged, offering a slight bow to Hutu. I pay my respects to the Lady Hutu. The transformation into the three pure ones. Could it be that this was imparted to you by the Supreme Lord Lao Jun? That seems unlikely. Such a profound secret technique is too precious for him to share. Even knowing you are the variable, he would be exceedingly cautious and would never bestow such a skill upon you. Hutu regarded Tang Yu with curiosity. I am perplexed. From whence did you acquire this remarkable technique? She had sensed the arrival of Tang Sanzang and his companions the moment they entered the underworld, including Tang Yu's departure. Although the transformation into the three pure ones is indistinguishable from the original, it remains inherently different. Compared to the original, it is naturally somewhat weaker and cannot be sustained for long periods. Thus, she immediately recognized that the Tang Sanzang before her was not the original. With discerning eyes, Hutu observed Tang Sanzang, who marveled at her insight. As for the source of his knowledge, he could not divulge it. Tang Yu offered a wry smile. Should he disclose that he learned it from the system? Approaching the slumbering figure of the goddess, Tang Yu adjusted his attire and knelt upon the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times. Lady Nuwa, mother of humanity, she certainly deserved such reverence. A formidable aura emanated from her, embodying a transformation between life and death. Tang Yu had gleaned some understanding of Nuwa's circumstances from Tongtian and the mother of Lishan. In the past, during the Saint War, she had intentionally engaged with them, shattering her own saintly essence, subsequently succumbing to slumber, embarking on a path of metamorphosis. No one comprehended the nature of this path, not even the Saint Tongtian. The only certainty was her ongoing transformation. Once she succeeds, she would undoubtedly surpass her former self, rendering her unfathomable. Chapter 362. A discussion on the Tao, the overwhelming presence emanating from her sent shivers through Tang Yu. Although it is said that beneath Hongjun, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun reigns supreme, Tang Yu believed that should Nuwa successfully transform, she would undoubtedly surpass the Supreme Lord. Hutu gazed steadily at Tang Sanzang. What brings you to the underworld? Merely a casual stroll, accompanied by an intention to vex the Buddhist sect. However, upon sensing a terrifying presence in the 18th level of hell, I came to investigate, Tang Yu replied. Is Lady Nuwa on the verge of a successful transformation? At present, it is uncertain. Hutu shook her head. Even if the transformation is successful, it is not so simple. He is still up there, observing everything. Once the final step can truly be taken, he will undoubtedly intervene. How formidable is he? Tang Yu inquired. He follows the path of proving the Tao through strength. It is only a matter of time before he reaches the pinnacle of Hongjun. Very powerful. He possesses inherently immense strength, and by merging with the heavenly Tao, He can harness its power in battle. Hutu said gravely, the power of the heavenly Tao, even if all the saints were to combine their strengths, would not be a match for him, not to mention Tang Tian and the others, who have consumed the fallen Saint Pill and are under his control. As for the two saints of the West, they stand firmly on his side. Even if one were to succeed in the transformation and take that final step, it would still likely invite calamity upon oneself. Hutu sighed. Nevertheless, this path must be traversed, for the heavens must be altered. Otherwise, he will always remain exalted, commanding the heavenly Tao, walking above the heavens, while the Tao remains unjust. Even in the era of chaos, where all things fade away, he remains undying and eternal, persisting through the ages, immortal through countless generations. Tang Yu had already grasped this notion. Regarding the scheming of the heavens, we harbor little confidence. Hutu looked at Tang Yu and said, however, your emergence as a variable may present some opportunities. You walk the path of proving the Tao through strength. And once you break through to the saint level, he will likely act against you immediately. Indeed, I am well aware of this. Tang Yu smiled faintly. Yet, when the time comes to deal with me, it won't be so simple. Hutu regarded Tang Yu with a deep gaze. As a variable, everything is possible. After a pause, she continued, but what if the variable becomes a constant? What do you mean? Tang Yu asked, puzzled. Hutu shook her head. I cannot articulate it precisely. It is merely a feeling. It seems that the heavenly Tao is poised for a reshuffle, though I cannot ascertain the accuracy of my intuition. Are you suggesting that if the heavenly Tao truly undergoes a reshuffle, it may even utilize me as a variable for a grand cleansing? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. I do not know. Theoretically, as a variable, your future holds infinite possibilities, so it should not come to that, Hutu said calmly. For some reason, Tang Yu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Being a variable indeed grants him boundless potential. However, if he is ensnared within the machinations of the heavenly Tao, he could very well become a constant. Thus, it is entirely possible that he could be exploited for some purpose, even for a grand cleansing. After a moment, Tang Yu smiled. Since I am a variable, I naturally possess infinite possibilities. Perhaps, as you say, the heavenly Tao may utilize me for a grand cleansing. But everything hinges upon my own will. The Tao may even rely on my strength. Therefore, as long as I am unwilling, everything becomes inconsequential. Under the heavenly Tao, all beings are but ants. Hutu said quietly, perhaps you, as a variable, are the sole opportunity, the only one with the chance to transcend this realm. Yet matters may not be so simple. In the past, we have discussed him and the heavenly Tao. Do you know why he merged with the heavenly Tao? In pursuit of eternal existence, elevated above all, and wielding control over everything. Tang Yu spoke without a hint of hesitation. Having synthesized with the Tao of heaven, he indeed achieved this, yet he irrevocably forfeited the opportunity for transcendence. He and the Tao were now irrevocably entwined. Thus his path became constrained, leaving no room for liberation. Hutu remarked calmly, such individuals no longer need to seek transcendence. You are correct, Tang Yu conceded. However, let us speculate as we did in the past. If someone were to truly transcend this realm, they might very well influence the Tao of heaven. Hutu responded, yet this remains mere conjecture. The outcome is unknown, as no one has genuinely taken that step. Influence the Tao of heaven, Tang Yu murmured. Indeed, it could potentially herald the onset of the great chaos, Hutu replied. Tang Yu was taken aback. Surely that is impossible? The great chaos, a return to the void, a silence that engulfs the three realms, sparing even the sages. After countless eons, life may once again emerge. This is merely our speculation. Moreover, what do you perceive the Tao of heaven to be? Before Tang Yu could respond, Hutu continued. It is a law, a rhythm of the cosmos. Meeting Tang Yu's puzzled gaze, Hutu elaborated. The rising and setting of the sun, the passage of spring to autumn, the cyclical nature of the seasons, these embody the rhythm of the universe. Should someone truly take that final step, it could shatter this balance. And what of the goddess Nuwa? If she were to succeed in her transformation, would that not signify her crossing the final threshold? Hutu chuckled lightly. Perhaps she could reach his level, yet she would never break free from the heavens. Such metamorphosis cannot lead to liberation. She may only attain the height of Hongjun. However, Hongjun is capable of wielding the power of the Tao in battle. If it were merely this, how could they contend with Hongjun? In Tang Yu's view, having chosen this path, it was likely that there would be contingencies. Yet, what form of contingency could stand against Hongjun, who harnesses the powers of the Tao? Surely Nuwa must sense this transformation as well. Why does she not intervene to prevent it? Tang Yu pondered. Because he harbors ambition, Hutu replied. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Though he has merged with the Tao, he is not the true embodiment of heaven. He seeks to usurp this heaven, to replace it. Indeed, Hutu affirmed. Thus he aims to pursue a higher path through a transformation akin to that of my sister, or perhaps he seeks to supplant the Tao of heaven. In that moment, a sudden acceleration of Tang Yu's heartbeat ensued. Surely, the Tao must also perceive Hongjuan's ambition. Yet, the Tao is merely a governing principle, incapable of acting directly to intervene. It can only orchestrate actions through others to achieve its desires. If this is the case, whose hand does the Tao wish to employ? Taishang Laojun Nuwa, or perhaps his own? Chapter 363. The marriage proposal from Tianju. Tang Yu was startled by this terrifying thought that emerged in his mind. He shook his head, casting the notion from his thoughts. Surely, it could not be so. Even if the heavenly Tao perceives Hongjun's ambition, it is unlikely to take any action. After all, Hongjun, having merged with the heavenly Tao, cannot transcend it. He can only exist beneath it. To usurp the heavenly Tao? Tang Yu let out a cold laugh. His ambition truly knows no bounds. Yet since he is already integrated with the heavenly Tao, how could he possibly replace it? This is, after all, merely speculation on our part, Hu Tu said softly. Her spirit bore a faint sorrow, as if it could dissipate with the slightest breeze. Looking at the still sleeping Nuwa, Tang Yu sighed deeply. After the sealing of the gods, the human race was stripped of its fortune, leaving only the emperor, with no sovereign. Their status fell below that of the immortals and Buddhas, while the demon race had also declined. It can be said that both of these races are significantly connected to Nuwa. It is unexpected that they have fallen to such depths. The two conversed extensively. Just as Tang Yu intended to depart, he could not help but glance towards the depths of the 19th layer of hell. He faintly sensed the presence of the six-eared macaque, albeit very weakly. Without inquiring further, Tang Yu turned and left. Meanwhile, a few disciples had already begun their slow journey. In the land of Tianju, the little rabbit of Chang'e was in attendance. The monk has arrived. Regarding the journey to the west, Tang Yu now wished to conclude it swiftly and reach the western paradise. Yet, once the journey concludes, how could he accumulate more fortune value? This too posed a troubling dilemma. Upon entering the borders of Tianju, he encountered a throng of men, each bearing triangular packs, their appearances weary from travel, clearly having come from afar. Yet, each face was alight with hope and even excitement. A white-haired elder, around 60 years old, leaned on a cane and began to cough, his murky eyes lighting up at the sight of the capital of Tianju. Old man, with your current state, what are you doing here? A young man said helplessly. The princess is recruiting suitors. Does that mean you young folks can participate? As an unmarried man, I naturally have the right to compete, replied the elder, coughing again and rolling his eyes, as if he were ready to join the fray at any moment. Tang Yu stared in astonishment at this scene, his lips twitching involuntarily. An elderly man joining the commotion? The news had spread throughout Tianju. The young princess was holding a grand recruitment for all unmarried men in the nation. Thus, many had traveled great distances to arrive. What if they were chosen? This was a chance to alter one's fate, a prospect no one wished to miss. Moreover, the king of Tianju had only this one daughter, whom he cherished deeply. In a century, the kingdom might very well belong to her. Therefore, under the dual allure of power and beauty, countless men flocked to Tianju, many perishing along the way, while others, with unwavering resolve, made their way begging. Consequently, the capital of Tianju was bustling with activity. The inns were utterly insufficient to accommodate the throngs. The streets were packed with people, creating a veritable sea of humanity, making movement nearly impossible. The king of Tianju could not help but feel a sense of concern. Why? What if individuals from other nations infiltrate our ranks? What if those with ulterior motives orchestrate an intrusion? My dear child, this game has gone a bit too far, the king of Tianju solemnly remarked. What shall we do in the event of a rebellion? Our palace is left with scarcely 10,000 imperial guards. The influx of visitors has frequently incited turmoil, compelling the king to dispatch forces to quell disturbances. Consequently, the palace now stands nearly deserted. Outside, throngs of people gather, appearing as mere specks from afar. Should a scheming individual manage to infiltrate our midst with the intent to seize power, then the throne would be in grave peril. Fear not, father, for I have my own plans. The princess replied with a confident smile gracing her enchanting visage. She was the jade rabbit of the moon, transformed into the guise of a princess, all to orchestrate calamities for Tang Yu and his companions. The true princess had long been imprisoned by her. Yet, she pondered with some perplexity. Logically, Tang Yu and his entourage should have arrived by now. Why then was there no news? The announcement of a royal marriage had been proclaimed, yet the specific date for the commencement of the proceedings was left undisclosed, primarily as they awaited Tang Yu and his party. Without their arrival, she found herself unable to proceed. In the celestial court, the Jade Emperor and others remained vigilant, closely monitoring this predicament. Their people were involved, naturally heightening their anxiety. They had previously reveled in the tribulations faced by Buddhism, but now, the wheel of misfortune had turned upon them, causing immediate concern. They had observed Tang Yu's every move with keen interest. Your Majesty, perhaps we should summon the moon goddess to bring the Jade Rabbit back directly? Suggested the worried Tai Bai Jinxing. The Jade Emperor gazed at him, puzzled. What do you mean, Xiao Bai? Your Majesty, we have all witnessed Tang Yu's actions on this journey. Traditionally, this trial involves a marriage proposal, followed by Sun Wukong's rescue, leading to the revelation of the Jade Rabbit's true form, culminating in a confrontation. Ultimately, the moon goddess intervenes, recovering the Jade Rabbit and rescuing the imprisoned princess. Am I mistaken, my lord? Tai Bai Jinxing articulated. The Jade Emperor regarded him, indicating for the flatterer to continue. Your Majesty, do you not grasp the implications? Given Tang Yu's nature, should he indeed proceed with the marriage proposal, he would never permit Sun Wukong to execute a rescue, becoming ensnared in the allure of softness. Has not such a scenario unfolded numerous times along this journey? At that moment, the Jade Emperor comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, considering Tang Yu's disposition, he could easily become captivated by temptation. Should they allow the moon goddess to step forward and reclaim her Jade Rabbit? Yet, this would likely pose challenges for the Buddhist sect. After a moment's contemplation, the Jade Emperor lit a cigarette and stated slowly, let us observe for now. Additionally, Tai Bai, you shall descend to the mortal realm. If matters take a turn for the worse, immediately inform Tang Yu that the princess is a transformed demon. I will then dispatch the moon goddess to retrieve the Jade Rabbit without delay. Thus, it afforded respect to the Buddhist sect while also preparing for unforeseen events that may arise. Should any unexpected incident occur, the esteemed Tai Bai Jinxing would intervene promptly, and it is believed that no significant issues would arise. However, Tai Bai Jinxing found himself in a quandary. He believed that if Tang Yu wished to pursue something, he would be unable to hinder him, even if he were to inform him that the princess was transformed from a demon. Given Tang Yu's disposition, he would likely become even more enthusiastic. In chapter 364, the Golden Holy Palace was about to give birth, and Tai Bai Jinxing was increasingly cautious not to offend Tang Yu. After all, he still needed to exchange for cigarettes from him. Thus, Tai Bai Jinxing found himself in a predicament, feeling that he might struggle to handle this task, primarily due to his fear of provoking Tang Yu. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance, both intentionally and unintentionally, toward Li Jing, stating, Your Majesty, I am feeling somewhat unwell. If that is the case, let this task be entrusted to Li Jing. I believe that with the wisdom and formidable strength of Li Tianwang, he can certainly manage this matter well. Li Jing, holding a broken bowl, stepped forward, ready to voice a rebuttal. However, upon meeting Tai Bai Jinxing's gaze, he swallowed his words. It was evident that he was being subtly threatened, should Li Jing dare to refuse. Tai Bai Jinxing could easily sever his supply of cigarettes. Li Jing had previously attempted to approach Tang Yu for cigarettes, but Tang Yu had completely disregarded him. Hence, he still had to rely on Tai Bai Jinxing. Through the cigarette dealings, Tai Bai Jinxing not only elevated his status, but also enhanced his standing significantly. It could be said that anyone who indulged in smoking would grant him a modicum of respect, who would dare to flaunt their bravado against him when it was apparent that they were smokers. Consequently, at that moment when Tai Bai Jinxing cast his gaze, Li Jing hastily retracted his words and said, Your Majesty, since Tai Bai is feeling unwell, allow me to make a trip. This arrangement seemed agreeable. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uneasy about Li Jing's ability to execute the task, as he regarded Li Jing as somewhat of a fool, lacking in both intelligence and wit, unlike the astute and shrewd Tai Bai Jinxing. Nevertheless, since Li Jing had personally stepped up to request this mission, it would be inappropriate to refuse. Li Jing, with his toothy grin and bowl in hand, turned to leave, exuding an impressive aura. As he passed by the denizens of the heavenly court, they could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a remarkable bowl-bearer, Li Tianhuang! His presence is truly extraordinary." The deities of the heavenly court once again turned their attention to Tang Sung and his companions. The Jade Emperor felt confident in his arrangements, believing that there were no issues at hand. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would simply alert Tang Sung and send someone to inform the moon goddess to recall the Jade Rabbit. Surely, the Buddhist sect would have little to say in response to such actions. With this thought, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. In stark contrast to the ease felt by the denizens of the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect in the West appeared to be fraught with anxiety, particularly the Buddha, who sensed that the third brother was becoming somewhat disobedient. Hadn't he already arranged for someone to notify him to slow down? Why then was the pace still so rapid? Oh well, at the very least, when the time comes, we can confront the sage behind us directly, especially since I have already conferred with Sha Wujing. There should be no significant issues. The ancient Buddha of light observed the few disciples around the Xuanguang mirror, his expression turning somewhat grave. "May I inquire, Buddha? How shall we overcome this challenge?" he asked. "Under normal circumstances, everything is meticulously arranged. As long as we proceed as planned, success is attainable. However, the actions of Tang Sanzang along this journey have not gone unnoticed by the assembly. Thus, even before this trial has commenced, the Buddhas are already sensing an absence of confidence. Certainly, unforeseen events will arise, but we remain uncertain about their nature. We'll take it step by step," the Tathagata Buddha said calmly. "For if we do not proceed step by step, what else can we do? Who possesses a solution? We can only see how far we can go and then strive to make amends, aiming to facilitate the completion of this trial." The ancient Buddha of light gazed at the Buddha, hoping for a means to navigate these circumstances. Otherwise, we shall forever be led by the nose. "Ancient Buddha, do you have a plan?" the Tathagata Buddha inquired with a smile. "I do not." "Then why speak to me at all?" The Tathagata Buddha lit a cigarette and said, "Ancient Buddha, you need not look at me with such eyes. It is simply that I am at a loss. However, if the ancient Buddha or any of the other Buddhas has a method, feel free to share. Completing this trial would indeed be ideal." The Buddhas exchanged glances, each remaining silent. The atmosphere in the great Thunder Sound Temple was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. It is indeed wiser to say less. For some are aware of the Buddha's thoughts, and having an opinion could lead to dire consequences should they fail to complete the trial. The primary concern lies with Tang Sanzang, a rather unpredictable individual. No one desires to become embroiled in the quest for scriptures. Thus, everyone remained silent, as such matters bore no relation to them. If things went awry, the blame would be laid at higher levels. The Tathagata Buddha chuckled softly. "Look, everyone is at a loss. We must proceed step by step." Ba, the ancient Buddha of light, intoned, sighing once more, choosing to remain silent. He reached for the insulated cup nearby, which contained several large jujubes and goji berries. After blowing on it and taking a sip, he remarked, "However, to prevent unforeseen incidents from arising suddenly and catching us off guard, I have decided to send someone down to the mortal realm to address any unexpected changes. We must at least make an effort to demonstrate our diligence." As soon as the Buddha finished speaking, all the Buddhas immediately lowered their heads, their intention unmistakable. "Please, do not let it be me." Witnessing this, the Buddha sighed. Yet, these individuals had effectively expressed their stance. They belonged to him. Therefore, the Buddha surveyed the assembly, his gaze falling upon the joyful Buddha, who had been quite animated lately. It seemed sending him down would align with his inclinations. "Joyful Buddha, you shall descend to the mortal realm and devise a means to facilitate the completion of this trial," the Tathagata Buddha commanded. The joyful Buddha's eyes brightened instantly. "As you wish, O Buddha." With great joy, he received the divine mandate and descended directly to the mortal realm. His primary focus was on Tang Sung and his companions. Though his true intentions remained elusive, the Buddha regarded the joyous figure with a profound gaze, recognizing that he, much like the ancient Buddha of lamp, represented an unpredictable variable. Furthermore, even if this being chose to follow the Buddha, the latter could not afford to place absolute trust in him. It had been said that betrayal could become an addiction, though the truth of this remained uncertain. Regardless, the essence of a traitor could not be altered. The question of how to eliminate him, as well as the ancient Buddha of lamp, required careful deliberation. As for Maitreya Buddha, his ambiguous stance was gradually tilting towards the Buddha's side. The Buddha felt confident that through his sincerity, he could inspire Maitreya to join him in great endeavors. A shadowy aura enveloped the great thunder sound temple, swiftly dissipating before the eyes of the assembly of Buddhas. The gathered Buddhas were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Kasyapa approached to report, "Esteemed Buddha, it appears that the Golden Holy Palace is about to give birth." The Golden Holy Palace, brought back by Maitreya, had been nurturing a spiritual fetus in the rear courtyard of Ling Mountain. Given that it was a spiritual fetus, the Buddha placed great importance on it, frequently sending nourishing elixirs for its sustenance. He had already sensed the extraordinary nature of this spiritual being. However, with the fleeting shadow just now, an unsettling premonition began to brew within him. Chapter 365. The Descent of Rahu. Upon hearing that the Golden Holy Palace was to give birth, the Buddhas hurriedly congregated outside the chamber, even arranging for midwives. The Golden Holy Palace, having benefited from the spiritual fetus and the numerous elixirs of the Buddha, had regained her former beauty and even exuded a more youthful aura. The Buddhas gathered at the door felt an involuntary tension, especially the Buddha himself, who contemplated how to nurture this spiritual entity for his own purposes. The birth of a spiritual fetus was entirely different from that of an ordinary mortal woman, rendering the prepared midwives unnecessary. In a moment, the abdomen of the Lady of the Golden Holy Palace shrank. Simultaneously, the dark aura swept through the great thunder sound temple. An unprecedented event. The Buddhas felt a surge of anxiety. The Tathagata Buddha's heart raced, sensing something amiss, as if events were unfolding unexpectedly. This spiritual fetus appeared to be rather peculiar. In an instant, the dark aura vanished, revealing a child of around 8 or 9 years old standing beside the Golden Holy Palace. His complexion was pale, his lips slightly pursed, exuding a certain coldness. His indifferent eyes seemed to carry a hint of disdain for the world. "I never expected to escape. Ha." He suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes flickering with a dark, demonic aura. At Xixiao Palace, Hongjuan's expression darkened. Rahu. His primordial spirit had escaped, attaching itself to the body of an infant, thus taking form. Damn it, Hongjun cursed under his breath. Rahu had broken free. However, this is indeed his moment of utmost vulnerability, and it is imperative to eliminate him now, should he regain his corporeal form and unseal the barriers of the demon realm. Allowing the myriad demons to manifest in the world, chaos would undoubtedly ensue across the 3 realms. A transmission echoed downwards. Once Luo who appears in the world, it is essential that the celestial saints eradicate him. This message resonated in the ears of several saints. The eyes of the Supreme Elder Master were deep and profound, akin to chaos itself, seeming to harbor the rotation of sun, moon, and stars within. "I shall retreat into seclusion. Do not disturb me. And I will not meet with anyone," he instructed the 2 attendants, Jean and Ian, before making his way towards the Duosui Palace. How intriguing it is that the demon clan has emerged. A knowing smile graced the lips of the Supreme Elder Master. At Yusu Palace, the state of affairs appeared to be dismally bleak. It was indeed lamentable that one of the renowned saints in the realm had fallen to such depths. The primordial supreme being remained clad in the same attire, for he had no fresh garments. Even his undergarments were crafted as top-tier protective treasures. Yet now he found himself in utter destitution. Even the exquisite goldfish in the nearby pond had inexplicably perished, floating lifelessly on the surface. Inside the palace, only a load-bearing wall and beam remained. Upon receiving the transmission from Hongjun, he paused momentarily, puzzled. Had he not been sealed away? How had he escaped? Stepping into the chaos, he prepared to confer with the 2 sages from the west. Yet, the 2 brothers were utterly bewildered. Luo, who had descended, born at the headquarters of the Buddhist sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Should a great battle ensue, the entire temple would likely be obliterated. As for the monks below, who could fathom how many would perish? The brothers had toiled tirelessly to reach this point, enduring countless tribulations to establish their endeavor. Though not monumental, it at least held a respectable standing among the 3 realms. If it were to be destroyed, both would surely mourn. Moreover, Tang Seng's journey to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to seek scriptures would be utterly in vain. The very essence of the Western Earth had been shattered due to the conflict between Luo Hu and Hongjun. Should another confrontation arise, the entire West would be irrevocably doomed. The brothers exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. This was dire news. How could that wretched child fail to report such a momentous event? The arrival of Luo Hu was significant enough to warrant the attention of Tang Yu, who naturally would come to witness the unfolding drama. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the multitude of Buddhas felt as though their breath had been stifled at that moment. All glancing towards the Buddha. The Buddha blinked once, then again, his trembling hands leisurely retrieving a cigarette to light for himself. Luo Hu. It was indeed Luo Hu. The Buddha felt an overwhelming sense of despair, initially believing that the spiritual fetus nurtured within the golden holy palace could be cultivated for his own use. Yet, it had unexpectedly been born as Luo Hu. At this moment, the Buddha realized how naive his hopes had been. It is perplexing. For this elder brother was sealed by Hongjun. How has he managed to escape? In the chamber, Jin Shinggong gazed at his son with an expression of disbelief. From the moment of his birth, he had completely lost the joys of nurturing a child as a mother. Meanwhile, Luo Hu was also observing her. Son, Jin Shinggong tentatively called out, her voice tinged with caution. Luo Hu snorted, and a black lotus emerged, enveloping him entirely. The 12th grade black lotus. Thanks to this artifact, he was able to break free from his seal. However, now that he had rashly re-emerged, Hongjun would not let him go easily. His own magical power was nearly depleted. Thus he must bide his time, plotting revenge against Hongjun later. The black lotus drifted out of the room, causing great alarm among the gathered Buddhas. Yet, the Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth, coldly smiled, exuding an air of composure befitting a great general. Retreat, follow my lead, he commanded. This was his Great Thunder Sound Temple. It was not a place for conflict. The Buddhas instinctively stepped back, orderly creating a path, even gesturing for him to proceed. The implication was clear. They were indicating to Luo Hu that he should leave. Luo Hu was momentarily taken aback, having prepared for confrontation. Yet he was surprised by their compliance with the situation. Who are these people? Which faction do they belong to? They were all dressed in a haphazard manner, most sporting shaved heads. A notably plump figure stood at the forefront, evidently the leader. This scene caused Luo Hu to reminisce. In his past, he had stood proudly before the demons he led. After a brief contemplation, recognizing that his strength had not fully returned and that his descent had likely been sensed by others, he decided against lingering. The black lotus enveloping Luo Hu's form vanished from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Witnessing this, the Buddhas collectively sighed in relief. The Buddha maintained his expression, a smirk lingering on his lips as he flicked away ash from his cigarette, remarking, "You managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, you would have witnessed my true prowess." Chapter 366. The Buddha faces another slap. Even a small ruffian, upon defeat, must utter a few bold words. The Buddha believed his remarks were entirely justified, perfectly embodying the dignity befitting a leader of the Western paradise, preserving his face. Moreover, he was not afraid of Luo Hu, not in the least. As for why he chose to let Luo Hu pass, it was because this was his Great Thunder Sound Temple, and conflict could not be recklessly initiated here. It should be noted that the Buddhist sect was already strained. Although they possessed some funds, these were earmarked for preparations for his endeavors. Thus wastefulness could not be afforded. Furthermore, violence contradicted the compassionate tenets of Buddhism. Indeed, that was the case. The Buddhas tilted their heads toward the Buddha, observing the smirk still gracing his lips. Cigarette in hand, his eyes deep and unfathomable, seemingly dismissing Luo Hu entirely. The actions of the Buddha did not go unnoticed by several sages present. In the ethereal realm, the two figures of Tang Yu simultaneously turned their heads towards the Western saints. Even though the Western saints possessed a thick skin, they could not help but feel a burning embarrassment upon their faces. That insufferable Shaolai, you have tarnished the dignity of the entire Buddhist sect. How cowardly of you to yield and allow Luo Hu to pass. Do not take offense, Dao brother. Shaolai's actions were not without merit, Zhuan Ti remarked with a smile. After all, we are in the Holy Mountain. Should we act rashly, the Great Thunder Sound Temple would face destruction, and many of the monks below would meet untimely ends. Thus, we can understand Shaolai's decision. He truly embodies the qualities of the Buddha we have chosen, able to swiftly devise the most advantageous plan in the face of great matters. We are indeed gratified. Jane chuckled in agreement, and Tang Yu burst into hearty laughter. How noble of you to speak so justly. You two brothers are indeed commendable, he said, giving a thumbs up. However, the smiles of the two quickly faded, and they cast disapproving glances at Tang Yu. Unfazed, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow at them, as if challenging, "What? Not satisfied? Come at me then." Now that Luo Ho has descended, we should seize this moment of his weakness and eliminate him. This is the command of our master. Yuan Shi Tianzun was the first to manifest a clone and descended to the lower realm. Jane and Zhuan Ti huffed heavily at Tang Tian before conjuring their own clones as well. Yet, Tang Tian remained rooted, declaring, "You three inept beings, although slightly inferior to me, your combined efforts should suffice to deal with Luo Ho." At this, the three saints turned their heads towards Tang Tian, almost tempted to confront him. However, they ultimately dismissed the idea, primarily due to their awareness of their own limitations. The sudden emergence of Luo Ho cast a heavy silence over the great Thunder Sound Temple, where only the serene countenance of the Tathagata Buddha remained, his gaze flickering with unwavering confidence, as though he held dominion over all existence. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, intoned, Luo Ho's reckless descent. Might I inquire if the Buddha has a solution? With the figure having vanished, the Buddha responded calmly, "I have no means to locate him. However, should I find him, I would not hesitate to strike him down, thereby eliminating a significant threat." The ancient Buddha of light paused, contemplating, "Buddha, Luo Ho has descended within the confines of our great Thunder Sound Temple. This matter requires no explanation. What is there to explain? Can you dictate where he chooses to descend?" The Buddha replied, though internally he pondered whether he could leverage Luo Ho's arrival to eliminate the ancient Buddha of light, who was certainly a hindrance on his path. Yet, the Buddha found himself lacking a foolproof method to achieve this discreetly through another's hand. Initially, he thought to utilize unforeseen variables, but what capabilities did Sha Wujing possess? As for the saints backing him, they would not act recklessly. Thus, the Buddha reluctantly abandoned this notion. However, with Luo Ho's emergence, a new opportunity seemed to present itself. The Buddha's eyes flickered as he fell into deep contemplation. A formidable force emanated from the heavens, swiftly whisking away the Buddha before he had the chance to comprehend the situation. Before he could regain his senses, a resounding slap echoed, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Moments later, Zhuan Ti released the Buddha, who lay on the ground, attempting to rise, only to stagger in circles before collapsing once more. Where am I? Why do I see stars all around? Am I being thrown into the Milky Way? The Buddha shook his head several times, and gradually, the surroundings came into focus, revealing the stern countenance of Zhuan Ti before him. Instead of directly confronting Rahu, Zhuan Ti had brought the Buddha along, delivering a sharp reprimand. The sudden turmoil within the Golden Sacred Palace had resulted in a premature birth, necessitating the nurturing of the spirit on Mount Ling. However, just as Rahu emerged, the brothers felt their dignity was thrown into disarray. Despite having provided a forced explanation, their rage remained unabated. Therefore, Zhuan Ti brought the Buddha into the chaos, intent on delivering another reprimand. It was at this moment that the Buddha regained his composure, carefully surveying his surroundings before his gaze settled upon Zhuan Ti. Rising to his feet, he leisurely lit a cigarette, his expression disturbingly calm. This demeanor momentarily stunned Zhuan Ti. Based on past experiences, after such a scolding, the Buddha would typically plead for mercy and atone for his actions. Yet, this unprecedented tranquility was striking. Suddenly, Zhuan Ti felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, he wouldn't contemplate resigning again? Following the previous resignation incident, they had been hesitant to reprimand the Buddha too harshly, fearing he might actually abandon his role. This time, however, Zhuan Ti, driven by frustration, had acted without restraint. It was not entirely unjustifiable. The Buddha's recent actions had undeniably provoked anger among the two saints, tarnishing their reputations. What manner of conduct is this? Tathagata, why did you not report the pregnancy of the Golden Sacred Palace to us? The birth of Rahu, especially on Mount Ling, carries grave implications. Do you realize what this could mean for all of Mount Ling? Your behavior is appalling. Instead of pondering your actions, you are still smoking. Hand me a cigarette. Zhuan Ti glared at the Buddha, yet extended his hand in request. There remained only one cigarette. The Buddha raised his hand, displaying the cigarette, causing Zhuan Ti's expression to darken further. The Buddha continued, "The sudden emergence of Rahu was unforeseen. Not just me, but which of you saints could have anticipated that Rahu would escape? The pregnancy of the Golden Sacred Palace was intended as a means to strengthen our Buddhist community, a plan I had envisioned for its growth. Yet, I never could have anticipated that this would lead to Ra's birth." Flicking the ash from his cigarette, the Buddha spoke with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, I bear some responsibility for this matter, but I acted with the intention of fostering the growth of the Buddhist order. Chapter 367. The capital is overcrowded. The Buddha's words held no faults. They stemmed from a desire to strengthen and develop Buddhism. Who could have foreseen the sudden arrival of Rahu? I fear that even the two saints did not foresee that the illustrious Jin Sheng Palace would give birth to Luo Ho, only realizing this after the fact. The Buddha, feeling the unusual swelling of his face, experienced waves of tingling sensations. Even his lips trembled uncontrollably, making his speech somewhat unclear. Zhuan-Ti was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the Buddha's revelation. Upon seeing the Buddha's bruised visage, he felt a pang of regret for having misjudged him. The issue of Luo Ho was entirely unexpected. Indeed, one could not blame Xiao Lai, whose initial intent had been to strengthen the Buddha. In truth, he had committed no wrongdoing. Zhuan-Ti huffed. Yet you are fully aware that Luo Ho is among us, and still, you led the followers of Buddhism to retreat rather than confront him. How do you justify this? The Buddha took a puff from his cigarette and replied slowly, "The Great Thunderclap Monastery is the culmination of my efforts, and it serves as the headquarters of our Buddhist order. Should a battle erupt recklessly, it would be utterly destroyed, and many disciples of the monastery could suffer grave injuries. Thus, I chose to lead our followers in retreat rather than engage in combat." Zhuan-Ti was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it truly be that he had misjudged Xiao Lai? In the past, when Xiao Lai erred, he would readily admit his faults, but this time he spoke with undeniable conviction. This demonstrated that he held no guilt, hence his boldness. However, a saint of such stature would never stoop to apologize, even if he had erred in judgment. With a huff, Zhuan-Ti continued, "This matter shall be scrutinized with utmost diligence. You may leave now, and bring me that pack of cigarettes. Bring several. That old wretch. Just wait for me." The Buddha silently scoffed, bowing respectfully, "Yes, I take my leave, Tathagata." The reason he refrained from directly confronting Luo Ho was not solely due to the implications of the Great Thunderclap Monastery. Presently, Luo Ho's strength had waned considerably, and the Buddha held absolute confidence in his ability to subdue him. However, Luo Ho's emergence could potentially be a harbinger of good news for the Buddha. For if he seized the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos, he could rise to power. Thus, this was a primary reason for his restraint. First, he needed to heal his injuries with his spiritual powers. Otherwise, bearing a battered visage would be too disgraceful. He then returned to Ling Mountain, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, and swiftly entered the chaos to present them to Zhuan-Ti. Given the existence of the world-destroying Black Lotus, it would not be an easy task for even several saints to locate Luo Ho. Occasionally, they would pause to calculate his whereabouts. "This is not good. He has headed towards the Eastern Sea," exclaimed Yuan Shi Tianzun. In ages past, the demon realm had been suppressed beneath the four seas by Hongjun. Hence, the four dragon kings guarded the four corners, each fulfilling their duty. In reality, this was due to the presence of a grand array within the seas, which served to guard the seal of the demon realm. Although the demon realm had been sealed, no one could ascertain Luo Ho's current strength, or whether he could return to the demon realm. Should he indeed return, eliminating him would not prove to be a simple task. Moreover, if he were to break the seal of the demon realm, chaos would undoubtedly ensue across the three realms. Thus, the three individuals hastily pursued their quarry. Naturally, Luo Ho sensed the approach of the sage and began to flee in another direction. A fierce chase ensued. Meanwhile, Tang Yu remained blissfully unaware of these events. The son of the foolish one had already come into the world, and he was none other than Luo Ho. Had Tang Yu known this, he would undoubtedly have been left speechless, filled with admiration, and would have exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being my disciple." Upon arriving at the capital of the kingdom of Tianju, a multitude of people gathered outside the city gates. On either side, soldiers were stationed, yet the throngs were so numerous that they pressed forward with reckless abandon. The guards found themselves overwhelmed, even contemplating whether to resort to extreme measures to deter the masses. They hurriedly sent word to the king of Tianju, seeking guidance on how to address this matter. Inside the city, the streets were utterly congested, a veritable sea of humanity, with injuries and even fatalities occurring as people were trampled underfoot. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yu paused momentarily, astounded that a mere imperial decree for a marriage proposal could incite such chaos. Yet, one might wonder if the king of Tianju feared that malcontents might seize this opportunity to incite rebellion. The king was equally bewildered, having never anticipated that a simple marriage announcement would yield such profound repercussions. Yutu was also flustered, unsure of how to proceed. She pondered where the misstep had occurred that led to this tumultuous situation. According to the tribulations established by the Buddhist sect, and following their predetermined date, she had issued the marriage proclamation. After some contemplation, Yutu came to realize that although the announcement was made within the designated time frame, the absence of Tang Sanzang prompted her to extend the date under the pretext of ill health. This alteration had resulted in the current overwhelming influx of people, spiraling out of control. "What shall we do, my dear?" the king of Tianzhu inquired anxiously. The capital was packed to the brim, leaving no space to stand. Those dispatched the previous night had become lost in the throng and were nowhere to be found. Yutu's delicate features were etched with concern. "Father, issue a decree stating that the capital is overrun with people. If this continues, I shall have no means to conduct the marriage proposal. We must send them all outside the city, where I can then proceed with my announcement." The king of Tianzhu summoned his attendants and issued a proclamation. Initially, it seemed a perfect resolution. However, as the messenger stepped out of the palace, he was swept away by the crowd, becoming uncontrollably lost among the masses, the decree slipping from his grasp and disappearing from sight. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The realms of the West and the heavenly court were thrown into disarray. The anticipated disruptions had yet to manifest, and the unforeseen turmoil was entirely man-made. Just look at the congested kingdom of Tianzhu. Tang Sanzang and his companions found it utterly impossible to enter. He possessed the Yellow Master's essence, granting him the ability to fly. Traditionally, the followers of Buddhism had worried he might take to the skies. Now, they all hoped he would soar directly into the heart of the chaos. Yet, even if he managed to fly in, however, how should the marriage proposal proceed? Originally, this difficulty arose when Tang Sanzang and his companions entered the kingdom of Tianzhu, only to be struck by the jade rabbit's embroidered ball. Given the current circumstances, it appears that all hope is lost. There seems to be no way forward. The Buddha remains indifferent to the matters concerning Rahu. With the weight of the heavens resting upon the sage, why panic? Thus, the Buddha once again turned his attention to the whereabouts of Tang Sanzang and his companions. This challenge had long been anticipated to encounter unforeseen events, but it was unexpected that such chaos was instigated by human hands. Amitabha, there is nothing to be done. The ancient Buddha of light murmured a Buddhist chant, his aged face etched with helplessness. Chapter 368. Expedite the quest for scriptures to return to secular life. As Tang Sanzang and his companions ventured closer to the Western paradise of Buddhism, the collective faith of the Buddhas had almost entirely waned, including that of the ancient Buddha of light, who had nearly lost all hope. It seems that the Buddha's words, suggesting that all calamities would eventually be compensated by myriad demons, might indeed be the sole recourse. The assembly of Buddhas observed the scene with a serene demeanor. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, they had expected that variables would lead to unexpected outcomes, yet it turned out to be a result of human interference. The decree of the Jade Rabbit was issued prematurely, granting the people of the kingdom of Tianzhu ample preparation time, which led to these events. Nevertheless, the Jade Rabbit acted according to the designated time set by the Buddhist order, thus it bears no fault. Otherwise, let us abandon the endeavor. The Buddha squinted his eyes and suggested. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light recited a Buddhist chant. In my humble opinion, we should first observe. For the joyful Buddha is now in the mortal realm. Perhaps he possesses some remedial strategy. The Buddha let out a derisive laugh. Perhaps the ancient Buddha should ascertain what he is currently engaged in. Before the ancient Buddha of light could finish his chant, he could not help but utter a curse. Damn joyful Buddha, he has once again plunged into a pleasure house. It is said that once the joyful Buddha was allowed to roam freely, he naturally sought to experience and relieve himself. A brief moment of indulgence. Then he would devise a way to resolve this difficulty, which would not consume too much time. After a brief internal conflict, he again immersed himself in the pleasure house. Tang Yu set up camp outside the capital, resting in place. It was not that he wished to enter the city, but rather that entry was impossible. A throng had gathered outside the capital, and the city itself was a sea of humanity. Master, what on earth is happening? The simpleton inquired, puzzled. Could it be that someone is rebelling? Let them rebel. It has nothing to do with us. Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. We shall stay here for 10 to 15 days. And once the crowd disperses, we will enter to exchange for our travel permits, and then embark on our journey. He glanced towards the west. How far are we from the Western paradise? Master, it should be soon. Zhu Beiji replied. Excellent. Then we shall hasten our journey. And once we have strolled through the Western paradise, we shall return to secular life. Return to secular life? The three disciples exchanged glances. Where could they possibly go if they were to return? During their journey to acquire sacred texts, Guanyin encountered several individuals and declared that they should escort the pilgrims from the East Tang dynasty to the West to retrieve the scriptures. Upon the completion of this quest, she promised them positions within the Buddhist hierarchy. Along the way, amidst feasting and merriment, they nearly forgot the gravity of their mission. However, upon realizing they were nearing the West, a sense of trepidation enveloped them. Attaining Buddhahood would mean forsaking pleasures such as drinking and indulging in earthly delights. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, his thoughts solely fixated on enhancing his own prowess in the affairs of the kingdom of demons at Flowerfruit Mountain. Even if he were to renounce his monkhood, he felt he had no place to return. The situation was different for the two simpletons, who were truly without a home. For years they had wandered, only finding temporary refuge in the Cloud Stack Cave and the Sandy River after being cast down to the mortal realm. The prospect of returning to secular life left them in a state of internal conflict. Initially, they had been reluctant to embark on the pilgrimage to the West, yet now, as the journey neared its conclusion, their feelings had grown complicated. Master, will the Buddha allow us to return to secular life? The simpleton inquired with evident concern, believing that such a request would be met with refusal. Tang Yu scoffed. What does it matter whether he permits it or not? He scrutinized the simpleton. You don't genuinely intend to remain in the West as a monk, do you? The simpleton chuckled sheepishly. You've seen my journey. I'm hardly suited to be a monk. Tang Yu internally ridiculed him. You're always in need of a little something to sustain yourself. Becoming a monk would make little difference. Suddenly, he glanced skyward, sensing the presence of King Li. What could that old rascal be doing descending from the heavens? Hidden among the celestial heights, Li Jing maintained an exceedingly calm demeanor, even displaying a hint of schadenfreude. The impossibility of Tang Sanzang and his companions gaining entry meant yet another trial for the Buddhist realm had come to naught. As for the Jade Rabbit, once the appointed time arrived, the Lady of the Moon would simply escort her back. To him, it was evident that this trial was doomed to fail. Suppressing a cough, he adopted a serious countenance and addressed the figure beside him with a slight bow. Li Jing pays his respects to the joyous Buddha. The joyous Buddha wavered slightly, appearing somewhat unsteady, yet he managed to maintain an air of authority befitting his station within the Buddhist community. Oh, it is you, little Li, the joyous Buddha remarked. May I inquire as to the purpose of your descent? Esteemed joyous Buddha, the Jade Emperor has sent me to assist at a critical moment. To ensure the successful completion of this trial, Li Jing replied insincerely. He could not divulge that his descent was motivated by concerns over unforeseen complications and the potential danger to the Jade Rabbit. Thus, he framed his words from a Buddhist perspective. The joyous Buddha, trembling slightly, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Your master's intentions are commendable. It is heartening to see you consider the welfare of the Buddhist realm. It is the duty of His Majesty, the joyous Buddha replied, visibly pleased. The journey to the West is an inevitable tide. It cannot be altered. Observing the throngs of people below, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. One cannot entirely fault him. When the Buddha was dispatched, he plunged directly into the brothel, remaining oblivious to the events transpiring around him. He extended his hand to calculate and was immediately struck by a grim realization. He had anticipated the complications that might arise, yet he never imagined that a mere miscalculation could provoke such a tumultuous crowd. Tang Sanzang and his companions had already established their camp outside the city, showing no inclination to venture inside. However, with so many people gathered, even if they wished to enter, it was impossible. The king of Tianzhu had attempted multiple times to announce his edict and post notices, but every envoy sent forth was swiftly overwhelmed by the crowd. Even attempts to communicate from the palace walls went unheard. The happy Buddha found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Li Jing, observing the predicament below, suggested, in my humble opinion, the throng has gathered due to the Jade Rabbit's matrimonial summons. The king of Tianzhu is utterly powerless, as every proclamation has been lost amidst the chaos. At this juncture, only you, happy Buddha, can personally intervene to quell the masses, and with your divine guidance, they will naturally disperse. Chapter 369. The appearance of the happy Buddha. The happy Buddha pondered Li Jing's counsel and deemed it profoundly insightful. At that moment, The crowd was enraptured by the allure of the matrimonial invitation, and only the Buddha himself could step forth to dissuade them, employing his wisdom to enlighten. This would ultimately reflect favorably upon the Buddhist faith, as the manifestation of the Buddha would awe the masses, especially for the bewildered king of Tang Yu and his entourage. They would surely express their gratitude towards the Buddhist teachings. Resolute in his decision, radiant light emanated from the Buddha, illuminating the heavens. The people of Tang Yu lifted their gaze skyward. Amidst their awe, the happy Buddha gradually materialized, surrounded by a resplendent golden aura. With a compassionate visage, he bore a smile, his hands adorned with prayer beads, and a serene expression as he surveyed the crowd below. Salutations to the Buddha. The crowd immediately knelt in reverence. To ensure the spectacle was visible to all, the happy Buddha employed a spell to magnify his form. Even the king of Tang Yu hastily joined in the act of homage. Yet, the jade rabbit felt a pang of anxiety. Would her inability to fulfill the Buddhist arrangements provoke their ire? Upon reflection, she dismissed the thought. She was the goddess of the moon, and even the Buddhists would have to accord her a measure of respect. Observing the happy Buddha materializing in the heavens, Tang Yu felt a twinge of discontent. Why did he find the demeanor of the Buddhists so irksome? They preached equality among all beings, yet every time they manifested, the entirety of creation bowed before them, underscoring their perceived superiority. Certainly, the notion of equality among all sentient beings is merely a jest casually uttered within the Buddhist realm. This sentiment extends beyond Buddhism. Even celestial beings, upon descending to the mortal realm, find all beings bowing in reverence. Alas, prior to the calamity of the Fengshen, who dared to act thus? Regrettably, after the conclusion of the Fengshen, the fortunes of humanity have waned. The celestial beings have reclaimed their positions, while the development of Western Buddhism has progressed, leaving humanity languishing in despair. As the multitude knelt in submission, only Tang Yu and a few others cast an impassive glance at the Maitreya Buddha above and then diverted their gaze. San Lingxi was grilling fish and turned to Tang Yu with a query. "Master, shall I add more chili powder?" "Indeed," Tang Yu replied absent-mindedly, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Maitreya Buddha. He had long harbored murderous intent towards this rabbit-like figure. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, indulging in revelry within brothels, he possessed genuine quasi-saintly cultivation, making his demise a formidable challenge, especially if conducted stealthily. "Humph, you mere mortals. In your ignorance, gather here, having repeatedly caused the demise of others. Shall you not account for your sins?" Though the voice of the Maitreya Buddha remained calm, it reverberated like thunder in the ears of the assembly, clear and unmistakable. The mention of taking lives left some perplexed. The Maitreya Buddha then gestured towards those who had perished underfoot. At that moment, the crowd bowed their heads even lower. "We beseech the Buddha for forgiveness for our transgressions," the multitude implored. The princess's marriage proposal is a joyous occasion, which we can comprehend. However, to commit sins over trivial matters is unforgivable, the Maitreya Buddha declared. The emperor of the land of Tang Yu has issued multiple decrees to cancel the martial arts competition for the marriage proposal. Yet the envoys sent by him have been repeatedly trampled in the crowd, leading to fatalities. This is truly an unforgivable crime. So many had gathered that Tang Sanzang and his companions found it impossible to enter the city. This predicament hindered their progress. Consequently, the Maitreya Buddha unilaterally decided to annul the marriage proposal. As for how to complete this trial, when Tang Sanzang and his companions entered the palace to exchange for the necessary documents, the Jade Rabbit would bestow upon him the title of Prince Consort. In this manner, the trial could be subtly accomplished. The Maitreya Buddha, suddenly filled with self-admiration for his cleverness, silently commended himself. Alas, such intelligence, which could not be utilized as the Tathagata of the West, is indeed a source of lament. Suddenly, an epiphany struck the Maitreya Buddha, and he appeared momentarily stunned, dropping his smoke onto the ground, which fortuitously landed beside someone below. Unaware of this smoking object's nature as a celestial artifact, the individual refrained from any rash actions, watching as the half-burnt smoke ignited beside him. The grass around it emitted wisps of smoke. Oh no, the Buddha has become enraged. The artifact fell, threatening to ignite the surroundings as punishment for these mortals. In an instant, the man felt every nerve in his body tense up. His eyes remained fixed, unblinking, upon the swirling blue smoke, which gradually expanded. He knelt motionless on the ground, not daring to alert anyone to the fire. It was evident that the Buddha was punishing these ignorant mortals with celestial artifacts. To shout a warning would surely offend the Buddha, potentially leading to dire consequences. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, rendering him paralyzed with fear. High above, the blissful Buddha blinked, realizing that the situation was not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. If things unfolded as he imagined, this challenge would naturally resolve itself. Yet, what kind of person was Tang Sanzang? He was even seeking a bride. There was no need for such an endeavor. He might very well remain here. What a blunder. It was only now that the blissful Buddha regained his composure. Regardless, dispersing the crowd was the immediate priority. As for this trial, whether it succeeded or not was of little consequence. After all, many challenges had failed before, and this one would not make a difference. With that thought, the blissful Buddha felt a wave of relief. Tang Yu gazed at the burning cigarette butt, which had ignited some dry grass, emitting a faint glow and wisps of smoke. Should he stoke the flames further? Yet, with so many people present, an escalation of the fire could easily harm them. You lot should depart swiftly. Gathering here is quite inappropriate, the blissful Buddha declared. Instantly, the crowd rose, each individual dejectedly turning away and trudging into the distance. They had invested so much in this matchmaking endeavor, some even selling their homes. After enduring such hardships to arrive, their dreams now lay in ruins. The path to easy sustenance was not so straightforward. With heads bowed low, they departed, a vast sea of sorrowful figures, stretching endlessly. Moments later, the throng had nearly dispersed, yet the cigarette butt, defiantly flickering, continued to emit faint glimmers of light. All of this suggested that Tang Yu had been subtly protecting the flame. Otherwise, it would have been extinguished long ago. Initially concerned about harming innocents, he now felt free to intensify the fire, knowing the responsibility lay with the blissful Buddha for this flickering ember. Is there a way to directly refine the blissful Buddha? He pondered. Chapter 370. Accompanying the blissful Buddha. This notion was somewhat unrealistic, given that Maitreya was a quasi-saint. Even the true fire of samadhi could not consume him. Observing the wisps of flame, Tang Yu's expression shifted subtly, his innocent visage even taking on a hint of endearing naivety. Tang Sanzang, the crowd has dispersed. Will you not enter the city? The blissful Buddha inquired, directing his gaze toward Tang Yu and his companions. In his view, this trial had reached its conclusion. Nevertheless, there were still matters to attend to, and thus he urged them onward. Understood, Tang Yu replied, somewhat brusquely. With a mysterious air, he waved at the happy Buddha. The Buddha, puzzled, nonetheless descended beside Tang Yu. Master Tang, what brings you here? Are there any fine establishments you could recommend? Tang Yu whispered in his ear. The happy Buddha's eyes widened in disbelief, and he trembled slightly, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap him. What kind of absurdity was this? To inquire about good places? Although he was familiar with such matters, the audacity of the question was a disgrace to the Buddhist order. Li Jing, concealed in midair, nearly burst into laughter. What's wrong? Is the service not satisfactory here? Tang Yu innocently remarked, then produced a pack of cigarettes to offer the happy Buddha. Upon seeing the cigarettes, the Buddha reached for them eagerly but huffed. There's a place called Chunyu Tower, it's quite good. He communicated this telepathically. Chunyu Tower, where is it? What kind of packages do they offer? However, while the happy Buddha spoke telepathically, Tang Yu blurted it out loud. The Buddha paused, nearly fainting from the absurdity. How could Tang Sanzang be so oblivious? It was clear he had intended to keep this information discreet. Yet, as a mere mortal, it was understandable that Tang Sanzang lacked the ability to communicate telepathically. The ladies there are rather delightful, the happy Buddha added, mainly out of gratitude for the cigarettes Tang Yu had given him. Otherwise, he would never have divulged such information, as it could tarnish his reputation and that of the Buddhist order. Well then, why not take me there? Tang Yu winked meaningfully at him. Very well. I shall accompany you, the happy Buddha replied with a grunt. Tang Yu smiled and instructed his disciples behind him. Get ready and head into the city. I will go in with the Buddha first. Following the happy Buddha, they made their way toward the kingdom. As for that spark of fire, Tang Yu decided to extinguish it himself, as letting it blaze could lead to unfortunate consequences for the mortals involved. He had already devised a strategy in his mind for discreetly dealing with the happy Buddha. The happy Buddha, with a flicker, transported them to the entrance of Chunyu Tower and advised, hurry along. Then go to the palace to exchange for the travel documents, and make haste. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Yu seized his arm, insisting, my treat, dear brother. The happy Buddha hesitated. Is that really appropriate? But Tang Yu would not take no for an answer, dragging him inside, and the Buddha reluctantly complied. Suddenly, Tang Yu thought of someone, his dear elder brother, the yellow wind monster. What a pity that he had been utterly defeated. If only he had the chance to be reborn, he would ensure that he was born into a good family, as a form of reparation. Unfortunately, the opportunity to make amends never presented itself. Ah, esteemed gentlemen. Please come in. The madam hurriedly greeted them. After you, Buddha. Tang Yu gestured for the happy Buddha to enter, then added, please bring us a few appetizers. As for the wine, I have my own. The mother hurriedly led the two individuals into a spacious room. Before them, a young lady clad in delicate gauze began to dance gracefully. Tang Yu and Huanqi Buddha sat at the table, toasting each other with the erguo that Tang Yu had brought forth. Huanqi Buddha was no stranger to this liquor, as it was the same he had consumed at the headquarters of the Ling Mountain Buddhist sect. It must be said that once one becomes accustomed to this particular spirit, other milder beverages truly seem insipid and devoid of flavor, primarily due to the low alcohol content of the liquor from the Tang dynasty. Hence, they willingly parted with a substantial price, akin to the value of a 9-turn golden pill, to procure this exquisite celestial brew. As the 2 cups of liquor were downed, Huanqi Buddha's gaze began to waver, his eyes glimmering with a hint of flirtation as he observed the young ladies. Witnessing his demeanor, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. System, is there a pill that can eliminate the sage's essence? He inquired. The system promptly responded with the name of the pill, Fallen Saint Pill. This revelation momentarily took Tang Yu aback. Wasn't this the very pill that Hong Jun had administered to the 3 saints? It was intended to prevent any dissent among them and to facilitate their control. Tang Yu was well aware that even the likes of the Tongtian Edu and the Supreme Old Lord had attempted to dissolve the effects of the Fallen Saint Pill. Yet they had been unsuccessful. If the Fallen Saint Pill remained unresolved, they would perpetually be under Hong Jun's dominion, their fates resting in another's hands. Is there a remedy to counteract the Fallen Saint Pill? Tang Yu continued his dialogue with the system, knowing that one day he would confront Hong Jun. Although Tongtian appeared to be on his side, should Hong Jun leverage the Fallen Saint Pill as a threat, it could become quite troublesome. As for the Supreme Old Lord, while he seemed to harbor some ulterior motives, he did not currently exhibit any overt hostility. If Tang Yu could find a way to dissolve the Fallen Saint Pill, it would not only liberate him from Hong Jun's grasp, but also potentially yield assistance from others. The system replied, Celestial Spirit Pill. Cost, 100 million in fortune value. Upon seeing this exorbitant price, Tang Yu gasped in disbelief. 100 million? Goodness, that was exorbitantly costly. However, despite the steep price, he had to find a way to exchange for it. Primarily, he needed to resolve the situation with Tongtian first. As for the Supreme Old Lord, it would depend on his specific plans. The value of fortune could be gradually accumulated and exchanged over time. Presently, he had just over 100 million in fortune value. If he were to redeem the Celestial Spirit Pill, would he not become destitute once more? How much fortune value is required for the Fallen Saint Pill? Tang Yu consulted the system, preparing to address Huanqi Buddha. He pondered, could I perhaps send him back to Ling Mountain, allowing him to meet a self-destructive demise? Even in death, I must ensure that Huanqi Buddha perishes at Ling Mountain. Perhaps this would yield unforeseen benefits and accumulate more fortune value for me. With this thought in mind, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Huanqi Buddha, as if he were staring at a mountain of gold. Huanqi Buddha, sensing a shiver run down his spine, was inexplicably overtaken by a sense of foreboding, murmuring to himself, what is going on? Am I feeling cold from the drink? Chapter 371. Matters of urgency. Tang Yu cleared his throat lightly, hastily averting his gaze. He lifted his wine cup and toasted with the happy Buddha. The Celestial Destruction Pill, valued at 10 million units of fortune. The system responded, should the host desire the happy Buddha to return to the Spirit Mountain in a blaze of glory, this system can enhance the Celestial Destruction Pill, infusing its potency into the Celestial Destruction Pill for a total of 10,500,000 units of fortune. The price stung Tang Yu. Yet for the sake of ensuring the happy Buddha's demise and generating substantial benefits for himself, he gritted his teeth and made the exchange. Once the Celestial Destruction Pill was acquired, Tang Yu flashed a toothy grin at the happy Buddha, proclaiming generously, Buddha, are there any lovely ladies you have your eye on? Allow me to treat you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The happy Buddha, having just released some pent-up frustrations, now felt a sudden elegance wash over him with the touch of wine. Not at all. Tang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Even if you wish to take them all, it matters not. With a sly grin, he produced a pill and presented it to the happy Buddha. This is for your enjoyment, to enhance the festivities. Instantly, the happy Buddha's face brightened with joy. He felt that Tang Sanzang was indeed quite agreeable and to his taste. Subtly, he accepted the pill, glancing around furtively. The young ladies continued dancing, oblivious to the exchange. Had they witnessed it, it would have been a disgrace for a disciple of the Buddha, especially one of the esteemed happy Buddha's stature. Tang Sanzang certainly knew how to handle matters. The happy Buddha was quite pleased with this arrangement and, in a somewhat dazed manner, stood up. From this day forth, you are my dear brother, he exclaimed, moving towards two young ladies and leading them into a nearby room. Tang Yu's expression froze momentarily. The words struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of something he had heard before. In the Western paradise, the Buddha's gaze deepened upon witnessing this scene. I sent you out on official business, not for frivolity, he thought, as the dignity of the Buddha was thoroughly tarnished. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, noting the Buddha's darkening countenance, and could not help but admire the audacity of the happy Buddha. This fellow truly possessed a remarkable boldness. Tasked with a mission by the Buddha, he not only indulged in wine with Tang Sanzang, but also brazenly embraced young ladies and retreated to a room to revel in debauchery. This was indeed a disgrace to the Buddhist order. The mere presence of Tang Sanzang, a source of embarrassment, had already left the assembly feeling helpless. Nevertheless, as a mere intermediary of the Buddhist realm, his attachment to the mundane was somewhat understandable. However, the happy Buddha was different. As a renowned figure within the Buddhist community, he brazenly entered a brothel. Had it been done discreetly, one might have overlooked it, considering the happy Buddha's occasional indulgences could be met with understanding. Yet, to do so openly was excessive, leaving the Buddhist order's dignity in tatters. Infuriated, the Buddha's eyes radiated a chilling light. Someone must go and eliminate the happy Buddha. You, the ancient Buddha of Lamp, shall undertake this task. After all, he was a variable that had long been considered for removal, making him the perfect candidate for this mission. It would be preferable for the joyful Buddha and the ancient lamp to suffer mutual destruction, resulting in their simultaneous demise. Amitabha, the ancient lamp Buddha, recited a sutra, reflecting on the excessive actions of the joyful Buddha. However, it appears that he has already begun his descent, and even an elder monk cannot intervene at this juncture. The ship has sailed. Perhaps it would be best to allow him to complete his descent and then let the Buddha administer his punishment upon his return to the spirit mountain. The old lamp's reasoning bears merit. If he does not wish to intervene, the Buddha cannot compel him to descend and slay the joyful Buddha, lest his true intentions be exposed. Nonetheless, the joyful Buddha's actions are indeed egregious. It is a disgrace for our Buddhist community that he brazenly entered a brothel. Such conduct is a stain upon our faith, and I must teach him a stern lesson. The Tathagata Buddha scoffed, his expression darkened, revealing his anger. The elder monk believed that the joyful Buddha should be reprimanded for disregarding the dignity of the Buddhist community, truly deserving of severe punishment. The ancient lamp Buddha was also incensed. Should the joyful Buddha return, he would not hesitate to join the Buddha in administering a lesson. Very well. It shall be decided that when the joyful Buddha returns, an ancient Buddha will take action to teach him a lesson, declared the Tathagata Buddha. He must not act rashly against the joyful Buddha, although he is an unpredictable variable who can ascertain where allegiances may lie at the last moment. If he were to strike him, those who might have stood with him could very well change sides after receiving a few blows, rendering the effort futile. Since it is the Buddha's command, the elder monk shall comply. The ancient lamp Buddha affirmed, "This is indeed splendid." The Tathagata Buddha nodded. Regarding this dilemma, do the assembled Buddhas have any opinions? The proposal for marriage is utterly futile. At once, all the Buddhas bowed their heads. Their meaning was unmistakable. They, too, had no solutions. Amitabha, the ancient lamp Buddha remarked, "It seems that accomplishing this challenge is not as simple as it once appeared. In my view, we might as well allow them to embark on their journey." Instantly, the assembled Buddhas appeared bewildered, including the Buddha himself, gazing at him in confusion. The ancient lamp Buddha, who had always devoted himself to the journey to the West, would never abandon the endeavor without the slightest chance of success. Unexpectedly, he proposed to relinquish this challenge. He continued, "Now, with the trials of the journey to the West, the instances of completion are few and far between. The Buddha has also stated that it would be prudent to prepare for subsequent contingencies, and it may be wiser to initiate the final plan. This involves the golden-winged roc descending to lead the myriad demons of Lion Turtle Kingdom in establishing layers of tribulations, thereby compensating for all unfinished challenges. As the Buddha mentioned, this strategy would both utilize Sun Wukong to weaken the demons of Lion Turtle Kingdom and rectify all the incomplete trials of the journey to the west. Once they arrive at the Spirit Mountain and present the scriptures, allowing them to return to the Tang dynasty, we would have, albeit reluctantly, fulfilled the quota of tribulations. Consequently, we could guide Tang Sanzang and his companions into the Buddhist fold, enabling them to attain enlightenment. Suddenly, the ancient lamp Buddha let out a sinister laugh. Once the journey to the west is complete, Tang Sanzang would become entirely devoid of utility. All the Buddhas could finally express their grievances. The issue of incense also looms large. Upon reflection, the predicament of Sha Wujing arises. Once the journey to the west concludes, his significance diminishes, and even the sage behind him may no longer take interest in his affairs. As for the matter of the cigarettes, it is surmised by the Buddha that they were likely entrusted to Sha Wujing by the Supreme Lord Laozi, who, in turn, facilitated their sale through Tang Sung. While remaining in the shadows, with the completion of the journey to the west, the sage's attention will wane, and thus, the supply of cigarettes may cease altogether. Upon considering this, the ancient Buddha of Light urgently proclaimed, Amitabha, Buddha, I believe there is another pressing matter that must be prioritized and addressed immediately. The Buddha gazed at him in puzzlement. What other matter is there? Chapter 372. Taking action against Li Jing, respected Buddha. The group, led by Tang Sung, is soon to journey westward, and the issue of the cigarettes is a variable entrusted to him by Sha Wujing. In my humble opinion, regardless of whether the journey is completed, this variable will lose its intrinsic value. Furthermore, the entity behind Sha Wujing may not provide him with any more cigarettes. The ancient Buddha of Light expressed with growing concern. His words startled those in a reverie, instantly awakening the entire Spirit Mountain. Indeed, once the journey to the west reaches its end, the cigarettes will undoubtedly vanish. Yet, the Bodhisattva Lingji's eyes glimmered with intrigue. It seemed imperative to seek out Tang Sung in exchange for a substantial supply of cigarettes this time. The selling price could certainly be adjusted upwards, with the primary concern being to retain enough for personal use. Clearly, this matter requires swift resolution, as it is of utmost urgency. The entire Spirit Mountain became restless, anxiety spreading rapidly. If they were to be left without cigarettes, it would spell disaster. Some even calculated their worth in terms of how many packs they could exchange, contemplating whether to expend a significant portion of their value to stock up. Ancient Buddha, your reasoning is sound, the Buddha acknowledged, nodding before addressing Bodhisattva Lingji. You shall descend to the mortal realm and procure as many cigarettes as possible from Tang Sung, ensuring ample spiritual sustenance is stored. Respectfully following your command. Bodhisattva Lingji was eager to descend. When you visit Tang Sung, do remind the happy Buddha to return swiftly, saying that I have matters to discuss with him. The gaze of the Tathagata narrowed slightly, emanating an unsettling aura that sent chills down the spine. Instantly, Bodhisattva Lingji's expression turned grave, yet he accepted the Buddha's command. Returning to his meditation chamber to meticulously select an array of treasures, effectively investing his entire worth into this endeavor. Everyone is well aware of the benefits of cigarettes. Thus, it is crucial to amass a substantial supply. Having resolved all matters, he set forth to the mortal realm. In the realm below, within the palace of the kingdom of Tianju, the countenance of the Jade Rabbit displayed considerable distress. The matrimonial proposal had descended into chaos. This task was assigned by the Buddhist order with the tacit approval of her master. What would happen if they were held accountable for failing to fulfill the mission? However, the matchmaking has fallen through, leaving no means to fulfill it. It seems alternative solutions must be sought. Concerning the whereabouts of Tang Sanzang and his companions, she has already discerned their location. At this moment, they find themselves within a brothel in the capital of the Tianju kingdom. When the Jade Rabbit uncovered this news, she was taken aback, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. The reincarnation of the golden cicada from the west, a virtuous soul who has cultivated for 10 lifetimes, now unexpectedly finds himself entrenched in a brothel. The Jade Rabbit confirmed the identity multiple times, yet she could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Oh, dear prince, what has befallen you? The king of Tianju noticed his child's troubled demeanor. It is nothing. Is it still about the matchmaking? He scoffed. These bold individuals have truly stirred up chaos. The king of Tianzhu snorted. Had it not been for the manifestation of the Buddha at that moment, he would have been at a loss. No, father, that is all in the past, the jade rabbit replied distractedly. Yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to resolve this predicament and honor her master. However, she could not conceive a suitable plan. The king assumed his child's reluctance to share was due to the matchmaking issue, thus offering further words of comfort before departing. The jade rabbit was left in a state of turmoil, utterly unsure of her next steps. As she dismissed the others, a flash of light illuminated the room. It was the formidable Li Tianwang, standing regally at the window. The setting sun cast brilliant rays through the glass, enveloping him in a radiant glow, lending him an air of sanctity. The jade rabbit rose and offered a slight bow. Greetings, Li Tianwang. The trials of the journey to the west are merely a fleeting phase. There is no need for excessive concern. When the time arrives, we shall return to the heavenly court, Li Jing stated, harboring an ominous premonition. He felt compelled to hasten his departure. One must understand that for a being of his cultivation, such foreboding instincts often held a significant truth. Thus, he made his presence known as a reminder. After all, the tribulations faced by Tang Sanzang and his companions bore little relevance to the heavenly court. Furthermore, they were approaching the west. From the onset to this point, only a handful of trials had been completed. Even if they were to surmount this challenge and all subsequent tribulations, it would still pale in comparison to the greater calamity of the journey to the west. Hence, with the weight of his unsettling premonition, Li Jing resolved to retreat. Only by returning to the heavenly court might he find solace. The jade rabbit understood. Very well, she replied. Li Jing instructed, in that case, ensure your safety. He was eager to return to the heavens, feeling anxious in this place. The jade rabbit watched him leave, puzzled by his final words, take care of yourself. Did this imply a threat against her? After pondering for a moment, she could not arrive at a conclusion. As for Li Jing, having imparted his advice to the jade rabbit, he deemed there were no further pressing matters and prepared to ascend to the heavens. However, completely oblivious to the situation, Tang Yu stood beside him, witnessing everything unfold. The matters concerning the joyful Buddha were essentially resolved, leaving only Li Jing, who naturally required a warm reception. As for the main body, it was currently nestled within a small building, being pampered by a group of young ladies, indulging in slumber. Even the celestial deities above could behold this scene. Seizing the opportunity, he approached Li Jing's side. One must admit that Li Jing's instincts were remarkably acute. The moment Tang Yu appeared beside him, an inexplicable chill coursed through his being, prompting him to hastily alert the jade rabbit. He then prepared to return to the heavens, seeking solace in his own domain, his sanctuary. Desiring to ascend to the heavens? Tang Yu scoffed derisively. You shall not return. At that moment, an unexplainable shiver ran through Li Jing. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror, and a howl reminiscent of a wild wolf escaped his lips. Following this, his body plummeted rapidly, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Oh dear, Li Jing's face turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his brow, emitting a sound that mingled pain and joy. The familiar sensation enveloped him once more. With his mouth agape, he gasped for air. A stone rod protruded from his backside, quivering with each tremor of his body. Li Jing lay on the ground, his body trembling, mouth wide open, desperately inhaling the cool air. Oh my! Chapter 373. The Emergence of the Exquisite Pagoda. His entire being quaked in agony. Who could this be, so despicable, targeting him time and again? This individual must undoubtedly be the same one who had harmed him previously. Who are you? Show yourself, you scoundrel! Li Jing bellowed, his heart-rending cries echoing through the air. Not far away, a woodcutter dropped his firewood in disbelief, gazing at Li Jing as he leaped from the crater. Li Jing continued to scream, not merely from pain but also from humiliation. Upon noticing the woodcutter nearby, Li Jing hesitated for a moment, then hastily crawled away, moving with astonishing speed. If others were to learn that the illustrious King Li was being targeted and subjected to such disgrace, what would become of his dignity? Under the dim cover of night, the woodcutter could not discern the details, but he noted the presence of a tail, indicating it was no ordinary being. He hurriedly shouldered his firewood and returned home, documenting all he had witnessed. 200 miles to the west of Tianzhu, there exists a strange creature, name unknown, resembling a human. It has a human head and body, but a tail like a stone rod, its cries akin to weeping, filled with lamentation. It moved swiftly, as if flying. Li Jing crawled far away, yet before he could fully comprehend his situation, a throne descended from the heavens. Before he could utter another word, with a thunderous crash, the exquisite pagoda plummeted from above, magnifying several times in size, and came crashing down upon him. In an instant, Li Jing's corporeal form was obliterated, and the descending exquisite pagoda vanished without a trace, alongside his shattered bowl. Li Tianhuang truly lives up to his title, a man who has weathered numerous storms. He remains remarkably composed, despite the fact that only his spirit lingers. His gaze appears somewhat vacant, as if he has yet to fully regain his senses. Meanwhile, the deities of heaven remain oblivious to Li Jing's plight, their attention fixated instead on the joyous Buddha and Tang's son. Observing the joyous Buddha re-enter the realm of festivities, the Jade Emperor bursts into laughter, exclaiming that the joyous Buddha of the Buddhist sect is indeed different in his practice. The other gods, witnessing this scene, cannot help but smirk. They are well aware of the joyous Buddha's character, yet such unabashed openness is a rarity. Oh, it seems the last time he was also in the company of Tang Xing. This Tang Xing is practically a nemesis for their Buddhist sect. His actions throughout this journey have left the Jade Emperor quite pleased, especially as the Buddhist sect has been left in disarray. Reports from the Tai Bai Star reveal that the lotus thrones of the Buddhas have been replaced with mere wooden stools, prompting hearty laughter from the Jade Emperor, who nearly succumbed to curiosity and descended to the Western paradise for a glimpse. Resisting the urge, he lit a cigarette, pondering the emergence of Rahu, which he was well aware of. However, with several sages acting simultaneously, there should not be any significant issues. Yet, the thought that Rahu's emergence was due to Zhu Beiji causes his lips to twitch. During this period, he has been incessantly arranging for the imperial physicians to examine the condition of his celestial maiden, fearing that something untoward might befall her. Yet, this celestial maiden seems unaware of her situation. Had she not been placed under house arrest, she might have already descended to seek out Zhu Beiji. To make matters worse, she conspired with the weak water last time, allowing it to infiltrate the forbidden grounds of heaven and pilfer some items. Fortunately, there were seals in place. Reflecting on this, the Jade Emperor cannot help but admire his own foresight, having anticipated potential threats. Your Majesty, it appears this trial is now nearly impossible to complete, remarked Tai by Xingjun. I believe it is time to allow the Jade Rabbit to return to heaven, primarily for its safety. This trial has yet to commence. If we send the Jade Rabbit back to heaven now, the Buddhist sect will undoubtedly become suspicious. With Li Jing's name being mentioned, the Jade Emperor's expression suddenly shifted. Alas, something has happened to Li Jing. Tai Bai, swiftly descend and bring him back. The other deities, perplexed, were unaware of the latest troubles befalling the heavenly king. As you command, responded Tai Bai Xingjun, hastily making his way to the mortal realm. Observing the emperor's countenance, he knew something significant had transpired regarding Li Tianhuang. After addressing Li Jing's situation, Tang Yu chose not to leave immediately, but instead concealed himself in the shadows. Watching as Li Jing's spirit flailed about in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently. At this moment, Li Jing resembled a shrewish woman. However, such relentless misfortune would be hard for anyone to bear. Having been stabbed multiple times and losing his physical form repeatedly, it was indeed a trying ordeal. This time, it was infuriating. The thief had directly used his own exquisite pagoda to cover it up. This brazen villain, undoubtedly familiar with his own people, exhibited a level of skill and precision that was alarming. Li Jing was consumed with a desire to rend him limb from limb to alleviate his heart's anguish. At this moment, Tang Yu lurked nearby, observing him as one might watch a jester. With such demeanor, he still dared to call himself the Great King Li? TSK. In his heart, Tang Yu could not help but scorn Li Jing. He even contemplated whether, witnessing Li Jing's frantic and enraged display, he should extend a hand of mercy to liberate him from his torment, allowing him to slip into eternal slumber. After some reflection, he decided against it. Patience is a virtue. Just as he resolved to depart, he sensed the presence of the Star of Tai Bai, causing him to halt once more. In this era of the journey to the west, there were few tribulations remaining. He needed to find ways to accumulate fortune. Thus, Tai Bai, I must apologize. Rest assured, my brother will act swiftly to ensure you suffer little. Tang Yu sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. Upon sensing Li Jing's aura, Tai Bai Jinxing hastily descended from the heavens. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Another disaster? It seemed one could scarcely keep track of how many times Li Jing had found himself in such predicaments. The corners of Tai Bai Jin Xing's mouth twitched slightly. King Li, His Majesty has sensed your distress and has sent this old servant to escort you back to the heavens. Li Jing, with a flushed face and a torrent of invective spewing forth, continued his tirade. King Li, we should hasten back to the heavens, Tai Bai Jin Xing urged, though he felt a twinge of disdain. After all, King Li was a figure of high esteem in the celestial realm. How could he behave like a haranguing fishwife? Suddenly, a shadow loomed before them, as if heavy clouds were pressing down. Tai Bai Jin Xing instinctively looked up, his expression changing drastically. What is that exquisite pagoda doing here? The Buddhists have taken it. They exchanged it with the Buddha for incense. Upon seeing the pagoda descending upon them, he naturally deduced that it was the Buddhists who were striking. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth beneath them. Undoubtedly, Tai Bai Jin Xing was now treading the same path as Li Jing. As for the treasures he had carried, they vanished without a trace alongside the exquisite pagoda. Was it truly without pain? Surely, it would pass quickly. Tang Yu gazed at the now soulless Tai Bai Jin Xing, feeling a twinge of guilt, embarrassment washing over him. He lingered in remorse for a few moments. Chapter 374, Let Me Strike Him. Initially, he had looked down upon Li Jing's lack of composure. Now, however, Tai Bai Jin Xing had transformed into a madman, unleashing a torrent of curses. It had to be the Buddhists, so despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics to strike from the shadows. Li Jing stared in disbelief at the now ethereal Tai Bai Jin Xing, his lips twitching slightly. A sense of guilt began to creep in. After all, Tai Bai had descended to the mortal realm because of him, and he had never anticipated such calamity befalling him. Tai Bai opened his mouth as if to utter a few words of comfort. However, he appeared to have lost his composure entirely, his face flushed with indignation. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Yu let out a sigh. Accumulating fortune was no easy task, especially as they were rapidly approaching the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Thus, he felt the need to act swiftly. Forgive me, Li Tianwang and Tai Bai. Yet, he also discovered that the Linglong Treasure Pagoda proved to be quite effective, particularly in its precision when targeting individuals. He had originally pilfered it from the Buddhist treasury with the intention of exploiting its capabilities for unexpected gains. Consequently, he had refrained from exchanging it for fortune value with the system. Upon utilizing it today, he realized it was indeed extraordinary, especially for capturing individuals with remarkable efficiency. Originally intending to depart, Tang Yu hesitated upon seeing Tai Bai and the others, choosing instead to remain hidden. It was likely that the heavenly court would soon send individuals down. Compared to the Buddhist sect, the heavenly court was far more affluent at this juncture. The Buddhist sect had become disheartening to him, especially since he had shared a drink with them on 2 occasions. Recently, he had heard whispers that the Buddhist treasury had been replenished. It seemed there might be an opportunity to peruse their offerings. Tang Yu reclined on his bed, with several maidens attending to him, kneading his back and legs. In the shadows, the Lingji Bodhisattva furrowed his brow slightly. As a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, appearing so recklessly in a brothel could tarnish his reputation and that of the sect itself. However, upon reflection, he realized that the matter of accumulating incense was of utmost importance and could not be delayed. With this in mind, the Lingji Bodhisattva manifested himself. Yet, he was shrewd enough to cast a spell on the maidens, rendering them temporarily unconscious. Third brother, the Lingji Bodhisattva greeted with a smile. Tang Yu's eyes fluttered open, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, letting out a sound of acknowledgement. He had long sensed the presence of this individual lurking in the shadows. Third brother, it's me, Xiao Ji, the Lingji Bodhisattva said with an ingratiating grin. Do you find it convenient? I wish to exchange for some incense. Yawning, Tang Yu sat up, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the table beside him, intending to pour himself a glass of water. However, the Lingji Bodhisattva, displaying remarkable cunning, waved his hand, causing the entire table to soar before Tang Yu. After surveying the Bodhisattva, Tang Yu realized how considerate he was. How much do you require? He inquired after taking a sip of water. How much do you have? The Lingji Bodhisattva boasted grandly. It was known that he had brought with him a considerable fortune to ensure a substantial stock of incense. He had also determined that he could raise the selling price somewhat. Such audacity was indeed striking, as if daring anyone to be unable to afford it. Tang Yu, with a dismissive smile, replied, I have plenty. How much do you need? With a wave of his hand, the Lingji Bodhisattva conjured a plethora of magical treasures in the room. This left Tang Yu momentarily stunned. Could this fellow truly possess such wealth? Since he had taken the initiative to bestow money upon him, there was no reason to be courteous. After a considerable time, Lingji Bodhisattva contentedly departed. Suddenly, he pondered a question. How could Tang Sanzang, as a mere mortal, procure such a copious supply of cigarettes? Observing the storage artifacts upon his person, it was evident that the variable must have been entrusted to him. Lingji Bodhisattva then proceeded to another chamber. Inside, the happy Buddha sat with furrowed brows, smoking and sighing despondently. What was amiss? Was his body failing him? He had previously found Tang Sanzang's medicine effective. Why then did it falter this time? He was met with disdain from several women, and this not only tarnished his own reputation, but also brought shame upon the entire Buddhist community he represented. He had failed to uphold the dignity of the Buddhist order and was now deemed a sinner. Lingji Bodhisattva's spiritual awareness swept over the room, and he too was taken aback to find the happy Buddha alone. This was atypical and inconsistent with his character. After a brief pause, he manifested himself. Greetings, happy Buddha. Surely, this young man could not have witnessed his moment of disgrace. The happy Buddha frowned slightly and addressed Lingji Bodhisattva. What brings you here? Respectfully informing you, happy Buddha, that the Buddha has commanded your immediate return to Ling Mountain. As for this predicament, it has been thoroughly resolved. Fortunately, the Buddha has a grand strategy in store, promising to rectify all tribulations of the journey to the west once and for all. Lingji Bodhisattva replied. The happy Buddha nodded slightly and responded, if that is the case, I shall accompany you back to Ling Mountain. I have already endured enough humiliation here. Thus, he too wished to depart. Naturally, Tang Yu sensed the happy Buddha's exit. I am sorry, Rabbit, may you find peace. The Tongtian cult leader and others had treated him well, and thus Tang Yu bore no resentment towards eliminating this traitor. It would earn him a favor from Tongtian and allow him to accrue fortune points. Why not seize the opportunity? Lingji Bodhisattva and the happy Buddha simultaneously made their way to Ling Mountain. However, the happy Buddha wore a troubled expression, his brow tightly knit. Had he truly been rendered ineffective? That could not be right. It seemed he would need to seek an opportunity to descend to the mortal realm and test his body through practical experience. In the past, he had managed, at the very least, to remove his trousers in time. This time, he hadn't even had the chance to do so, causing him great concern regarding his physical condition. Upon entering the Grand Thundersound Temple, Lingji Bodhisattva offered a slight bow to the Buddha before taking his place. The happy Buddha, cigarette in mouth, also proceeded to his own seat. Yet, the Buddha's voice rang out sharply, Happy Buddha? The Buddha's eyes widened in disbelief, his face icy with displeasure. Greetings, Buddha. The happy Buddha remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his mind preoccupied with worries about his physical state. Completely unaware of the ominous tone in the Buddha's words or the cold expression upon his face, Maitreya Buddha's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, reminiscent of someone reveling in misfortune. The ancient Buddha of light gazed at him with an unkind expression. In that moment, the joyous Buddha became aware that something was amiss in his surroundings. Amitabha, may I inquire what this means, Buddha? He asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's gaze deepened with intensity. He turned to the ancient Buddha of light and commanded, strike him, give him a good thrashing. Chapter 375. Returning the pagoda to the spiritual mountain instantly, the joyous Buddha was taken aback, utterly bewildered as to where he had erred. Yet, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere around him, especially from the Buddha and the ancient Buddha of light, whose eyes seemed to burn with a desire to consume him. Pray tell, where have I gone wrong? The joyous Buddha lamented in confusion. You ask where you have erred? The Buddha retorted, his frustration laced with irony. This fool does not even realize his own mistakes. I sent you to carry out a task, yet you have brought disgrace upon the Buddhist community. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light intoned, as one of the Buddha's disciples, you have committed an offense that tarnishes the dignity of our order. As he spoke, the ancient Buddha approached, rolling up the sleeves of his robe and shaking his hands. I do not understand. The joyous Buddha still failed to grasp his transgression. Was it due to his associations with the brothel? But had not the other Buddhas already been aware of this? Was it perhaps envy over his practice of joyous sin that incited them to strike him? Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, with a compassionate demeanor, recited the mantra. A cigarette perched at his lips. He raised his hand and swung it towards the joyous Buddha. With a resounding smack, the joyous Buddha's vision blurred with golden stars, his head ringing. Before he could process what had happened, the ancient Buddha of light unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike marked by a rhythmic cadence. The joyous Buddha stood there, utterly dazed. The ancient Buddha's eyes gleamed. Amitabha. So this is the sensation of being struck, quite exhilarating indeed, though my hand does ache. The joyous Buddha's face swelled visibly with each blow. The other Buddhas collectively gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the usually serene and benevolent ancient Buddha of light could strike with such ferocity. Among them, Maitreya Buddha found a sense of delight in witnessing the joyous Buddha's predicament. Following the recent Buddhist election, both he and the joyous Buddha had developed an aversion towards one another. However, they were colleagues in the same realm, often crossing paths, which made overt conflict unwise. Thus, they maintained a facade of civility. Now, witnessing the joyous Buddha receive a beating, Maitreya felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Buddha, cigarette in mouth, shook his hand, feeling a twinge of restlessness. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor's expression suddenly darkened. He shot to his feet, his countenance becoming ominously grim. Below, the assembly of deities had been engaged in a discussion regarding the trials of Tang Sung, or exchanging pleasantries. However, with the Jade Emperor's sudden rise, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, as if a pin drop could be heard in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Although the exact details remained shrouded in mystery, the expression on His Majesty's face unmistakably indicated that trouble had arisen. Cursed be it, the Jade Emperor muttered under his breath. He had already sensed that the esteemed Taibai Jinxing was also in distress. What on earth was happening? Furthermore, it appeared that he had followed the path of Li Jing. Who could possibly be orchestrating such a campaign against the denizens of the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor's countenance grew frigid as he commanded, "Damn it, giant spirit god. I decree that you immediately lead 30,000 heavenly soldiers to the mortal realm and retrieve Taibai and Li Jing, while also investigating who dares to target the inhabitants of heaven." The giant spirit god, standing at a mere 1.45 meters, stepped forward and responded, "As you command." After receiving the order, he turned and departed to fulfill his duty. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Yu observed with great curiosity as the souls of Li Jing and Taibai Jinxing floated about, feeling a sense of amusement. He contemplated whether to cast them into the depths of the 18 levels of hell. Should he choose to enter the underworld unnoticed, it would be a simple task for him. Of course, with the exception of Lady Hutu, who would undoubtedly sense his presence. However, handling the souls of two prominent figures from the heavenly court was not a trivial matter. Setting aside other considerations, even the slightest fluctuation in the cultivation of the Xitigarbha king could easily alert him. Thus, Tang Yu decided against this line of thinking. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Akin to a heavy storm cloud looming overhead, the heavenly soldiers manifested. The giant spirit god glanced at the two remaining souls, King Li and Taibai Jinxing, a slight twitch of his lips betraying an effort to stifle a chuckle. He and Li Jing had never seen eye to eye within the heavenly court. As for Taibai Jinxing, he had initially been grateful for the rewards of client development and tobacco offerings. Yet, as time passed, Taibai's attentiveness waned and the rewards dwindled. Despite the giant spirit god's dissatisfaction, he refrained from voicing his grievances. In the absence of rewards, he thought it reasonable to purchase them. Given their long-standing relationship and the collaboration between them, he felt entitled to a discount. However, such was not the case, which only fueled his growing discontent toward Taibai Jinxing. It was a classic case of killing the mule after the grinding. Nevertheless, despite their differences, they had worked together, and now, under the Emperor's command, they were to escort the two back. The giant spirit god, aware of the unfolding events, proceeded with heightened caution. A flicker of light appeared in his hands, revealing two axes, which he rubbed against the soles of his feet. Vigilantly, he surveyed his surroundings. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Go. Bring King Li and Taibai here." The sudden appearance of so many heavenly soldiers caught Tang Yu off guard. It seemed that the Emperor was indeed furious this time, commanding the giant spirit god to lead an army personally. He wondered whether the Linglong Pagoda would be able to accommodate such a multitude, and whether he could subsequently return it to Mount Ling. After all, with his recent antics, the situation for the Buddhist sect appeared rather dire. The Linglong Pagoda would serve as compensation to the Buddhist realm. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Yu's figure flickered, remaining concealed in midair. Yet he had moved behind the celestial soldiers. The celestial warriors involuntarily looked up towards the heavens, puzzled by the sudden darkness that enveloped them. Their expressions shifted as they beheld the magnificent tower of King Li, which had expanded several-fold, resembling an endless expanse of ominous clouds. Before the celestial soldiers could react, one after another, they were drawn into the tower. The giant spirit god, alarmed, wasted no time and swiftly turned to flee, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Out of the 50,000 celestial soldiers, only a few who had initially been dispatched by the giant spirit god to greet Li Jing and the Star of Taibai remained. They were all subsequently absorbed into the treasure tower. Run, run! Li Jing and the Star of Taibai urged the celestial soldiers to escape hastily. Watching their retreat, Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately allowed them to depart. This entire affair was orchestrated by Li Jing's exquisite tower and bore no relation to him. Tang Yu had always found it peculiar how Li Jing's tower had appeared in the Buddhist treasury, yet now was not the time for such musings. He intended to return the exquisite tower to Ling Mountain as a form of restitution to the Buddhist realm. In the West, the joyful Buddha, having received several resounding slaps, regained his composure. Ran Dang, I respect you as an elder and wish not to engage in conflict, yet you have overstepped your bounds. Due to the blows he received, the joyful Buddha's speech was somewhat garbled, lacking clarity. Chapter 376. The old minister's speculation. The joyful Buddha, infuriated, longed to confront the ancient Buddha Ran Dang. However, upon hearing these words, the ancient Buddha felt a surge of anger. The joyful Buddha was evidently oblivious to the gravity of his transgressions, and if not properly admonished, he could potentially commit acts detrimental to the Buddhist order. After all, his audacity had reached a point where he dared to confront the likes of Ran Dang. Amitabha, the joyful Buddha truly disgraces the Buddhist realm. Old monk must discipline you, yet you dare to raise a hand against me. Amitabha, as a follower of the Buddha, how can one behave in such a manner? The ancient Buddha Ran Dang, filled with compassion, declared, Today, I must teach you a lesson. So you understand the sanctity of the Buddhist order, and as a member of this community, your audacious words are inexcusable. Immediately after the joyful Buddha spoke, he felt a pang of regret. Perhaps enduring a few slaps was acceptable, yet he had foolishly threatened to strike the ancient Buddha. Such a thought was indeed inappropriate. Despite this, he harbored such intentions deep within. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha, with a heart full of compassion, recited a Buddhist incantation and extended his hand, delivering another resounding slap to the joyful Buddha's face. Perhaps sensing his own culpability, the joyful Buddha stood still, enduring the blows in silence. The other Buddhas gasped in astonishment. Even the Buddha himself revealed a grin. The ancient Buddha's strikes were undeniably severe. In this comparison, the Buddha realized he was considerably more benevolent. Meanwhile, Tang Yu hurriedly made his way towards the west. Preparing to return the Linglong Pagoda to the Western Paradise can be regarded as a modest act of reparation for the harm they have caused during this time. Oh, and it is essential to ensure that the essence of the Linglong Pagoda is disseminated far and wide. Otherwise, the denizens of the Buddhist realm will undoubtedly fail to sense its return. Tang Yu chuckled softly, believing himself to be exceedingly benevolent for offering such compensation to the Buddha's domain by returning the Linglong Pagoda. Truly, he fancied himself a paragon of virtue. A kind heart, he mused, is a flaw, yet it seems unalterable. In the celestial court, Li Jing and the Star of the White Emperor were summoned, both wearing expressions of profound frustration. Without having discerned their adversary, they were abruptly overwhelmed by the Linglong Pagoda. In an instant, their corporeal forms were vanquished. Particularly for Li Jing, who had also been stabbed, it evoked a long-lost sentiment of pain and humiliation. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, and the assembled deities fell silent, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Though the two had been brought back, a multitude of new problems arose. Most notably, tens of thousands of celestial soldiers had been absorbed into the Linglong Pagoda, and the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown. It must surely be the handiwork of the Western Buddhist realm, asserted the Star of the White Emperor with conviction. The once amiable elder now appeared somewhat agitated. The other deities were perplexed, unable to comprehend why he was so certain of the Western Paradise's involvement. The Star of the White Emperor's heart raced under their scrutinizing gazes, nearly causing him to reveal too much. Why are you so certain it was the Buddhist realm? The Jade Emperor inquired. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, the Star of the White Emperor stammered, "Your Majesty, this is merely my conjecture. I suspect it to be the work of those from the Western Paradise. The Linglong Pagoda was entrusted to the Buddhist domain in exchange for incense, and now, with its resurgence and subsequent assault on them, it could only be the machinations of the Westerners. They had covertly exploited the Linglong Pagoda to execute their nefarious plans. Yet, the Star of the White Emperor dared not articulate this explicitly, for he had been the one to pilfer the pagoda originally. Subsequently, he had been appointed by the Emperor to lead an investigative team seeking the whereabouts of the Linglong Pagoda. Although he feigned diligence, the inquiry ultimately yielded no results. The deities had come to accept the reality of Li Jing's loss concerning the Linglong Pagoda. The Emperor even selected a broken bowl from the celestial treasury as a form of compensation for him. Now, with the Linglong Pagoda's reappearance, the Star of the White Emperor was reminded of that rather unpleasant episode from the past. Despite the passage of time, each recollection still invoked a sense of inexplicable tension. Speculation? The Jade Emperor regarded the Star of the White Emperor with a penetrating gaze, sensing that this old fellow was concealing something from him. How can such matters be treated with mere conjecture? However, if it were indeed the work of the Buddhist realm, he vowed to personally journey to the Western Paradise to confront the Buddha. Such transgressions were utterly intolerable. With that, the Jade Emperor cursed under his breath. Do they truly believe there is no one in the celestial court? Yet, in his mind, it seemed improbable that the Buddhist realm would act against the celestial beings, as there was no justification for such a course of action. Since the emergence of the Linglong Pagoda, it appears that this individual is indeed the thief who plundered the heavenly treasury. The Jade Emperor lit a cigarette, prepared to command the illustrious Tai-Bai Jinxing, but upon noticing his demeanor, shifted his gaze to the four heavenly kings. I command you, investigate this matter thoroughly. Any trace, however minuscule, must be reported to me. Damn it. As for this thief, the Jade Emperor yearned to cast him into the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Having stolen Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda and repeatedly inflicted harm upon the esteemed ministers of heaven was a grievous affront. However, those matters were not insurmountable, as they had already been rectified. Yet, the theft of the heavenly treasury and the peaches of immortality, particularly with the Buddha witnessing the act, had completely stripped heaven of its dignity. Could the Jade Emperor refrain from fury? This was a matter of personal honor. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall obey, responded the four heavenly kings, stepping forward to accept the decree. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the weight of the situation in the other's eyes. If this person could reduce the likes of Li Tianwang and Tai-Bai Jinxing to such a state, they feared they may not fare better. Before any action could commence, anxiety gripped each of the four heavenly kings. The Jade Emperor, smoking pensively, could not fathom who would dare to act against the denizens of heaven. Yet, he could not discern the variables at play. He had long known that the uncertainties lay within the pilgrimage team. However, at that moment, none of the team members were absent. Tang Sung was still asleep in a brothel, while Sun Wukong aimlessly wandered through the land of Tianzhu, wielding his golden staff. Zhu Beiji also lingered in a brothel, and Sha Wujing had found an inn, indulging in a grand feast. It seemed prudent to seek an audience with the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, perhaps to procure 2 golden pills to restore Li Jing and Tai-Bai Jinxing to their former selves. With this thought, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, signaling the end of the audience, and ascended to the 30 heavens above. Upon arriving at the gates of the Doshui Palace, he sought an audience with Lao Jun. The gates remained firmly shut for a considerable time until they finally opened, revealing a golden boy who announced, "Your Majesty, the Master is currently in seclusion." In this moment of urgency, with Raha's emergence, the other sages were diligently searching for his whereabouts. Yet Lao Jun chose this time to retreat into solitude. So it was, the Jade Emperor replied, "I have come to request 2 9-turn golden pills." The boy swiftly procured the elixirs and presented them to the Jade Emperor. Chapter 377, Discovery within the Doshui Palace. Lao Jun was keenly aware of all that transpired among the denizens of heaven. Tang Sung, clearly, this was all orchestrated by him. Yet, why would he target the heavenly court? This perplexity also troubled Lao Jun, as Tang Sung and his companions drew ever closer to the Western Paradise. The calamities they had faced thus far in their journey were few and far between. It could almost be declared that the journey to the west had faltered. Furthermore, with the unpredictable presence of Tang Sung still concealed, even Lao Jun found himself in admiration of the unfolding events. However, I find myself admiring certain individuals. Despite the evident actions of Tang Sanzang, why is it that they fail to associate him with such clarity? A true talent indeed. This talent leaves one pondering whether it is a tribute to Tang Sanzang or to those of the Buddhist order. Rising to his feet, he approached the heavenly Tao stone. Murmuring softly, ultimately, is it impossible to advance further? If there are no fortuitous encounters, this life may reach its end. Master, the Jade Emperor has requested 2 9-turn golden pills, a voice from outside announced. I am aware, replied Taishang Laojun with a calm demeanor, his gaze returning to the heavenly Tao stone. Countless images flashed before him, showcasing the myriad of beings. The focus then shifted to Tang Sanzang, followed swiftly by a transition to Sun Wukong. Soon after, the vision revealed the woman from the 19th layer of hell, her transformation nearing completion. Taishang Laojun sensed a terrifying force emanating from her. Should her metamorphosis succeed and she awaken, she would likely surpass even him. Yet, their designs were woven into the fabric of heaven. The more formidable this woman became, the greater her potential to contend with Hongjun. Nevertheless, the issue of the fallen Saint Pill remained an insurmountable dilemma for Taishang Laojun, a persistent source of worry despite his exhaustive attempts to find a resolution. Unless he, like this woman, underwent a transformation to elevate his own cultivation, he could not discern the path she had taken. With a soft sigh, the heavenly Tao stone dimmed, resembling an ancient stone, indistinguishable from any ordinary rock. In the purple cloud's palace, Hongjun appeared to be engaged in some form of calculation, entirely unconcerned with the matters of the journey to the west. Whether Buddhism flourished or declined held no significance for him. He remained aloof, sovereign over the heavens. To him, the journey to the west was undoubtedly in vain. The series of complications resulting from unforeseen changes had also precipitated the emergence of Rahu. With hands clasped behind his back, Hongjun paced within the purple cloud's palace. In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the Lion Troop Kingdom, should all demons unite and unrest ensue, it would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of the heavenly Tao. Should the woman from the kingdom of 10,000 demons be eliminated? After a moment's contemplation, Hongjun shook his head and vanished from sight. At this moment, Tang Yu had arrived at Ling Mountain, navigating its paths with ease to reach the location of the treasure vault. Following a recent theft, the Buddha had grown especially protective of this hard-won wealth, establishing several formidable prohibitions and assigning several Buddhas to guard it. However, this posed no challenge for Tang Yu. After exchanging some items with the system, he effortlessly entered the Ling Mountain treasure vault. As for the bald monks stationed outside, they were utterly oblivious to his presence. With the heavenly mechanism concealment array in play, coupled with his invisibility technique, even the ancient Buddha of burning lamp nearby failed to notice him, let alone the ordinary disciples guarding the vault. Beholding the now replenished treasure vault of the Buddhist realm, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Fortune value. These were indeed tokens of fortune. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of causing harm to Lai Gu, he felt he had no other choice. It is believed that Brother Lai would understand as well. At worst, one could simply share a few more drinks with him and offer him a couple of extra packs of cigarettes. This would serve as a form of compensation to Brother Lai, and it would also alleviate some of the guilt weighing on one's conscience. After all, one had completely removed the treasures of the Buddhist temple. As for the Linglong Pagoda, it certainly could not remain here, for this place is steeped in the prohibitions established by the Buddha. Outsiders would naturally be oblivious to the aura of the pagoda. Thus, Tang Yu swiftly entered a nearby Zen room, the owner of which was unknown, and placed the Linglong Pagoda down. A sly smile crept across his face. To avoid alerting the monks to his presence, he was preparing to take decisive action. That rabbit could now be assured of a safe passage. He vanished into the grand hall of the Buddhist temple. Instantly, Tang Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Despite the deceptive heavenly formation, he believed himself undetectable. Yet, with so many enlightened beings gathered, tension was inevitable. The ancient Buddha of illumination continued to slap his mouth, leaving Tang Yu bewildered. What was this situation? His gaze shifted to Gao Zuolan, who stood not far away, her countenance serene and imbued with compassion. Although he had long learned from Guanyin Bodhisattva that she had been transformed into a bodhisattva herself, being conferred the title of Huilan Bodhisattva, seeing her now still quickened his heartbeat and unsettled his breath. Even a momentary fluctuation was enough to be sensed by the Buddha and a few others. In an instant, The Buddha extended his hand, causing the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple to tremble. A blinding golden light radiated forth, and his palm, imbued with boundless power, bore down relentlessly toward the concealed position of Tang Yu. This was dire. The slightest ripple of energy had been detected. In the void, Tang Yu unleashed a heavy punch, colliding fiercely with the Buddha's palm. The Great Thunder Sound Temple shook violently, its walls cracking under the strain. Fortunately, it had been reinforced by the Buddha, preventing it from collapsing. Tang Yu was thrown back, his face paling. The full force of a quasi-saint strike. Had it not been for his path of strength, which vastly enhanced his physical form, he would have undoubtedly perished under the Buddha's attack. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he had yet to withstand the tribulation of the quasi-saint, making him ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled swiftly. Simultaneously, he detonated the fallen saint pill and the heavenly explosive pill within the body of the joyful Buddha. The multitude of Buddhas on the sacred mountain were collectively bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. However, with the Buddha's intervention, they quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, someone had been hiding within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. This individual was indeed audacious, daring to wreak havoc at the headquarters of the Buddhist order. The Buddha snorted, his expression growing serious. A quasi-saint? At the moment their powers clashed, he sensed the formidable energy within the hidden figure's body, seemingly on par with his own. Thus, in the Buddha's eyes, this was evidently a being of the same caliber. The ancient Buddha of light still grasped the collar of the joyful Buddha, his hand raised yet unmoving, caught in a state of bewilderment. Just as he prepared to pursue, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating throughout the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The joyful Buddha did not even emit a cry. He simply exploded on the spot. Chapter 378. The Cataclysmic Explosion with a Resounding Boom. The joyful Buddha detonated at that moment, causing the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple to tremble. Cracks snaked across the walls. The ancient Buddha of light was the first to be impacted, sent flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Those in proximity, such as the Four Directions Revealer, barely escaped. However, even he suffered grievous injuries. The other revealers were rendered utterly shattered, their spirits fleeing in terror, leaving them beyond salvation, unable even to seek solace in a sauna. Countless others were injured, including the Venerable One, Pu, and the young Ji, all sustaining severe wounds. The explosion of the joyful Buddha was akin to the self-detonation of a quasi-saint, the magnitude of which was unimaginable. A significant portion of the spiritual mountain was obliterated. Coughing softly, the Buddha expelled remnants of smoke from his mouth, now merely a few charred remnants of what had once been. He spat, ejecting the remnants from his lips. His figure shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, he had been situated at a safer distance, avoiding the grievous injuries suffered by the ancient Buddha of light. As he coughed repeatedly, revealing a set of large yellowed teeth, dust cascaded down from the temple, enveloping him entirely. This prompted even more violent coughing fits. The dust settled, covering the entire spiritual mountain and its assembly of Buddhas in a dreamlike haze. The incessant coughing continued. What transpired? What has happened? Voices echoed. Ba, what is going on? After a considerable time, the dust gradually dispersed. The faces of the bodhisattvas, including Manjushri and Lingji, were pale, their coughs accompanied by blood trickling from their lips. All the Buddhas turned to gaze at the Buddha, their leader, hoping he would provide guidance in the wake of such calamity. With eyes closed, he allowed the dust to settle upon him. Taking a deep breath, he fumbled within his robe, producing a cigarette to light for himself. His expression remained eerily calm, bordering on unsettling, a complex blend of what appeared to be both laughter and sorrow. Rising from the ground with a somersault, the ancient Buddha of light stood, his face as pale as parchment, coughing softly with blood at the corners of his mouth. He, too, wore a look of confusion, utterly unaware of the events that had unfolded. Why had the joyful Buddha self-destructed in such a resolute manner? This was utterly unexpected. Engaging in self-education regarding the regulations of the Buddhist faith, one might wonder if such actions stem from an inability to endure the ensuing humiliation. Upon this contemplation, the ancient Buddha of radiance coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, he maintained his composure, uttering the sacred mantra, Ba Buddha. The audacity of the joyful Buddha to contemplate self-detonation and take the venerable monk along on this perilous journey was nearly overwhelming. Fortunately, The monk's profound cultivation spared him from such a dire fate. As the dust began to settle, a palpable tension enveloped the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. Assessing the damage to the monastery, the Buddha's expression shifted ominously. The joyful Buddha, along with 3 others, had been utterly obliterated. The injuries sustained by many of the Buddhas, including several bodhisattvas, were grievous, marking a catastrophic loss for the Buddhist community. Smoking contemplatively, the Buddha narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of inscrutable depth, clearly suppressing a tempest of rage. The assembled Buddhas exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Above the Buddha's head, a fragment of the roof plummeted, and the Buddhas watched in astonishment as it struck the Buddha's crown. Remarkably, he remained composed, brushing away the dust as if nothing had transpired. The previously wounded Buddhas, who had been lamenting their injuries, fell silent, holding their breaths in unison. All gazed intently at the Buddha, whose countenance was disturbingly serene, almost frighteningly so. A gentle breeze wafted through the cracks in the Great Thunder Sound Monastery's walls, lifting the remnants of shattered records into the air. Yet, during the joyful Buddha's self-explosion, most had been incinerated. The few that remained now floated lightly in the breeze, a silent mockery directed at the Buddhist order. The Buddhas observed the Buddha in silence. After a contemplative puff of smoke, the Buddha coughed lightly and suddenly broke into laughter. However, upon witnessing this unsettling smile, the assembly shuddered, gripped by fear. "Buddha, are you unscathed?" Despite her grievous injuries, Bodhisattva Lingji expressed her concern, her eyes fixed anxiously upon the Buddha. The strangeness of his smile evoked an undeniable sense of dread. "I am well," the Buddha replied calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the recent events. The fate of the joyful Buddha was of no consequence to him, yet the collateral damage inflicted upon so many other Buddhas weighed heavily on his mind, particularly as these individuals had expressed their intent to venture forth independently. Yet, how could the joyful Buddha have resorted to self-destruction? Suddenly, a shadowy figure lurking in the periphery sprang to mind. Had it not been for the abrupt turn of events, the Buddha would have pursued them. However, giving chase was no simple task, for that individual was also a quasi-saint. In the brief clash of their powers, the Buddha distinctly sensed the overwhelming surge of energy emanating from that figure. Though their confrontation appeared to favor the Buddha, the tide of battle was far from settled. However, his entire arm had gone numb. Thus, this individual must undoubtedly possess the strength of a quasi-saint, perhaps even slightly weaker than myself. Yet, there was something eerily familiar about the aura he exuded, though I could not quite recall who he was. It seems that the self-detonation of the joyous Buddha was undoubtedly orchestrated by this person. At this moment, the Buddha, true to his stature as the leader of Lingshan, remained remarkably composed. He even began to analyze within his own mind the implications of the joyous Buddha's demise, which may not be entirely unfavorable to him. After all, he had already prepared to venture out on his own, and the joyous Buddha, as well as the ancient Buddha of Lamp, could potentially be obstacles in his path. The death of the joyous Buddha, which also gravely injured the ancient Buddha of Lamp, was decidedly advantageous to the Buddha's plans. Suddenly, the Buddha's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the ancient Buddha of Lamp, exclaiming in a low voice, "Ancient Buddha, I instructed you to discipline the joyous Buddha, yet you have repeatedly humiliated him, forcing him to self-destruct. What say you to this transgression?" In that instant, the ancient Buddha of Lamp found himself utterly bewildered. "Amitabha," he murmured, "the old monk has done nothing but enforce the precepts of Buddhism upon the joyous Buddha. As for why the joyous Buddha would take such drastic measures, he too was perplexed, and he had even sustained significant internal injuries from the self-detonation." Chapter 379. The Jade Emperor's Wrath upon hearing the Buddha's pointed inquiry. The ancient Buddha of Lamp felt his head spin, nearly spitting out blood in shock. "Amitabha, the old monk is equally in the dark regarding this matter," he replied honestly. He truly did not understand what had transpired, merely administering a few sharp reprimands. Surely the joyous Buddha would not succumb to such humiliation and self-destruct in an attempt to take the old monk along with him. Clearly, there was some hidden truth behind these events. The individual who had recently concealed himself within the Great Thunder Sound Temple must surely be involved. "I beseech you, Buddha." All of this bears no relation to the old monk. Just moments ago, someone was hiding nearby in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and it must have been this person's doing that led to the joyous Buddha's self-detonation. Though I do not know the extent of this person's capabilities, it is undoubtedly their fault. Please do not wrongfully accuse the old monk, the ancient Buddha of lamp asserted vehemently. Yet, this argument resonated with some truth. At the very least, the monks of Lingshan believed as much. Had it not been for your repeated slaps against the joyous Buddha, he would not have found the humiliation unbearable enough to self-destruct. The Buddha spoke with deep sorrow. Ancient Buddha, who would have thought you capable of such actions? Humiliating the joyous Buddha to the point of his demise? He was, after all, a quasi-saint of our Buddhist order. Yet he perished at your hands due to his inability to bear the shame. Humph! I have been entrusted by both saints to govern Lingshan and oversee Buddhism, and your actions will be faithfully reported to them. With that, the Buddha's figure flickered and vanished into the chaos, clearly intent on filing a report. Meanwhile, the likes of Xuanti, Jin, and several other saints were investigating the whereabouts of Rahu, albeit through their avatars, while their true forms remained in the chaos. The primordial supreme being, Xuanti, and Jin were engaged in earnest discussion. The Tongtian master stood aside, appearing somewhat out of place, primarily because the three individuals he was with harbored deep-seated animosities towards him. Had it not been for the constraints that prevented him from acting rashly, he would not have hesitated to engage them directly. Undoubtedly, the discussion revolved around the issue of variables. In the eyes of Yuan Shi Tianzun, the variable was Sun Wukong, as he had already conversed with Lao Jun and had inadvertently tested the waters. Conversely, the two Western saints believed it to be Shao Wujing, for it was already confirmed by Shao Lai and the multitude of Western Buddhists. There was no turning back now. Consequently, Yuan Shi Tianzun found himself filled with doubt. However, regardless of whether the variable was Sun Wukong or Shao Wujing, it was clear that both were under the influence of their elder brother, Lao Jun, thus complicating matters further. The three saints sighed in exasperation. Tongtian listened intently to their discourse, even suppressing a chuckle, perceiving them as a group of fools. He cast a disdainful glance at several of them. What do you mean by that? Xuanti discerned the contempt in Tongtian's eyes and stood up to inquire sharply. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, then tapped his ear. Are you speaking to me? Before Xuanti could finish his retort, Jane swiftly covered his mouth. Tongtian, my brother spoke thoughtlessly. I hope you can overlook it, Jane said with a faint smile. Tongtian let out a cold laugh. Come, Xuanti, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Xuanti's complexion shifted from blue to white, stammering for a long while, but daring not to utter a word. He held a certain fear of Tongtian's brashness. Tongtian, my brother spoke without thought. Please do not take offense, Xuanti continued. As saints, we are among the strongest in the universe. How can we let a few thoughtless words bind us? Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked. Are you implying that this master lacks the grace to tolerate others? Tongtian coldly regarded Yuan Shi Tianzun. Am I petty because I lack generosity? So what? Xuanti, repeat what you just said. Go on, say it again. Xuanti's face fluctuated in color, and after a long hesitation, he muttered softly, I didn't say anything. What a humiliation. Xuanti felt the sting of disgrace. Yet what could he do against such might? Enduring humiliation was a necessity. Absolute power reigns supreme, not just over mortals, but even among these saints. Strength commands respect, an eternal truth. Tongtian sneered twice. Next time you speak, be mindful. It has been a long time since I have acted, and I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. As for the issue of the variable in the journey to the west, I do not know precisely who it is, but I assure you, it is not for any other reason than my displeasure with the three of you. I am quite satisfied with what he has done. The three individuals simultaneously turned their gazes towards Tongtian. If this brash fool were to intervene, it would indeed pose a problem. What are you staring at? Not convinced. Tongtian showed no courtesy, granting them no face whatsoever. However, unbeknownst to the three saints, this scene was clearly observed by the Buddha, who was hastening to arrive. The Buddha slowly manifested, his expression toward Tongtian somewhat intricate, unable to meet his gaze directly. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed his head and approached. Upon reaching the two saints, he respectfully greeted them. I pay my respects to the two saints. Enough, Tongtian retorted sharply. Xuanti, feeling rather displeased, harbored a sense of unexpressed frustration. Observing the Buddha's demeanor, his tone became less courteous. I report to the two saints. An incident has occurred, the Buddha stated. What incident? Xuanti inquired, furrowing his brow with a stern tone. I report to the two saints, due to the joyous Buddha. The Buddha conveyed the entire matter truthfully, bowing his head, too apprehensive to look at the expressions of the two saints. Even without looking, it was evident that their faces were ashen and frightening. Haha. Tang Tian burst into hearty laughter. If you ask me, it would be best for you Buddhists to disband at once. Look at this successive loss. Even I feel a tinge of pity for you, haha. Pity? Clearly, you revel in our misfortune. The two saints' faces darkened considerably. Taking a deep breath, Zhuan-Ti declared, I have understood. You may leave. Such words were indeed harsh. The Buddha, unable to voice his anger, offered a respectful bow. The Tathagata takes his leave. In the heavenly realm, with the presence of the Linglong Pagoda, it was immediately sensed by Li Jing, the master of the pagoda, alongside the Jade Emperor, whose countenance grew grim. On Mount Ling, the Linglong Pagoda had unexpectedly appeared. Was there any need to ponder the implications of such actions? It was astounding that the Buddhist sect dared to challenge a high-ranking official of the heavenly court and even detain thousands of celestial soldiers. Was the heavenly court truly so easily bullied? Li Jing and the star of white Jupiter, now restored in their physical forms, stood silently, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Li Jing, summon 100,000 celestial soldiers immediately. Prepare to march with me to Mount Ling. I demand an explanation from the Tathagata, the Jade Emperor commanded, his fury palpable, even contemplating accompanying them. This clearly illustrated the depths of his anger. Chapter 380. It seems like Tang Sung, the Jade Emperor, was deeply enraged. Regardless of whether the incident was indeed orchestrated by the Buddhist sect, the essence of the Linglong Pagoda had been sensed in their domain. He had to make the journey. After the last encounter, where the Buddha had discovered the loss of the treasure vault and subsequently extorted numerous magical artifacts through the descending dragon Arhut affair, the Jade Emperor had been harboring a grievance. Now, seizing this opportunity, he intended to reclaim both his losses and interest. However, according to the Jade Emperor's thoughts, it should not have been the work of the Buddhist sect, as it made no sense whatsoever. Nonetheless, since the essence of the Linglong Pagoda had been sensed within their realm, it was imperative for him to investigate personally. A cold smile crept upon the Jade Emperor's lips. Oh, Tathagata, you dared to extort me. This time, I shall reclaim both the principal and the interest. Understood. Li Jing acknowledged the command and hurriedly began to gather troops. The dragon chariot mobilized, with the Jade Emperor seated atop, followed by Li Jing and thousands of celestial soldiers, marching toward Mount Ling. At this moment, Ling Mountain remained oblivious to the fact that the Jade Emperor had dispatched his troops en route to the sacred site. The Emperor himself was leading the charge. The assembly of Buddhas was still in a state of bewilderment, particularly the ancient Buddha of illumination, who could not fathom the unfolding events. How could the joyful Buddha, in a moment of tranquility, resort to self-detonation? Though he suspected the involvement of a hidden figure, he was perplexed by the means that could incite a quasi-saint to explode in such a manner. Moreover, it was evident that the Buddha intended to lay the blame squarely at his feet. Amitabha, the old monk, had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Buddhist community of Ling Mountain. Could he truly be subjected to such an unjust accusation? The Buddhas exchanged glances, remaining silent. The great Thunder Sound Temple still bore the marks of the explosion, resembling a battlefield. Dust swirled gently in the air, carried by the breeze that seeped through the cracks of the walls. The pink silk curtains fluttered, seemingly radiating a final act of defiance. Yet, to the onlooking Buddhas, all of this felt like a silent mockery directed at the Buddhist order. Following the explosion of the joyful Buddha, the entire Buddhist community lay in disarray. Who could believe that this was the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the very headquarters of the Buddhist faith? In a flash of light, the Buddha appeared. The sudden disappearance of the Buddha led the ancient Buddha of illumination to suspect he had vanished into chaos to deliver his report. He felt wronged. After all, he had done nothing but confront the joyful Buddha with a few sharp rebukes. Yet, could mere humiliation have prompted such a drastic reaction from a quasi-saint? It was utterly unfathomable. Furthermore, he himself had sustained injuries from the joyful Buddha's explosion, and they were quite severe. He would need time to recuperate, especially since his resources were rather scant at present, most of his funds having been allocated to purchasing incense and storing spiritual sustenance. Even when considering a trip to Lao Jun for an elixir, he found himself hesitating. Such is the nature of humanity when one is devoid of wealth. Frugality becomes imperative, a timeless adage. For instance, the ancient Buddha of illumination, even now, hesitated to exchange for elixirs, preferring to use his funds for incense instead. The Buddha, now a mere specter, felt a lump in his throat. Once, they were 5 enlightened beings, and now he was the last remaining. His physical form had been obliterated. How could he not feel aggrieved? When he joined the Buddhist order, there had been no mention of life-threatening dangers. The explosion caused by the joyful Buddha inflicted tremendous losses upon Ling Mountain. The Great Thunder Sound Temple would certainly require extensive renovations and reinforcement, a substantial expense indeed. Moreover, what of the sacrifices and injuries sustained by the other Buddhas? Could these be overlooked? It was impossible. Rumors of the Buddha seeking to operate independently circulated. If he neglected the welfare of his followers below, it would tarnish his reputation, and who would then choose to ally with him? From every conceivable angle, inaction was not an option. The Buddha let out a heavy sigh, his trembling hand lighting a cigarette as he gazed sorrowfully at the somewhat dilapidated Great Thunder Sound Temple. The surrounding walls bore numerous cracks, and even the ceiling had been ruptured in places. Bright sunlight streamed through the holes in the roof, prompting the Buddha to look up. Squinting slightly, as if momentarily blinded, shaking his head, he suddenly chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in his laugh. Was there still a way? The 3 individuals, including the Great Tiger Force, had already self-destructed at Ling Mountain. They were at least not adherents of the Buddhist path, and their limited strength had not inflicted significant economic damage or loss of life on Ling Mountain. However, the sudden explosion of the joyful Buddha, a disciple of the Buddha, was a different matter altogether. The Buddha had long sought a means to eliminate him, yet he had not anticipated such a high price to be paid. The Buddha, with tears streaming down his face, was comforted by a small figure who clung to his leg, weeping as if a wronged child seeking solace in a mother's embrace. The Buddha gently stroked the child's head in a gesture of reassurance. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light approached, coughing softly twice, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Buddha, this matter does not concern this old monk. The sudden self-detonation of the joyful Buddha is clearly the work of someone with malicious intent, aimed at inflicting severe damage on our order. Cough, cough. This old monk has also been harmed. In that moment, someone lurked in the shadows, evidently orchestrating this event. And this individual was likely the root cause of all the calamity. Yet, who exactly was this person? The old monk could not deduce. But to achieve such a feat without detection, this individual must possess some secret technique to conceal their presence. From the old monk's perspective, all of this likely related to the variables at play, or perhaps to the saint behind them. The ancient Buddha of light began to analyze the situation, striving to absolve himself of any suspicion. The Buddha stood up, pulling the small wooden stool beneath him closer before sitting down again, tightening his robe and brushing off the ash from his cigarette. The hidden figure possessed profound powers, not significantly weaker than the Buddha himself, at least in the Buddha's estimation, for they had clashed before. Yet, at the moment of confrontation, he sensed a familiar essence, as if he recognized the individual. However, among the semi-saints of the world, the Buddha was well acquainted with many. If it were related to the variable Sha Wujing, it seemed implausible, for he himself did not possess such high cultivation. Nevertheless, if it were someone nurtured by a saint, or if the saint were manipulating events from behind the scenes, then that possibility emerged. As for the identity of this saint, the Buddha formed a tentative hypothesis, seemingly pointing towards Tang's son. Gao Tsuelon murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Yet all the Buddhas heard her. They turned their gaze towards Gao Tsuelon. Chapter 381. The Great Army Approaches Ling Mountain. The Buddhas felt the weight of their collective gaze upon her. Gao Tsuelon stepped forward from her position, addressing the Buddha. I beseech you, my lord. I merely sensed a fleeting essence of the source, which seemed reminiscent of Tang Sanzang. As for whether it truly was him, I cannot ascertain. The assembly of Buddhas shook their heads in unison. Tang Sanzang? That is impossible, they asserted. That individual has subtly opposed our Lord Buddha. It is evident that his cultivation has reached the threshold of a quasi-saint. Even if Tang Sanzang had devoted himself to cultivation since birth, he could not possibly attain such a level. Moreover, at this very moment, Tang Sanzang is slumbering below in a brothel. Thus, the proposal regarding Huilan Bodhisattva was dismissed outright, deemed utterly unrealistic. Yet, the Buddha pondered, recalling the resemblance to Tang Sanzang. However, he too shook his head, rejecting this implausible notion. It was simply inconceivable. The Buddha furrowed his brow, revealing his deep vexation. The entire Lingshan was enveloped in silence, save for the silver-headed Jeti clinging to his leg, weeping quietly. A heavy sigh escaped the Buddha's lips, his gaze vacant. It appeared that another significant expenditure was imminent. The renovations at the Great Thunderclap Monastery, coupled with the casualties among the Buddhas below, required urgent remedial measures. The Lingshan treasury had only just been replenished. These expenses were meant for future endeavors. Yet now they were compelled to disperse funds. The thought of this caused the Buddha discomfort. As for the demise of the joyful Buddha, he thought, let it be. After all, he was never aligned with my intentions. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of Lamp, recited a sutra. Might I inquire, Buddha? How shall we address this sudden turmoil within the Buddhist realm? We shall devise a solution, replied the Buddha with a huff. Though the circumstances surrounding the joyful Buddha's death are indeed suspicious, you, ancient Buddha, bear an inescapable responsibility. Given the events at the Great Thunderclap Monastery, perhaps it would be prudent for you to sponsor the renovations. The ancient Buddha of Lamp cursed inwardly. He was acutely aware of his dwindling finances. The joyful Buddha's death had no bearing on him whatsoever. Yet, it seemed the Buddha intended to hold him accountable for the entire affair, an act he deemed somewhat shameless. Nevertheless, the ancient Buddha resolved to accept this burden. Amitabha, as a member of the Buddhist community, it is my duty to contribute, he proclaimed. Though his heart bled with regret, his visage still radiating compassion and righteousness. Very well, nodded the Buddha, satisfied. With the ancient Buddha of Lamp producing his personal funds, the Buddha began to arrange matters. First, he prioritized the care of the injured Buddhas, as their well-being was of utmost urgency. However, upon tallying the injuries, the Buddha's countenance darkened, and his lips twitched involuntarily. The casualties were more severe than he had anticipated. While the number of deceased was minimal, the injured were numerous. The self-detonation of the joyful Buddha, a quasi-saint, had affected all in proximity. For those Buddhas of lower status and minor injuries, the Buddha granted them leave to recuperate, allowing them several days of rest. Regarding the prominent figures such as Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Lingji within the Buddhist realm, the Buddha has dispatched individuals to the Tusada heaven to procure elixirs, ensuring their swift recovery. Why, you may ask? It is simply because he is preparing for significant undertakings. It is a time for utilizing talents. Thus it is imperative to facilitate their recuperation, so they may serve the Buddha effectively in the mortal realm. Tang Yu rose from his bed, his complexion a pale shade that was somewhat alarming. The principle of one breath transforming into three pure ones indicated that while his secondary body was injured, it was inevitable that his primary self would also suffer. Cursed be that fellow, Lai Gu, for delivering such a heavy blow. Had he not walked the path of strength to attain enlightenment, his physical form would undoubtedly have been obliterated by the Buddha's strike. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, mere steps away from quasi-sainthood. The distinction between a Great Luo Golden Immortal and a quasi-saint is as vast as the heavens and the earth. They cannot be compared in the slightest. Were it not for Gao Tsolan's emotional turmoil, the Buddhas of Ling Mountain would have undoubtedly detected his presence. Fortunately, it appears that the Buddhist sect remains unaware of his involvement. However, the theft from the Buddhist treasury, coupled with the return of the Linglong Pagoda to Ling Mountain, will inevitably lead to suspicions being cast upon him. At least from Tang Yu's perspective, what was once a meticulously crafted plan now bore some imperfections. Yet, the issue seems manageable. The thought of the joyful Buddha exploding in situ would likely inflict considerable damage upon Ling Mountain, resulting in a significant increase in fortune. With this in mind, Tang Yu felt less despondent. Communicating with the system, he exchanged for a pill and consumed it, his complexion gradually regaining some color. He realized he had been reckless. Such audacity must not be repeated. Having learned a lesson, Tang Yu resolved to exercise caution in the future. At the very least, he must remain vigilant in any forthcoming endeavors. This time, his quick escape, augmented by the explosion of the joyful Buddha, had saved him from what could have been a catastrophic exposure. Upon exiting the brothel, Tang Yu meandered through the land of Tianzhu, as he was not far from the west. This tribulation would likely not command the attention of the Buddhist sect any longer. They could be deemed finished. Master, the figure of Sun Wukong materialized beside him. Where are Days and Sanlungzi? That simpleton has entered the brothel, he replied, gesturing towards a nearby inn to indicate where his brother, Shao Wujing, was. Upon glancing inside, indeed, he found Sanlungzi indulging in a hearty feast. One cannot teach the young. All he knows is to eat, Tang Yu lamented, shaking his head. Sanlungzi, we must depart. We are on a pilgrimage. Hearing his master's call, Sanlungzi belched contentedly, wiped his mouth, and emerged from within. What of Heir Shixiao? He inquired. Do not concern yourself with him. We shall proceed to the palace first to obtain our travel documents, Tang Yu instructed. He was determined to hasten their journey to Ling Mountain, for with so many tribulations left unfulfilled, who could predict how the Buddhist sect would respond? Thus, it was best to set off promptly. The three of them made their way towards the imperial palace, heading for the west, towards Ling Mountain. The celestial soldiers materialized, resembling a dark, ominous cloud that enveloped the entirety of Ling Mountain. The Jade Emperor perched upon his dragon chariot, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a cold smile gracing his countenance. Indeed, the aura of the Linglong Pagoda was unmistakable. Tathagata, come forth, the Jade Emperor commanded. In the great Thundersound Temple, the assembly of Buddhas stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unexpected arrival of the Jade Emperor himself leading an army. Before they could grasp the situation, the Jade Emperor's voice rang out once more. The expression on the face of the Buddha, Lai Gu, darkened instantly. Given the recent turmoil within the Buddhist sect, his mood was already far from pleasant. Now, with the Jade Emperor's arrival and his demand for Lai Gu to show himself, the words felt particularly harsh. Was he not the revered leader of the Buddhist order, a figure of high esteem? Did he not deserve some dignity? Prepare yourselves, gather your weapons, Lai Gu instructed. The Jade Emperor had come with an army, and if Lai Gu were to step forth alone, his stature would undoubtedly diminish. Thus, he began to rally his followers, eager to discern the nature of this unfolding crisis. The heavenly forces had encroached upon their doorstep, boldly assuming that Ling Mountain was without its own defenses. Chapter 382. The Old Minister's Guilt. No wonder the Buddha was incensed. Just as turmoil erupted in the great Thundersound Temple, the celestial army advanced upon them. What had transpired? Did they truly believe the Buddha was without allies, easily intimidated? At the Buddha's command, chaos erupted throughout Ling Mountain as everyone hastily gathered their weapons. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha ascended slowly on his modest stool, rising to the heavens above. The assembly of Buddhas stood by his side, each rolling up the sleeves of their robes, armed with their respective treasures, ready for confrontation. Jade Emperor, do you dare to besiege my Ling Mountain? Do you take me for a fool? If you fail to provide an explanation today, I shall have no choice but to confront you. This is an affront. The Buddha declared in a fit of rage, his body trembling slightly, the aura of a quasi-saint subtly radiating around him. The Jade Emperor remained silent, observing the great Thundersound Temple from his dragon chariot. The temple was shrouded in smoke and dust, the cracks in the walls distinctly visible, with several holes even appearing in the roof. What calamity had befallen the great Thundersound Temple? It seemed as though a fierce battle had recently transpired. Turning his gaze back to the Buddha, the Jade Emperor noted the humble wooden stool upon which he sat, a slight twitch of his lips betraying his amusement. How extraordinary was this situation? Was Ling Mountain truly so frugal? Suppressing a cough, the Jade Emperor appeared to struggle against laughter. He could sense the Buddha's awareness of his gaze. Comparing the opulence of his dragon chariot to the Buddha's modest stool, the Buddha's expression darkened, the air thickening with unspoken tension. Rising from mid-air, the Buddha kicked his stool away, asserting his presence with renewed vigor. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha's voices thundered, resonating in the ears of the gathered multitude. Ahem, a light cough escaped the Jade Emperor as he leisurely lit a cigarette for himself. In stark contrast to his calm demeanor, the Buddha's fury erupted like a tempest. This juxtaposition rendered the Buddha acutely aware of his diminished stature, both in presence and grace. His countenance darkened further. Buddha, what has transpired? Has the great Thundersound Temple on Ling Mountain been besieged? The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, unaware of the tempest brewing within the Buddha, whose aura intensified with a palpable ferocity. One ought not to strike the face or expose the flaws of another. The Jade Emperor's words landed like a resounding slap against the Buddha. The Buddha had been striving diligently to conceal the theft from Ling Mountain, fearing the ridicule of those in the heavenly court. After all, he was the sovereign of Ling Mountain and held his dignity in high regard. Do you truly believe that I, the Buddha, am intimidated by you? You gather your forces to threaten my Ling Mountain. Are you contemplating an assault upon it? Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, the Buddhist realm will not let this matter rest lightly. I must confront you, the Buddha proclaimed, his voice echoing like thunder. Humph. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened, retorting, "Do you remain unaware of my purpose in coming here, Tathagata? Your reckless assault on a high official of my heavenly court, coupled with the theft of the exquisite Linglong Pagoda, which you have used to suppress my tens of thousands of celestial soldiers, is wholly unacceptable. If you do not furnish me with a satisfactory resolution, do not blame me for being ungracious." At these words, the Buddha appeared bewildered. What assault on a high official? What suppression of countless celestial soldiers? As for the Linglong Pagoda, had it not been entrusted to him by the Morning Star during their exchange for cigarettes? The Buddha lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he sought to quell his frustration. Jade Emperor, all matters must be substantiated with evidence. Moreover, as the progenitor of the Buddhist order, I am surrounded by my followers on Ling Mountain. How dare you accuse us of stealing the Linglong Pagoda? It is not boastfulness on my part, I assure you. Such a mere artifact holds no significance to me. Ahem. Evidence. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, and the Linglong Pagoda flew forth from the Buddha's meditation chamber. Indeed, Tang Yu had carelessly placed the pagoda in a random room, unaware that it was the Buddha's sanctuary. Holding the pagoda aloft, the Jade Emperor scrutinized the Buddha, demanding, "Tathagata, do you have any words to counter this?" In that instant, the assembly of monks exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. How could Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda possibly be found on Ling Mountain? They turned their gazes toward the Buddha, who felt a chill run through him, his legs trembling. This was a dire predicament. With such revelations, it seemed impossible to conceal his involvement in the theft of Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda. Sweat poured down his forehead as he contemplated whether to confess immediately. At the very least, it would constitute a form of surrender, an acknowledgement of his wrongdoing. Upon sighting the long-lost Linglong Pagoda, Li Jing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of recognition. Many events had transpired due to this exquisite structure, including the matter of Neza. Had the Linglong Pagoda been present, it is likely he would still hold his position in the heavenly court, thereby averting such calamities. With a mere wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor released tens of thousands of celestial soldiers confined within the pagoda. These soldiers emerged unscathed, having merely been contained by Tang Yu at that time. Now, they stood proudly among the ranks of the heavenly court, significantly bolstering the forces that sought to besiege the Spirit Mountain. In a swift motion, the Jade Emperor tossed the Linglong Pagoda to Li Jing, who deftly caught it and examined it closely. Indeed, it was his beloved pagoda, finally returned to him. However, after a prolonged period of bearing that broken bowl, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to holding the pagoda once more. The broken bowl, albeit flawed, was a sacred artifact of considerable power, arguably surpassing that of the Linglong Pagoda. Yet, that bowl was lost. Pondering this, Li Jing turned his gaze to the assembly of Buddhas. Given that the Linglong Pagoda had manifested in the Spirit Mountain, it was reasonable to deduce that the lost bowl, along with the treasures belonging to the Venus star, were likely also present in the same realm. The Buddha's expression fluctuated between shadows of doubt and contemplation. Following the incident of the theft from the Spirit Mountain's treasury, all treasures housed within the Buddhist vault had vanished, including the Linglong Pagoda. Yet here it was, unexpectedly appearing within the Buddhist domain and within his own meditation chamber. It seemed the Buddha had begun to grasp the underlying truths. Jade Emperor, perhaps you ought to inquire with the Venus star beside you regarding the Linglong Pagoda's appearance in the Spirit Mountain, the Buddha remarked, his tone grave. The Jade Emperor, taken aback by this suggestion, turned his attention towards the Venus star. Trembling, the Venus star knelt before the Jade Emperor, confessing, "Your Majesty, I have sinned." Chapter 383. The truth of the Linglong Pagoda revealed the sudden prostration of the Venus star left the Jade Emperor and the celestial soldiers in a state of bewilderment. The Venus star had always been adept at his duties, ensuring that the Emperor's commands were executed with meticulous attention. It was precisely this reliability that had earned him the Emperor's trust and favor. Yet now, he knelt before the Jade Emperor, tears streaming down his face, seeking forgiveness. "Your Majesty," the Venus star began, lifting his tear-streaked face, "I must confess that the Linglong Pagoda belonging to King Li was taken by me. The time has come when I can no longer conceal the truth." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor and Li Jing gaped in disbelief at the Venus star. The Jade Emperor, in particular, could hardly fathom the reality. The Venus star had always been a figure of trust. Indeed, following the pagoda's disappearance, an investigative committee had been established, with the Venus star appointed as its leader. Yet, He was the very thief they sought. It was no wonder that, after extensive inquiries, no leads had emerged, and the investigation had ultimately stalled. Understanding dawned upon the Jade Emperor, and his countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a myriad of emotions. I never anticipated that the thief, who stealthily infiltrated our domain, would be someone so close to me. Indeed, one whom I had placed my trust in. Your Majesty. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing choked back his emotions, confessing, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. When Your Majesty requested me to exchange cigarettes on 2 occasions, I found myself devoid of sufficient treasures. In a moment of greed, I succumbed to temptation and pilfered the exquisite Linglong Pagoda of King Li. I implore Your Majesty for forgiveness. How audacious! Could it be that this misdeed stemmed from my desires? I wished to smoke, yet you lacked the means. Thus resorting to thievery? The Jade Emperor paused, contemplating. Tai Bai, how could you? Li Jing trembled with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at him, utterly speechless, revealing the extent of his fury. The incident surrounding the theft of the Linglong Pagoda subsequently ignited a cascade of events. How could one not be enraged? Tai Bai Jinxing, I cannot believe it was you. Li Jing, shaking, directed his ire towards Tai Bai Jinxing. Meanwhile, the Buddha observed the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. He instinctively shifted, attempting to reposition himself on a small stool, only to find it had been kicked away. Moreover, the Jade Emperor, perched upon his dragon throne, found it unbecoming to sit on a humble wooden stool, as it would diminish his majestic presence fitting of the leader of the Western heavenly Buddhist sect. Thus, the Buddha settled cross-legged in midair, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette, appearing utterly at ease. Your Majesty, I bear the weight of my sins, Tai Bai Jinxing lamented on his knees, tears streaming down his face. Is it also true that you are responsible for the theft from the heavenly treasury? The Jade Emperor inquired, his expression darkening. Even if I were granted tenfold courage, I would never dare to commit such an act against the heavenly treasury. I beseech Your Majesty to discern the truth. The theft of the heavenly treasury bears no connection to me whatsoever. You, Tai Bai Jinxing, as a high-ranking official of the heavenly court, have committed such an egregious act. We shall address your transgressions upon our return to heaven, the Jade Emperor declared coldly. After all, it was not an opportune moment to deal with Tai Bai Jinxing, lest it invite ridicule from outsiders. Furthermore, there were crucial matters to attend to in the Western Buddhist realm. Consequently, the issue concerning Tai Bai would be postponed until their return to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor turned his attention back to the Buddha, stating, though individuals from the heavenly court exchanged the Linglong Pagoda with you, it is unacceptable that your Buddhist sect would use it to harm my subjects. Am I mistaken? The Buddha chuckled lightly, rising to flick the cigarette, but aside. Mistaken indeed. Do we, as followers of the Buddha, have any need to harm your heavenly court? What justification could there possibly be for such actions? Clearly, there are those with ulterior motives seeking to exploit this situation. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, it is astonishing that you fail to grasp such a fundamental issue and yet boldly deploy your forces against my Lingshan. Jade Emperor, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. As his voice crescendoed, the Buddha's tone grew assertive. The Jade Emperor, while not attributing the wrongdoing to the Buddhist sect, carried a lingering sense of injustice since the last encounter with the Buddha had left him feeling extorted. In Ling Mountain, the aura of the Linglong Pagoda was unmistakably felt, and now that troops had already been dispatched to Ling Mountain, how could one possibly withdraw them at this juncture? Such an act would surely compromise the dignity of the sovereign of the 3 realms. The evidence of the Linglong Pagoda's presence was irrefutable. Could it be that the Buddha intends to deny this? The Jade Emperor spoke sternly. At this moment, the Buddha had regained his composure entirely, displaying the cunning intellect befitting the leader of Ling Mountain. It is not necessarily the followers of my Buddha who have caused this. It is evident that someone is scheming in the shadows to frame us. The Buddha declared, this individual lurks in obscurity, clearly the same person who pilfered from the treasure trove of Ling Mountain. They deliberately orchestrated the harm to the heavenly court using the Linglong Pagoda and subsequently returned it to Ling Mountain, clearly inciting discord between Buddhism and Taoism. Such malevolent intent is indeed treacherous. Soon, the Buddha discerned the sinister motives of this individual, realizing the depths of their wickedness. But who could this person truly be? As a quasi-saint with considerable prowess, their stealth techniques were beyond even the Buddha's capabilities. Could it truly be related to the variable? If so, it must also correlate with the sage behind them. The Buddha mused that his analysis was likely not far from the truth. Yet, was the variable not Sha Wujing? Why then did another quasi-saint emerge? The Buddha found himself utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. You claim there is a plot, yet it unfolds so easily? The Jade Emperor remarked coldly. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall not let this matter rest. After a brief contemplation, the Buddha gestured, leading the Jade Emperor into the depths of chaos. He intended to converse candidly with the Jade Emperor, as it was best for such embarrassing matters to remain as undisclosed as possible. The Jade Emperor regarded the Buddha with confusion, observing as the Buddha rummaged through his robe, retrieving a smoked stick, which he offered to the Jade Emperor. After a moment's hesitation, the Jade Emperor accepted it. Taking a puff, the Buddha exhaled a wisp of light blue smoke, and with a solemn tone, he remarked, "Trouble has befallen the Buddhist realm, and I trust you have noticed, Jade Emperor." Hearing this, the Jade Emperor turned his gaze toward the Buddha. To him, it was evident that a great battle had erupted within the Buddhist domain, with the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple appearing on the verge of collapse. The Buddha sighed. The sudden joy Buddha has explosively manifested, inflicting irreparable damage upon Ling Mountain. It is clear to me that outsiders have interfered in this matter. The Linglong Pagoda was intentionally placed in Ling Mountain to frame the Buddhist sect, inciting conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Such a heart is undoubtedly wicked. With a wry smile, the Buddha continued, "Jade Emperor, I must confess. The treasure trove of Ling Mountain has already been plundered. There is nothing left. The other Buddhas can only sit on their small stools. And I believe you have seen this for yourself." Chapter 384. The reasons are three. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression grew peculiar, his lips twitching involuntarily. So this was the case. The Great Luo Temple has shockingly fallen victim to theft, suffering greatly, with even the lotus thrones of the Buddhas being taken. Each deity now finds themselves seated upon a mere stool. Imagine this scene. The Buddha perched upon a small bench, legs crossed, smoking a cigarette. Below, the multitude of Buddhas sits upright on their tiny wooden stools, each maintaining a solemn expression, hands resting on their knees. The thought of such a sight causes the Jade Emperor's lips to twitch involuntarily as he struggles to suppress a laugh. The Buddha furrows his brow and sighs, stating, "Thus, I believe all of this is the work of that thief. He possesses considerable skill and recently infiltrated the Great Luo Temple. Had I not discovered him in time, none could fathom what further mischief he might enact. I briefly clashed with him and sensed that, while his cultivation is slightly inferior to mine, it is certainly not by much. He must be a quasi-saint. However, it is peculiar that among the quasi-saints in the realm, we are all acquainted. Normally, there would be no need for anyone to steal from the treasures of the Spirit Mountain or even the Heavenly Court. Could it be that this individual has some ulterior motive, seeking to incite conflict between Buddhism and Taoism?" The Jade Emperor, still smoking, furrows his brow as he begins to analyze the situation. His expression softens slightly, for he realizes that the Spirit Mountain is in a far worse predicament than the Heavenly Court, balancing his heart with a sense of schadenfreude. He coughs, reminding himself not to laugh, and responds, "Indeed, you present a valid point. But who would engage in such actions? If one were to instigate a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, what could their purpose be?" "I do not know," the Buddha replies, shaking his head. "Yet I sense this individual may be linked to the variable." "Variable?" At this, the Jade Emperor's demeanor grows serious. "Indeed, has the Buddhist sect identified who this variable is?" The Buddha smiles faintly. "Is it Tang Sung?" The Jade Emperor exclaims, as this has been his suspicion all along. After all, Tang Sung's actions throughout his journey have been undeniably suspicious. "Sha Wujing," the Buddha remarks, narrowing his eyes slightly, exuding an air of inscrutability, the smoke he exhales appearing divine and ethereal. The Jade Emperor gazes at the Buddha in astonishment. "Sha Wujing, is that even possible? He used to be my loyal attendant, obedient to a fault. With a mere glance from me, he would kneel. Such a person is a variable? Indeed, based on our analysis within the Buddhist sect, it must be Sha Wujing." Our confidence in this conclusion stems from the established cooperative relationship between the Buddha and him. If there were any initial doubts, after discussions with the three-headed one, the Buddha has fully confirmed this suspicion. The Buddha then relays the analysis of their sect to the Jade Emperor. It must be said that this line of reasoning appears quite sound, prompting even the Jade Emperor to nod in agreement. If there truly is a saint intervening behind the scenes, then Sha Wujing's actions become far less surprising. "Why do you not consider Tang Sung?" The Jade Emperor inquired, puzzled. The Buddha smiled gently and raised 3 fingers, stating, "There are 3 reasons. First, we initially harbored doubts regarding Tang Sung. Yet my calculations reveal he remains the reincarnation of the golden cicada, having undergone 9 cycles of rebirth, which only strengthens his resolve towards Buddhism. Secondly, during his time at the Guanyin Zen monastery, he drank with Sun Wukong and met his demise in a rather peculiar manner. Thirdly, do you not find his actions along this journey overly deliberate? It almost seems as if he fears we might overlook his potential as a variable. If he were indeed a variable, he would surely conceal his identity with utmost care rather than act so brazenly. Therefore, based on these 3 points, we can entirely dismiss any suspicion regarding Tang Sung." The Buddha's demeanor radiated confidence. "Well, that makes sense," the Jade Emperor replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet he pondered the Buddha's reasoning, sensing some validity within it. However, even after such analysis by the Buddha, his suspicions regarding Tang Sung remained unshaken. "What of that rogue? Does the Buddha harbor any doubts?" the Jade Emperor asked. "None," the Buddha replied, his expression momentarily clouded with confusion. Yet, at the moment of confrontation, I felt an oddly familiar essence emanating from him. I suspect that even if this rogue is unrelated to the variables, he may still be connected to the sage behind them. The Jade Emperor contemplated this for a moment before responding with a smile. "What relevance does it hold? That individual is one of the formidable beings in this realm. Does he truly need to resort to such despicable means?" Through the Buddha's earlier explanation, the Jade Emperor had grasped that they believed the sage behind the variables to be Taishang Laojun. If Taishang Laojun intended to target the Buddhist sect to interfere with the journey to the West, the Jade Emperor could comprehend that. However, to direct such actions against the heavenly court was utterly unfathomable and devoid of reason. "This is merely my suspicion," the Buddha remarked, taking out a cigarette and drawing a puff from it. "Nonetheless, should this rogue reappear, I am confident in my ability to unearth him." Thus, the two engaged in a discussion amidst the chaos. The notion of conflict was entirely absent, despite the Jade Emperor's grand mobilization of forces to pressure Mount Ling. It was merely a formality, perhaps an attempt to extort the Buddhist sect. At this moment, it seemed all such plans had evaporated. After all, Mount Ling was utterly destitute, with the monks seated upon humble wooden benches. In this context, the Jade Emperor felt reluctant to strike against the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, given the rogue's shameless nature, any extortion would likely yield little. Rather than pursue this course, it would be more prudent to discuss the significant matters concerning the 3 realms. "What are your thoughts on the kingdom of 10,000 demons and the Lion Tortoise Nation?" the Jade Emperor inquired. "The kingdom of 10,000 demons and the Lion Tortoise Nation are growing increasingly powerful. If we do not eliminate them promptly, they may pose future complications," the Buddha replied. "These matters have long occupied my thoughts, and I have my own strategies," the Buddha continued. "If you wish to eradicate the kingdom of 10,000 demons, or even the Lion Tortoise Nation, it bears no relation to me." As the Buddha grinned, revealing his large yellowed teeth, he seemed quite pleased with the unfolding scene. The Jade Emperor let out a dismissive hum, remarking that it was merely a statement. The Buddha cast a deep glance at the Jade Emperor, harboring a trace of disdain. "Just a statement?" he thought. "Do spare me. The intent is clearly present." However, the Buddha would never consider striking against the kingdom of 10,000 demons, given their cooperative relationship. This kingdom might serve as his most formidable ally when he chose to act, making it utterly unwise to jeopardize such an alliance at this juncture. In Chapter 385, the Eastern and Western Titans deliberated in the chaos for an extended period regarding the circumstances surrounding the 3 realms and the rogue they faced, ultimately failing to derive any substantial conclusions. Upon emerging from the chaos, the Jade Emperor deliberately directed a heavy snort towards the Tathagata before retreating his forces. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, he required a semblance of dignity, and this sound signified his dissatisfaction with the Buddha. Furthermore, their prolonged discourse in the chaos led outsiders to believe that some form of agreement had been reached between them. At the very least, that was the perception among the denizens of the heavenly court. Otherwise, why would the emperor so easily withdraw his troops after such a grand mobilization against Mount Ling? Thus, it was widely assumed among the heavenly court's inhabitants that the Buddha must have incurred some disadvantage and subsequently offered the emperor some benefit to secure the retreat. With the heavenly court's forces departing, the Buddha returned to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to address subsequent matters, beginning with renovations, before seeking elixirs from the supreme Laojun. Upon arriving at the treasure vault of the Buddhist sect, the Buddha exercised utmost caution, glancing around periodically as if fearful of being discovered. "Greetings, Buddha," intoned the guardian of the vault, prostrating himself. The Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth, nodded and waved his hand to dismantle the prohibitions. The vault creaked open, and he prepared to select several treasures to facilitate the acquisition of elixirs from the Doshui Palace, aiming to expedite the recovery of key Buddhas. As the vault opened slowly and revealed its contents, the cigarette fell from the Buddha's mouth, and he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The guardian of the vault, puzzled, glanced inside and promptly knelt in reverence. A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout Mount Ling, resonating even to the distant heavenly soldiers, who instinctively turned to gaze back at the mountain. The Jade Emperor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, felt a twinge of disdain. "What is this, Tathagata? Have you lost your composure?" After all, he was renowned as a powerful force in the realm, perhaps even rivaling my status. Yet here he was, devoid of the poise expected of a formidable leader. With such demeanor, how could he possibly guide the multitude of Buddhas? The Jade Emperor scoffed inwardly as he returned to the Lingxiao treasure hall, taking his seat upon the dragon throne, while the Tai Bai Jingxing knelt motionless before him. The ministers engaged in hushed discussions, their whispers rife with speculation. Little did they expect that this thief of the pagoda was none other than the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing. The loss of Li Jing's exquisite pagoda had instilled a prolonged sense of dread throughout the heavenly court, leaving everyone fearful of becoming victims themselves. Now that the truth had emerged, all eyes turned towards Tai Bai. "Your Majesty, I bear the guilt," Tai Bai Jingxing lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, Tai Bai Yu, a revered minister of the celestial court, how could you have committed such a transgression?" The Jade Emperor expressed his heartache. "Your Majesty, I am at fault," Tai Bai Jingxing replied. "As a prominent official in the heavenly realm, how could I have so recklessly stolen a divine artifact? What punishment shall befall me?" The Jade Emperor inquired sternly. "To be banished to the mortal realm, to suffer the tribulations of reincarnation." Tai Bai Jingxing trembled as he spoke. "The agony of human existence is immense. Many celestial beings face the fate of enduring a lifetime of suffering for their misdeeds. This illustrates the profound sorrow inherent in life." The Jade Emperor, momentarily taken aback, pondered the gravity of the situation. Is it truly that severe? If Tai Bai Jingxing were to reincarnate, what then would become of such vital matters? The other deities exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. They rose in unison to intercede on Tai Bai's behalf. "Your Majesty, Tai Bai is a significant minister of the heavenly court, having contributed greatly over the years. We beseech you to show leniency." Even Li Jing stepped forward, reclaiming a semblance of his past authority as he dragged along the long-lost exquisite pagoda. Feigning contemplation, the Jade Emperor finally spoke. "In light of your pleas and Tai Bai's past contributions to the heavenly court, I shall spare him from a lifetime of suffering. However, his theft of a sacred artifact has incited a series of unfortunate events. Call forth Tai Bai Jingxing, and let him receive 30 lashes. Let Li Jing administer the punishment." "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you." Tai Bai Jingxing repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude as he was led away. Yet, Li Jing's brow furrowed. The loss of the exquisite pagoda was a source of shame for him. Although he had been infuriated upon learning of Tai Bai's theft, the Emperor's decree for him to carry out the punishment made him tremble. What if he struck Tai Bai too harshly? How would he procure his beloved cigarettes in the future? After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the whip and delivered a light strike upon Tai Bai Jingxing. The latter was momentarily taken aback, then cried out dramatically, casting a glance back at Li Jing as if to say, "You're not so bad after all." "Alas, alas," Tai Bai Jingxing cried out, though he felt no real pain. It was merely for show. The exquisite pagoda was placed aside, and suddenly, it began to emit a strange, flickering light. Then, with a resounding bang, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the heavenly court. Fragments of the pagoda scattered in all directions, causing buildings to collapse. Nearby celestial soldiers were left utterly terrified, their spirits shattered. As for Li Jing and Tai Bai Jingxing, they, once again, only their souls remained, leaving the two individuals bewildered, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. The exquisite Linglong pagoda had unexpectedly exploded, resulting in the demise of numerous celestial soldiers, and they too were caught in the aftermath. With a resounding boom, the Jade Emperor trembled in fright, instantly appearing beside Li Jing and the Star of Destiny, Tai Bai. Upon witnessing the two now reduced to mere souls, the Jade Emperor's countenance darkened ominously. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the nearby palace, followed by the collapse of the structure. Instantly, thick smoke billowed into the heavens. The Jade Emperor inhaled deeply, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, the West." He gazed at the desolate Buddhist treasury, and the Buddha, Sakyamuni, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, almost toppling over. In an instant, he coughed up blood. "Buddha! Buddha!" The guardians of the treasury exclaimed in alarm. The Buddha opened his mouth, and once more, blood gushed forth as he collapsed. "Buddha! Buddha!" The guardians, in a state of panic, rushed forward. Seeing the Buddha unconscious, they were momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, one of the guardians sprang into action, placing his hand on the Buddha's chest, applying pressure in an attempt to revive him. Another guardian vigorously pinched the Buddha's philtrum, calling out, "Buddha, awaken. You cannot fall. If you collapse, how shall we uphold the Buddhist order? Please awaken. Hold on. Open your eyes and see us. Buddha, you must not succumb. We need you. Awaken. Awaken, Buddha. Please hold on and open your eyes to us." Chapter 386. Buddha, rise. The guardians tirelessly endeavored to revive the Buddha, incessantly urging him, "Buddha, awaken. Open your eyes and behold us. You cannot succumb." Through the collective efforts of the guardians, the Buddha's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes, yet they were vacant, staring blankly at the firmament. Had the treasury been robbed once more? After the initial theft, the Buddhist treasury had finally managed to replenish its treasures. Fearing the tragedy might repeat, he had taken extensive precautions, erecting layers of prohibitive spells outside the treasury, with the guardians stationed vigilantly. In his eyes, it seemed foolproof. Yet, the unexpected had occurred. The treasures housed in the treasury were intended to fund future endeavors. Although they appeared replenished, they paled in comparison to the treasury's former abundance. Nevertheless, it alleviated the economic woes of Ling Mountain, to the extent that even the Buddha practiced frugality, refraining from smoking even a single cigarette. More often than not, he would smoke half a stick before extinguishing it and tucking it behind his ear for later. Such thriftiness was for what purpose? To minimize expenses and ensure the treasury's coffers remained full, preparing for future undertakings. Now, the treasury had been plundered again, without sufficient financial backing. Even the thought of embarking on a new venture seemed daunting. "Buddha, Buddha!" The Buddha has awakened. A Buddha gently assisted Lage to his feet, who leaned against him, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. The Buddha waved a hand before Lage's eyes, yet the latter maintained his expression of stupor. The Buddha's heart-wrenching cry had already startled the assembly of Buddhas on Ling Mountain. Upon their arrival, they beheld the expressionless Buddha leaning against another Buddha. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, intoned, inhaling deeply. There seemed to be no solution. The economic situation on Ling Mountain had only just begun to stabilize. Yet the treasury had been plundered once more. How could existence be so arduous? The Buddhas exchanged glances, seemingly eager to speak, yet their mouths opened without words, ultimately succumbing to silence. Among them, Manjushri and Samantabhadra expressed their concern. In the chaos of the Happy Buddha's explosion, the two had sustained considerable injuries. They had originally awaited the Buddha's generous hand to procure elixirs from the Supreme Lord, hoping to restore their vitality. Now, the treasury lay empty once again. Elixirs? Such a notion seemed futile. Although Lingji Bodhisattva recognized this, he remained unconcerned, for his stature was already substantial. The issue of elixirs was merely a trivial matter to him. "Buddha, Buddha, please awaken. It is I, little G. Do you still recognize me?" Lingji Bodhisattva squatted before the Buddha, worry etched upon his face. To achieve great things, one must endure setbacks. "I hope the Buddha regains his strength soon," spoke the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. At that moment, a flicker of awareness stirred in the Buddha's vacant gaze. He pushed away the supporting Buddha and, with a sudden spring, rose from the ground like a koi leaping from water. The Buddhas gazed in admiration as their leader stood once more. Truly, he was the pillar of Ling Mountain. Despite enduring numerous tribulations, he remained upright. Some Buddhas pondered that if they were in the Buddha's position, facing such relentless challenges, they might struggle to rise again. Yet here stood the Buddha, straight and resolute. Upon his broad shoulders rested the hopes of all Buddhas, as well as the aspirations of Ling Mountain. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp sighed, producing a cigarette and offering it to the Buddha. To achieve great things, setbacks are inevitable. It is not the experience of hardship that is frightening, but the absence of courage to rise again afterwards. Such individuals seldom accomplish greatness. The Buddha remained silent, extending a hand toward little G. Lingji Bodhisattva was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly produced 2 bottles of liquor, presenting them to the Buddha. Accepting the liquor, the Buddha said nothing as he departed to the meditation room, closing himself off within. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, recognizing that the Buddha was clearly resorting to alcohol to drown his sorrows. However, given the succession of significant events within the Buddha's realm, the others understood. The Buddha was undoubtedly weary. It was time for him to rest. Ba, they murmured, acknowledging that while one should not escape through drink, occasionally seeking solace in it might not be entirely devoid of merit. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp recited a sacred mantra, and an extraordinary event unfolded in the Lingshan region. The Buddha withdrew into solitude, seeking solace in wine within his meditation chamber. Consequently, a series of subsequent events naturally fell upon the shoulders of the ancient Buddha. He arranged for the restoration of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. As for the severely injured Buddhas, who were originally to receive elixirs, the Buddhist treasury had once again been depleted. Thus, it was time for each to recuperate. Regarding those Buddhas whose physical forms had been obliterated, they would not perish. Their souls would linger in Lingshan for the time being. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, a venerable elder of the Buddhist order, adeptly managed these affairs with ease. In the realm below, within the palace of the kingdom of Tang Yu, the king observed the conclusion of the marriage selection with a sense of profound relief. Yet, the jade rabbit appeared somewhat burdened with thoughts, contemplating her next course of action. Would the Buddhist order hold her accountable if she remained inactive? Although Li Jing had previously advised that a mere formality would suffice, she pondered how to proceed with the execution of such a plan. At that moment, a report was announced. Your Majesty, a revered monk from the Tang dynasty seeks an audience. Instantly, the jade rabbit felt a surge of anxiety. They had arrived. The king of Tianju commanded, admit them. However, upon the entrance of Tang Yu and his companions, the king was taken aback. Wasn't it said that a holy monk from the Tang dynasty was coming? Yet, these individuals bore no resemblance to monks. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tang Yu feigned a bow, casting a meaningful glance at the princess. This must be the jade rabbit. The king of Tianju queried in astonishment. You are the holy monk from the Tang dynasty? Indeed, indeed. I am the humble monk Tang Sanzang, journeying to the west to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures. Your Majesty need not be overly surprised. Despite our differing appearances, we are all practitioners of Buddhism. As long as our hearts are directed towards the Buddha, why concern ourselves with outward appearances? Tang Yu eloquently persuaded. Upon hearing this, the king of Tianju was filled with reverence. Truly a holy monk from the Tang dynasty, the profundity of the Dharma is evident. Indeed, it is I who have been overly concerned with appearances, he acknowledged. Tang Yu presented the necessary documentation, and after the royal seal was affixed, the king remarked, since the holy monk has traveled from afar, why not stay in the kingdom of Tianju for a few days? Alas, the quest for scriptures is of utmost importance. I must take my leave, replied Tang Yu, turning to depart. However, before he exited, he cast a knowing glance at the jade rabbit, leaving her utterly bewildered. She had originally hoped that if Tang Sanzang and his companions stayed, she might contrive a plan to impress the representatives of the Western Buddhist order. Yet, she was unprepared for their immediate departure. Chapter 387. Through storm and strife in that moment, the jade rabbit was completely flummoxed, uncertain of her next move. Should she take decisive action? Alas, it would be folly. Sun Wukong, the monkey, would surely strike her down without hesitation. As she watched Tang Sanzang and his companions exit, she sat in a daze, utterly at a loss for what to do. Very well, let it be, she resigned. After all, it was said that since the journey to the west began, not many trials had been completed, so her own trial would not make a significant difference. Tang Yu and his companions left the palace and subsequently sought out the simpleton in a brothel, embarking on their journey. Now, the distance to Mount Ling is no longer considerable. Tang Yu resolved to expedite his journey, as reaching Mount Ling as swiftly as possible was paramount. Otherwise, he feared the interference of those ineffectual figures from the Buddhist sect. He urged the Huang Shijing to hasten their pace, refusing to pause even during the night. Determined to advance towards Mount Ling with alacrity. At their current speed, It would not take more than half a month to arrive at Lingyundu, the very foot of Mount Ling. They had scarcely departed from the nation of Tianzhu when a series of system notifications resonated in succession. Congratulations, host. By utilizing the Linglong Treasure Pagoda to vanquish Li Jing, Tai Bai, and others, you have plundered luck from the Taoist sect. Reward, 2 million luck points. Congratulations, host. By infiltrating the Yushu Palace, you have seized luck from the Taoist sect. Reward, 4 million luck points. Congratulations, host. By raiding the treasure vault of Mount Ling, you have extracted luck from the Buddhist sect. Reward, 3 million luck points. Congratulations, host. By causing the joyous Buddha to explode on Mount Ling, resulting in significant casualties, you have plundered luck from the Buddhist sect. Reward, 6 million luck points. Congratulations, host. By instigating conflict between Buddhism and Taoism with the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, and with heavenly soldiers pressing upon Mount Ling, you have seized luck from both sections. Reward, 8 million luck points. Congratulations, host. By detonating the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, you have dealt severe damage to Li Jing, Tai Bai, and numerous celestial beings. Reward, 3 million luck points. Congratulations, host. By complicating the Buddhist matrimonial endeavor from Tianzhu, you have further secured luck. The sound of system notifications continued to echo. For Tang Yu, these were the most delightful sounds in the world. Moreover, this did not even account for the treasures pilfered from the Buddhist vault, which had yet to be exchanged for luck points. At this moment, Tang Yu also redeemed all the treasures acquired from the Buddhist vault. Ultimately, he opened the system interface. Host, Tang Yu. Cultivation level, pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal. Luck points, 310 million. Magic treasures. Gazing at the luck points, Tang Yu slightly furrowed his brow. While these points appeared substantial, they were still woefully insufficient for his ambitions. In his view, a minimum of 500 million was required to exchange for the Holy Spirit pill. At that juncture, he could confront both the quasi-saint Tribulation and the saint Tribulation. Once he attained the status of a saint, exposure would be of little consequence. Additionally, the strengths of Wukong, Air Daisy, and others required a comprehensive enhancement. He had also promised Guanyin Bodhisattva to assist her in reaching quasi-saint status. Thus, all of this necessitated luck points. While these luck points might seem abundant, they fell short of Tang Yu's aspirations. He sought to rapidly accumulate more luck points and discover the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Upon unlocking it, the treasures inside would be innumerable, which he could then exchange for luck points. Furthermore, he aimed to continue undermining the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect. However, how many schemes would that require? Tang Yu felt a headache coming on. The key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury was merely one piece short, yet the whereabouts of this final piece remained a mystery. Therefore, relying on the Heavenly Treasury to accrue luck points seemed utterly impractical. In the Heavenly Court, the sudden explosion of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda had once again inflicted considerable losses. This has compounded the already precarious situation of the Celestial Court. However, the mere thought of the myriad Buddhas of Ling Mountain being relegated to mere stools brought a sense of equilibrium to the Jade Emperor's heart. Reluctantly, he made his way back to the palace of Duoshui to procure an elixir, resurrecting figures such as Li Jing and the Star of Venus. Yet, Li Jing's exquisite pagoda had been obliterated in the process, leaving him utterly bereft. As the renowned heavenly king of the pagoda, the absence of anything in his hands felt profoundly unsettling. Despite having nothing to grasp, old habits compelled him to extend his hands as if still holding something. After resolving these matters, the Jade Emperor let out a long sigh of relief, his heart weighed down by fatigue. In terms of enduring setbacks, he felt somewhat inferior to the likes of the Buddha. Just look at how the Buddha perseveres through repeated hardships, never yielding or succumbing, struggling to rise again. The Celestial Court had recently endured a few tribulations, and already the Jade Emperor felt overwhelmed. Seated upon his dragon throne, he waved his hand, and the mystic light mirror appeared. Tang Sung and his companions had already departed from the land of Tianzhu, racing onward, undeterred by the elements, tirelessly journeying day and night. What had suddenly sparked such fervor in them? Tai Bai, proceed to the palace of Guanghan and request the moon goddess to reclaim the Jade Rabbit. This ordeal has reached its conclusion, the Jade Emperor commanded. As you wish, replied the Star of Venus, setting off toward the palace of Guanghan. Soon, the moon goddess descended to the mortal realm and retrieved the Jade Rabbit, simultaneously freeing the princess who had been imprisoned. However, She appeared utterly bewildered by the prospect of marriage, completely unaware of the situation. This left the king of Tianzhu in a state of great concern, believing his son must have fallen ill and lost his memory. Thus, he issued a decree for the entire nation to seek medical assistance. In the West, the Buddha sought solace in wine. Awakened from a drunken stupor, he rose once more, a cigarette in his mouth, wrapped in his robe, leisurely emerging from his meditation chamber. Below, the assembly of Buddhas stood upright, their expressions imbued with worry as they gazed upon the Buddha. Ahead, the small stool belonging to the Buddha had been retrieved and placed back in its rightful position. Adjusting his robe, he felt a chill and strode towards his stool, pulling it forward before sitting down, instinctively crossing his legs. He flicked off the ash from his cigarette and glanced at the remaining half. After a moment's hesitation, he extinguished it, tucking the leftover half behind his ear. Seeing the Buddha's frugality, the assembly of Buddhas felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. After all, he was a figure of great stature in the Western Buddhist realm, on par with the Jade Emperor. How had he fallen to such depths that he could only afford to smoke half a cigarette? Buddha, the voice of Lingji Bodhisattva, trembled with emotion as he hurried forward, offering 2 packs of cigarettes. The Buddha cast an appreciative glance at him, then accepted the cigarettes, placing them within his robe. He removed the half-cigarette from his ear, placing it between his lips, and with a wave of his hand, summoned the mystic light mirror. The Buddha's work ethic remained commendable. Even as significant events unfolded within the Buddhist realm, attention remained steadfast on the pilgrimage of the monk Xuanzang and his companions. They had departed from the land of India, and the jade rabbit had been summoned back. The Buddha furrowed his brow, pondering the inexplicable haste of Xuanzang. Why was he journeying without pause, relentlessly pressing onward through storm and rain, day and night, at such a remarkable pace? At this rate, they would soon reach Lingyun Pass, at the foot of Mount Ling. Chapter 388. Is it you, brother? The Buddha's gaze fell upon Xuanzang and his entourage, and concern etched deeper lines upon his brow. Should he once again advise them to slow their pace? The trials of the journey to the west thus far had been few and far between. A mere handful of obstacles. Reporting to the Buddha, Xuanzang and his party are on the verge of arriving at Ling Mountain. I propose that we dispatch the golden-winged Great Peng to launch an ambush against them, accompanied by the demons of the Lion Turtle Kingdom at the mountain's base. This strategy could prove a singular solution to rectify the tribulations faced thus far, and we could also enlist Sun Wukong to eliminate some of the demons. Achieving 2 objectives with 1 action, the ancient Buddha of Light grew increasingly anxious. How could he not be? Once Xuanzang and his companions entered Ling Mountain, it would signify the conclusion of the journey to the west. This old fool, the Buddha muttered silently to himself, yet he fell into deep contemplation. He desired to take action independently, but the right opportunity had eluded him. Was it wise to proceed so directly? This was a last resort, a desperate measure. After a moment of reflection, the Buddha resolved to deliberate further. He puffed on his pipe, his brow knitted tightly, a visage of profound concern. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu rode upon a lion, hastening forward through the tempest, undeterred. Why ride a lion, you may wonder. His vehicle had ultimately succumbed to its burdens, rendered inoperative. Nevertheless, during its service, the vehicle had proven its worth and deserved retirement. Upon witnessing the shattered remnants of his cart, Tang Yu observed a moment of silence. He quickly packed his belongings into a suitcase, while the sturdy Sen Lungzi bore the load, and the group continued their journey. Master, let us rest a while, puffed Zhu Beiji, struggling to catch his breath. No, we are almost at Ling Mountain. We cannot afford to pause, replied Tang Yu, without glancing back. The evening breeze caressed their faces, and the stars twinkled brilliantly in the night sky, the moon casting its luminous glow. Despite the late hour, Tang Yu pressed onward toward Ling Mountain, resolute in his quest for enlightenment. Hurry along, he urged. Once we arrive in the West and acquire the true scriptures, we can return to our former lives. Don't you wish to marry, you simpleton? Let us hasten. The trials of the journey to the West were few and far between. Who could predict the schemes of those within the Buddhist order? Thus, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Tang Yu sped toward the west. However, he did not intend to directly enter the Great Thunder Sound Temple to seek the scriptures. Instead, he planned to establish camp at the foot of Ling Mountain. This would serve as a precaution against any tricks from the Buddhist realm. Surely, they would not dare to play games on their own doorstep. If they did, it would be utterly unacceptable. Rest, rest, he murmured. After wandering for a considerable duration, Tang Yu finally signaled for everyone to take a rest. He then cast a glance at Wukong and San Lungzi, who immediately comprehended their master's intent. Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of light and vanished. San Lungzi hastily kindled a fire and prepared the cooking utensils. Indeed, Sun Wukong soon returned with wild game, casually tossing it to San Lungzi, who adeptly caught it and began to prepare it, placing it over the flames to roast. Zhu Beiji lay nearby, gasping heavily, clearly exhausted. After indulging in the wild delicacies, Tang Yu urged his disciples to resume their journey. Zhu Beiji, nearly rolling his eyes in fatigue, nonetheless trailed behind the group, panting as he hurried along. The Huang lion spirit sped forth, racing towards the spirit mountain, ceaselessly pressing on day and night. This sudden flurry of activity left the celestial beings in utter bewilderment. What was Tang Sanzang up to? He had never exhibited such fervor before. Now, he seemed almost frenzied, relentless in his pursuits. Even in sleep, he clung to the Huang lion spirit, resting upon its back as it continued to gallop. They truly did not pause, save for brief moments to eat, and remained on the move. The Jade Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, regarded this scene with confusion. Habitually, he took a sip of the jade dew, clicking his tongue in bemusement. What mischief was Tang Sanzang up to? The Jade Emperor murmured in perplexity. Your Majesty, spoke the Star of Venus, regardless of Tang Sanzang's actions. It appears the journey to the west is nearing its conclusion. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. He had long foreseen the demise of the journey, but he had not anticipated its swift culmination. Observing Tang Sanzang's pace, it was evident that within a few days, they would reach the foot of Spirit Mountain. No matter what measures the Buddhist realm might employ, it was likely too late to remedy the situation. Instantly, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of exhilaration, deeming it worthy of celebration. He then exchanged a discreet glance with the Star of Venus, who instantly understood. With the Jade Emperor's command, the deities of the heavenly court concluded their duties. The Star of Venus, bearing 2 bottles of Erguo-2, made his way to the Jade Emperor's palace. Meanwhile, in the west, at the Great Thundersound Temple, the Buddha had departed from Spirit Mountain. He sought to find Tang Sanzang for a drink, hoping to devise a means to delay their journey. Should Tang Sanzang refuse to heed his request, he would have to directly confront him, insisting that he must slow down, as there were significant matters at hand requiring assistance. This assistance did not necessitate much. Merely a delay in their arrival at the west was sufficient. The Buddha continued to seek opportunities, preparing for a potential upheaval. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in chaotic times. In this realm of tranquility, how could he find the suitable moment to instigate change? With the various sages still investigating the whereabouts of Rahu, perhaps he should lend assistance to Rahu? This was not out of the question. Lost in contemplation, he descended to the mortal realm, concealing himself in the heavens, pondering the dilemma of how to approach Tang Sanzang for a drink. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. After some contemplation, I decided to send a telepathic message to Tang Sanzang. Old 3, this is your brother. Please respond if you receive this. Tang Yu, taken aback, deliberately surveyed his surroundings, then cupped his ear in feigned confusion, muttering, what is going on? Why do I still hear my brother's voice? Could it be that I miss him too much? Though spoken softly, the Buddha overheard his words. Old 3, this is no illusion. I am indeed your brother. Employing a telepathic technique, the Buddha clarified through another message. Tang Yu then gestured for the yellow lion spirit to halt, instructing his disciples, let us take a moment's rest while I attend to some personal matters. With that, Tang Yu leaped off the yellow lion spirit and ventured deeper into the woods. The Buddha nodded in approval, feeling quite pleased with Tang Sanzang's cleverness. In the woods, Tang Yu called out softly, brother, brother. Suddenly, a large rat scurried past him. He extended his foot, stepping on its tail, crouching down to inspect the creature. Brother, is that you? He whispered. Chapter 389, Brother grows more numerous. The large rat squealed in distress under Tang Yu's foot. In response, Brother S had spun, nearly causing him to faint. You are the large rat. Your entire family is made of large rats. After a moment's reflection, Tang Sanzang, being immortal, had gleaned some knowledge of transformation techniques from various spirits and even Sun Wukong. However, he was entirely ignorant of telepathic arts, leading him to mistakenly believe he had transformed into a large rat, which was understandable. The Buddha gradually manifested, standing before Tang Yu. Tang Yu glanced at the Buddha and then at the rat beneath his foot. He lifted his foot, and the rat swiftly darted into the depths of the woods, vanishing from sight. "Brother, look at this. I thought this large rat was you." Tang Yu scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. As the Buddha of the Western paradise, he possessed a measure of forbearance. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. The Buddha graciously waved his hand. "No worries, no worries." He produced a packet of cigarettes, offering one to brother. "Tang Sanzang is quite a decent fellow." The Buddha mused silently, nodding in approval. Accepting the cigarette, brother tucked it into his robe. He then reached up to retrieve the half-stub he had tucked behind his ear, lighting it for a puff. "Old three, what is the matter with you?" the Buddha inquired. "Huh?" Tang Yu looked at the Buddha in confusion, entirely oblivious to the meaning behind his words. "Why have you suddenly quickened your pace?" The Buddha continued. "Oh, I see. Brother, the situation is as follows. I am eager to hasten my journey to obtain the true scriptures as soon as possible, which would also contribute to the flourishing of our Buddhist teachings. This way, I can attain enlightenment and fulfill my destiny," Tang Yu explained. Casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at the Buddha, his expression tinged with a hint of nervousness. "Brother, is something wrong? Have I done something amiss?" The Buddha found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Sang's words seemed to carry some truth. However, from his perspective, or that of the Buddhist realm, this was misguided. The trials and tribulations numbered 81, and it appeared that completing even a fraction, merely 11, was commendable. Of course, this was a presumption of the Buddha, who had not perused the script. The trials that were to be successfully endured were marked with a check in the script. Ultimately, the number of checks would reflect the trials overcome. Yet, from the Buddha's viewpoint, this was deemed sufficient. "Old three, your reasoning is not entirely flawed. But you cannot hasten your pace at this juncture. You must slow down." With a sigh, the Buddha added, "Let us find a place to drink and converse." Tang Yu paused momentarily, then replied, "Ah, indeed. Brother, there is an inn in the nearby town, complete with private rooms and a pleasant atmosphere. Let us proceed there." In matters of indulgence and revelry, the Buddha certainly surpassed old three. Thus, upon hearing Tang Yu's suggestion, he acquiesced. In a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Tang Yu understood that brother had not departed, but rather concealed himself in the air. He stepped outside and instructed his disciples, "You all wait here. I have a matter to attend to and shall return shortly." With that, he mounted the yellow lion spirit and soared toward the nearby town, where he requested a private room from the innkeeper. He then extravagantly ordered a lavish spread of dishes. Once the food arrived, brother revealed himself, casually waving his hand to obscure the heavenly secrets. After all, as the leader of the Western paradise, it would not bode well for him to be publicly seen drinking. They poured out a bottle of erguo too and began toasting one another. As they shared drinks, the Buddha seemed to find solace in expressing his grievances to Tang Yu. Lamenting the experiences of recent days, brother's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as he sniffled. It was only recently that the treasures of the Lingshan were replenished, and now they have been stolen. By the end of his lamentation, the Buddha's voice was tinged with a quaver of emotion. Witnessing brother's distress, Tang Yu felt a pang of guilt for several moments. He stood and proactively poured a glass of liquor for brother, a gesture of compensation. "Old three, it truly is no easy task for you." The Buddha sighed deeply, his eyes reddening. "With so many underlings relying on me for sustenance, the last theft of the treasures resulted in months of unpaid wages that have left some of the bodhisattvas dissatisfied. Yet, I never anticipated that the Lingshan treasures would be pilfered once more. Moreover, for brother, these treasures hold significant future value, yet they are now utterly depleted." "What value?" Tang Yu pondered, quickly realizing brother's intention to rebel. Without sufficient wealth to support his uprising, the likelihood of his failure loomed large. After all, in this world, one mingles for the sake of money. Who would follow without financial incentive? The Buddha seemed to be drowning his sorrows in drink. 2 bottles had mostly vanished into brother's belly, while Tang Yu remained largely untouched by the alcohol. Brother's face flushed crimson, and his eyes grew glassy as he puffed on a cigarette, continuously belching, his body trembling with each release. In a state of melancholy, with spirits dampened and having indulged in excessive libations, the Buddha lay sprawled across the table, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The rhythmic sounds of his snoring filled the air, huff, puff, and an occasional murmur. Suddenly, he stirred, causing his robust form to topple to the ground. Simultaneously, the nature of his snores shifted, becoming labored, as though he were struggling to catch his breath. Alarm surged through Tang Yu. Could it be that the Buddha had overindulged? It was not uncommon for one to drink to the point of peril. This was untenable. Tang Yu must intervene. He was on the verge of reaching the sacred mountain to procure the true scriptures, and a fatal incident could tarnish his reputation, especially involving someone of such high esteem in the Buddhist realm. Buddha, Buddha, Tang Yu called out several times. Yet, the Buddha remained motionless, eyes shut, still emitting those distressing sounds akin to a sputtering engine. Given the Buddha's considerable girth, Tang Yu, being slight of frame, struggled to assist him. As a mere mortal devoid of supernatural powers, could he merely watch the Buddha fade away? This was unacceptable. Rolling up his sleeves, Tang Yu grasped one of the Buddha's ankles with both hands and exerted all his strength to pull him away. As the Buddha's body scraped against the ground, his robe rode up, revealing a rather ample belly. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting the robe and draping it over the Buddha's head, bestowing upon him an air of serene tranquility. Breathless from his exertions, Tang Yu continued to tug at the Buddha as he made his way toward the exit, resolute in his determination to seek a physician. He could not allow the Buddha to perish here. Patrons dining in the tavern looked on in astonished silence as Tang Yu dragged the Buddha by his ankle toward the door. As he reached the 2 steps leading outside, he exerted a forceful pull, resulting in a clattering sound as the Buddha's head met the ground, eliciting involuntary cries of discomfort from him. Ouch! Ouch! Chapter 390. The Rescue of the Buddha. The Buddha groaned, yet remained in a deep stupor. Tang Yu persisted, dragging him further outside. He could not allow the Buddha to succumb here. He was determined to save him. He brought the Buddha to the side of the yellow lion spirit, instructing him to guard the Buddha while he rushed off in search of a physician. It was imperative that he rescue the Buddha, especially now that he was nearing the gates of the Western Paradise. He could not bear the weight of a potential death on his conscience, particularly for one so revered in the Buddhist community. Meanwhile, the assembly of Buddhas, observing through the mystic mirror, were left in sheer bewilderment at the scene unfolding before them. Tang Sanzong was attempting to pull the Buddha away. Amitabha, the ancient lamp Buddha, quivered slightly. If this spectacle were to be witnessed by the heavenly beings, the Buddhist order would be utterly disgraced. The thought of Tang Sanzong, intoxicated and dragging the Buddha away, was infuriating, yet upon further reflection, it became somewhat understandable. After all, Tang Sung is but a mortal, and witnessing the Buddha in a state of distress inevitably stirs concern for any unforeseen calamities that may befall him, thus leading to this dramatically poignant scene. Did we not observe Tang Sung diligently seeking a physician? The assembly of Buddhas expressed their approval of his earnestness, regardless of the circumstances. It is evident that Tang Sung possesses a sense of conscience. The ancient Buddha of Radiance intended to dispatch the silver-headed Yeti to retrieve the Buddha. However, upon seeing the mere wisp of a soul that was the silver-headed Yeti, the words almost spoken were swallowed back. His gaze swept around before settling upon Maitreya Buddha. Let Maitreya undertake the journey to bring the Buddha back. With a sigh, the ancient Buddha of Radiance lamented the palpable void that now lingered in this sacred realm. The presence of the dragon subduing and tiger subduing deities still lingered in the mortal world, while a few of the arhats, including the joyous Buddha, remained absent. All these esteemed positions lay vacant, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. The benches remain, yet the figures that once occupied them are nowhere to be seen. The once vibrant benches stand testament to the absence of those who used to grace them. Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Lingji Bodhisattvas bore significant injuries and had yet to fully recover. They had initially intended to seek elixirs from the Supreme Old Lord. However, with the recent theft from the Buddhist treasury, it now lay bare. Thus, self-recovery became their only recourse. Maitreya Buddha uttered a mantra and hurriedly descended to the mortal realm, aware that such matters could not be delayed. The Buddha of the West, in such a state, being dragged forth by Tang Song, was indeed a source of embarrassment. Yet, there was a tinge of disdain for the Buddha within Maitreya's heart. Abstaining from drink would have been preferable. Once indulged, excess follows. A person long ensnared by the allure of alcohol is unlikely to achieve great deeds. Initially, Maitreya felt a stirring desire to accompany the Buddha in his endeavors. However, the Buddha's inebriation and the desolation of the sacred treasury compelled Maitreya to reconsider the dynamics of their collaboration. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe further, to ascertain the situation. Should it become evident that the Buddha was incapable, the opportunity for independence would be irrevocably lost. At that juncture, Maitreya would not hesitate to inform the two revered sages behind the scenes that the Buddha harbored rebellious intentions, aspiring to venture forth independently. It was likely that, by that time, the sages would regard him with greater esteem, for he would have averted a schism within the Buddhist community and effectively salvaged the sanctity of the order. With the Buddha already harboring treacherous thoughts, the sages would surely not permit him to retain his exalted position. The ancient Buddha of Radiance showed no interest in the Buddha's role, and the joyous Buddha had already met his end. Thus, Maitreya perceived himself as the sole candidate for the position of the Buddha of Ling Mountain. He believed himself capable of shouldering such a significant responsibility. Having accumulated rich management experience while forming the Beggar's Alliance in the mortal realm, he could effortlessly integrate the management principles of the alliance with the governance of Ling Mountain. Contemplating this, Maitreya felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Yet, for now, it remained merely a thought. After all, the act of choosing sides necessitates further observation. Since the Buddha dares to act so recklessly, he undoubtedly possesses a hidden card up his sleeve. Aligning oneself is a matter that requires utmost caution. Should one align correctly, there exists the possibility of rising in stature. However, if one misjudges, the consequence could be fatal. In the lower realm, my brother remains in slumber, supported by the yellow lion spirit. The yellow lion spirit, paralyzed by fear, dares not move, even holding its breath in this moment. My goodness, this is indeed the Tathagata Buddha from the West, an entity that gazes down upon the three realms. Who, whether in heaven or on earth, would dare to disrespect him? Only Tang Sung is an exception. Sweat dripped from the yellow lion spirit's brow, cascading into its eyes, yet it remained utterly still. The Buddha shifted slightly, resting a hand upon him, adjusting his position to find a more comfortable repose. Doctor, quickly, save him, please. Tang Yu rushed over, pulling an elderly man with a white beard, around 60 years of age. The old man was panting heavily, nearly on the verge of fainting. Doctor, quickly, check on my brother. How is he? Tang Yu urgently pointed at the figure lying atop the yellow lion spirit. The sight of such a massive lion startled the old man, causing him to shudder. Do not fear, he does not bite. With a swift kick, Tang Yu urged the yellow lion spirit aside. Get out of the way. The yellow lion spirit complied, rising to its feet, causing my brother to slide off and make intimate contact with the ground. With a thud, my brother let out a low groan. Doctor, quickly examine him. Observing the doctor's in action, Tang Yu pressed again. Brother, what troubles you? Hurry and check. The old man finally spoke after a long pause. Young brother, you are mistaken. I am a gynecologist. It matters not what specialty you have. You must save him. This is my brother, a prominent figure in the Buddhist community, the leader of the Great Thunderclap Monastery, with many followers. You must find a way to rescue him. Tang Yu, fervently beseeching the gynecologist, spoke with great urgency. The old man shivered, casting a furtive glance around, and whispered, Young brother, such words should not be spoken lightly. How can one insult the Buddha? Indeed, this is my brother, the Tathagata Buddha of the Great Thunderclap Monastery, Tang Yu earnestly explained. Though his words were sincere, the old man remained skeptical, stubborn by nature. And with the proximity to Lingshan, where many Buddhist devotees resided, he found it hard to believe. At that moment, as he observed Tang Yu pointing at the plump figure lying on the ground, claiming him to be the Buddha, and referring to him as my brother, the old man noticed the lack of reverence Tang Yu displayed towards the Buddha. Many around cast angry glares at him. Were it not for the presence of the yellow lion spirit, which provided a sense of intimidation, it is likely that some righteous souls would have made Tang Yu feel the gravity of his blasphemy. Tang Yu scratched his head, wearing an innocent expression. What is the matter? Why are you all staring at me? Chapter 391. The audacious mortal Tang Yu felt a sense of confusion within. What on earth is happening? Some individuals gazed at him with seemingly hostile expressions. Upon contemplation, he realized that he had done nothing to provoke such animosity. Could it be that they were envious of his good looks? Such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. Just then, Maitreya, who had just arrived, overheard Tang Sanzang inadvertently revealing the identity of the Buddha. He nearly tumbled from the sky in shock. Initially, he had intended to discreetly escort the Buddha back to the holy mountain, but now a crowd had gathered around. If he were to reveal himself at this moment and take the Buddha away, it would, in effect, confirm the Buddha's identity as the Tathagata. Should these devotees learn of the Buddha's true nature, it could result in a collapse of faith bringing detrimental consequences to the Buddhist community. Suspended in midair, Maitreya furrowed his brow and lit a cigarette, grappling with uncertainty, utterly at a loss for what to do. How dare you insult my Buddha? Such actions could condemn you to the depths of hell. Your ignorance is astounding. To insult the Tathagata is to court death itself. Some individuals in the vicinity began to denounce Tang Yu. Undeterred, Tang Yu stood his ground, passionately defending himself. I speak the truth. He is truly the Tathagata. I am one of those who journeyed to the West for the scriptures. Why do you refuse to believe me? He proclaimed loudly. What was the matter with these people? Despite his earnestness, they remained skeptical. Maitreya, concealed high above, gasped upon hearing Tang Yu's words. Fortunately, the ignorance of mortals rendered them disbelieving, which alleviated Maitreya's anxiety. However, the predicament of how to rescue the Buddha from the crowd still loomed large in his mind. Who threw that rotten egg? Tang Yu cursed, only to find a commoner's discarded egg had struck him on the head. Surrounding him, a flurry of vegetable scraps and stinky eggs rained down. With no means of escape, he stood beside Lai Gu, enduring the onslaught of these mortals. Among them, the Buddha too was besieged by a shower of rotten vegetables and eggs. He truly is the Tathagata, Tang Yu desperately insisted. In a moment of exasperation, he shouted into Lai Ji's ear, enunciating each word. Lai Gu, you must tell them whether or not you are the Tathagata of the West. Lai Gu murmured softly, I am the Tathagata of the West. Though his voice was faint, some in the crowd managed to hear him. Look, it is indeed the Buddha, Tang Yu exclaimed, tearing a vegetable leaf from his head in an attempt to halt the barrage. What had gone awry? Why had he incurred such wrath? To this moment, Tang Yu remained bewildered. With renewed fervor, the crowd intensified their assault. To insult my Buddha is an unforgivable crime. Some were even rolling up their sleeves, seemingly ready to charge at him. He realized he had to flee. Whistling for the yellow lion spirit, Tang Yu leaped, and the spirit appeared beneath him, carrying him away as they dashed forth, not soaring but running. As the crowd beheld the lion, a wave of tension and fear surged through them, compelling them to part and create a path. Riding swiftly atop the lion, Tang Yu hastily uttered, Come, brother, I shall return to find someone to rescue you. You rest for a while. The Buddha reclined upon the ground, his body covered with vegetable leaves and other debris. Nevertheless, his slumber remained undisturbed, with rhythmic snores resonating amidst the chaos. The onlookers exchanged glances, helpless as the instigator of the offense against the Buddha made his escape on the lion. Yet, one stout figure lingered behind. The crowd, still exchanging bewildered looks, approached him. Only when they had distanced themselves from the throng did Tang Yu take flight on the lion. He first sought out a great river to cleanse himself, for he was in dire need of a bath. Upon refreshing himself, he then directed the lion towards Wukong and the others. However, Tang Yu intentionally circled the area for quite some time before accurately pinpointing their location, then descended. The three disciples stood in astonishment, gazing at their naked master. As Tang Yu rummaged for his garments and donned them, he urged, Wukong, hurry, let us save brother. He is in peril. Who is brother? Sun Wukong questioned, confusion etched across his face. It was Zhu Beiji who quietly interjected, Monkey brother, brother is the Buddha. Sun Wukong paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. He observed Tang Yu already mounted on the lion, waving him forward, prompting Sun Wukong to hastily follow. Brother has been bound by those mortals, Tang Yu declared. How dare this impostor masquerade as the Buddha? Such a transgression is utterly unforgivable. The true perpetrator of the insult against the Buddha had escaped, causing the mortals to redirect their ire towards the Buddha himself. In his bewilderment, the Buddha opened his eyes, only to discover himself ensnared upon a large pillar, as some mortals continued to toss firewood at his feet. What is happening? He pondered, momentarily disoriented. Had he not been drinking with the third brother? After some contemplation, he grasped the situation, and his countenance turned a shade of green. Cursed mortals, so ignorant and foolish. Seeking to incinerate me, he lamented. Their ignorance was appalling. Yet, the Buddha took solace in the fact that, at least, his followers were genuinely devout. However, piety does not equate to ignorance, especially for those who follow the Buddha's teachings. Fortunately, he was indeed the Buddha. Had it been another, they might have truly faced dire consequences. As the Buddha regained consciousness, he soon detected the hidden Maitreya Buddha above, puffing on a cigarette. Cursed Maitreya, while I am on the verge of being burned alive, you do not hasten to rescue me. Understanding the situation, the Buddha refrained from recklessly utilizing his powers. For if they discovered his true identity as the Tathagata, the reputation of the Buddha would be in jeopardy, especially before such devout followers. Should they learn of the Buddha's predicament, it could potentially shatter their faith. At that moment, a brilliant light of Buddha's radiance enveloped the surroundings. The Maitreya Buddha, with a cigarette in hand, made his grand entrance. The crowd, taken aback, swiftly fell to their knees in reverence, proclaiming their homage to the Buddha. With a puff of smoke, he flicked away the ash and exclaimed loudly, "You mortals, how dare you conspire to take a life? What crime do you commit? Your Holiness, this individual has insulted the Tathagata Buddha, and thus deserves to descend into the infernal abyss," declared a bold voice among them. They believed their actions were justified, staunchly defending their faith, refusing to tolerate any affront to their beliefs. Chapter 392. The reeds stand tall, white dew as frost upon hearing these words. The Maitreya Buddha was momentarily speechless, letting out a quiet scoff. "You foolish mortals, in your ignorance you seek to slay the innocent. Is this not your sin? The Buddha's path is one of virtue, advocating equality among all beings, yet you engage in such despicable acts. Reflect upon your deeds." With that, the Maitreya Buddha's figure faded from view, having departed unnoticed by the crowd. Cursed mortals, so utterly dim-witted, he muttered inwardly. As for Tang Sun, he found the monk to possess a certain decorum. His revelation of identity was merely an act of self-preservation born from jealousy and fear. Setting aside other matters, the Buddha felt he had indulged too much. The act of dragging himself out from the depths was, indeed, somewhat degrading for the Buddha. Yet it was a measure taken for his own safety, ultimately preserving his existence. He had been vigilantly protected until the very last moment, when the strain became unbearable, prompting his departure. The Buddha had foreseen that Tang Sung was indeed coming to rescue him alongside Sun Wukong. This knowledge brought him a sense of solace. However, his mood remained sour. Damn it, he thought. If these mortals were not followers of the Buddha's teachings, I would have struck them down without hesitation. Reflecting on his career, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, for the sake of the Buddha's reputation, he was compelled to endure. Thus, he felt a deep anger towards these ignorant beings. What does it matter if they devote their lives to piety? Once an insult is cast, even a lifetime of devotion cannot atone for it. Having returned with Sun Wukong, they found that the monk had already vanished. Tang Yu, upon inquiring with a passerby, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon learning that the monk had been captured and was to be burned alive. He stifled a laugh, then decided to return with Sun Wukong. As the monk had suggested slowing their journey, they would indeed take their time today, resting before setting off tomorrow, thus granting the monk a measure of respect. The Buddha returned to the Western paradise, seated upon his small stool, his countenance dark, reflecting his evident discontent. The esteemed Buddha, the Tathagata, has been dishonored by mere mortals, a truly lamentable offense. Below, the assembly of Buddhas fell silent, as if even the sound of their breaths had slowed to a whisper. Despite the lack of tangible progress in Tang Sang's concern and rescue efforts, indeed, his good intentions had inadvertently led to this predicament. The Buddha found it within himself to understand. After all, it was ultimately for his own sake. The Buddha muttered a quiet curse, leaving the other Buddhas exchanging bewildered glances, entirely unaware of his target. Seizing the moment when their attention waned, the golden-winged roc stealthily descended to the mortal realm, returning to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Following the departure of its former king, unrest stirred among the scheming demons. Yet, Lan Shuling's methods were ruthlessly efficient. Any demon suspected of harboring ill intentions was swiftly executed. Such merciless tactics instilled a sense of trepidation among the remaining demons, compelling them to remain obedient and devoid of rebellion. Lan Shuling understood that to command their allegiance, she must first instill fear through her formidable strength, followed by a softer approach, essentially delivering a slap and then offering a sweet date. Thus, the kingdom of Shizhou was thoroughly consolidated under her control. Upon returning to Shizhou, the golden-winged roc did not reveal himself, but acknowledged Lan Shuling's successful reclamation of the demons with a nod. He then slipped into her chamber, where, upon his arrival, a crescent moon blade was pressed against his throat. The blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmered like the vast expanse of stars. Yet its edge was as cold as ice. The chill of the blade mirrored the frostiness of the woman's gaze, as unyielding as an ancient glacier. Inscribed upon the hilt were the two characters, Bailu. The reeds are lush, and the white dew is like frost. The golden-winged roc managed a wry smile, remarking, "Is it truly necessary to hold a blade to my neck upon our reunion?" Lan Shuling flicked her wrist, causing the Bailu blade to vanish without a trace. Yet her demeanor remained unwaveringly cold. "What brings you here?" she inquired in a frigid tone. The golden-winged roc's expression grew serious. "You must gather the demons and leave Shizhou for the kingdom of 10,000 demons at once. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril." He had overheard the discourse between the ancient Buddha and the Tathagata, aware that the Buddha sought to exploit the demons of Shizhou to rectify the tribulations faced by Tang Yu and his companions. Moreover, they could manipulate Sun Wukong to undermine the demons of Shizhou. Hence, the golden-winged roc descended to caution Lan Shuling, lest the kingdom he had painstakingly forged be obliterated. The kingdom of 10,000 demons was his creation. It was meant to serve as a sanctuary for these women, akin to the realm of 10,000 demons. Lan Shuling gazed at the golden-winged roc, questioning, "Why?" "As the Buddhist sect has drawn the attention of the Lion Turtle Kingdom, your current cultivation level renders you incapable of ensuring your own safety. Your only recourse now is to journey to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. With the return of that woman, even the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect dare not act rashly against the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Particularly with that woman having ascended to the quasi-saint level, any attempt to provoke the kingdom would incur exorbitant costs. Both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect are observing and are reluctant to make a hasty move. Furthermore, I sense that the Buddha may have some collaboration with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. When you arrived here, did you not intend to organize the myriad demons, anticipating the day of his return, to accompany him in conquering the world and traversing the 3 realms and 6 paths? I have facilitated all of this for you. Should you choose not to depart, all of this could very well come to naught. Moreover, under the machinations of the Buddhist sect, you might even find yourself directly opposing him." The king of the golden-winged Great Peng conveyed all of this in one breath. After a moment of silence, Lan Shuling's tone softened slightly. "I understand." The king of the golden-winged Great Peng waved his hand, causing various treasures and elixirs to appear on Lan Shuling's bed. "You are currently at the intermediate level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. These are exquisite spiritual pills. They should suffice to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal." Lan Shuling's expression remained cold and unyielding, devoid of any discernible emotion. The king of the golden-winged Great Peng seemed accustomed to her demeanor. Gazing at her, a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes as he took a deep look at her. The king of the golden-winged Great Peng then vanished from sight, departing from this place. Chapter 393. The unforeseen changes. Shortly after the departure of the king of the golden-winged Great Peng, Lan Shuling commanded the gathering of the myriad demons, leading them to migrate to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. In an instant, the Lion Turtle Kingdom of the kingdom of 10,000 demons became desolate. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun observed this scene with clarity. Frowning, he fell into deep contemplation. Should the myriad demons truly congregate and revolt, it would indeed pose a considerable problem. However, if the 2 leading women were eliminated, the myriad demons would soon become a disorganized mass. At that point, they would lack the strength to contend with either the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect. At the very least, they could be dealt with as the demon race was, sealing the demon race away for eternity in a specific location. The Buddhist sect and the heavenly court are governed by the fortunes of the heavenly Tao. If the demon race were to engage in warfare with the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect, it could disrupt the equilibrium of this fortune, potentially impacting even my role as the representative of the heavenly Tao. Acting on behalf of the heavens necessitates the maintenance of the cosmic balance and the laws of the universe's operation. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hong Jun paced back and forth within the Purple Cloud Palace. Shortly thereafter, a voice resonated. "Child, come to the Purple Cloud Palace to see me." The Jade Emperor, puffing on his pipe, sat upon the dragon throne, conducting a morning assembly for the deities of the heavenly court. The directive, "Child, come to the Purple Cloud Palace to see me," was uttered directly by Hong Jun without the use of sound transmission. This caused the Jade Emperor to furrow his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. It was true that he had once been Hong Jun's subordinate. However, he now stood as the sovereign of the 3 realms, the paramount leader. Should he not be afforded a modicum of respect? Even a sound transmission would suffice. Why such a grand display in calling oneself a disciple? It seems he is quite apprehensive that others might not recognize him as the former pupil of Hongjun. However, the elder has summoned him, and he must comply. Upon arriving at the palace of the purple clouds, the Jade Emperor offered a slight bow. Yet his mind was filled with contemplation. What could the elder possibly require of him? What is your perspective on the burgeoning realm of the 10,000 demons? Hongjun inquired directly. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor let out a wry smile, admitting, "The rise of the 10,000 demons has become a source of great concern for me, especially now that the demons from the Lion Camel Kingdom have also migrated there, further unsettling my peace. However, engaging in war with the 10,000 demons could result in considerable losses for heaven, as their power has significantly transformed." Stealing a glance at Hongjun, the Jade Emperor continued, "I had initially sought the assistance of the Tathagata from the Western Paradise, hoping for an alliance against the 10,000 demons, yet I discovered that he harbors no intentions in that regard. Thus, I am even more hesitant to act rashly. Nevertheless, although the 10,000 demons have grown formidable, those two women do not dare to act impulsively either. They are awaiting the return of that monkey. As long as his return is hindered, they will remain quiescent. The spirit of that monkey is ensnared within the confines of Huagua Mountain, subjected to the relentless refining of the Xiantian chain through the powers of the sage. Despite being merely a remnant of a soul, it continues to persist. If that monkey's spirit were to completely perish, he would be eternally barred from returning. Thus, while the myriad demons await, it ultimately amounts to naught. Currently, the 10,000 demons and the Lion Camel Kingdom are all under the dominion of those two women. If one truly wishes to dismantle the 10,000 demons, eliminating these two women would lead to their inevitable collapse. However, that woman has already reached the threshold of a quasi-saint, making her elimination no trivial task. Hongjun paced thoughtfully, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "That monkey, being a singular entity, will not perish so easily. Even subjected to the relentless refining of the Xiantian chain and the torments of searing flames, he remains unyielding. The only means to ensure his demise is to reunite the remnants of his soul with his original form, leading to a death of the heart, thus obliterating him completely." Casting a glance at Hongjun, the Jade Emperor queried, "And the soul means to bring about the death of this monkey's heart lies with that woman?" "Indeed," Hongjun affirmed with a subtle nod. After a moment's reflection, the Jade Emperor mused, "It seems the old lord has left behind some contingencies for that monkey. Should we truly decide to confront the 10,000 demons, there may be a way to draw the monkey back, and through that woman, bring about his demise. Yet, considering that he currently bears the karmic ties of the journey to the west, eliminating him does not appear to be a simple task. However, in my view, due to the uncertainties that have arisen, the journey to the west has essentially declared itself as a failure. Once the journey concludes, if that monkey were to be drawn into the Buddhist fold, he would pose no threat. Conversely, if the journey concludes and the companions are not assimilated, then that monkey indeed becomes a significant problem. In bygone years, a battle unfolded, during which the celestial court lured forth a certain woman, ultimately leading to the defeat of myriad demons and the shattering of that monkey. At that time, I had already arranged for individuals to obliterate that stone, ensuring its complete annihilation. However, the stone proved to be extraordinarily resilient, impervious to both fire and water. Even a full-force strike from a quasi-saint could barely disturb it. Although that battle shattered the Demon King's primordial spirit, he remained alive. The Jade Emperor, wishing to avoid prolonged troubles, sought to utterly destroy the stone. Yet, despite exhausting all methods, he could not budge it in the slightest. Then, the grand scheme of the journey to the west commenced. The monkey became a part of it. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor remained deeply troubled, often recalling the words of the monkey after his death, as if they still echoed in his ears, "I shall not perish. One day, I shall defy the heavens and return, leading the demons to battle against Ling Mountain and tread upon the celestial heights." This voice seemed to haunt the gods of the heavenly court like a nightmare, and the brutality of that battle left an indelible shadow on them. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Buddha and the assembly of monks, the heavenly court would have been in peril. If the monkey were to regain his memories, given his disposition, it was highly likely he would wield his staff against the heavens once more. The Jade Emperor smiled wryly, reflecting on the monkey's formidable prowess, asserting that he was the foremost being beneath the saints, a statement that many echoed. Yet, the Jade Emperor believed otherwise. The prevailing opinion stemmed from the fact that many had never witnessed the monkey's might in his prime. Hongjun narrowed his eyes slightly, his brilliant gaze seemingly alight with countless stars in motion. What is your perspective on the uncertainties surrounding the journey to the west? Hongjun inquired. The Jade Emperor sighed. I am but an inadequate disciple, still uncertain about the true identity of the variable. However, the Western Buddhist sect suspects it is Sha Wujing. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Hongjun's eyes. He pondered how the Buddhist sect had come to suspect Sha Wujing. Allow me to enlighten you, Hongjun spoke slowly. The variable in the journey to the west is none other than Tang Sung. Chapter 394, The Conclusion of the Journey to the West and the Elimination of Them. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to terms with it, for he had long harbored suspicions regarding Tang Sung. Given the actions taken along the way, if one could not draw connections to him, it would indeed indicate a lack of intelligence. Nonetheless, the three reasons presented by the Buddha had left him perplexed, leading him to question whether he had erred in his suspicions, wondering if the variable was not Tang Sung, but rather Sha Wujing. In that moment, Hongjun's confirmation of the variable's identity brought clarity. Yet, the thought of the Buddha confidently dismissing Tang Sung as a suspect while affirming Sha Wujing's role caused the Jade Emperor's lips to twitch, almost breaking into laughter. Indeed, it is he, the Jade Emperor murmured to himself, but from whence does this variable arise? Tang Sung is the reincarnation of the Buddhist figure Jinshan, a virtuous being who has cultivated goodness over 10 lifetimes, with a sincere heart towards Buddha in each existence, traversing the same path. Until this life, everything has been meticulously arranged, thus embarking on the journey to the west. Logically, after 10 cycles of reincarnation, one should be more inclined towards the heart of Buddhism. How is it that such a profound transformation has occurred in this lifetime, leading to unforeseen variables? It is unclear, Hongjun remarked. The Great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformation comprises 49. One must elude the rest. It is highly probable that Tang Sanzang is that which has evaded. What does this evasion signify for the heavenly Tao? Inquired the Jade Emperor. It indeed has repercussions, Hongjun sighed. The heavenly Tao maintains the cosmic order, and the sudden emergence of variables naturally entails consequences. For instance, the birth of Rahu is likewise a result of such variances. After a pause, Hongjun continued, however, the emergence of these variables may not necessarily be adverse. It provides an opportunity to eliminate certain individuals. Presently, the few disciples and their master bear the fortune of the journey to the west and the momentum of the heavenly Tao. Thus none of them can be recklessly disturbed. What about the white dragon? The Jade Emperor queried, puzzled. Initially, the white dragon was also selected as a mere piece in this grand game. Yet, due to the emergence of variables, he inadvertently leapt out and returned to the West Sea, where it is said he has fathered 10 peculiar offspring. At the thought of those 10 oddly shaped sons, the corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that they are still of dragon lineage. How much fortune can a mere pawn possibly hold? Overall, the majority of the fortune resides with Tang Sanzang, Hongjun stated. Are you suggesting that these variables? The Jade Emperor probed cautiously. Hongjun paced back and forth for a moment. At present, we cannot take action against them. We must wait until the journey to the west concludes. The Jade Emperor pondered briefly. I understand. The implication is clear. We cannot act against them now, for we lack the means. Once the journey to the west is over, regardless of success or failure, the fortune and momentum they carry will inevitably dissipate without a trace. The journey has nearly reached its conclusion, and as Tang Sanzang and the others ascend to Ling Mountain to acquire the sacred scriptures, the fortune of the journey to the west they bear will certainly vanish, replaced merely by the trivial fortune of the Buddhist sect. Hongjun continued. Regardless of whether they are accepted by the Buddhist teachings, you may take action against the kingdom of 10,000 demons at that time. However, given the existence of variables, the probability of them being accepted by the Buddhist teachings is quite low. Therefore, if the opportunity arises to eliminate Sun Wukong and ensure his complete demise, it is not out of the question. Tang Sanzang is also present. Once the journey to the west concludes, his value for utilization diminishes significantly. The presence of these variables inevitably disturbs the balance of the heavenly Tao, yet the fortune of the heavenly Tao rests upon him, rendering it, at least for now, somewhat helpless. Are you suggesting that Tang Sanzang must also be eliminated then? The Jade Emperor cautiously inquired. Hongjun nodded slightly. Naturally, Under the heavenly Tao, all things must maintain balance. The rash emergence of variables is bound to disrupt this equilibrium, leading to unforeseen events that may even affect the three realms. Indeed, it has already begun to do so. I comprehend that after the journey to the west concludes, I shall launch an assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, striving to obliterate it entirely. Should that monkey return to the kingdom at that juncture, I will certainly devise a means to exploit his despair and eradicate him completely. However, as for Tang Sanzang, given that he embodies an unpredictable variable, can I truly eliminate him? At this point, the Jade Emperor found himself in a quandary. Regardless of the unpredictability, he remains merely immortal. Once the heavenly fortune bestowed upon him during the journey dissipates, he can undoubtedly be eliminated. As he pondered this, Hong Jun furrowed his brow. Is Tang Sanzang truly a mere mortal? When Tang Yu ascended to the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, a trace of his aura leaked out, which was not only sensed by the Grand Supreme Elder, but also detected by Hong Jun. Thus, at this moment, Hong Jun began to harbor doubts about whether Tang Sanzang was indeed an ordinary human. With a wave of his hand, the figure of Tang Sanzang materialized before him. After calculating with a gesture, he sensed no trace of cultivation. He should be nothing more than a mortal. Hong Jun did not believe that any concealed magical artifacts could elude his perception. Yes, I understand, he said after a moment of contemplation. The Jade Emperor remarked, in times of uncertainty, should we inform the Buddhist sect? Whether to disclose or not bears little consequence, Hong Jun replied. If that is the case, then let us remain silent. Allow the Buddhist sect to continue believing it is Sha Wujing. Moments later, the Jade Emperor took his leave, departing from the Purple Cloud Palace. Having confirmed the matter of the variable, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of elation. Yet, the thought of the kingdom of 10,000 demons soon dampened his spirits. In light of this, it is prudent to prepare early. After all, Tang Sanzang and his companions are nearing Mount Ling. Upon returning to the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor commenced his preparations, mustering troops for the impending campaign against the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The kingdom of 10,000 demons, having absorbed the multitude of demons from the Lion Camel Kingdom, has now become a veritable realm of countless demons. The demons from the Lion Camel Kingdom, having rashly joined the kingdom of 10,000 demons, harbored some discontent. However, some were well aware of the kingdom's history, recognizing it as the former residence of the Demon King. The current queen of the 10,000 demons is none other than the former Demon Queen. In the hearts of many formidable demons, there lies a deep admiration for the erstwhile Demon King. Had he not fallen, the demon race would not find itself in such a predicament today. Within a certain palace, two ethereal women sat in tranquil silence. One, clad in purple, was like a painting, her youthful smile radiating innocence and charm. The other, dressed in black, exuded an icy demeanor, her gaze as frigid as eternal frost. Chapter 395. The journey to the west approaches its end. The two women sat quietly, resembling a breathtaking painting, yet their auras were strikingly distinct. How have you been? Zixiao inquired, lifting her gaze to the woman across from her. I have long heard of your presence in the Lion Camel Kingdom. I have always wanted to seek you out. I am well, Lanua Ling replied, her voice slightly softened, yet still tinged with an air of chill. I was struck down and reverted to my original form, taking years to resurrect and return. That is good to hear. Back then, we all believed each other to be lost. Zixia sighed softly. Lian Shuling rose to her feet, gazing out at the myriad of demons beyond. The Lion Troop Nation and the myriad demon kingdom had now irrevocably merged into a formidable force, one so powerful that even the heavenly Buddha sect regarded it with trepidation. Yet, what significance does this hold? Zixia murmured pensively, contemplating whether it would be better if he remained in this state indefinitely. Do you not find it tragic? Lian Shuling retorted coldly, devoid of memory, devoid of self. A person exists through their memories. When you forget everything, even your very essence, do you still remain who you are? All human suffering originates from memory. However, the absence of memory is equally lamentable. Regarding his situation, I have been investigating diligently. I suspect he has been fragmented, his soul extracted along with certain memories. Zixiao remarked, the Western Heaven-S Buddha must surely be aware of all this. I have maintained some form of collaboration with him, and the ultimate condition is. At this point, Zixiao's voice faltered. Nonetheless, Lian Shuling comprehended the implication. The ultimate condition was, after all, the return of that bygone individual. The fact that the Western Heaven-S Buddhist sect had engaged in collaboration with the demon race surprised Lien Shuling somewhat. Yet, she refrained from probing further. It is wise to tread carefully in dealings with the Buddhist sect, Lien Shuling cautioned. Her expression remained as impassive as ever, resembling an emotionless puppet. I am well aware of that, Zixia replied slowly. Will you not go to see the Empress? A flicker of emotion crossed Lien Shuling's face before she lowered her head. After a prolonged silence, her voice, slightly hoarse, finally emerged. Very well. Zixia took her hand, and together their figures vanished from that place. In the Western Heaven, at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, the Buddha sat comfortably on his small stool, wrapped in his robe, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His leg crossed in a habitual manner, his foot swaying gently. He appeared remarkably at ease. Yet, upon closer inspection, the deep furrows on his brow silently conveyed that his mood was far from pleasant. The amalgamation of the Lion Troop Nation with the myriad demon kingdom was a trivial matter in the Buddha's eyes. It posed no significant concern, as there existed a cooperative relationship that served as his own advantage. However, the ancient Buddha of Lamp found himself bewildered. According to the Buddha's original plan, the golden-winged Great Pung was to lead the demons of the Lion Troop Nation to create calamity at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, subsequently rectifying all the troubles. Yet now, the myriad demon kingdom lay desolate. Was he to send the golden-winged Great Pung to the myriad demon kingdom to rally once more the demons that rightfully belonged to the Lion Troop Nation? It seemed implausible. The golden-winged Great Pung could not contend with the woman from the myriad demon kingdom. What was happening? The ancient Buddha of Lamp grew anxious. Buddha, what are we to do? Now, Tang Sanzang and his companions were drawing ever closer to the Western Heaven. Initially, upon hearing the Buddha's plan, they deemed it flawless, restoring all the troubles and utilizing Sun Wukong to eliminate certain demons from the Lion Troop Nation. It was, in essence, a double benefit. However, reality delivered a cruel slap, leaving them stunned and disoriented. The realm of the Lion Troop is devoid of its myriad demons. How shall we remedy the trials of journey to the West? Is this not the end of the tale? At this moment, the ancient Buddha of Light was gripped by a profound sense of urgency. Let us devise a strategy, he suggested calmly, flicking the ash from his cigarette. The ancient Buddha of Light, with a furrowed brow, replied, if we had a plan, would I be lamenting our predicament? The issue lies in our lack of options. Do not despair. There is always a path to traverse, the Buddha said with a serene demeanor, having encountered numerous storms in his time. The dilemma was not merely about the journey, but rather that Tang Sanzang and his companions stood at the threshold of the spiritual mountain. The ancient Buddha of Light exclaimed, once we step into the great thunder sound temple of the spiritual mountain, it signifies the complete failure of our expedition. The Buddhist order will find it arduous to flourish again, and the two saints behind us are counting on journey to the West to settle their debts. Should this venture fail, I dare say it would be difficult for the saints to account for the situation. Buddha, as the leader of the spiritual mountain, it is imperative that you devise a solution. Leader of the spiritual mountain? The Buddha scoffed inwardly at the absurdity of his position. Which leader suffers such indignity? Funds from the headquarters have been pilfered repeatedly, leaving us bereft of even the most basic resources. My subordinates, a legion of bald monks, await their wages, yet I am unable to pay them. Furthermore, any misstep results in severe repercussions. Throughout history, has any leader faced such constraints as I do? It is no wonder the Buddha has developed doubts. Upon hearing of Brother Lai's plight, one could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Acknowledging the challenges he endures. What is all this commotion? The Buddha furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. I too aspire to complete the journey to the West and see the Buddhist order flourish, but it is not a matter of mere strategy at this juncture. Rising, he tightened his robe and positioned a small stool before the ancient Buddha of Light. If you question my leadership, believing I am incapable of guiding the multitude of Buddhists at the spiritual mountain, then here, take this small stool. The ancient Buddha of Light paused, momentarily at a loss for words. He was equally anxious about the journey to the West, yet the Buddha's gesture of relinquishing his esteemed position left him speechless. Buddha, I was merely momentarily flustered, and I hope you can understand that my concerns are for the greater good of the Buddhist order, he implored. To achieve great things, one must possess the capacity to embrace others. I trust you possess such magnanimity. Humph, the Buddha internally scoffed, contemplating the matter. Regardless, he must address the saints behind him. Yet, he feared another reprimand. He had already endured many. Resolutely, he steeled himself, embodying the spirit of a warrior preparing for battle, and vanished into the chaos. Tathagata seeks an audience with the two saints. The previous incident with the joyful Buddha's self-detonation had embarrassed the saints significantly. Had it not been for the presence of outsiders, he would have surely faced their wrath. What calamity has now befallen the spiritual mountain? The voice of Zhuan Ti resonated in the ears of the Buddha, echoing with foreboding. Chapter 396. Demons rampant at the foot of the spirit mountain. Zhuan Ti's tone was harsh, as if any mention of disturbances at the spirit mountain from the Buddha's lips would warrant a severe reprimand. The Buddha, of course, perceived this subtle threat. However, given the impending conclusion of the journey to the west, such a significant matter necessitated a report to the two saints. I humbly report, esteemed saints, that the journey to the west is nearing its end. Tang Sung and his companions are approaching Lingyun Crossing, the Buddha articulated cautiously. Yet, the calamities we have faced thus far are few and far between. Initially, I intended to have the golden-winged Dapeng lead the demons of the lion-turtle kingdom to orchestrate tribulations at the foot of the spirit mountain, thus rectifying all calamities. However, to my surprise, all the demons have migrated to the 10,000 demon kingdom. The woman there possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint, nearly rivaling my own strength. Consequently, my original plans have become exceedingly difficult to execute. With Tang Sung and company nearing Lingyun Crossing, once they cross it, they will be at the threshold of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I find myself devoid of any viable strategies, which is why I seek your guidance, esteemed saints, on how to proceed. A profound silence enveloped the depths of chaos. The Buddha's heart raced with anxiety, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. The journey to the west was on the brink of collapse. After so much effort to elucidate the principles of heaven and promote the flourishing of Buddhism, it was disheartening to face the prospect of failure. The two saints were waiting to utilize these merits to settle their debts. Yet now he was compelled to inform them that everything was about to fall apart. Despite the unexpected turn of events leading to a cascade of issues, the Buddha had always exuded confidence in his consultations, projecting an air of control and assurance. Yet now, as Tang Sung and his party approached Lingyun Crossing, the foreboding notion of impending doom loomed large. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin could no longer maintain their composure. Zhuan Ti fixed a piercing gaze upon the Buddha, the weight of the saint's authority pressing down upon him. The Buddha trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. What have you done? Not long ago, you assured us that everything was under your control, that the final tribulations of the journey to the west could all be rectified. But now, you declare it is doomed? Zhuan Ti's voice was unnervingly calm. The Buddha stammered for a prolonged moment. Indeed, everything was meticulously planned. Yet I did not anticipate such a disruption. Nevertheless, I will continue to strive for a solution, endeavoring to ensure the completion of the journey to the west. Endeavoring? Zhuan Ti seemed to force the words through clenched teeth. No, it must be completed. The Buddha quickly corrected himself. I have already commanded Tang Sung and his companions to slow their pace, thus allowing us sufficient time for preparations. Though he spoke thus, time for the Buddha's order was running thin. Zhuan Ti manifested before him, seizing the collar of his robe. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps. A reflexive response underscoring the gravity of the situation. The visage of the Buddha visibly swelled, marked with the distinct impressions of 5 fingers. Bowing his head, the Buddha refrained from expressing his anger, yet his concealed hand beneath the robe clenched into a fist. Those 2 old wretches, this humiliation you have inflicted upon me will surely be repaid with interest in due time, he vowed silently. Thus, let Tang Sung delay his pace a bit. The voice of Jiejing resonated. It was also after the event with the Buddha that he chose to speak. As for the journey to the west, it must be pursued with utmost diligence. Jiejing stated, the interpretation of heavenly principles and the promotion of Buddhist teachings is no small feat. We must cherish this opportunity. Indeed, the Tathagata comprehends. The Buddha nodded repeatedly. You may withdraw, Jiejing commanded. Rubbing his large face, the Buddha departed from the chaos, seeking a secluded spot to heal before returning to the Western paradise. This rebellious child. Juntai sighed. A failure in execution, yet a master of destruction. No wonder the brothers were enraged. How many years had they prepared for the journey to the west? Now, the Buddha informed them that it was all in jeopardy. Moreover, The brothers worried about what would happen if the heavenly order suddenly demanded their debts. Upon returning to Ling Mountain, the Buddha appeared directly before the golden-winged Great Peng, casting a cold gaze upon him. The Great Peng remained unperturbed, displaying a calm demeanor. After all, he was the Buddha's uncle, and the Buddha would afford him some respect. Do not presume that I am unaware of your actions. The Buddha's voice bore a hint of gloom. What have I done? The Great Peng replied with a faint smile. Currently, the demons of the Lion-Camel Kingdom have merged with those of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. If you intend to act, this would only facilitate your plans. The Buddha's heart raced. Could it be that my schemes have been perceived? That should not be the case. Such a clandestine collaboration with the 10,000 Demons Kingdom had not been disclosed to anyone apart from Avalokitesvara, not even to Little G. By utilizing the demons of the Lion-Camel Kingdom to compensate for all calamities, and now they are heading to the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. You too can exploit the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, the Great Peng stated calmly. So that was his meaning. It startled me, my heart racing in fear, thinking he had uncovered my alliance with the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. Humph, you would do well to keep your distance, the Buddha warned. Returning to the grand hall of Ling Mountain, he sat upon his small stool, instinctively lighting a cigarette before raising his gaze towards the Zhuangguang mirror where Tang Sung and his companions awaited. In the lower realm, as they approached Ling Mountain, Tang Yu noticed a surge in the number of monsters. While the major demons were absent, numerous lesser ones proliferated. The path of the Buddha was beset with rampant evil. Along the way, he had heard far too many tales of monsters preying upon humans. Wukong, take your staff and patrol. Strike down any man-eating monsters you encounter. Tang Yu commanded. Yes, Master, Sun Wukong replied, taking up his staff and departing. Master, what troubles you? Daizi observed his master's disquieted demeanor and inquired. Why are there so many demons at the foot of Mount Ling? Murmured Tang Yu. Zhu Beiji pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. I, old pig, do not comprehend. The Buddhist sect claims to embrace the salvation of all beings, yet at the foot of Ling Mountain, malevolent creatures run rampant, causing harm to the innocent. Where is the compassion of the Buddhist realm? With that, Tang Yu shook his head and chuckled at his own irony. He moved to the side, leaned against a tree, and casually plucked a wild blade of grass from the ground, placing it in his mouth. In the west, the ancient Buddha of light observed this scene with a glimmer in his eyes. Lighting a cigarette, he remarked, it seems that Tang Sanzang still possesses a heart of compassion. In that case, we might as well take advantage of these mortals to craft our narrative and mitigate some calamities. Chapter 397. Utilizing mortals, the ancient Buddha of light suddenly uttered a perplexing statement, drawing the puzzled gazes of the other Buddhas, including the Buddha himself, who, with a cigarette in his mouth, furrowed his brow. What is this old lamp babbling about? What does it mean to utilize mortals for our narrative? I am rather perplexed. Buddha, you must have observed in recent days that Tang Sanzang still harbors compassion for these man-eating demons. Thus, we can indeed utilize these mortals to allow the calamities to unfold, the ancient Buddha of light continued, a smile spreading across his face as he seemed to admire his own cleverness. He produced another cigarette, took a puff, and elaborated, we, the Buddhist sect, can secretly intervene, acquire some medicinal herbs, and then unleash these demons upon the mortal realm. The Buddha responded. Seemingly grasping the concept, the ancient Buddha suggests that by sending these demons to the mortal world, causing chaos, and once Tang Sanzang intervenes to rescue these mortals, we can fully rectify the calamities? Indeed, that is precisely my intention, the ancient Buddha of light affirmed with a nod. As for the mortals who perish at the hands of the demons, they would be regarded as individuals of great merit within our Buddhist teachings. I understand that such actions contradict our principles, but circumstances dictate a departure from the norm. Once the journey to the West is complete and the Buddhist sect flourishes, we can save countless more souls. The accomplishment of great deeds often requires the overlooking of trivial matters, continued the ancient Buddha of light. And Buddha, you must discern which matters are of greater significance and which are lesser. The journey to the West has reached its current stage. Should we hesitate now, it would all be in vain. Although this plan may appear despicable and ignoble, circumstances warrant such measures. Moreover, for those who meet their demise at the hands of the demons, we can certainly compensate them in their next life, perhaps by ensuring they are reborn into a kind family. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, none expecting the kind-hearted ancient Buddha of light to propose such an audacious scheme. While these ideas may not be commendable, they could indeed prove effective. As long as they yield results, the nature of the plan matters little. Any effective strategy is welcome. The Buddha contemplated briefly and inquired, "Ancient Buddha, can we be certain that Tang Sanzang will concern himself with the affairs of the mortal realm?" "I cannot guarantee it." The ancient Buddha of light replied, "But I sense that Tang Sanzang still possesses a trace of compassion, which we may exploit to our advantage." The ancient Buddha of the lantern spoke, "Those who aspire to achieve great things are not bound by trivialities, if one can attain their goals. Does the method truly hold significance?" At that moment, the ancient Buddha radiated an aura of compassion and sanctity, yet his words evoked a chilling sensation. "Very well. Let us proceed as the ancient Buddha advises." Thus, the Buddha made his decree. The proposed method may indeed be somewhat disgraceful, yet it was the opinion of the ancient Buddha, and thus it bore no consequence to him. In light of this, the elder monk believed that our Buddhist order should swiftly send individuals to the mortal realm to seek out minor demons and cast them upon the paths that Tang Sung and his companions would traverse. The ancient Buddha sighed, acknowledging that time was growing short for the Buddhist order. The Buddha surveyed the surroundings, only to realize that there were no suitable candidates available. Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and the Bodhisattva Lingji were all still recovering from the explosion caused by the joyful Buddha. As for the silver-headed Jeti, his spirit was aimlessly drifting. The Buddha's gaze carried a hint of pity. Ultimately, his attention fell upon the arhats of the Buddhist order, whom he instructed to descend to the mortal realm, capture the minor demons, and then cast them upon the paths of Tang Sung and his companions. The ancient Buddha found himself somewhat exhilarated, for he believed this approach to be infallible. Thus, the arhats descended to the mortal realm to subdue the demons. Naturally, these were merely wild creatures. If they dared to flaunt their presence in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, it was likely they would not return. They captured the minor demons and informed them that their reckless behavior would greatly contribute to the merits of the Buddhist order. With diligent practice, they could eventually attain enlightenment, which was not an insurmountable task. The naive minor demons, upon hearing that they could achieve fruition and even become part of the Buddhist community, were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Tang Yu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil instigated by the Buddhist order due to his benevolence, which they were now exploiting. Had he known, he would surely have erupted in indignation, denouncing their despicable shamelessness. However, Sun Wukong found joy in recent days, having vanquished countless minor demons with his golden staff. It can be said that only here did Sun Wukong truly fulfill his purpose of subduing demons, rather than merely playing the role of a wild card. "Master, have you not noticed that the demons seem to have increased in number?" Pigsy queried, perplexed. "In the past few days, Sun Wukong has nearly eradicated the demons in this vicinity, yet suddenly a new batch has appeared." Tang Yu remained silent, directing his gaze toward a gathering of people ahead. They were local residents who had been compelled to migrate due to the recent demon disturbances and frequent incidents of human consumption for their safety. "I understand." Tang Yu sighed as he observed the retreating figures of the villagers. "Daddy," came the plaintive voice of a small boy. A little girl, perhaps 4 or 5 years of age, appeared before him, clad in tattered garments with shoes fashioned from woven grass. Her toes were red and swollen, even bleeding. Her eyes were brimming with tears, evoking profound sympathy. "Daddy," the little girl cried out in anguish. "Little sister, what troubles you?" Tang Yu approached and knelt down. The little one sobbed, unable to find her father, crouching on the ground while clutching her head and weeping profusely. It was then that Zhu Beiji approached, startling the child into leaping into Tang Yu's embrace. "Monster, monster!" she cried. Tang Yu shot a glare at Zhu Beiji, who sheepishly turned away. "It is too perilous for you to be alone here. Where is your home? Allow your elder brother to escort you back." Tang Yu spoke gently. "I have no home." The child wailed. "They say a monster has devoured my father." Her sobs echoed in the air. Tang Yu paused, tenderly stroking her head. "Do not cry, do not cry." Yet, he felt a pang of dilemma within. What was to be done with this child? She appeared no older than 4 or 5. If left here, her survival would be precarious. Should he take her along? Very well, he decided. He would take her with him, though such a situation was not to be routine. Perhaps they might encounter a kind family along the way. With a heavy sigh, Tang Yu knelt and playfully engaged the adorable little girl. Her laughter soon rang out, pure and melodious, lifting Tang Yu's spirits. Initially fearful of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, she quickly warmed to them. Tang Yu instructed Zhu Beiji to lie on the ground, allowing the little girl to ride him like a steed. Zhu Beiji felt quite put upon, for he was the illustrious Marshal Tianpeng, reduced to being a mount for a child. Nevertheless, he felt a deep affection for her and complied. Chapter 398. As violent as bloodshed after a discreet calculation. It became evident that the child's father had indeed been consumed by a monster, his soul having descended to the underworld. Her mother had passed away 2 years prior due to illness. The villagers, fearing the monsters, had fled, leaving this little girl to unwittingly wander here in search of her father. Tang Yu had begun to form suspicions regarding these monsters, likely the result of the scheming of certain Buddhist sections. Zhu Beiji surely shared these suspicions, as evidenced by his earlier remarks. Could it truly be that they would take no action against such wrongs? At that moment, the little girl tugged at Tang Yu's sleeve, presenting a peach to him. "This peach is so sweet," she exclaimed. Tang Yu smiled, crouched down, took a small bite, and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Indeed, it is delightful. Shuer, do indulge." He had learned that her name was Ling Shui. Seeing him enjoy the fruit seemed to bring her immense joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, "Damn it, why are there so many monsters here?" Countless lesser demons had fallen to his hand in recent days. Yet the monsters appeared to multiply as if by some self-replicating mechanism. A figure soared silently into the heights, and indeed, Tang Yu observed several arhats busily transporting supplies, monsters. In reality, was the Buddhist sect attempting to remedy their calamities in this manner? He chuckled coldly to himself, observing the several arhats moving back and forth. Their toil was palpable, and it stirred a sense of compassion within him. Enough, he thought. Let me act with kindness and grant them a moment of respite. Thus, Tang Yu followed behind, only to witness these arhats attempting to persuade the little demons with grandiose tales of the merits involved, promising them that their eventual enlightenment would be effortless. They then began to seek out the treasures amassed by these small demons. This vividly illustrated the current state of the Buddhist economy, wherein even the simplest treasures of the lower demons were not spared. This was, of course, a directive from the Buddha before their departure from Ling Mountain. Though a mosquito may be small, it is still flesh. Thus, they aimed to recover as much as they could. What was once deemed insignificant by the Buddhist order had now become exceedingly precious to them. The wealth and artifacts were collected into a triangular pouch, intended to be presented to the Buddha upon their return to Ling Mountain for public benefit. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Is this truly the state of the Buddhist order now? How has it fallen to such dire straits? At that moment, he felt a genuine pang of sympathy. Yet, observing the arhats still scouring for the little demons, a cunning smile crept across his face. He had devised a plan. Resolute in his decision, he departed from the scene and transformed into a demon not far away, even preparing several artifacts to present to the arhats. How benevolent of me, he thought, to voluntarily offer treasures to the Buddhist order. Soon, the demon Tang Yu had drew the attention of the arhats. They materialized before him, startling Tang Yu into a shiver as he promptly knelt down. A true gentleman knows when to yield, he realized, fully grasping this concept from his own demeanor. I pay my respects to the Buddha. In the presence of any male figure from the Buddhist order, this was an entirely appropriate gesture. Tang Yu trembled as he knelt. Brave little demon, the jubilant arhat proclaimed, recognizing your sincere devotion, I have come, at the behest of the Buddha, to offer salvation. At these words, Tang Yu's countenance brightened. Thank you, O Buddha. You little demons have existed for many years. Do you possess any accumulated treasures? The jubilant arhat inquired directly. Though you may have a connection to the Buddha, our descent to the mortal realm is not a trivial matter. Were it not for your heartfelt sincerity, as beings of the Buddhist order, we would ensure your souls were scattered. Goodness gracious, Tang Yu thought. Gifts were usually exchanged subtly. Yet this fellow was quite direct in his demands. Hastily, he produced the treasures he had prepared in advance and presented them. I humbly present these offerings, O Buddha. Though these little demons have taken form for many years, this is the extent of their wealth. I hope the Buddha does not look down upon it. Instantly, the jubilant arhat smiled slightly. This little demon possesses a decent foundation, it seems. He reached out, grasping the items in his hand. You are indeed perceptive. The jubilant arhat huffed. Since you wish to enter the Buddhist order and achieve enlightenment, you must naturally undergo the trials set by the order. The subsequent words mirrored closely those he had used to persuade other little demons. In the realm of Buddhism, there are significant matters that require your attention. Should you fulfill these tasks, you are destined to achieve enlightenment and become a part of the sacred order, enjoying a handsome salary and favorable benefits, including social insurance. Yet, this is merely a ruse, for these minor demons will undoubtedly be vanquished by the mighty Sun Wukong. Thus, all that is spoken is but sweetened deception. In response, Tang Yu readily acquiesced. Joyous Arhut led Tang Yu directly to their destined path, which led to a town. In this place, other malevolent creatures roamed freely. Once a bustling and lively town, it now lay desolate, even in the light of day. The inhabitants trembled, seeking refuge behind closed doors. A minor demon broke through one such door, dragging a woman from her home. Her husband, in despair, cried out, knowing death awaited him. Yet he grasped an object and charged at the demon. Ultimately, the demon struck, cleaving his abdomen open. The woman, in a fit of desperation, broke free from the demon's grasp and rushed toward her husband. Upon seeing her blood-soaked spouse, she held him tightly, her gaze unwavering upon the demon before her. Devoid of any fear. In the room, a newborn child wept softly, only to be seized by the demon, who laughed heartily as the child's cries faded into silence. The woman observed this scene with a calm demeanor, her eyes fixed upon the demon without so much as a blink. A crimson tear slipped down her cheek as she picked up the knife her husband had clutched moments before, plunging it forcefully into her own abdomen. Even in death, her eyes remained wide open, fixated on the demons, filled with rage, resentment, sorrow, and profound anguish. So much devastation, so much blood. It splattered before her, inch by inch. Erupting in a gruesome display, blood splattered into Tang Yu's eyes, leaving him bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. The sun shone brilliantly, yet its light felt blinding, provoking tears. The world around him appeared drenched in crimson. Chapter 399. Threatening with a little girl, the wails echoed incessantly in his ears, powerless, mournful, and despairing, with each cry resonating deeply within him, a piercing sound reverberating in his heart. Joyous Arhut urged him to wreak havoc upon the mortals, akin to these demons. Yet, Tang Yu remained unmoved. As Joyous Arhut departed, Tang Yu lifted his gaze to the radiant sun and took a deep breath. Even in death, the woman clung fiercely to her husband. Tang Yu attempted several times to pry her hands away, but to no avail. In the end, he dug a grave and laid the two of them to rest. Gently, he placed the newborn upon their bodies, covering them with earth bit by bit. Tang Yu sat there for a long time. I am sorry. Tang Yu gazed vacantly at the sky, his voice tinged with sorrow as he lamented, Alas! I cannot save you. I cannot even rescue myself. With that, his figure faded away, soon reappearing beside the small demons. Who are you? One of them exclaimed in surprise. Yet, before they could utter another sound, their souls fled in terror. An overwhelming multitude of monsters loomed before him, presenting a scene of relentless brutality and despair. Drenched in blood, a sudden urge to laugh flickered within Tang Yu. Is this what the Buddhist doctrine of universal salvation entails? Is this the compassion embodied by the Buddhist teachings? Meanwhile, on another front, the essence of these events resonated deeply within him, casting a shadow over his spirits. Big brother, what's wrong? Ling Shui inquired, her large eyes gazing at him with concern. I'm fine, Tang Yu replied, crouching down to gently pat her head, only to notice her shabby clothes. He turned to the dim-witted companion beside him and said, I shall be back shortly. He took the little girl's hand and approached the yellow lion spirit, lifting her up and placing her atop the creature. Wow, a lion! The little girl, no longer afraid, reached out to touch its mane, her big eyes sparkling with innocent delight. Tang Yu chuckled softly, Come, let big brother take you flying. He mounted the lion spirit, which then soared into the sky. Wow, we're flying! The little girl exclaimed, waving her small hands in exuberance. They descended not far away in a town, where Tang Yu promptly found a fabric shop to purchase several outfits for her, followed by a hearty meal. Throughout their journey, the little girl's smile never faltered, and her melodious laughter felt profoundly healing to Tang Yu. After the girl was satisfied with her new clothes, they returned. In the Western paradise, witnessing this scene left the assembly of Buddhas somewhat bewildered. Who was this little girl that inspired such affection from Tang Sanzang? Utilizing the method of the ancient Buddha of light, Sun Wukong tirelessly vanquished demons, thereby completing several tribulations, which greatly uplifted the mood of the ancient Buddha of light. Turning his gaze toward the little girl, a glimmer of wisdom sparked in his eyes. Amitba, Since Tang Sanzang cares so deeply for this girl, we might utilize her to facilitate the completion of the trials, he mused, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, he thought himself clever. His intent was clear, to leverage this little girl as a means to threaten Tang Sanzang, thereby hastening the completion of the journey to the West Tribulations. There was no need for overt threats. It was evident that if they were to abduct this girl, Tang Sanzang would undoubtedly rush to her rescue, effectively mitigating one of the trials. Upon hearing this, the Buddha furrowed his brow slightly, troubled by the ancient Buddha of Light's recent nefarious schemes. At the very least, in the Buddha's view, he could never resort to using a little girl as leverage against Tang Sanzang. It is indeed exceedingly despicable and shameless. Oh, ancient Buddha, let us not forget that we are followers of the Buddha's teachings. A gentle reminder was offered by Lago, who flicked the ash from his cigarette. Amitabha, this moment differs from the last. Only upon the successful completion of the journey to the West can the Buddhist community flourish, enabling us to universally save all sentient beings. We must not sacrifice the greater good for trivial gains. The ancient Buddha spoke slowly, stating that those who aspire to achieve great things should embark on their journey with noble intentions. Our purpose is to liberate all beings and to save as many as possible. However, this endeavor hinges upon the completion of the journey to the West, followed by the propagation of the compassionate teachings of Buddhism, fostering faith and reverence for the Buddha among all beings. The ordinary people of this world, blinded by their interests, require our guidance for salvation. With a heavy sigh, the ancient Buddha lamented, acknowledging that the means proposed by the old monk seem indeed somewhat ignoble. Yet the sacrifice of the self is essential to fulfill the greater cause. Occasional sacrifices are necessary to achieve the ultimate objective, and I trust that even if this were to reach the ears of the two saints, they would comprehend the necessity. To use the saints as leverage against me? The Buddha cursed inwardly, his brow furrowed, hesitating to respond to the ancient Buddha's proposal. The notion of sacrificing a mortal life to navigate the trials of the journey to the West filled the Buddha with a sense of guilt. Now, to further exploit this young girl to complete the tribulations, it was utterly absurd. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha gazed at the Zhuangguang mirror. Tang Sung lifted the little girl onto his shoulders, and the affection evident in his smile revealed his genuine care for her. Does the ancient Buddha not fear that this might enrage Tang Sung, prompting him to return to Chang'an in a fit of anger? The Buddha mused. The ancient Buddha reassured him that using the girl as bait to facilitate the trials was not intended to cause her any real harm. A person of great ambition must resort to extraordinary measures in exceptional times. Only through such means can great achievements be realized. The Buddha quietly scoffed, conceding that if such were the case, he would leave the arrangements to the ancient Buddha, for he could never bring himself to engage in such inhumane actions. The ancient Buddha, well aware of the subtle sarcasm in the Buddha's words, was now wholly focused on completing the journey to the West, dismissing such concerns entirely. Lighting another cigarette, the ancient Buddha fell into deep contemplation. With Tang Sung accompanied by Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and others, it would be far from easy to abduct the young girl. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha recalled that the original plan involved using monsters to capture Tang Sung. Now, however, the target had shifted. It seemed that Tang Sung's allure was too potent for ordinary demons to contend with. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. With this realization, the ancient Buddha felt a sense of relief wash over him. His gaze fell upon the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra, causing their hearts to race. What scheme is this old lamp concocting now? Chapter 400, A Vow to Annihilate the Buddhist Order. With Tang Sung surrounded by Sun Wukong and the others, it was evident that ordinary demons could not easily abduct the girl. Thus, the old monk deemed it prudent to summon the likes of the Green Lion and White Elephant once more. In the present day, the lower realm has gathered a number of minor demons, allowing the Azure Lion and White Elephant to employ their thunderous might to subdue these creatures. Meanwhile, they intend to distract the likes of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, thereby capturing a certain young girl. The radiant lamp Buddha, brimming with confidence, orchestrated this scheme, believing that with Tang Sung's deep concern for the girl, he would inevitably yield to their machinations. Reflecting on this, the radiant lamp Buddha could not help but admire his own cleverness. Meanwhile, bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra exchanged disapproving glances, directing their focus toward the Buddha. This plan was orchestrated by the ancient Buddha and bore no relation to their own intentions. The Buddha, clearly reluctant to engage in such matters, rose from his small seat and made his way to the back hall. Left with no choice, the two bodhisattvas acquiesced. Yes, ancient Buddha. Subsequently, they sought out the azure lion and white elephant, instructing them to prioritize their own safety. For reasons unknown, the bodhisattvas felt a foreboding sense of unease. The azure lion and white elephant wore expressions of bitterness. If they were to fear anyone, it would be Tang Sung. No one would dare claim the title of the most feared above him. Even the notorious Monkey King, Sun Wukong, did not instill such dread in their hearts. However, Tang Sung was a different matter altogether. The shadows of their past encounters in the Lion Turtle Kingdom still haunted them, lingering in their minds like a persistent nightmare. The prospect of facing that nightmare again was particularly distressing for them. If given a choice, they would prefer never to cross paths with Tang Sung again. Reluctantly, the azure lion and white elephant descended to the lower realm, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Fortunately, they had not yet encountered Tang Sung. Their immediate priority was to subdue the minor demons. As they ventured forth, the act of capturing these demons proved beneficial, for at the very least, it curtailed their reckless harm to mortals. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor had come to realize that Tang Sung was a variable in the grand scheme of things. Everything began to fall into place. No wonder he was able to produce treasures such as cigarettes and erguo tu, a type of Chinese liquor. Yet, the thought of ending the journey to the west and eliminating Tang Sung filled him with unease. What would become of the cigarettes and liquor then? If possible, he would confine Tang Sung somewhere in the heavenly court, turning him into a perpetual supplier of tobacco and spirits. Even the followers of Buddhism would need to barter for such goods with treasures. This thought invigorated the Jade Emperor, who envisioned the Buddha himself approaching with magical artifacts, addressing him with deference and requesting to exchange for a few packs of cigarettes. Thus, he resolved to imprison Tang Sung for eternity within the heavenly court. The deities stood solemnly below, sensing that their sovereign was preparing for a significant undertaking, as if he were about to mobilize forces. Yet, it remained unclear whether his intentions were directed towards the Buddhist realm or the demon tribes. Li Jing, with his hand still outstretched in a habitual gesture of offering, found himself in a state of melancholy, having grown accustomed to this posture over many years. Your Majesty, the celestial troops have assembled, save for the heavenly river's naval forces. Li Jing reported, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. The heavenly river's army is beholden solely to Marshal Tianpeng and His Majesty. They exhibit utter disregard for the likes of the tower holder Li, ignoring him completely when he attempts to impose order. Instead, they assert, the heavenly river's army obeys only Marshal Tianpeng. Otherwise, present the edict of Marshal Tianpeng to command us. How audacious! Even the authority of a king such as Li is rendered ineffective. As for the edict of Marshal Tianpeng, it seems to still rest with Zhu Beiji, does it not? Ah, I see. The Jade Emperor remarked with a hint of indifference, and the conversation was abruptly concluded. Li Jing stood below, waiting for a considerable time. Upon realizing the emperor had no intention of speaking further, he returned to his position. The Xianguang mirror manifested. The Jade Emperor observed Tang Sung and his companions. Though his primary attention remained on Tang Sung, he noted with dismay that the Buddha, in pursuit of fulfilling the Western journey's tribulation, had resorted to such unscrupulous means. This caused a twitch at the corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth, as he deemed such methods rather shameless. In the mortal realm, with the blue lion and white elephant descending to claim dominion, the resurgence of lesser demons ensued, thus preventing any large-scale incidents of demon predation. Ling Shui, adorned in a pristine white dress, frolicked joyfully like a little fairy. Her laughter, clear and melodious like silver bells, resonated throughout the heavens and earth. After a brief sprint, she dashed back and mounted the back of the yellow lion demon. For her sake, Tang Yu even yielded the yellow lion to her, illustrating his fondness for the little girl. After riding for a while, Ling Shui dismounted once more. Run slowly, Shuer, don't fall, Tang Yu cautioned. Big brother, hurry up. Ling Shui called back gleefully, flashing him a smile. Not far above, the Blue Lion King and White Elephant lamented. Below, a throng of minor demons had reported that Tang Sung and his companions were approaching imminently. What to do? The pair found themselves in a quandary. If they did nothing, they would fail the Buddhist mission. Yet, if they took action, they risked their very lives. Brother, I suggest we first capture that little girl. And when Sun Wukong comes to rescue her, we make our escape. This way, we would fulfill the Buddhist task while ensuring our own safety, proposed the white elephant. However, the Blue Lion King remained troubled. Can we truly escape from Sun Wukong? With a bodhisattva present, did they not promise to assist us? At critical moments, they will intervene. Hence, I believe we will be fine, the white elephant insisted. Furrowing his brow, the Blue Lion King pondered, ultimately conceding that it was the only course of action. They devised a plan with the lesser demons and then set forth. Sun Wukong, leading the way, sniffed the air and tightened his grip on the golden staff. There is demonic energy, he declared, swinging his staff towards a group of lesser demons nearby. Instantly, several of them perished beneath the force of the staff. Yet a few managed to flee. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong pursued them. Before them stood a little girl, approximately 20 paces away from Tang Sanzang and his companions. This distance was sufficient for the Blue Lion and the White Elephant, especially since Sun Wukong had been lured away by a minor demon. In an instant, both the Blue Lion and the White Elephant exchanged glances, each perceiving a singular notion, opportunity. They each invoked their magic, and in a flash, dust and sand were sent swirling into the air. "Shuer, come back," Tang Yu shouted anxiously. In that moment, Ling Shui was swept into the embrace of the White Elephant and vanished from sight. Tang Yu could no longer maintain his composure. A figure darted forward in pursuit. Moments later, as the dust settled, Tang Yu's expression turned chillingly grim. "Master, Shuer is gone," murmured Zhu Beiji. Tang Yu took a few steps forward, inhaled deeply, lifted his head, and solemnly declared, "Should Shuer be in peril, I vow to eradicate the Buddhist sect." Chapter 401. Approaching with a blade, it was unimaginable that the Buddhist sect had sunk to such despicable depths, manipulating innocents to incite chaos among demons, solely to justify their interference and amend the tribulations of the journey to the west. Though fully aware of this insidious scheme, Tang Yu would still have Sun Wukong intervene upon encountering demons along the way. However, he had not anticipated that they would brazenly abduct Ling Shui, awaiting his rescue. Tang Yu harbored genuine affection for Ling Shui, regarding her as a beloved sister. Even as he pursued them, unease lingered within him, fearing further dangers might arise. The Blue Lion King and the White Elephant Spirit faintly sensed their presence. If that were the case, there was no longer any reason to allow them to live. The White Elephant Spirit dashed swiftly with Ling Shui in tow, soon reaching their lair. "Wu-Wu, big brother, Wu-Wu," Ling Shui sobbed, wiping her tears. A 4-year-old child, confronted by such grotesque creatures, how could she not be terrified? Her tears prompted the Blue Lion and White Elephant to exchange bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. They were inexperienced in handling children. Surely, they wouldn't harm the little girl, would they? Don't cry, the Blue Lion King said with an overly benign smile, unaware that his fearsome visage rendered the expression quite dreadful. Ling Shui's wailing intensified. Both creatures found themselves utterly helpless. "Be good, don't cry, we shall not harm you," the Blue Lion King urged, rubbing his hands together, a smile plastered across his face. "Please, stop crying. Wu-Wu, I want Big Brother to save Shuer," Ling Shui cried, her small hands incessantly dabbing at her tears. The White Elephant Spirit, visibly annoyed, furrowed his brow. "What are you crying for? It's infuriating. Cry again, and I shall eat you." With that, he grabbed a wine jug and began to drink heartily. Had it not been for the girl's connection to Tang Sanzang, he would have long since devoured her for her incessant weeping. "Second brother, why are you arguing with a little girl?" the Blue Lion King chided. "Her crying is rather bothersome. You're the one who's being bothersome," the White Elephant Spirit retorted nonchalantly. Ling Shui pouted, suppressing her cries, allowing silent tears to flow down her cheeks, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. It appeared she was genuinely terrified that the monster would devour her. Tang Yu distinctly heard this sentiment, and in an instant, his gaze turned icy. In the west, the White Elephant Spirit and others successfully abducted the little girl. The ancient Buddha of Light smiled confidently, believing that the trials orchestrated by the Buddhist sect would surely succeed, a feat made possible only by the old monk's ingenious plan. Otherwise, could this calamity truly have been averted? Amitabha, it seemed this ordeal posed no issues whatsoever. The ancient Buddha of Light proclaimed with unwavering confidence, to achieve great things, one must sometimes resort to unscrupulous means. As long as the final outcome is achieved, the process may not hold great significance. Only through such relinquishment can one accomplish monumental tasks. Upon hearing his self-aggrandizement, The Buddha cast a disdainful glance in his direction, as if to say, "Is this a commentary on my inadequacies?" At that moment, the Buddha reclined on a small wooden bench, engaging in a leisurely game of 5 paths with the Bodhisattva Lingji. Both of them comfortably seated, smoking, and enjoying their game. As for the absence of mahjong, it was due to the fact that the quality of the cards was subpar. Losing meant not wanting to pay, while winning necessitated it. Over time, whenever the Buddha brought out the mahjong, the other deities instinctively began to retreat. The ancient Buddha's assertion that achieving great things sometimes necessitates unscrupulous methods held some truth. However, threatening a little girl to fulfill this trial was something he, at the very least, could not condone. Compared to those who pursue grand endeavors, he felt he was still somewhat inferior to the ancient Buddha. The Buddha remarked with a veneer of humor, "Amitabha, the old monk acknowledges that such methods are indeed somewhat despicable. But for the sake of the journey to the West and the salvation of humanity, it is an unavoidable circumstance. In order to rescue more souls, I am willing to bear this shameful stain on my reputation." The ancient Buddha of light recited a sutra. To achieve great things, one must understand the art of sacrifice. Relinquishing the small for the greater is essential for monumental accomplishments. The Buddha internally scoffed at this notion. The despicable and shameless always find justifications for their actions. Fortunately, this Buddhist sect remains under my stewardship. Had it fallen into the hands of the ancient Buddha of light, who knows how many acts contrary to the doctrines of compassion and the salvation of sentient beings would have been committed. At that moment, the Buddha felt a heightened sense of nobility. Truly, the leader of the West deserves such praise. This compassionate mindset surpasses that of the ancient Buddha of light by leaps and bounds. The Buddha flicked the ash from his cigarette, silently commending his own benevolent character. The ancient Buddha of light gazed into the Xian Guang mirror, then waved his hand, directing his attention towards the Qing Shi and Bai Xiang. Suddenly, snowflakes appeared, obscuring the view. The ancient Buddha of light was taken aback, while the Buddha's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet. "This is grave. The Qing Shi and Bai Xiang are in peril. Manjushri and Samantabhadra, you must descend at once." Before the Buddha could finish his command, the 2 bodhisattvas had already rushed forth. Though they were still severely injured, it did not hinder their speed in the slightest. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha sighed. In order to prevent any unforeseen accidents concerning the 2 bodhisattvas, Maitreya Buddha, it would be prudent for you to descend and offer your covert protection. At this juncture, the Buddha began to prepare for contingencies, arranging for assistance in advance. One must remember that the 2 bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, were still nursing their injuries. Hence, the Buddha felt a twinge of concern. In the mortal realm, the raucous cries of the little girl, Lingxue, vexed the white elephant spirit, who then cast a spell to lull her into slumber. Yet, even in sleep, the child's cheeks bore the remnants of unshed tears. The blue lion and the white elephant raised their cups in mutual toast, ready to await the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions to rescue the girl. They decided to depart, thus avoiding any direct encounter with Tang Sanzang, thereby subtly fulfilling their obligations as mandated by the Buddhist order. Suddenly, a formidable force descended from the heavens, spreading its might throughout the area. The surrounding lesser demons were silenced, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. It was the glint of a blade, intertwined with a powerful surge of magical energy that obliterated the demons in a heartbeat. Instinctively, the blue lion and the white elephant cast protective spells around themselves, yet they were still struck by the blade's light, leaving multiple wounds upon their forms. In disbelief, the blue lion raised his gaze forward. Before him stood a figure clad in black robes, with hair as dark as ink, wielding a long knife. Emerging from the swirling dust, his expression was icy, bordering on terrifying. This individual was none other than Tang Yu. As for the knife in his grasp, he had pilfered numerous treasures, but had wisely chosen to retain some of the finest, which he then entrusted to the system to forge this exquisite blade. Chapter 402. Slaying the blue lion and white elephant. The knife, including its hilt, measured merely 2 feet in length, yet it possessed an extraordinary beauty, radiating brilliance. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, its surface pristine and snow-white. The crafting of this knife had cost Tang Yu a considerable fortune. Indeed, upon its inaugural use, it brought him immense satisfaction. The blue lion stared at Tang Yu in disbelief. With a chilling demeanor, Tang Yu waved his hand, sending Lingxue into his embrace. After a hurried inspection, he discovered that the child had merely been enchanted into sleep, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Sanzang, the Blue Lion King exclaimed, his voice laden with shock. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. He had long heard whispers of changes in the journey to the west. After much deliberation, the Buddhist monks had surmised that the anomaly lay with Sha Wujing. They were mistaken. The true variable was not Sha Wujing, but rather Tang Sanzang himself. The Blue Lion King bore a gruesome wound on his abdomen, with blood continuing to flow profusely. It is you. You are the variable. His voice trembled with astonishment. Coldly regarding the two, Tang Yu stated, there are few I hold dear in this world, and this little girl is one among them. You should not resort to threatening me through those I care for. With that, Tang Yu swung his knife with force, and in an instant, the white elephant spirit was obliterated, without even a trace of his essence escaping. The expression of the Blue Lion King shifted subtly, prompting him to take a step back, as if a realization had dawned upon him. His demeanor settled into calmness. Tang Sanzang, since you have chosen to reveal yourself, it seems you cannot allow us to live and expose your identity. However, I must inquire how you managed to elude the scrutiny of the Buddhist sect, especially now that you possess such profound and enigmatic powers. Tang Sanzang had made his presence known, wielding his blade with lethal intent. To conceal his identity as a variable, he would undoubtedly ensure that none of us survived. With this understanding, the Blue Lion King's expression became entirely serene. Even Tang Yu could not help but cast an admiring glance at him. This is my affair. You should prepare to depart. To use such a young girl as leverage against me, the Buddhist sect truly exhibits a despicable nature. The Blue Lion King offered a wry smile. From the moment he descended, he had felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, a foreboding that had now materialized. Tang Sanzang, whether you believe it or not, we have no intention of harming this little girl. The reason for her abduction was merely to fulfill the task assigned by the Buddhist sect. We are left with no choice. He continued, I too find this method to be quite underhanded. However, orders must be obeyed. The Blue Lion King gazed at the spot where the white elephant spirit had perished and sighed. Tang Sanzang, you cannot hope to contend with the Buddhist sect. Once your identity as a variable is revealed, do you think the sect will spare you? Not only them, but even the heavenly court will intervene. I acknowledge your current strength is formidable, yet in comparison to the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, you remain considerably weak. This is my affair. There is no need for a dying man like you to concern yourself, Tang Yu retorted coldly. The Blue Lion King took a seat nearby, his expression tranquil. He reached for a wine jug and drank deeply before his body gradually began to dissipate. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. This fellow was indeed ruthless, opting for self-annihilation. If given a choice, Tang Yu would prefer not to kill him. However, as he drew closer to the West Heaven, he felt compelled to strive relentlessly for fortune and merit. Whether seen as cruel or indifferent, it was as the Blue Lion King had said, once his identity was exposed. Both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect would likely show him no mercy. Looking down at the little girl in his arms, her cheeks still glistening with tears, Tang Yu felt a pang of compassion. He gently wiped her tears away before vanishing from sight. With Tang Yu's disappearance, the previously obscured celestial mysteries were immediately sensed by those present. The Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra felt a sudden dizziness, nearly toppling from their lofty perch. As the masters of the Blue Lion and White Elephant, they were acutely aware of their demise. Nonetheless, the two Bodhisattvas descended to seek further clues, harboring resentment towards the ancient Buddha of light. Had it not been for his suggestion, their mounts would not have met such untimely ends. Initially, while at Shurta Ridge, they had been deeply concerned for the safety of the Blue Lion and White Elephant. Upon their arduous return, Manjushri and Samantabhadra could scarcely contain their excitement. However, they had not anticipated the turn of events. The Blue Lion and the White Elephant ultimately could not escape their tragic fate. Upon arriving at the cavern, they had been reduced to mere ashes, along with a horde of lesser demons who had perished as well. The two individuals searched the vicinity but uncovered no clues. Utterly perplexed as to who could be responsible for such a concealment of the heavenly mechanisms, it seemed that only an unforeseen variable could account for this. With this thought in mind, the two Bodhisattvas exchanged a glance, each revealing their suspicions of the same individual, Sha Wujing. Indeed, it could only be him. Without further ado, the two Bodhisattvas vanished from sight. Tang Yu, rather than hastily returning with Ling Shui in his arms, gently placed her a short distance away on the path they must traverse. The little girl remained fast asleep. To awaken her abruptly would surely instill fear within her upon finding herself alone. Master, let us hasten, urged Zhu Beiji, wielding his rake. His concern for the little girl evident. Tang Yu nodded, urging the yellow lion spirit to quicken their pace. Yet, scarcely had they taken a few steps when Sun Wukong appeared, cradling Ling Shui. Monkey brother, you've rescued Shui. Zhu Beiji exclaimed joyfully. Sun Wukong shook his head. It was not I. I merely sensed her presence after taking a few steps. He then handed Ling Shui to Tang Yu, observing the peacefully sleeping child. Tang Yu sighed softly before gently rousing her. Shui, with a sudden burst of emotion, Ling Shui leaped into Tang Yu's embrace, weeping. It's all right, no need to fear. Everything is fine. It's my fault, dear one. Do not cry. Tang Yu consoled her, patting her back. After a considerable while, the little girl managed to smile again. Watching Tang Yu play with her, Zhu Beiji could only click his tongue in disbelief. Throughout their journey, it seemed as though their master had been strict with everyone. Yet he showed remarkable kindness toward this little girl. Such a charming child evoked genuine affection, not only from Tang Yu, but even from Zhu Beiji himself. In the Western paradise, the joyous Arhut carried a bulging triangular pouch filled with treasures, all scavenged from the lesser demons of the lower realms. It was hard to believe that the noble Buddhist order had descended to such a state. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare to believe? Observing the collection of items, the Buddha nodded in satisfaction. Though a mosquito may be small, it is still flesh, he mused, before letting out a soft sigh. A glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, as if reminiscing about the former splendor of the Buddhist domain. The joyous Arhut has rendered great merit to our order, the Buddha remarked softly. The joyous Arhut recited a Buddhist chant and returned to his original position, gazing at the meager treasures. The Buddha felt a profound bitterness within his heart. How had the sacred Lingshan temple been reduced to this? Yet, these few treasures paled in comparison to the gravity of recent events, especially considering the obliteration of the blue lion and white elephant. The losses to the Buddhist order had intensified once more. Chapter 403. An overwhelming obsession. The ancient Buddha of Lamp stood silently at a distance, his silence heavy with consequence. After all, this loss to the Buddhist order had arisen due to his actions. Though the initial intention was to safeguard the Buddhist faith and remedy the tribulations of the journey to the West, the calamities have been vaguely resolved. However, in comparison to the losses incurred, such resolutions seem rather trivial. Amitabha, great achievers inevitably face transient gains and losses. Occasional failures are merely losses and pose no true threat. What is truly daunting is the inability to rise again and savor the ultimate victory, the ancient Buddha of light slowly articulated. Yet, Venerable Buddha, your grand endeavors have inadvertently led to the loss of the steeds of the Bodhisattvas, the green lion and white elephant. Are we to continue coercing Tang Sung through this little girl? As he spoke, the Buddha rose from his low seat and extended his hand forward, inquiring, do you believe our Buddhist order can afford further losses? Amitabha, as I have said, great achievers cannot avoid minor setbacks. Although we have suffered losses, we have also witnessed remarkable outcomes, the ancient Buddha of light replied. A cold chuckle escaped the Buddha as he scrutinized the script. According to Tang Seng's account, they have faced over 20 trials thus far, meaning nearly 60 trials remain. Pray tell, ancient Buddha, if all 60 trials are completed, how many will remain at the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Are we to be entirely dispatched? Amitabha, it is as I have stated. Great achievers must not be overly concerned with trifles, for one must relinquish to gain. The ancient Buddha of light pondered momentarily. However, has the Buddha discerned anything amiss in this matter? Before the Buddha could respond, the ancient Buddha of light continued. The heavenly mysteries have been obscured. It seems only unexpected variables could achieve this, striking down the green lion and white elephant in an instant. With Sha Wujing's abilities, this is utterly unattainable. Thus, I suspect that the variable may not be a solitary entity. The sacred mountain has been plundered once more, and someone has concealed themselves within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. A being whose prowess, as perceived by the Buddha, is that of a quasi-saint. I suspect this individual may be connected to the variable, perhaps even complicit. The Buddha chuckled softly. From the very beginning, I harbored suspicions that this quasi-saint is likely entwined with the variable. After all, only such a variable could obscure the heavenly mysteries from our sight. Hence, there is no need for the ancient Buddha to emphasize this matter. The ancient Buddha of light, with a benevolent visage, joined his hands in prayer, and uttered a mantra. This appearance exuded an aura of compassion. Of course, it would have been even more perfect had he not been puffing on a cigarette. The swirling smoke slightly tarnished the image of compassion. Now, with the demise of the green lion and white elephant, the lesser demons of the lower realms have been thoroughly eradicated. Yet, this also indirectly contributes to the completion of several trials. Given that this method can fulfill the tribulations of the journey to the west, as I perceive, we may employ this strategy once more. The ancient Buddha of light spoke slowly. There is no fear in utilizing a good tactic. With Tang Sung and others indirectly completing several trials, the ancient Buddha of light glimpsed hope and the potential to continue employing this strategy. Shall we continue to capture demons, allowing them to sow chaos in the mortal realm? The Buddha lit a cigarette for himself, exhaled a puff, and then remarked, "These deceased mortals, though they perished at the hands of demons, remain inextricably linked to our Buddhist order. To inflict such great harm upon mortals, does the ancient Buddha not fear becoming entangled in excessive karmic repercussions? Amitabha, karma is predetermined by heaven. All is fated for these mortals to encounter such a calamity. Indeed, it is true that this arises from the Buddhist realm, and the old monk feels profound remorse. I have already conferred with Ksitigarbha. Those who have perished shall be reborn into favorable families, living lives free from want. Thus, this serves as a form of compensation from our Buddhist community to them. The causes sown in this life shall yield fruits in the next." The radiant lamp Buddha, filled with compassion, articulated, "The sufferings of the world are immense. I shall terminate their present hardships to fulfill their future blessings. The karmic balance is restored, and this, indeed, constitutes a great act of benevolence." The Buddha furrowed his brow. Does the ancient Buddha not feel that his obsession with the journey to the west is excessive? Those who renounce worldly attachments should embody the emptiness of the four elements. Such fixation seems contrary to the path of self-cultivation in Buddhism. Amitabha, where lies the excess of obsession? The radiant lamp Buddha replied with compassion, "My intent is for the sake of our Buddhist community and the beings of the lower realms. Only by achieving the trials of the journey to the west can our faith flourish, allowing us to manifest the Buddha's will. To universally liberate sentient beings and to propagate the Dharma is to alleviate the karmic burdens of mortals. This is a deed of great merit." Thus, does the ancient Buddha propose to sacrifice a few mortals to fulfill the trials of the journey to the west? The Buddha, who espouses the doctrine of universal salvation, questioned, "Are not these mortals also part of the sentient beings?" Naturally, they are. However, a minor sacrifice is occasionally warranted to procure greater outcomes. The radiant lamp Buddha clasped his hands together and recited a mantra. Those who achieve great endeavors must, at times, accept sacrifices as inevitable. Moreover, our Buddhist teachings emphasize the salvation of all beings. Despite minor sacrifices, the greater intent is to rescue those burdened by karmic afflictions. This is indeed a great merit. To sacrifice a small portion of individuals to save a greater multitude. Furthermore, those sacrificed, the radiant lamp Buddha believes, have already been granted blessings for their next lives. Thus, under the guise of universal salvation, all of this appears inconsequential to the radiant lamp Buddha. To achieve great things, sacrifices are unavoidable. Now, Tang Sung and his companions are approaching Mount Ling. Once they arrive, the journey to the west shall conclude, and the Buddhist community will undoubtedly struggle to flourish. Much to the displeasure of the two saints behind the scenes, the radiant lamp Buddha remarked. The Buddha, seated on a small stool, puffed on a cigarette. Narrowing his eyes slightly, does the ancient Buddha not fear that the method he employs might draw the ire of the saints when discovered? The saints seek only the ultimate result. Moreover, the old monk, with a heart solely devoted to our Buddhist community, yearns for its prosperity to universally save all beings. On what grounds could they blame the old monk? The radiant lamp Buddha spoke with righteous conviction. The Buddha extinguished the half-consumed cigarette, placing it behind his ear. The ancient Buddha's excessive fixation on the journey to the west rendered the Buddha utterly speechless, at a loss for words. To rescue sentient beings by sacrificing a small number is an egocentric folly. Such actions are beyond reproach. As the joyful Arhat returned with a few treasures, the Buddha prepared to allocate them to the Buddhist treasury. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated throughout Mount Ling. The great Thunder Monastery trembled. Shaken by the reverberations from the previous self-detonation of the joyous Buddha, leaving this ancient temple, which had stood for a millennium, in a state of disturbance. Though the ancient Buddha of the lamp had contributed his personal savings for some modest renovations, how significant could one individual's savings truly be? The alterations were merely superficial, aimed at rendering the Great Thunder Sound Temple less austere. Chapter 404. Another explosion at this moment. Under the tremendous force of the explosion, the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple trembled once more, resembling a fragile hut caught in a tempest on the verge of collapse. The assembled Buddhas wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the cause of the chaos. How could the treasures just acquired by the Buddha suddenly detonate? They looked incredulously at the Buddha, who appeared charred and disheveled. With his eyes closed, he involuntarily parted his lips and coughed lightly, a thick plume of black smoke escaping from his mouth. What were once small yellowed teeth were now stained dark from the blast. As he opened his eyes, the stark contrast of their clarity amidst his soot-covered visage was striking. Yet, within those eyes lay an unusual tranquility, no anger, no sorrow, only a profound calmness. He reached to touch his ear, seemingly wishing to light the half-burnt cigarette that had been resting there, but alas, it had been obliterated in the explosion. Reluctantly, he resorted to retrieving an entire pack, lighting one, and placing it between his lips. A smoke break to ease the mind. At this moment, he appeared remarkably serene, puffing away steadily. However, the Buddhas of Lingshan regarded their seemingly unruffled leader with astonishment. What had come over the Buddha? How could he remain so composed and tranquil? Even if the Buddha were to unleash his wrath upon them, it would be entirely understandable, yet he did not. The Buddha's calm demeanor after the explosion bewildered the assembly of Buddhas. "Buddha, are you all right?" inquired the Bodhisattva Lingji in a hushed tone. The Buddha coughed softly, and with his cough, dust from the ceiling cascaded down once more. "I am fine," he replied with remarkable composure. Those who have weathered great storms have grown accustomed to such trifles. This was merely a minor inconvenience. The joyful Arhat quickly stepped forward, kneeling on the ground. "Please forgive me, O Buddha. These treasures were indeed brought back by me." Yet, he could not fathom how these items, retrieved from the minor demons, could have erupted so unexpectedly. Could it be the interference of an unpredictable force? Indeed, it must be, he concluded. Yet, regardless of the cause, there was some connection to the joyful Arhat, prompting him to hastily seek forgiveness. "It's all right. Rise," the Buddha replied calmly, taking a drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it and rising to head towards the rear hall. The Buddhas exchanged glances, sensing an undercurrent of concern despite the Buddha's tranquility. His serenity was, in fact, disconcerting. As they surveyed the further damaged Great Thunder Sound Temple, they found themselves at a loss. A gentle breeze seeped through the cracks in the temple walls, and several large holes had appeared in the ceiling. Should it rain, they would surely face leaks. They ought to extend their gratitude to Tang Yu. Had they known beforehand, they would have threatened him with Ling Shui. How much of the explosive Heavenly Dan No. 2 would Tang Yu require, one might wonder. If he were not to fear that the Great Thunder Sound Temple might be obliterated in the process, he would certainly not be Tang Yu. The ancient Buddha, burning lamp, lit a cigarette, his expression remarkably calm. He seemed entirely unfazed by the sudden occurrences at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Rather, his thoughts were consumed with how to utilize Ling Shui to once again overcome a formidable challenge. This incident seemed to have cast a shadow over the young girl, who no longer dared to run joyfully. Most of the time, she leaned against Tang Yu's embrace, or held his hand as they walked together. "Big brother, will you leave Shui?" Ling Shui suddenly inquired. This caught Tang Yu off guard. The little girl continued, "You are so kind to Shui. Shui fears that one day, you will leave her just like father did." After a moment of silence, Tang Yu smiled gently and patted the little girl's head, reassuring her, "I will not. Big brother will always be by your side." Yet, despite his words, a tinge of bitterness lingered within him. The Buddhist sect, the heavenly court, and that figure above, should they perceive him as a variable, they would undoubtedly not let him go so easily. Faced with them, even with the system's assistance, Tang Yu had little confidence. The system could only serve as an auxiliary tool, but ultimately, he had to rely on his own strength. "All right," the little girl giggled, extending her hand to hook her pinky finger with his. Tang Yu couldn't help but smile as he reciprocated the gesture. Nestled in his embrace, she produced various snacks to enjoy, occasionally offering him a bite. What a harmonious scene it was. Zhu Beiji sighed. "How harmonious." Sun Wukong scoffed. "You simpleton. Can you truly sense harmony?" "Monkey brother, I'm not foolish. Can't you see such a harmonious picture? Zhu Beiji retorted, straightening his back with conviction. However, it seems that Master has never treated anyone this kindly before. Why is he so good to this little girl? I don't know either, Sun Wukong replied, performing a somersault as he moved forward, scanning the surroundings cautiously. A flash illuminated the sky as the star of Tai Bai appeared. From afar, a smile instinctively spread across his face. Hee, third brother, third brother. Upon seeing the star of Tai Bai, Tang Yu furrowed his brows slightly and gently urged Ling Shui, Shuer. Come, call him Brother Tai Bai. Brother Tai Bai, Ling Shui timidly called out. At this, Tai Bai Jinxing felt a wave of dizziness. How many years had he lived only to be addressed as brother by a 4-year-old girl? Nevertheless, a smile remained on his face. Good girl, so obedient. I say, Tai Bai, my little Shuer has called you brother, and that cannot be without reason. As the elder brother, it is only right that you present her with a token of your first meeting, Tang Yu stated with righteous indignation. Tai Bai Jinxing's smile faltered for a moment before he quickly responded, Yes, yes, this must be done. Tai Bai Jinxing drew from his bosom a small sword, measuring merely an inch in length. He explained, this was gifted by the Jade Emperor in the past. Third brother, do not underestimate this blade. For the sovereign declared that it was casually forged by the primordial supreme being. It harbors the powers of a sage, and no one below the rank of a sage can inflict harm upon her. However, the magical essence contained within can only be wielded twice. Observing the little girl, who appeared exceedingly charming, he decided to present it to her as a token for protection. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled, yet his heart bled profusely. Had he known, he would have arrived later. But, wait, was that truly the case? It seemed that even a delay would not have altered his fate. For Tang Sung had already been traveling with the girl for some time. A revered monk of the Tang dynasty escorting a little girl to the Western paradise for scriptures. The thought of them entering the great Thunder Sound Temple, with the little girl perched upon Tang Seng's shoulders, while he jovially extended his hand towards the Buddha, saying, Come on, brother, pass me the scriptures, filled Tai Bai Jinxing with an odd sensation that sent a chill down his spine. Snapping back to reality, he remembered he had important matters to attend to. The so-called important task was to exchange for cigarettes. With a wave of his hand, a plethora of magical artifacts materialized, and he procured a generous supply of cigarettes before departing with satisfaction. Yet, as he left, his steps faltered. He suddenly recalled that he had not seen Tang Sung with a cigarette in quite some time. What could be the reason for this? This fleeting thought crossed his mind. And then Tai Bai Jinxing swiftly vanished from the scene. Although he had incurred an unnecessary loss of a magical artifact, his current stature rendered him indifferent to such trivialities. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The artifact was worth the price of a pack of cigarettes. Was it not a fragrant exchange? After Tai Bai Jinxing's departure, Tang Yu discreetly examined the small sword he had gifted to Ling Shui. He discovered it to be indeed a commendable protective artifact, precisely as Tai Bai Jinxing had indicated, capable of defending only twice. However, for Tang Yu, that was already sufficient. He had been deeply concerned about the little girl's safety, and had even contemplated communicating with the system to forge a protective artifact for her. Little did he expect Tai Bai Jinxing to provide such timely assistance. A sudden impulse surged within Tang Yu to take Ling Shui to the Western Buddhist realm and then meander through the heavenly court. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided to postpone this plan. He meticulously threaded the small sword onto a string and adorned Ling Shui's neck with it. The little girl beamed with joy, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. She touched the small sword she wore and smiled, saying, So beautiful, thank you, big brother. With that, she joyfully dashed ahead, occasionally running to the side of the clumsy monk, where she would sit upon the burden of luggage, or to Zhu Beiji's side, who would crouch down and lower his head, allowing her to climb onto his shoulders or ride upon his neck. The young girl felt a peculiar fear towards Sun Wukong. Primarily, this monkey had not fostered any closeness with her, leading to a certain emotional distance. In the heavens above, 2 beams of Buddha light flashed. Sha Wujing's voice thundered, resonating throughout the lofty skies. Startled, the girl stumbled and fell to the ground. Tang Yu hurriedly approached, inquiring, Shuer, are you all right? Are you hurt? Ling Shui extended her hand, revealing 2 small cuts on her palm, inflicted by wild grass. Nevertheless, the girl smiled and reassured him, Big brother, I am fine. It doesn't hurt. Taking her hand, Tang Yu tenderly blew on her wounds. He then looked upwards, where the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra appeared in midair. Their mounts had suddenly perished, without a sound, leaving no indication of who was responsible. The only entity capable of such an act could only be the sage or a variable. However, a sage would never engage in such trivial matters. Thus, only the variable remained, which was Sha Wujing. With the demise of this variable, the two bodhisattvas could no longer maintain their composure. They manifested directly, seeking out Sha Wujing. Filled with a desire to confront him, the three bewildered ones stood in confusion, utterly unaware of the grievances the bodhisattvas harbored against them. Yet they could perceive the righteous anger emanating from the two divine beings. Sha Wujing bowed in respect to the bodhisattvas, while the three bewildered ones hastily knelt on the ground. As for Tang Yu, Sun Wukong, and the daft one, they remained motionless, seemingly disregarding the presence of the two bodhisattvas. Witnessing this scene, the bodhisattvas felt a surge of indignation. They were, after all, revered figures in the Western paradise. Yet they were so brazenly overlooked. Before they could utter a word, Tang Sanzang spoke. Sen Lungzi, fetch the cooking utensils and prepare something delicious. I suspect Shuer is hungry. This immediately put San Lungzi in a quandary. To rise at such a moment would be a grave disrespect to the bodhisattvas. Yet, on the other hand, it was his master speaking. The daft one chuckled. Sha Shidi, did you not hear the master's command? Hurry along. Reluctantly, San Lungzi stood up to prepare the cooking utensils. Meanwhile, the two bodhisattvas exchanged glances from their heavenly perch. They were accustomed to being venerated by throngs of mortals whenever they manifested their divine presence. Why was it that Tang Sanzang and his companions held them in such disregard? Tang Sanzang, seeing them, asked, Why do you not bow to us? The death of their mounts had already put Samantabhadra in a foul mood, and being ignored further stoked his ire. This remark escaped his lips, only for him to feel regret instantly. He had acted impulsively, failing to learn from the blood-soaked history that should have tempered his recklessness. How could he dare speak thus to Tang Sanzang? Manjushri Bodhisattva remained silent, casting a sympathetic glance toward him, clearly indicating that Samantabhadra was in over his head. Did he not consider who Tang Sanzang had ever indulged along their journey? Even Maitreya Buddha himself advocates for confrontation, yet he remains utterly submissive, wearing a smile as he refers to Tang San as third brother. How could a bodhisattva dare to speak to Tang Sung in such a manner? Is this not a direct invitation to disaster? Maitreya, concealed in the shadows, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, casting a glance at Puxian imbued with a hint of sympathy. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Puxian has ventured to do what he had long desired yet feared to undertake. However, he is still too youthful and fails to contemplate the repercussions. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly and raised his gaze to the heavens, where two bodhisattvas, enveloped in a halo of Buddhist light, epitomized compassion. Yet, such displays of virtue elicited a sense of arrogance in Tang Yu. Each appearance, shrouded in celestial radiance, seemed to announce to the world, We are bodhisattvas, we manifest divine presence. Come forth and worship us. Are you speaking to me? Tang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Puxian stood frozen in embarrassment, stammering without uttering a single coherent word. Maitreya let out a sigh in the shadows, pondering how Puxian could be so forgetful. Had he not recalled the events that transpired in the kingdom of Wujiguo? Moreover, the significant lessons learned within the Buddhist realm. Why was this child still so impulsive? Third brother, Puxian began hesitantly, wishing to offer an apology. Yet, as a bodhisattva of esteemed rank, lowering himself to apologize seemed inappropriate. Thus, he remained completely paralyzed in place. Puxian, you are audacious. A thunderous voice echoed at a crucial moment as Maitreya Buddha manifested before them. Before Puxian could fully comprehend the situation, Maitreya had seized him by the collar and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Puxian, how dare you speak to third brother in such a manner? Should you not offer him an apology? Chapter 406. Otherwise, hire someone to do it. With that, Maitreya delivered 2 more slaps. Puxian, who had been hovering in the sky, was sent tumbling down to stand before Tang Yu. Third brother, this lad is rather inept and has offended you. Please do not hold it against him, Maitreya said with a grin. Puxian, suspended in the heavens, held his breath, relieved that he had refrained from reckless speech, for otherwise he might have found himself on the receiving end of those slaps, with his cheeks swollen and blood trickling from his nostrils. Puxian wiped his face and finally regained his senses. Are you not going to apologize to third brother? What are you staring at? Maitreya admonished. Third brother, I apologize. Puxian mumbled, his head bowed, unwilling yet compelled to express remorse. Tang Yu chuckled lightly. I am not a petty person. At this, Mithria and the others couldn't help but cough discreetly, including the foolish one among them. Tang Yu then lifted the little girl into his arms, revealing her injured hand before them. However, your raucous shouting frightened my sister and caused her injury. What do you propose we do about this? Mithria Buddha, with a countenance full of mirth, gently caressed the little girl's face, exclaiming her charm. He then took her hand and, with his mystical powers, healed the 2 scratches upon it. The little girl's wide eyes sparkled with astonishment. Third brother, look. Mithria Buddha seems to have something to say. However, upon noticing Tang Sanzang's expression, she quickly understood. Instantly, she approached Puxian and began to rummage through his belongings. Mithria Buddha deftly extracted all of Puxian's meager savings and treasures, presenting them to Tang Sanzang. Third brother, behold. You, a person of great stature, should not stoop to his level, she remarked. Mithria Buddha, still smiling, turned sharply to the 2 bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Puxian, and commanded, Why are you still standing there? Get lost. You've embarrassed yourselves thoroughly. Even Puxian, with a look of indignation, dared not voice his anger. He and Manjushri vanished without a trace. Yet, after walking some distance, they halted, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding. What have they been up to? One questioned. Indeed, the blue lion and the white elephant have perished, the other replied. Fueled by their ire, they sought out Sha Wujing. But unexpected events had transpired. They both sighed deeply, particularly Puxian, lamenting not only the loss of his steed, but also the depletion of his private funds. Yet, after this incident, returning was no longer an option. It truly felt like a grievance. His mount deceased, and his savings pilfered. In the lower realm, Mithria Buddha continued to share jovial smiles with Tang Yu, occasionally glancing at the bewildered San Lungzi, who sensed an oddity in the Buddhist demeanor towards him. Mithria, this is my sister, Ling Shui. Isn't she adorable? Tang Yu said, cradling the little girl with a warm smile. Mithria Buddha, who believed he knew Tang Sanzang well, felt a sudden pang in his heart, but persisted. Indeed, she is charming, truly worthy of being third brother's sister. Come now, Shui'er, call him Brother Mithria. Tang Yu encouraged, pointing at Mithria Buddha. Brother Mithria, the little girl obediently echoed, her voice clear and sweet. Tang Yu smiled. Mithria, see how my sister has called you brother? Such a title cannot be without merit, right? After all, it is our first meeting. I understand nothing of that sort. Mithria Buddha's smile faltered, realizing the audacity of such extortion. At this moment, he felt a tinge of concern for the innocent little girl. Would she be corrupted by Tang Sanzang's ways? Hesitating briefly, he produced a prayer bead and offered it to the little girl. Tang Yu frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. After all, you are a quasi-saint. How can you engage in such trivial exchanges? Third brother, do not underestimate this prayer bead. It is a fine protective talisman, Mithria Buddha explained. With this bead in her possession, no ordinary little demon can harm her in the slightest. Thus, even a Tai Golden Immortal demon would be unable to approach her. Instantly, Tang Yu's expression brightened with joy. The small sword of the Tai by Jin Xing possesses formidable power, yet it is limited to only 2 uses. In contrast, while the Buddha beads bestowed by Mithria may exhibit slightly lesser strength, they can be employed without restriction. Upon examining the beads closely, Tang Yu discerned that Mithria's words were indeed true. These beads are an exceptional defensive talisman. At the very least, they would render the Tai Golden Immortal incapable of harming the young girl. This suffices. Within the mundane world, the Tai Golden Immortal stands as the pinnacle of power. Thank you, Brother Mithria, Tang Yu said to the young girl. Thank you, Brother Mithria, the girl replied in her tender voice. Utilizing a cord, he adorned the beads and placed them upon her right wrist. Third brother, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, Mithria announced. Seeking to depart, while Tang Sanzang was preoccupied with the girl and the beads, lest he risk incurring significant loss. Go on, go on. Tang Yu replied without lifting his gaze. In a flash of light, Mithria vanished. After moving a considerable distance away, he let out a long sigh of relief. Ere Daisy stifled a laugh beside him, acknowledging the prowess of his master. One way or another, anyone who crossed his path was bound to suffer a hefty price. In the Western paradise, witnessing this scene, the assembly of Buddhas collectively gasped. They turned their attention to the burning lamp ancient Buddha. Did he still intend to use this young girl as leverage against Tang Sanzang? The Buddha flicked away the ash from his cigarette. First, the short sword gifted by Tai by Jin Xing, and now the Buddha beads from Mithria. Ordinary beings could not harm her in the slightest. Though that short sword was casually forged by the primordial heavenly sovereign, it seemed that even the Great Luo Golden Immortal would find it insufficient. The Buddha's voice faltered as he chuckled softly. The expression of the burning lamp ancient Buddha wavered between tranquility and turmoil after a prolonged silence. He finally uttered a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. The joyous arhats descended once more to seek the little demon. However, the surrounding wild demons had mostly been captured, leaving them no choice but to venture further afield. Previously, the demon presence felt abundant, yet now, in times of need, they proved elusive. The myriad demons reside in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, yet who dares to flaunt their presence? Not even approaching the kingdom of 10,000 demons is an option, the burning lamp ancient Buddha mused. Initially, he had planned to use the young girl as a means of coercion, but now she had transformed into something extraordinary. As the Buddha had remarked, even the entirety of the Great Luo Golden Immortal might pale in comparison. After a brief contemplation, the burning lamp ancient Buddha sighed heavily. Perhaps I should consider hiring someone. Hiring someone? The Buddha raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the implication. Are you suggesting employing someone from the heavenly court? The burning lamp ancient Buddha nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. The Buddha maintained a calm demeanor, chuckling. The ancient Buddha's suggestion is indeed commendable, but what of the funds to hire someone? Chapter 407. The burning lamp ancient Buddha's consideration hiring someone? The old lamp truly possesses a vivid imagination. The Buddhist sect is currently devoid of resources. To hire someone? It is the ramblings of a fool. The burning lamp ancient Buddha was taken aback. He had acted hastily, consumed by the singular desire to fulfill the journey to the West. One has neglected the current economic plight of the Buddhist community. Yet, the journey has reached the Western paradise. It seems there is no alternative but to employ others. After a moment of contemplation, the ancient Buddha of light spoke. How can the journey to the West be completed without hiring help? The formidable challenges ahead ignited a flicker of hope within him, suggesting that the journey might still be achievable. However, the pressing question remained. How to employ others? The Buddha chuckled softly. Is there any money left in our sect? In the old monk's view, it would be better to mortgage the great Thunder Sound Temple. Instantly, the assembly of Buddhas gasped in shock, staring at the ancient Buddha of light in disbelief. The Buddha's brow furrowed. Was this old fellow not in his right mind? To propose mortgaging the headquarters of the Buddhist community. The sect was already in dire straits, struggling to manage even the most basic operations. If it were the Buddha himself, he might even consider filing for bankruptcy with the celestial order. Yet, despite the dire circumstances of the Buddhist community, the ancient Buddha of light sought to further complicate matters, suggesting the mortgage of the only sanctuary for the Buddhas, a refuge from the storms. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, after a series of calamities, appeared in a state of disrepair. Its windows were long gone, cracks marred the walls, and several holes had formed in the roof, causing the Buddhas to place pots beneath to catch rainwater during storms. Nevertheless, the temple still provided shelter and was the sole haven for the impoverished disciples of the Buddhist community. Yet, the ancient Buddha of light proposed to use the last remnant of their sanctuary as collateral. Noticing the disapproving gazes of the Buddhas, he proclaimed, to achieve great things, one must make sacrifices. Furthermore, this is merely a temporary mortgage. Once the journey to the West is completed and the merits return, the Buddhist community will flourish anew. Retrieving the Great Thunder Sound Temple will be a trivial matter then, and its presence will become inconsequential. After all, with the resurgence of the Buddhist community and a multitude of followers, merits will naturally abound. Thus, the fate of a single temple pales in significance. Indeed, if we desire, we could establish 10 or even more Great Thunder Sound temples, though all this relies on the successful completion of the journey. Recent trials have proven surmountable, instilling the old monk with confidence to rectify all calamities. In that future, the Buddha shall have accomplished a monumental feat for the Buddhist community. The Buddha gazed intently at the ancient Buddha of light, remaining silent for a considerable time. Ancient Buddha, are you unwell? If so, confide in me, and I shall spare no effort, even if it means selling my possessions, to procure elixirs from the celestial palace to restore your mind. What sort of reasoning could conceive such an audacious proposal? The old monk, however, remained steadfast in his belief that as the journey to the West has progressed to this stage, we must swiftly devise a means to facilitate its completion. The ancient Buddha of Light reiterated, to accomplish great deeds, some sacrifices are inevitable. Only through the relinquishment of the self can one ultimately savor the joy of victory. The Buddha rose from his small stool, tightened his robe, and lit a cigarette. This matter, I cannot acquiesce to. The Great Thunder Sound Temple does not belong to you, nor to me. It belongs to all the Buddhas. If the ancient Buddha harbors discontent, he may certainly go to the sage and lodge a complaint against me. I am indifferent to such matters. With that, the Buddha departed in a huff. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. Naturally, they dared not interject. When the elder spoke, the younger remained silent. Amitabha. The proposal from the radiant lamp Buddha was met with the Buddha's refusal, prompting a disgruntled murmur. Without understanding how to prioritize, one cannot achieve great things. The assembly of Buddhas bowed their heads. Concerned about the issue of mortgaging the Great Thunder Sound Temple, it was evident that none of them wished for that outcome. At this moment, the Buddha's rejection aligned with their desires. However, they also sensed that the radiant lamp Buddha had recently exhibited peculiar behavior, first threatening with mortal means, engaging in such base actions, then utilizing a young girl as leverage, and now contemplating the mortgaging of the Great Thunder Sound Temple to employ assistance. Perhaps the Buddha was indeed correct. The radiant lamp Buddha's obsession with the journey to the West had grown too profound. After a brief contemplation, the radiant lamp Buddha entered the chaos. He believed his proposal presented no issue whatsoever. If matters were not expedited, the journey to the West would be entirely forfeit. Thus, it was imperative for him to report to the sage behind the scenes, allowing the sage to make a determination. The radiant lamp sought an audience with the sage. With a respectful bow, he inquired, "What is the matter?" After a considerable pause, the voice of the sage, Zhuanti, echoed forth. "Speak, radiant lamp." I report to the sage that the monk Tang Sanzang and his companions are drawing ever closer to the spirit mountain, and the trials yet to be faced are dwindling. Recently, I have employed certain measures to mitigate some of the tribulations, which has instilled in me a belief that there remains hope for the journey to the West. However, the Great Thunder Sound Temple is now utterly barren, devoid of resources. Therefore, I propose to mortgage the temple and request the intervention of the celestial court. After all, the journey to the West is the foremost urgent matter at hand. Yet the Buddha rejected the old monk's proposal. Hence, the monk came to inform you of this. How should we proceed? Shall we merely watch as the journey to the West meets its complete demise? As for the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the two sages were wholly indifferent. To speak bluntly, even if Spirit Mountain were to perish entirely, it mattered little as long as the journey to the West was completed. For as long as the two of them remained, they could effortlessly persuade others to embrace the Buddha's teachings. It was a trivial endeavor. As Tang Sanzang and his companions drew nearer to Spirit Mountain, the two sages grew increasingly anxious. What would become of them if the journey to the West were to fail? They were burdened with overwhelming debts, relying on the journey to alleviate their plight. It was now evident that the radiant lamp Buddha had a proposal, albeit one that involved mortgaging the Great Thunder Sound Temple, making it a trivial matter. They quickly reached an agreement, immediately sending a message to the Buddha, summoning him into the chaos. Before the Buddha could utter a word, Zhuanti unleashed a verbal reprimand. For it had been an extended period, and the completed tribulations paled in comparison to those accomplished by the radiant lamp Buddha in recent days. You, Buddha, are indeed faltering. The Buddha lowered his head, remaining silent. Turning to the direct decision-making of the radiant lamp Buddha, the Buddha found himself in a state of confusion. Was he truly the Buddha, or was the radiant lamp Buddha the true Buddha? However, the Buddha dared not voice his displeasure, merely harboring a growing dissatisfaction within. Departing from the chaos, he made his way to the heavenly court to confer with the Jade Emperor regarding the pledge of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, seeking to discuss the terms of this contract. For reasons unknown, the Buddha was suddenly overcome by an impulse to laugh. In chapter 408, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was to be mortgaged. The once esteemed Buddhist realm had already been plundered thrice, followed by consecutive explosions. Yet, at the very least, the monks still had a refuge. Now, however, even this final sanctuary was to be pledged. How precarious the situation of the Buddhist order had become. The Jade Emperor, realizing the Buddha's intent, was momentarily rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning, standing utterly still. After a brief interval, his lips twitched slightly, and he cleared his throat twice, lifting a goblet of jade nectar to his lips, only to spit it out in surprise, succumbing to another fit of coughing. This was prompted by thoughts of the unpredictable identity of Tang Sung, while the Buddhists naively continued to believe in Sha Wujing, presenting various justifications. Was the Buddhist order truly in such disarray that they had to mortgage their headquarters? The Jade Emperor, stifling a laugh, replied, "If it is possible, I would gladly extend my hand of assistance." His words implied that he could offer some treasures, thus negating the need for the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Buddha understood his meaning well. Noticing the smoke resting on the table, he nonchalantly reached for it, lit a stick, and tucked the remainder of the pack into his robe. Regarding the mortgage of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, if you wish to take it, then take it. If not, then forget it, the Buddha lamented while smoking. If you do not want it, that is even better. At the very least, I can provide an explanation to the sages behind me. It is not that I refuse to mortgage it, but that the Jade Emperor is unwilling. The Jade Emperor paid little mind to the Buddha pocketing his cigarettes, considering it merely a trivial matter. In that case, I agree, the Jade Emperor stated slowly. Let the Great Thunder Sound Temple serve as collateral. The Buddha was somewhat taken aback. Was the agreement reached so swiftly, without further hesitation? He had anticipated that if the Jade Emperor hesitated even a moment longer, he would turn to leave. Yet, he had not expected such prompt acceptance without any reluctance. With a heavy sigh, the Buddha realized he had irrevocably lost the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The two then deliberated briefly before drafting a simple contract. The agreement stipulated that from this moment forth, the Buddhist order would pledge the Great Thunder Sound Temple to the Heavenly Court, which would send representatives to facilitate the completion of the journey to the west. Upon the completion of this journey, the temple could be redeemed with merit. Just as the Buddha pressed his seal upon the document, a sudden thought struck him. Something was amiss. Observing that the Buddha had completed his hand gesture, the Jade Emperor swiftly seized the contract and tucked it away. What seems to be the issue? He inquired. Tang Sung was en route to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west to venerate the Buddha and seek scriptures. Now that the temple had become part of the celestial court, was he not, in essence, journeying to the heavens for enlightenment? The Buddha spoke. This matter has long been anticipated. The Jade Emperor interjected, anticipated? Yet you did not offer a word of caution to this sovereign. Was this a deliberate act? The Buddha regarded the Jade Emperor, who continued, although the Great Thunder Sound Temple now falls under the jurisdiction of the celestial court, my heart is benevolent, and I shall not demand your immediate departure. The Jade Emperor lit a cigarette, clasped his hands behind his back, and pondered. Here is what shall transpire. You must devise a means to establish a residence on the rear mountain of Ling Mountain. However, the contract stipulates that both Ling Mountain and the Great Thunder Sound Temple are mortgaged to the Celestial Court. Thus, this land belongs to the Celestial Court, and your continued occupancy infringes upon its territory. Nonetheless, I can lease you a small parcel on the rear mountain for your administrative purposes. The Buddha's countenance darkened. Are you suggesting that we mortgage Ling Mountain to the Celestial Court and then pay rent for our own abode? He asked, though he realized there was little recourse. The contract had already rendered Ling Mountain a possession of the Celestial Court. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor, in his kindness, granted the Buddhist order a brief respite for relocation. He instructed them to vacate the Great Thunder Sound Temple promptly, after which the Celestial Court would send personnel to take over. The Buddha returned to Ling Mountain, his expression grim. To have come to such a state as the leader was almost unbearable. Upon arrival, he recounted the events, eliciting gasps of shock from the assembly of Buddhas. Did this not imply that they would all become homeless children henceforth? Some Buddhas cast wary glances at the ancient Buddha of Lamp, including the Buddha himself, who cast a fierce stare. It is because of your proposal that we find ourselves in this predicament, he lamented. Now, we are bereft of a home. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of Lamp intoned. Those who achieve greatness must inevitably make sacrifices. Only through significant investment can one reap greater rewards. Sensing the collective indignation of the Buddhas, the ancient Buddha of Lamp uttered a chant. The Buddha opened his mouth, seemingly to articulate further thoughts, but was suddenly overcome with profound fatigue. Let it be, he sighed. I am hungry. Let us prepare for our relocation. With limited time granted by the Jade Emperor, the Buddhas hastened to vacate the Great Thunder Sound Temple, moving to the rear of Ling Mountain. This small plot, too, was subject to the lease from the celestial court and had not even been paid for. The Buddha wrote an IOU, promising to pay the interest in due course. The Buddhas began to pack their belongings, and soon they were ready. Each adorned with a small robe and a triangular pouch, they stood respectfully at the foot of the grand hall. The Buddha, also with a triangular pouch in hand, slowly emerged from the rear hall and cast a lingering glance over the great Thunder Sound Temple. After years of labor here, the thought of leaving was indeed bittersweet. Yet, there was no alternative. Observing the Buddhas were prepared, the Buddha remained silent for a considerable time before leading them toward the rear mountain of Ling Mountain. In the grand hall of the Thunder Sound Temple, the headquarters of the Buddhist sect, this ancient edifice, steeped in 1,000 years of history, has grown desolate with the migration of numerous Buddhas. However, it is but a matter of time before the Jade Emperor dispatches celestial beings to assume control. Upon arriving at the rear mountain, the assembly of Buddhas took out their small stools and seated themselves. In such a confined space, one wonders if it is indeed rented from the heavenly realm. Yet, should the heavens choose not to lease it, the multitude of Buddhas would find themselves with nowhere to be housed, posing a genuine dilemma. The verdant trees cast a cool shade, their leaves quivering in the gentle breeze. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating the serene faces of the Buddhas, who appeared at this moment so leisurely and content, as if each were basking in the sun. Nonetheless, their brows were furrowed, and silence enveloped them as they hung their heads, puffing on their cigarettes. They had once believed that attaining Buddhahood would bring peace of mind, yet they had not anticipated such predicaments. Some Buddhas, who had endured great suffering, couldn't help but reminisce about their past lives in the mortal realm, where they struggled to afford rent and faced eviction by their landlords. The scene mirrored their former hardships so closely. The Buddha took a drag from his cigarette and sighed, instructing, "Let us hasten to rebuild the Thunder Sound Temple. By the way, this small area is ours, while all other lands belong to the heavenly court. We must not encroach upon celestial territory, for if the Jade Emperor were to discover this, we could easily find ourselves in a compromising position." Chapter 409. The desolation of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhas gazed skyward, lamenting their plight, tears unshed. The once thriving Buddhist community now lacked even a place to call home. Previously, they had endured a series of thefts and tragic events, believing that their worst days had passed. Yet now, they discovered that conditions could indeed worsen. This minuscule parcel of land was all that remained for them. The Buddha cast another stern glance at the ancient Buddha of Lamp, then raised his gaze to the heavens, commanding, "It appears rain is imminent. Let us expedite the reconstruction efforts. We must tread carefully, for even during construction, we should remain vigilant, lest the Jade Emperor exploit this for further extortion against the Buddhist community." Experience teaches wisdom. It must be said that the Buddha has become exceedingly cautious in his dealings. Through the concerted efforts of the Buddhas, the new Thunder Sound Temple was swiftly erected. In stark contrast to the former grandeur, this new structure appeared remarkably rudimentary and diminutive. The Buddhas sat closely together on their small stools, crowded without even the strength to turn, creating a sense of discomfort. As for the meditation quarters, aside from the Buddha and a few esteemed figures, all others were crammed together. For instance, the Bodhisattvas Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Lingji shared a modest room, while other arhats laid their belongings directly on the ground, nestled tightly together, making even the simplest movements during sleep a challenge. Some, during the night, felt an inexplicable weight, as though an immense burden were pressing down upon them. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the person sleeping beside him had inadvertently rolled over onto him. Such occurrences are far too numerous to count. Yet, as the ancient Buddha of the Lamp once remarked, those who aspire to achieve great things must inevitably endure hardships and trials. In response, the assembly of Buddhas could only roll their eyes in silent discontent, acknowledging the futility of their predicament. After all, who could contest the exalted status of such a being? It was evident that the Buddha initially opposed this arrangement. Yet upon informing the sages, the situation seemed to spiral beyond his control. Seated on a modest stool, the Buddha's elevated status was subtly underscored by the presence of two robust branches nearby. Why, one might ask. This was a remnant from the grandeur of the great Thunder Sound Temple, where the Buddha was once elevated upon a pair of steps, signifying his noble standing. Now, even in the absence of such steps, he sought to assert his position through these means. Surrounding him, the other Buddhas sat upright on their stools, hands resting on their knees, exuding an air of reverence. The Buddha, with a cigarette in hand and one leg crossed, furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. Is it not obvious? From the opulence of the great Thunder Sound Temple to this secluded locale, even the Buddha found a hint of absurdity in his current plight. How could one who stands as the progenitor of the Western Buddhist teachings, deemed equal to the Jade Emperor, have fallen to such depths? Amitabha. Surely the heavenly court must have dispatched someone by now. The ancient Buddha murmured a chant. To achieve great things, one must pursue efficiency. In the eyes of the old monk, the Jade Emperor was undoubtedly a figure of significant accomplishment. Upon hearing this, the Buddha maintained his composure, remaining silent as if the old monk's words were mere whispers lost in the wind. After finishing his cigarette, he leaned down to extinguish the embers against the ground, and then sat up slowly, speaking with a measured tone. Did the ancient Buddha not consider that the relocation of our order to this secluded place means that, should Tang Xing truly arrive at the spiritual mountain, he would first enter the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Alas, this temple has now been mortgaged in the grand design of the ancient Buddha. Tang Xing often proclaims, I am but a humble monk from the Eastern Tang seeking enlightenment at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Now, it has transformed into a proclamation of a journey to the heavenly courts branch of the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the West, the Buddha scoffed. Amitabha, this presents no issue. Should Tang Xing and his companions make their way to the West, we can certainly arrange for our disciples to guide them. The ancient Buddha acknowledged the discontent felt by the Buddha and the assembly regarding the mortgage of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yet he insisted that those who aspire to greatness must make sacrifices, even to the point of having nothing left, as long as the final outcome is favorable. The Buddha, upon hearing the ancient monk invoke the notion of great endeavors, found himself utterly speechless. He no longer dared to walk openly from this place, for the Jade Emperor had already sent emissaries to take charge of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Some celestial soldiers, witnessing the decline of the Buddhist order, seemed to snicker behind his back, pointing and whispering about him. This led the Buddha to feel a sense of loss, rendering him hesitant to make a grand appearance. In the celestial realm, news reached the heavens that the Great Thunder Sound Temple had become riddled with countless wounds. It was then reported that the Buddha and his followers had established a branch of the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the rear. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, finding delight in the degradation of the Buddhist order. Nevertheless, certain matters required attention, namely sending individuals to the mortal realm. 12 constellations. I command you to descend and ambush Tang Xing and his companions, declared the Jade Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, be cautious and ensure your safety, particularly regarding Tang Xing, for he is a variable. The Jade Emperor grew increasingly worried. As a variable, he pondered how the Buddhist order had deteriorated under his manipulation. At that moment, he feared that the celestial realm might also suffer the same fate as the Buddhist order, which would lead to greater troubles. Above all, the safety of the celestial beings must be assured. Although he had indeed promised to send individuals to the mortal realm who could guarantee the success of the mission, a mere show of compliance was all he intended. If it weren't for the Buddhist order using the Great Thunder Sound Temple as collateral, the Jade Emperor would never engage in such matters. The 12 constellations acknowledged the command, as commanded. They then descended to the mortal realm, including the Wolf of the Wood, who had previously transformed into a demon in the kingdom of Baoxian. However, he could not quite recall the reasons for his descent back then. Human memory is continuous, and when fragments are missing, it creates a peculiar sense of incompleteness, prompting a yearning to uncover the lost voids of the past. The 12 constellations first observed Tang Xing and his companions' whereabouts, then devised a plan before proceeding with their individual missions. In the West, the ancient Buddha of Light anxiously watched this unfolding scene. If the calamities orchestrated by the 12 constellations succeeded, it would indeed be the 12 trials. The prospect of rectifying the 12 trials excited the ancient Buddha, who believed his strategy was flawless. What was merely a single Great Thunder Sound Temple? It was of no consequence. As long as the journey to the West was completed, all losses would be negligible. Moreover, the Great Thunder Sound Temple could be reclaimed at that time. Thus, if the journey to the West were fulfilled, all concerns would be trivial. The Buddha glanced at the ancient Buddha of Light, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips, as if in disdain. Meanwhile, at the Loka Mountain in the South Sea, Guanyin had been in seclusion for several days, yet remained vigilant regarding news from the Buddhist order and Tang Xing. Naturally, she was aware that Tang Xing and his companions were nearing the foot of Ling Mountain at Lingyun Crossing. Her prolonged absence from reporting back to the Buddhist order weighed on her conscience. Rising, she instructed her disciples and set forth towards the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Primarily, I seek to discern the plans of the Buddhist sect, so that I may promptly inform Tang Sanzang. As for the calamity of the journey to the west, perhaps the Buddha has ceased to pay it excessive attention, for he is preparing to embark on a grand endeavor, establishing a new domain. Nonetheless, some individuals remain tethered to the matters of the journey to the west, particularly with the presence of these two saints looming in the background. Regardless of the Buddha's desires, certain actions must be undertaken to appease the saints behind him. Thus, we proceed towards the headquarters of the Buddhist sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple. In the mortal realm, the past few days have been considerably more tranquil, as the number of monstrous beings has significantly diminished. Ling Shui rides upon Tang Yu's shoulders, while he leisurely journeys atop the yellow lion spirit. He finds himself puzzled, logically. If the Buddhist sect is resorting to such despicable tactics as employing Ling Shui, why has there been no movement in recent days? Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the green lion and white elephant, thus seizing fortune from the Buddhist sect. Reward: 800,000 fortune points. The system's notification resounded. Tang Yu felt little elation, for he remained far from his desired goal. He hastened towards Lingshan. Upon reaching it and completing the journey to the west, any further acquisition of fortune points would necessitate his own ingenuity. Though it appeared that he was progressing swiftly, he had not contemplated entering Lingshan itself. His original plan was merely to establish a foothold at the foot of Lingshan, reside there for 3 to 5 years, and covertly accumulate fortune points. At this moment, he was not far from Lingshan. If Tang Yu maintained his current pace, he would arrive in a matter of days. However, while it seemed that he was in control, the limitations of his circumstances forbade him from slaying members of the Buddhist sect or the celestial court. The scale of such slaughter was beyond his moral capacity. After deliberation, Tang Yu resolved to moderate his pace. Rather than taking matters into his own hands, it would be wiser to await the actions of the Buddhist sect and respond accordingly, which would prove more advantageous. Most importantly, his fortune points were woefully insufficient, far from the target he aspired to reach. The immediate priority lay in locating the other half of the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, so that he could exchange its treasures for fortune points. A veritable fortune indeed. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury, a repository once coveted by both the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Big brother, Shui wishes to come down, Ling Shui said. Perched upon Tang Yu's neck, her small hands clutching his head. As he bent down to gently lift her off, he dismounted the yellow lion spirit as well. Crouching, he set Ling Shui upon the ground. The little girl giggled, joyfully darting ahead. Her laughter rang clear and sweet, and her pristine white dress fluttered in the breeze, resembling a little fairy. Yet, in Tang Yu's eyes, none of the celestial beings above could compare to his own sister. It seems that when the Buddhist sect sends their next envoy, he could devise a way to extort some elixirs to treat the little girl as if they were sweet candies, which would also bolster her constitution and enhance her resilience. Master, let us take a moment to rest. Air, in a fit of frustration, discarded the rake and plopped down onto the ground, breathing heavily as he exclaimed, "You worthless creature, even a mere 4-year-old girl isn't spared." Tang Yu scoffed disdainfully but paused to rest on the spot. Ling Shui, holding some snacks, offered a portion to Zhu Beiji, saying, "Brother Beiji, here you go." Without hesitation, Zhu Beiji took them and devoured the treats voraciously. Tang Yu looked on with renewed contempt at such behavior. He then rummaged through the belongings that San Lungzi had carried, noting the dwindling supply of snacks. Turning to Sun Wukong, he instructed, "Wukong, go fetch some snacks for Shui." Without uttering a word, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, heading towards the distant town. However, just as he neared the town, a powerful clash of forces resonated in the distance. Momentarily hesitating, Sun Wukong somersaulted forward. In the celestial expanse above, 2 monkeys, each wielding an iron staff, were locked in a fierce battle, their energies surging and intertwining, creating an overwhelming spectacle. As they fought, they seemed to sense Sun Wukong's presence. They briefly paused, distancing themselves while keeping their weapons raised towards one another. Sun Wukong materialized in midair, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 2 monkeys. To his left stood a monkey bearing a white jade pillar, while the one on his right wielded a violet golden beam. Both monkeys pointed their weapons at each other. Upon Sun Wukong's arrival, they turned to him, each momentarily stunned. The monkey with the white jade pillar spoke deliberately, Sun Wukong, the Lingming stone monkey. His voice was deep, as if suppressing some profound emotion. He then glanced at the monkey with the violet golden beam and asked, "Will you continue this battle?" The latter huffed, lowering his arm, yet gripping his weapon tightly. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired. In the 33 heavens, this scene unfolded before the eyes of Taishang Laojun, who observed with keen intensity, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the three monkeys. Simultaneously, his fingers moved swiftly in calculation. The heavenly Tao stone shimmered with radiant light, casting reflections upon the three monkeys before the vision faded away. Taishang Laojun sighed deeply. So it is. The only way to sever his connection with the power of the heavenly Tao is through this. He pondered the identities of the monkeys: Lingming stone monkey, the foolish divine monkey, the penetrating back ape, and the six-eared macaque. If so, perhaps the six-eared macaque has not perished after all, within the confines of the Doshui Palace. Taishang Laojun paced back and forth, and after a moment, he shook his head with a smile. This scheme is indeed profoundly intricate. Using these monkeys to sever the power of the heavenly Tao, for it is the sole method. Yet, ultimately, three monkeys may sacrifice themselves for the sake of another. Chapter 412. The bewildered Guanyin Bodhisattva Taishang Laojun's eyes were deep and inscrutable, as if countless stars danced within their depths, shrouded in mystery. Severing his connection with the celestial path, the power surged forth, and through the metamorphosis between life and death. The reassembly of the original essence might indeed allow one to break through the heavens. The venerable Laojun murmured, "If I truly managed to breach the heavens, it would be a great fortune for me. However, the fallen saint elixir remains a troublesome matter." With a sigh, Laojun reflected on the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 19th layer of hell, a monkey gradually materialized in midair. His eyes were firmly shut, his chest subtly rising and falling. As he gripped an iron rod in his hand, powerful waves of magical energy flowed into his body from the hands of Hutu. Moments later, the monkey abruptly opened his eyes, staring blankly ahead, motionless, with immense magical energy pulsating around him. He then closed his eyes once more. Hutu sighed and waved her hand, conjuring a formation that enveloped the monkey, subsequently vanishing from sight. Arriving at the icy coffin, the overwhelming magical aura emanating from the woman within grew increasingly formidable, instilling a sense of dread even in Hutu. To approach her, she had to envelop herself in protective magic. This was merely the most fundamental of magical fluctuations, an instinctual reaction. Should the woman successfully undergo her transformation and awaken, one could only imagine the magnitude of her power. Is she on the verge of awakening? Hutu mused, tilting her head upward and whispering, "Why does he remain inactive?" Soon after, Hutu's figure faded away. Three monkeys stood in a triangular formation, each wielding weapons with striking similarity. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired once more. The two monkeys exchanged glances and suddenly burst into simultaneous laughter. "King of all demons, the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong, today, let us see if you are as formidable as the legends suggest." As the left monkey advanced, brandishing the white jade pillar, the one on the right followed suit, wielding the sea-driving purple gold beam. The atmosphere surrounding Sun Wukong surged, waves of potent magic radiating outward. The golden cudgel danced, emitting flashes of golden light. In confronting the two monkeys, Sun Wukong exhibited remarkable ease. The golden cudgel seemed almost sentient, responding flawlessly in his grip. With a resounding crash, the white jade pillar met the golden cudgel in a fierce clash, causing the monkey to feel a jolt in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the pillar. Before he could react, a powerful kick struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Sun Wukong's figure flickered, reappearing above the other monkey, delivering a crushing blow with the golden cudgel. Under the force of that strike, the monkey's face flushed with an unusual hue as he swiftly retreated, exchanging a glance with his companion before both vanished into the horizon. Sun Wukong lingered for a moment before descending to the town below, where, following Tang Yu's instructions, he began to procure snacks for Ling Shui. With Sun Wukong's return, Tang Yu meticulously stowed the snacks away in his luggage, preparing for any eventuality should the young girl feel hunger. At that moment, not far away, approximately several dozen miles distant, Qiumalong once again transformed into a malevolent creature, gathering several minor demons beneath him. He was acutely aware of the Jade Emperor's intent. It was merely a formality. a superficial gesture to appease the Buddhist sect. After all, the Buddhists had even mortgaged the Grand Thundersound Temple. Failing to take some action would be utterly indefensible. Upon hearing reports from the minor demons that Tang Sanzang and his companions were rapidly approaching, Qiumelong furrowed his brow. He had heard tales of Tang Sanzang's deeds. The man was notoriously wicked, possessing a level of cunning that seemed almost superhuman. Thus, Qiumelong found himself compelled to concentrate fully. Although this was ostensibly a charade, it would not do to appear overly contrived. Most importantly, he had already learned from the mother of Lishan about the true identity of Tang Sanzang's variable. This predicament left Qiumelong in a quandary. Should he confront Tang Sanzang directly? Yet, that too seemed unwise. Ultimately, Qiumelong resolved to lure Tang Sanzang here, awaiting the rescue from Sun Wukong and the others, at which point he could discreetly withdraw. Having made up his mind, Qiumelong summoned some minor demons, orchestrated a plan, and personally set out. Meanwhile, at Lingshan, in a secluded corner of the back mountain, the Buddhas congregated. They were crammed into this quiet little space. The Buddha had ceased to concern himself with the events of the journey to the west, leaving everything to the ancient Buddha of Lamp to manage as he pleased. Thus, the Buddha felt particularly at ease, leisurely stepping out of the temple with his small stool to bask in the sun. Naturally, upon sighting the celestial beings, the Buddha would generally retreat to a respectful distance, for they often whispered and murmured amongst themselves, leading him to suspect that they were likely discussing him. Even the smiles of some heavenly soldiers seemed to mock him. However, upon reflection, it was only natural for others to ridicule him, given that he, the supreme figure of the Buddhist sect, had fallen to such a state. Even the Buddha himself felt a twinge of laughter bubbling within. Time and again, he had pondered what had led the once great Buddhist sect of the West to such a lamentable condition. With thefts occurring in succession, various losses incurred, and now even the Grand Thundersound Temple mortgaged, they had lost their only sanctuary. How had it come to this pitiful state? All of this felt like a dream to the Buddha. As the trials progressed, hope rekindled within the ancient Buddha of Lamp. He believed that if the journey to the west were executed as he envisioned, success was inevitable. The Buddhist sect would surely flourish once more. If the journey were completed, all losses would seem trivial, perhaps even recoverable. Of course, the deceased could never return. Individuals like Jintu Jiedi and the Happy Buddha, for instance. Regrettably, they would never witness the revival of the Buddhist sect. The ancient Buddha of Lamp was intently observing the Shuangguang mirror, for Qiumelong had already set his plan in motion. There remained a significant hope for the successful completion of this trial. The Buddha, draped in his robe and smoking a pipe, sat upon a modest wooden stool, his gaze unfocused as he overlooked the scene. Ba, he murmured, acknowledging the stirring of the Komu wolf, suggesting that despite the daunting challenge ahead, there remained a glimmer of hope. The ancient Buddha of illumination uttered a prayer, yet the discontent among the followers of the Buddhist faith lingered, stemming from the predicament brought about by the ancient Buddha himself, which had led to the loss of their only sanctuary. Consequently, silence enveloped the gathering. Simultaneously, the Bodhisattva Guanyin, having hurried from Mount Luojia, alighted at the Great Thundersound Monastery, only to be momentarily taken aback. Before her stood a formidable array of celestial soldiers guarding the entrance. Chapter 413. The Movements of Koemu Wolf. What is the meaning of this? Guanyin pondered, bewildered. How could such a multitude of heavenly warriors congregate at the headquarters of Buddhism? Was there a conflict between the celestial court and the Buddhist realm that had led to the occupation of the Great Thundersound Monastery? This seemed implausible. Had such a significant event occurred, she would have been informed long ago. Moreover, such an occurrence was simply unfathomable. What then was transpiring? Salutations, Bodhisattva. The celestial beings in her vicinity knelt in reverence. What is the meaning of this? Why do the denizens of the celestial court appear unbidden in our sacred realm? Guanyin inquired. The four heavenly kings emerged from within the monastery, offering a slight bow to Guanyin before elaborating. Bodhisattva, having secluded yourself on Mount Luojia for an extended period, it is only natural that you are unaware of recent events. The Buddha and others have pledged the Great Thundersound Monastery to the celestial court. We have dispatched emissaries to the mortal realm to facilitate the completion of the journey to the West Tribulations. As of now, the sacred mountain, including the Great Thundersound Monastery, belongs to the celestial court. Guanyin's countenance reflected shock and disbelief. The Great Thundersound Monastery had been pledged to the celestial court? Her lips involuntarily twitched in response. And what of the Buddha and the others? After a considerable pause, she came to terms with the unsettling truth of the monastery's fate and inquired about the whereabouts of the Buddha and his companions. Ultimately, one of the four heavenly kings, Emoli Hai, personally guided Guanyin to the rear mountain of the sacred site. Filled with incredulity, Guanyin gazed upon her surroundings. Nestled within a small clearing on the rear mountain was a recently constructed temple, encircled by a fence, with a modest gate left ajar. The Buddha had taken great care to ensure this arrangement, mindful not to encroach excessively upon the territory of the celestial court, thus avoiding any potential scandal. The fence clearly indicated that this was the operational space of our sacred mountain, with a sign forbidding entry to the uninvited. The Buddha and his companions resided within. After a slight bow, Emoli Hai withdrew. Guanyin inhaled deeply, pushing open the small gate to enter. The temple's modest dimensions felt cramped. And despite the casualties at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, a multitude still filled the space, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming congestion. Standing at the threshold, Guanyin hesitated to venture further, for the interior was simply too packed. Instead, she proclaimed from the entrance, "Salutations to our Buddha." Upon hearing the familiar voice of Avalokitesvara, the Buddha swiftly raised his gaze toward the entrance. "Everyone, please step aside and make way for Avalokitesvara to enter." The assembly of Buddhas instantly fell into a flurry, retreating to clear a path, allowing Avalokitesvara to proceed within. With urgency, she inquired, "Buddha, what has transpired?" "What has transpired? The Great Thunderclap Monastery is no more." The Buddha replied calmly, lighting a cigarette anew. However, his furrowed brow betrayed the profound distress concealed beneath his serene exterior. Although he had already been apprised of the situation through others, Avalokitesvara remained momentarily taken aback. After all, these words came directly from the Buddha's lips, and any lingering hope was now shattered. The Great Thunderclap Monastery truly had vanished. Avalokitesvara opened her mouth, yet the surroundings shifted, plunging her into chaos. The Buddha stood opposite her, smoking, his expression tense. After finishing his cigarette, he finally spoke. "The Great Thunderclap Monastery is no more. It has been pledged to the heavenly court, all due to the actions of the ancient Buddha of light." The Buddha's voice grew taut with barely contained fury as he spoke the latter part. Avalokitesvara remained silent, listening as the Buddha continued, "Damn him. If I were to establish my own path, the first order of business would be to eliminate him. Buddha, I have accomplished the tasks you entrusted to me. All those outside the Buddhist fold have pledged their allegiance to me. Whenever you call, they shall follow you to forge a new path," Avalokitesvara replied slowly. "Excellent," the Buddha exclaimed with mirth. "Now, everything is in place. We merely await the opportune moment." Observing the Buddha's excitement, Avalokitesvara inwardly sighed, pitying the Buddha. "You have miscalculated the variables, thus misjudged the entire situation. You are overly confident. Shao Wujing has already consented to collaborate. Yet, Shao Wujing is not the variable." She lamented silently. She then inquired about Tang Sung and the others, as they were soon to arrive at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Although the Buddha might have been indifferent to the journey for scriptures, he would undoubtedly take some action, for such matters required accountability to the saints behind him. Mentioning this, the Buddha's frustration bubbled forth, and he passionately recounted the events of recent times, embellishing the tale as he spoke to Avalokitesvara, including the underhanded deeds of the ancient Buddha of light. Avalokitesvara was taken aback. The once compassionate ancient Buddha of light had committed such despicable acts. In a moment, the two emerged from the chaos, finding themselves within the monastery, having gleaned much about the Buddhist realm. After a brief pause, Avalokitesvara turned to depart. The Buddha said nothing to her leave, and neither did the assembly of Buddhas voice any objections. After all, with the limited space of the monastery, the absence of one could indeed create more room. Meanwhile, in the lower realms, Kuei Mulong and a host of lesser demons were making their way forward, hidden in the shadows as they observed Tang Yu and the others. Tang Yu gently placed the little girl upon his shoulders, leisurely strolling as her melodious laughter resonated in the air, echoing far and wide, filling the world with joy. This picturesque scene exuded a profound harmony. Kuemu Wolf gestured to the nearby little demons, who silently approached Tang Yu and his companions. However, the unusual movement did not escape the keen perception of Sun Wukong. In an instant, he swept his iron staff towards the little demons, annihilating them in an instant. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet it sufficed for Kuemu Wolf. With a wave of his hand, a tempest arose, scattering stones and sand, making it difficult for anyone to see. From the moment Koemu Wolf appeared, Tang Yu sensed his presence. Were it anyone else, Tang Yu would not hesitate to eliminate them. But Koemu Wolf was a disciple of the Jijiao. Thus, he refrained from rashly taking lethal action. Under the force of the wind, Tang Yu offered no resistance. Naturally being carried into Koemu Wolf's lair, along with the little girl, Ling Xue. The little girl nestled tightly in Tang Yu's embrace, seemingly frightened. "Shui, do not fear. Everything will be all right," Tang Yu gently reassured her, patting her head. Koemu Wolf materialized, offering a slight bow to Tang Yu. "I beg your pardon for any offense," he said, then turned to Ling Xue, a warm smile gracing his face as he regarded the adorable little fairy. With that, he presented a golden tower to her as a small gift. Chapter 414. An unexpected turn of events. Koemu Wolf's actions left Tang Yu momentarily stunned. He pondered why Koemu Wolf had suddenly descended to the mortal realm. While he could comprehend the sudden appearance of someone from the Buddhist sect, the arrival of a celestial being from the heavenly court was perplexing. Ling Xue, nestled in Tang Yu's arms, gazed with wide eyes, a mixture of fear and fascination as she spotted the golden tower. Her eyes sparkled momentarily, and she snuggled closer to Tang Yu. Noticing the little girl's delight, Tang Yu promptly took the tower and handed it to her, understanding that it was a gift from another, which she could graciously accept. "Ah, esteemed monk, I must ask for your patience here. Once your disciple arrives, I shall release you immediately," Koemu Wolf said, his face adorned with a cheerful expression. He hurriedly arranged for a meal to entertain Tang Yu. Tang Yu wished to inquire why Koemu Wolf had unexpectedly descended again, but thought better of it. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Koemu Wolf. Once, a woman he had accompanied for 13 years had never acknowledged him, viewing him merely as a demon. Yet, upon Koemu Wolf's return from self-imposed amnesia, she remembered everything and willingly descended to the underworld, awaiting his return. During her time in the underworld, she endured the bitter cold and flames of the river of forgetfulness for a millennium. If Koemu Wolf were to know of her current plight, one could only wonder if his heart would ache. The entanglements of love in this world can be profoundly damaging. The most lamentable thing is nothing but missed opportunities. Tang Yu, accompanied by Ling Xue, treated the cave of the Koemu Wolf as if it were his own home. Initially, the little girl felt some trepidation, but she soon discovered that these creatures were not as fearsome as she had imagined. They even engaged in playful antics with her, allowing her to relax and frolic among them. However, the little demons were burdened with unspoken grievances. For many years, they had feasted upon children rather than entertain them. And now they found themselves obliged to amuse this little girl, an experience utterly unprecedented for them. Tang Yu remained vigilant, anxiously observing, lest some reckless demon harm Ling Xue. Yet, upon witnessing the joyous interactions between the creatures and his companion, he felt a sense of relief. By now, Tang Yu had grasped the Koemu Wolf scheme, which was to assist the Buddhist sect in overcoming tribulations. Were he not affiliated with the Jijiao, Tang Yu could have easily eliminated him. However, he decided to let it be. If the Buddhist sect was to face difficulties, he would ensure they bled from other sources. Resolving to accept the situation, he found himself indifferent to it all. Unbeknownst to him, his 3 disciples were even more unconcerned. Upon returning after defeating a few minor demons, Sun Wukong was alarmed to discover Tang Yu's absence. The 2 other disciples, Dai Zi and San Lung Zi, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Where's Master? Where's Master?" Sun Wukong inquired anxiously. After some time, they opened their eyes, and upon realizing their master was missing, they exchanged bewildered glances. "This is bad. Master has been captured by demons," San Lung Zi lamented. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, was ready to rush to the rescue, but Dai Zi held him back. "I believe Master was not necessarily taken by demons. He may have gone out to play with Shui. We should wait here instead." With merely a mortal like Tang Sanzong and a little girl, how could they have vanished without a trace? Surely, some demons were at play. Just as Sun Wukong was about to respond, he noticed Dai Zi and San Lung Zi engrossed in a discussion about what to eat, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of their master being abducted by demons. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong joined them, and the 3 disciples began to deliberate on their dinner plans. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of Lingshan, the ancient Buddha Randalamp was intently observing the Xian Guang mirror. Upon seeing the Koemu Wolf abduct Tang Sanzong, he could hardly suppress a satisfied exclamation. "Amitba, Great undertakings require extraordinary measures in exceptional times. At this moment, the Kuemu wolf had indeed captured Tang Senzong. And if Sun Wukong and his companions ventured forth to rescue him, the tribulation would surely unfold. The ancient Buddha felt a swell of pride, admiring his own cleverness. However, to the Buddha, such thoughts were akin to a slap in the face. Did this not imply his own ineptitude? Indeed, the Kuemu wolf had taken Tang Senzong, and it seemed the trial was on the verge of completion. Yet, based on the Buddha's vast experience, unforeseen developments could still arise. With a knowing smile, the Buddha mused that the grand schemes of the ancient Buddha might not be as assured as they appeared. After all, until the final moment, who could predict the outcome? Moreover, how many times have such events transpired? We are often convinced that calamity is inevitable, only to be met with a succession of unexpected occurrences. Thus, from my perspective, it is prudent to refrain from drawing premature conclusions until the final moment. At this juncture, everything appears to be proceeding smoothly. As long as Sun Wukong ventures forth to effect a rescue, and Kuei Malong merely engages in a brief skirmish, this challenge will surely be surmounted. The ancient Buddha of Light murmured a Buddhist verse, asserting that those who aspire to achieve great things must possess unwavering confidence. Only through such conviction can one attain monumental success. The Buddha chuckled, his smile imbued with a hint of disdain for the notion of accomplishing great feats by threatening a mere young girl, wagering the lives of mortals as collateral. With the Great Lane Temple as a bargaining chip? Indeed, I would argue that such endeavors pale in comparison to the wisdom of the ancient Buddha. Upon hearing this, the ancient Buddha of Light momentarily fell silent. He acknowledged that while his methods were somewhat questionable, great achievers do not quibble over trifles. At times, it is necessary to employ unconventional tactics, for the greater good of our Buddhist mission must prevail. The sacrifice of a few is justified if it leads to the salvation of many. I see no fault in this. My actions are rooted in the pursuit of our Buddhist ideals, always considering the welfare of all sentient beings. The ancient Buddha of Light spoke with fervor, finishing his discourse before leisurely lighting a cigarette, enveloping himself in a cloud of smoke. In response to the ancient Buddha's audacious rhetoric, the Buddha merely smiled, rendered speechless. The Buddha did not respond, leading the ancient Buddha of Light to believe he had successfully persuaded him. Consequently, the ancient Buddha turned his attention back to the Xian Guang mirror. However, after waiting in vain, he could only observe Tang Sung reveling in merriment within Kuei Malong's lair, accompanied by a throng of little demons amusing the children. Yet Sun Wukong and his companions remained conspicuously absent for the rescue. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha of Light felt a wave of unease. Could it be that the Buddha's foresight was indeed correct, and yet another unforeseen circumstance had arisen? This should not be the case. No matter how one viewed it, this trial was destined to be overcome. Only the final step remained, the arrival of Sun Wukong and his allies. Yet, despite his anticipation, there was still no sign of Sun Wukong. Chapter 4:15. The cunning fool. The Buddha seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He cast a glance at the ancient Buddha of Light, who perceived a mocking glint in the Buddha's eyes, further unsettling him. With a wave of his hand, the Xianguang mirror shifted its focus. The ancient Buddha of Light was eager to discern the actions of Sun Wukong and his companions, questioning why they had yet to embark on the rescue of Tang Sung. However, upon gazing into the mirror, he found himself wide-eyed with astonishment. The mirror revealed a scene of Sun Wukong and his companions indulging in a lavish feast, seemingly indifferent to Tang Sung's capture. What was it I said? The Buddha chuckled, his tone laced with irony. Amitabha. The ancient Buddha of Light uttered a prayer. Perhaps they would naturally proceed to rescue Tang Sung once they were satiated. The Buddha remained silent, yet the mockery in his expression was unmistakable. After a considerable time, once Sun Wukong and his companions had feasted to their heart's content, they astonishingly reclined on the ground, seemingly savoring the twilight's gentle glow. The ancient Buddha of Lamp, serene yet perturbed, pondered the unexpected turn of events. His countenance fluctuated between gloom and light, and after a prolonged silence, he cursed the unpredictable variables. The arduous trial had reached its final stage, which involved the rescue mission led by Sun Wukong and his companions, a certainty that now seemed compromised. However, after they had feasted and enjoyed the sun, they appeared to have settled in for a slumber, as if welcoming the encroaching darkness. How could circumstances devolve into such disarray? Undoubtedly, external forces were at play. Gazing intently at the figure of the fool through the mystic light mirror, the ancient Buddha's expression darkened, his eyes reflecting an intense disdain as if he wished to eliminate the fool entirely. Meanwhile, the fool in the lower realm felt an inexplicable chill, involuntarily sneezing several times. Surely, I am not mistaken? The Buddha mused, his words punctuated by a contemplative puff of smoke. After a prolonged silence, the ancient Buddha suddenly bellowed, Manjushri Bodhisattva, descend to inquire why Sun Wukong and his companions have yet to rescue their master. Following the demise of his steed, the blue lion, Manjushri was filled with dissatisfaction. Hearing that he was to intervene in the affairs of the journey to the west, he furrowed his brow in discontent. Respected Buddha, as a disciple of the great Thunder Sound Temple, it is the Buddha who leads us in the west, and I shall naturally obey his commands. Manjushri said after much deliberation. His words caught the Buddha's attention, prompting a moment of appreciation. This young one, indeed, possesses merit, the Buddha thought, nodding in silent approval. Yet, the ancient Buddha's expression soured. Manjushri, do you imply that I lack the authority to command you? As one of the highest figures in the Buddhist hierarchy, even the Buddha deferred to him, possessing the power to command the assembly of Buddhas. Upon hearing the ancient Buddha's assertion, Manjushri found himself at a loss for words. I dare not. I shall heed the Buddha's will, he replied, acquiescing to the divine directive as he set forth to the lower realms. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged apprehensive glances, for the recent actions of the ancient Buddha had stirred considerable discontent among them. Yet, they felt powerless, as the Buddha had subtly retreated from the forefront. Those privy to the underlying circumstances understood well the situation. The ancient Buddha had reported to the hidden sage behind the scenes, compelling the Buddha to reluctantly mortgage the Great Thunder Sound Temple, resulting in their relocation to this desolate place. Consequently, the majority of the responsibilities concerning the journey to the west now rested upon the ancient Buddha, with the Buddha himself increasingly disengaged. The lurking presence of the sage rendered the Buddha hesitant to intervene, forcing them to endure their grievances in silence. As Manjushri descended, he muttered curses upon the ancient Buddha's ancestors. In the meantime, Sun Wukong and his companions remained unconcerned about Tang Yu's abduction, lounging comfortably on the ground in a state of leisure. With Manjushri's arrival, Zhu Beiji cast a meaningful glance at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback, realizing that this foolish one had indeed spoken the truth. Not long ago, during their meal, this simpleton had warned him that the Buddhist order would surely send someone. And to his astonishment, they had indeed arrived. At this moment, with Tang Sanzang captured, how can you remain indifferent? Why have you not initiated a rescue? As disciples, how can you allow your master to be in peril? Do you not understand your transgressions? Manjushri Bodhisattva inquired loudly. However, upon seeing the three simpletons, Manjushri was momentarily taken aback and instinctively retracted his neck. I report to you, Manjushri Bodhisattva, that our master has been seized by a demon. We yearn to rescue him. Yet we know not which demon has taken him, nor his whereabouts. We are truly willing but powerless. Zhu Beiji hastily knelt on the ground, bowing with a face full of trepidation, trembling as he spoke these words. Manjushri Bodhisattva fell silent. There was a semblance of reason in what was said. The desire to save their master was genuine, but they were indeed at a loss. Originally, Monkey King had intended to journey to the west to seek the Buddha's guidance, but unexpectedly, the Bodhisattvas sensed that their master was in grave danger and manifested himself. With the Bodhisattva present, it was believed their master could transform misfortune into safety. Zhu Beiji turned to Sun Wukong and said, Brother Monkey, now that the Bodhisattva has sensed our master's plight and has appeared, why do you not hasten to join him in rescuing our master? He expressed his gratitude to Manjushri Bodhisattva, saying, Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your compassionate heart in voluntarily appearing to assist us in rescuing our master. Having been alongside Tang Yu for so many years, the simpleton seemed to have absorbed Tang Yu's essence. If Tang Yu were to witness this maneuver, he would surely commend him. Manjushri Bodhisattva stood high above, utterly bewildered. What did he just say? It seems he said nothing at all. If I truly accompany Sun Wukong to rescue Tang Sanzang, would not this calamity be utterly disastrous? Yet, how could I refuse to assist? Zhu Beiji appeared to have left no escape route for himself. At this moment, Manjushri Bodhisattva was thoroughly perplexed. Since when did Zhu Beiji become so cunning? How audacious! I am merely passing through and can offer you some guidance. I can inform you of Tang Sanzang's location, but as for the rescue, I have pressing matters at hand. How can I delay for the sake of one individual? Manjushri Bodhisattva stated with righteous indignation. Bodhisattva, all beings are equal. And what matter could be more significant than a human life? As a member of the Buddhist order, how can you not comprehend such a simple truth? Zhu Beiji once again bowed his head, hoping the Bodhisattva would uphold the Buddhist principle of universal salvation and equality among beings. He implored, I beseech you, Bodhisattva, join Brother Monkey in rescuing our master. If you do not extend your hand, our master will surely meet his doom, and we shall have no choice but to part ways. Chapter 416, The Arrival of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Zhu Beiji directly uttered the word parting. The implication was clear. Should Manjushri Bodhisattva choose not to rescue their master, they truly contemplated disbanding. Manjushri Bodhisattva stood frozen, utterly unsure of how to proceed. If he intervened, would not this calamity become even more dire? However, without intervening, they truly contemplated parting ways. Manjushri Bodhisattva furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. When did Zhu Beiji become so sharp-tongued and aggressive? This scene, of course, did not escape the notice of the Buddhas in Ling Mountain. The ancient Buddha of light sighed deeply. Amitabha, will Manjushri Bodhisattva fail to accomplish great deeds? In his view, had he promptly revealed the whereabouts of Tang Sanzang and the demon that captured him, Manjushri Bodhisattva could have withdrawn without any repercussions. Now, he found himself in a precarious position. To go or not to go was a conundrum. Suddenly, he was at a loss. Cursed be the unforeseen variables, he muttered. It was evident to him that Zhu Beiji's newfound sharpness was the result of the machinations of Sha Wujing. Damn it! It was likely that the absence of Sun Wukong and the others in rescuing Tang Sanzang was also due to these variables. At that moment, the ancient Buddha of light was filled with a burning animosity towards the three fools, wishing he could flay them alive. This trial appeared inevitable, provided that Sun Wukong and his companions attempted a rescue. However, just as fate would have it, another variable intervened, leading to unexpected complications. Consequently, the dispatched Manjushri Bodhisattva sought to remedy the situation. He found himself in a bind, uncertain of how to proceed. The Buddha, however, found amusement in the unfolding events. Chuckling softly, what did I say? There will undoubtedly be more surprises. Until the final moment, it is wise to temper one's confidence. He paused, then added sagely, to achieve great things, confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance breeds arrogance, making one susceptible to humiliation. The ancient Buddha of light's expression fluctuated between concern and contemplation as he recited a sutra. Amitabha, indeed, this matter has not been thoroughly considered. A true achiever must bravely acknowledge their mistakes. I admit this oversight is mine. Upon hearing this, the Buddha smirked. Was this an admission of fault or mere self-praise? The ancient Buddha ought to reflect on how the forthcoming tribulations should unfold, as he observed Manjushri Bodhisattva already in a state of bewilderment. I suspect that if Zhu Beiji uttered a few more words, Manjushri Bodhisattva might indeed feel compelled to rescue Tang Sanzang, making this trial, as anticipated, a foregone conclusion. The Buddha chuckled, lighting a cigarette. The ancient Buddha of light furrowed his brows, deep in thought, instinctively lighting a cigarette of his own and exhaling clouds of smoke. Yet, after much contemplation, he found no definitive solution. Had he not heard that Zhu Beiji had already expressed a desire to part ways? With the interference of variables, such a split was entirely plausible. Should they indeed separate, the troubles would only multiply. Amitabha, I am at a loss, he murmured. All of this is a consequence of unpredictable variables. Otherwise, this trial would surely have succeeded. In his perspective, all of his arrangements were flawless. The only reason for failure lay in the variables. So many tribulations left unresolved? Which of those trials did not stem from the issue of variables? The Buddha retorted, sensing that the ancient Buddha of light had merely uttered empty words. It seemed as though he acknowledged a fault, yet laid the entirety of the blame on the variables. The ancient Buddha of burning lamp was momentarily taken aback, hastily reciting a Buddhist chant, redirecting his focus towards the Xiangui mirror. The Buddha, without even a glance, lifted his small stool and ambled outside into the sunlight, lazily basking in its warmth, his eyes shielded, exuding an aura of utter contentment. Alas, the fountain of merit had run dry. Had it not been so, indulging in a sauna would have been a delightful experience. In the mortal realm, Manjushri Bodhisattva stammered for a prolonged moment, utterly at a loss for words. even wishing for a hint from the Buddhist community. However, upon witnessing Zhu Beiji and the others packing their belongings, preparing to disperse, he grew anxious. Ba, Manjushri exclaimed, although I am burdened with important matters, nothing outweighs the value of a human life, especially that of your master, who is a significant figure in our quest for the scriptures. Therefore, I shall accompany Wukong to rescue your master. Reluctantly, Manjushri Bodhisattva had no choice but to join Sun Wukong in the mission to save Tang's son, for he could not stand idly by as they prepared to part ways. Regarding this trial, he thought, let it unfold as it may. Meanwhile, within the cave, a group of minor demons frolicked with Lingxue, the little girl's laughter ringing like silver bells, filling the space with joy. Tang Yu reclined upon his throne, indulging in fruits. This little fairy is truly delightful, Kue Malong remarked sincerely, his gaze upon Lingxue softened with affection. Tang Yu, swelling with pride, responded, of course. Just look at whose sister she is. At that moment, Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly as a figure stealthily darted away. Avalokiteshvara stood majestically in the heavens, turning her head to observe Tang Yu beside her. Suddenly, an urge to laugh arose within her. The fact that Tang Sung had turned the Buddhist realm into a chaotic mess was quite absurd. Even the Great Lane Temple had been mortgaged to the heavenly court. Were it not for Tang Sing's quest for scriptures necessitating a journey to the sacred Mount Ling and the Great Lane Temple, one might wonder where the Buddhas would find their abode. Certainly, there were numerous places to settle, perhaps even better than the Great Lane Temple. However, with Tang Sing's pilgrimage to the temple, what would happen if the Buddhist community suddenly relocated? What if they moved to the Tang dynasty? This thought sent a shiver down Avalokiteshvara's spine. It was indeed the quest for scriptures that had confined the Buddhas to this small area behind the Great Lane Temple, a situation undoubtedly orchestrated by the Jade Emperor. What is it? Tang Yu inquired directly. You are already en route to the west. Originally, the Buddha had intended to abandon the journey to the west, having prepared to act independently. However, the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp disagreed. Even contemplating a series of drastic measures, including sacrificing mortals in the lower realms and using Lingxue to threaten Tang Sung, Avalokiteshvara slowly articulated. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp had now resorted to unscrupulous tactics to achieve his objectives, even to resolve the tribulations of the journey to the west. Even the Great Lane Temple has been mortgaged. Now, the multitude of Buddhas can only be crammed into a small area at the back of the mountain, which has been generously leased to the Buddhist sect by the Jade Emperor. As Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke, the corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched, struggling against an overwhelming urge to laugh. Chapter 417. I can entertain you was utterly taken aback. The Great Lane Temple has been mortgaged? The Buddhas can only huddle in this diminutive space behind Mount Ling. Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly before erupting into hearty laughter. He felt a profound sympathy for the plight of the Buddhist sect, experiencing a fleeting pang of guilt. After all, it was he who had driven them to such a dire state. Alas, he bore guilt. He felt remorse for the Buddhist sect's downfall, which was largely attributed to his actions. A small area at the back of the mountain. It seemed that a minimal amount of explosive heavenly Dan-No 2 could easily flatten it, possibly even dispatching a few arhats. The Great Lane Temple had now become a property of the heavenly court. It appeared that there might be subtle opportunities for intervention. While the temple was temporarily mortgaged, granting the heavenly court provisional rights, it ultimately remained under the Buddhist sect's stewardship. Even if the Jade Emperor had intentions, he would not dare to overstep, especially with two shameless sages lurking in the shadows. Thus, should any misfortune befall the Great Lane Temple, it seemed the Buddha could seek retribution against the heavenly court. After all, the heavenly court only held temporary rights. If it were to suddenly collapse, then surely the blame would fall upon those in the heavenly court, with no connection to him, right? Moreover, he had a good impression of Brother Lai. If he could extort something from the heavenly court, it would serve as a small compensation to Brother Lai. Observing the glimmer in Tang Yu's eyes, Guanyin Bodhisattva shuddered, feeling a chill run down her spine. At this moment, she was immensely grateful for her association with Tang Sanzang. Otherwise, she might have faced perilous consequences. The Buddhist sect had indeed fallen to such a miserable state. Tang Yu sighed deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. This situation weighs heavily on my conscience. You should let it weigh on your conscience, Guanyin Bodhisattva thought quietly. If you cannot, who knows what further chaos you might unleash. However, The ancient Buddha of light had recently been rather arrogant. As this thought crossed Tang Yu's mind, his gaze grew cold, for he could not forget the gruesome scenes he had witnessed not long ago. Demons rampaged, wantonly slaughtering mortals. The anguished cries of countless suffering souls ignited a fire of despair within Tang Yu's heart, leaving him with a chilling sense of dread. Mortals were but pawns, exploited at will. They perished due to the tribulations of the journey to the west. In that moment, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable guilt. Yet, he was powerless to change anything. If he could not even save himself, how could he hope to rescue this world? In this society, whether in this life or the last, the law of the jungle prevailed, with the strong forever reigning supreme. Power has the authority to establish rules, while wealth has the ability to defy them. Without money or power, one is left with no choice but to adhere to these regulations. At this moment, Tang Yu's gaze turned frosty. Regarding the burning lamp ancient Buddha, he would not hesitate to send him on his way if the opportunity arose. The Buddha himself acknowledged that the burning lamp ancient Buddha's obsession with the journey to the west had reached an unscrupulous level, yet he remains oblivious to his own transgressions. In his view, sacrificing a few individuals to ultimately rescue and enlighten many more was a noble cause. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed softly. Tang Yu coldly remarked, "He masquerades his self-righteous deeds as grand altruism, believing it justifies his misdeeds. To him, all of this seems inherently correct. However, such individuals are the most formidable, capable of committing any atrocity while cloaking their actions in the guise of saving others." Guanyin Bodhisattva chose to remain silent on this matter. Tang Yu then inquired about the whereabouts of the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. His current fortune was insufficient to exchange for the Holy Spirit elixir that would elevate him directly to sainthood. The path to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury was his only recourse. Upon learning that Tang Yu had nearly assembled the keys, save for the final piece, even Guanyin Bodhisattva exhibited a hint of astonishment. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury had once been sought after by both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha, yet they had achieved nothing. In contrast, Tang Sanzang had effortlessly gathered most of the keys, with only one remaining. "I am uncertain," Guanyin Bodhisattva replied. "Previously, I knew that one key resided within the Buddhist realm and another in the heavenly court. Both are now in your possession, while I am unaware of the others." Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Guanyin Bodhisattva continued, "However, you might inquire with the mother of Li Mountain." Tang Yu looked at her in confusion. After the defeat of the Tangtian Patriarch, his disciples either perished or scattered, while only the mother of Li Mountain managed to escape. At that time, the Tangtian Patriarch was imprisoned in chaos by Hong Jun, leading to the natural acquisition of the Jiejiao treasury by the mother of Li Mountain. Long ago, when Jiejiao flourished remarkably, it seemed that the mother of Li Mountain had also sought the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Not long after, during the Fengshan calamity, the Tangtian Patriarch faced the four revered saints alone and ultimately suffered defeat, resulting in the decline of Jiejiao. Guanyin Bodhisattva elaborated. The mother of Li Mountain remains the last surviving disciple of the Tangtian saint. Tang Yu nodded. It was indeed time to seek out the mother of Li Mountain, not only regarding the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, but also for other pressing matters. After a lengthy discussion, Guanyin Bodhisattva departed, and Tang Yu set forth towards Li Mountain. Li Mountain, a place of eternal spring, was adorned with ever-blooming flowers. In a swift motion, Tang Yu arrived at the chamber of the mother of Li Mountain. She lounged on her bed, dressed in a soft yellow, gently swinging her feet, regarding Tang Yu with a knowing smile. This peculiar demeanor left Tang Yu feeling somewhat unsettled, for it was inconceivable that anyone could have sensed his arrival. However, it is evident that the Lady of Mount Li has already sensed my presence, as if she has been waiting for me. "Are you waiting for me?" Tang Yu inquired. "You have already discovered me?" The Lady of Mount Li shook her head. "Not at all." "Then what is this?" Tang Yu asked in confusion, observing the stars, gazing at the moon, contemplating the heavens and the earth. Tang Yu grimaced, finding her words too profound to comprehend. The Lady of Mount Li rose to her feet and asked, "You have come here suddenly. Do you have something to discuss?" "I wish to inquire about the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury," Tang Yu stated directly. "I still lack the final piece." The Lady of Mount Li furrowed her brows slightly, her elegant nose twitching, before she replied, "Even if you were to assemble the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, you would still not be able to enter." Tang Yu looked at her in confusion. The Lady of Mount Li continued, "This treasury belongs to the ancient ancestral dragon, filled with countless treasures. Naturally, it is protected by powerful formations. It is said that even those who are nearly saints would meet their demise within. Only those bearing the bloodline of the dragon can gain entry. Tang Yu was taken aback, and after a moment, he managed a wry smile. I can enter. Chapter 418, Variables and Constants. Indeed, Tang Yu can enter the Heavenly Emperor's treasury because he possesses the dragon bloodline. When he was undergoing the Great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation not far from Qilin Mountain, Tang Tian had bestowed upon him a drop of ancestral dragon's blood. This drop of blood has tempered his physique, making it even more formidable. Thus, he too is one of those with the dragon bloodline, granting him access to the treasury. As for the previous searches by the Buddha sect and the celestial court, it was of little consequence to them. They could simply command those of the dragon clan to enter and retrieve all the treasures from the treasury, reflecting on the once mighty ancestral dragon, who nearly ascended to the apex of the three realms. It is disheartening to see the dragon clan now in utter decline, barely surviving across the four seas. A flicker of astonishment appeared in the Lady of Mount Li's eyes as she gazed at Tang Yu in confusion. During my tribulation, the sage Tang Tian gifted me a drop of ancestral dragon's blood, Tang Yu explained with a bitter smile. This drop of blood has fortified my physique, serving as the means to access the treasury. The Lady of Mount Li paused momentarily, finally responding, I see. She then frowned slightly. How unfair. My master did not bestow the ancestral dragon's blood upon me. No, we are not discussing that issue right now. Let us address this later. Tang Yu hastily interrupted, waving his hand. Let us return to the final piece of the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Do you know where it is? The Lady of Mount Li innocently blinked her eyes. It is right here with me. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression turned peculiar, nearly causing him to spit blood. The key he had sought so arduously for the treasury was, in fact, with the Lady of Mount Li? How dramatic. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Tang Yu stammered. The Lady of Mount Li blinked again, somewhat puzzled. You never asked me. So, it seems the fault lies with me for not inquiring sooner? Tang Yu muttered to himself. At that time, I sought the whereabouts of the heavenly treasure vault, for I harbored suspicions that perhaps within its confines lay the opportunity for sanctification. However, I later learned that only those of dragon lineage could gain entry, which led me to abandon my quest. The mother of Mount Li displayed a hint of pride upon her visage. As for threatening the dragon clan and forcibly seizing their achievements, we, the disciples of the Jijak, hold such actions in disdain. The reason I exerted great effort in searching for the heavenly treasure vault was driven by curiosity, suspecting that it might harbor the chance for sanctification, albeit with a slim probability. With a playful smile gracing her lips, the mother of Mount Li added, my true intention was more to vex the Buddhist sect and the celestial court. Tang Yu was left utterly speechless. Despite the passage of time, how could she still behave like a child? Indeed, she succeeded in causing annoyance to both the celestial court and the Buddhist sect. For as long as she possessed a key to the heavenly treasure vault, even if they knew its location, they would be unable to unlock it, as they could not even gather the necessary keys. The mother of Mount Li extended her hand, revealing the final key to the heavenly treasure vault, and casually tossed it to Tang Yu, as if discarding a piece of worthless scrap metal. Instinctively, Tang Yu reached out to catch the key. Astonished, you are just giving this to me? The mother of Mount Li blinked, seemingly confused, before she appeared to comprehend something. She promptly reclaimed the key from Tang Yu's hands and solemnly presented it to him. Here, it is yours. Tang Yu felt a rush of dizziness. No. What I meant was, you're just giving this to me. How am I supposed to repay you? The mother of Mount Li regarded him with a puzzled expression. I'm not mistaken, am I? Tang Yu took the key to the heavenly treasure vault in hand, rendered speechless, entirely at a loss for words. The mother of Mount Li gently adjusted her gown and sat upon the bed, her eyes twinkling with delight. With this, you have gathered the keys to the heavenly treasure vault, yet in the short term, you will undoubtedly be unable to locate it. Do not inquire further, for I too am unaware. I had no intention of asking you, for I already know its location. Gazing at the key, Tang Yu felt a surge of fervor. With 100 million in fortune points already amassed, combined with the treasures from the heavenly treasure vault to exchange, it would surely amount to 500 million. That would enable him to obtain the Holy Spirit pill and ascend directly to sanctification. However, a wave of concern washed over him once more. If one were to achieve enlightenment through force, once sanctified, the higher powers would undoubtedly not permit him to succeed unopposed. Do you understand? The mother of Mount Li chuckled bitterly. Truly, One is marked by the variables in their surroundings, possessing great fortune. She then rose and paced a few steps before inquiring, "Have you ever contemplated why you possess such an abundance of fortune? Completing in a brief time what others cannot achieve in a lifetime? Because I have a system," Tang Yu muttered inwardly, yet still puzzled. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" Gazing intently at him, the mother of Mount Li replied, "My master has deduced the variables, even the matters of the heavenly path." And then, Tang Yu pressed further, "Variables may also solidify into constants. If you truly are a variable, the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly suppress you without mercy, never allowing you the opportunity to bear such fortune, achieving such a realm in such a short span. Even the treasures of heaven and earth that the celestial and Buddhist realms have diligently sought after have fallen into your grasp. Do you not find this peculiar?" The mother of Mount Li inquired suddenly. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This question had lingered in his mind during his time in the 19th layer of hell, where the Earth Mother had also expressed her doubts. Back then, Tang Yu had been brimming with confidence, believing that once he attained the status of a sage, he could transcend the heavens, impervious even to the heavenly Tao itself. However, upon hearing the mother of Mount Li mention it again, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. "You carry immense fortune," the mother of Mount Li said cryptically, "even that which the heavenly Tao has imposed upon you." Tang Yu instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard. The mother of Mount Li continued, "Do you understand why you cannot break through the heavens?" Before he could respond, she elaborated, "Because, born of heaven and earth, you are naturally constrained by them. Indeed, there are those who have transcended the heavens, surpassing the heavenly Tao. When the balance of the heavenly Tao is disrupted, it is entirely possible for all things to return to the void, reverting to chaos and nothingness, from which even sages cannot escape." Observing Tang Yu's complexion gradually pale, the mother of Mount Li sighed, "All of this is merely my master's conjecture. Perhaps the outcome may not be as dire." Tang Yu suddenly felt parched, swallowing again before inquiring, "And what of her?" In the 19th layer, she is on the verge of a successful transformation. Chapter 419. Stirring the waters, the mother of Mount Li chuckled softly and shook her head. What she refers to as transformation may merely allow her to reach his level. She gestured upwards, clearly indicating that he referred to Hong Jun. As for breaking through the heavens, that is impossible. What she seeks is merely to oppose him. Otherwise, he will remain perpetually exalted. He fears not even the great cataclysm of chaos that even sages cannot evade. Do you understand what this signifies? He will always be above, immortal and indestructible, wielding the heavenly Tao, even amidst a new creation of heaven and earth, seizing all the resources of rebirth. With a sigh, the mother of Mount Li lamented, "This is the most terrifying aspect. Her transformation in the 19th layer of hell, her so-called scheme against the heavens, is merely directed at him. Of course, there is another conjecture. Would you care to hear it?" "What?" Tang Yu instinctively asked. "The chessboard of the heavenly Tao wishes to eliminate him, yet it cannot act directly, only through scheming and manipulation. Her transformation in the 19th layer may very well be part of the heavenly Tao's design." At this point, the mother of Mount Li cast a meaningful glance at Tang Yu. "You, this variable, if you were to become a constant, the heavenly Tao might very well utilize you for a grand cleansing. It is not impossible. Under the heavenly Tao, all beings are but pawns," she sighed. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yu raised his head and declared, "Whether variable or constant, the foremost priority is to strengthen myself." Gazing intently at the key to the treasury of heaven and earth in his hand, Tang Yu clenched it tightly and spoke in a subdued tone. "As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the variables and constants become inconsequential." The lady of Mount Li nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is true. Yet, beneath the heavens, all beings are akin to mere ants. If one cannot transcend, one remains merely a pawn. Even revered sages like our master are not exempt from this fate." Tang Yu chose to remain silent. He then turned to the lady of Mount Li and inquired about the location of the heavenly treasury. At the mention of this matter, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. What had begun as a mere challenge for Lai Gu to survive on a deserted island had unexpectedly yielded such remarkable results. Tang Yu felt increasingly that fate had favored him. Reflecting on the lady of Mount Li's earlier words, he shuddered at the thought of how much heavenly fortune he had borne. After a prolonged silence, the lady of Mount Li burst into laughter. Lai Gu had indeed suffered a loss. Such a humiliating incident was to be kept under wraps by the Buddhist sect. no one was to disclose it. Even the Jade Emperor was unaware of Lai Ji's month-long experience of surviving on a deserted island. There were even whispers that the position of the Buddha had nearly been rescinded. How could you treat Duobao in such a manner? Why didn't Yu inform me at the time? I would have liked to witness it, the Lady of Mount Li chided, still laughing while reproaching Tang Yu for not notifying her sooner. Tang Yu sheepishly rubbed his nose, and seeing the Lady of Mount Li still smiling, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips as he replied, "It was merely a prank." Who could have anticipated that the Buddhist sect would engage in such an election, nearly leading to the removal of Lai Ge from the position of Buddha? The Lady of Mount Li playfully shot him a glance, then recalled that Tang Sanzang had also participated in the Buddhist election and had even self-bestowed an impressive title, prompting another round of laughter. After a moment, the Lady of Mount Li huffed and admonished, "In the future, such matters must be brought to my attention. I must witness the spectacle." Her eyes sparkled with eagerness. "You mentioned that you pilfered from the Buddhist treasury twice. And now the Buddhist sect has mortgaged Ling Mountain to the heavenly court. Indeed, it is said that the multitude of Buddhas can now only gather in a small corner." A gesture of kindness from the Jade Emperor, who has leased that space to the Buddhist sect. "I suspect it is primarily due to my quest for scriptures. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain cannot recklessly depart, lest I am left without a source for my studies." As he spoke, Tang Yu could not suppress a chuckle. "Oh, I truly wish to see it." The Lady of Mount Li's eyes gleamed with curiosity. After a brief hesitation, Tang Yu suggested, "Why don't we take a stroll around?" "Let us go." The Lady of Mount Li seemed to have been waiting for those words, responding with eagerness. "Ah, wait, just in case. I shall retrieve a sword from Bio Palace for my master," she said. No need. Trust me, no one will discover our presence." Tang Yu explained as he exchanged for a formation to conceal the heavenly secrets. This is the formation of concealment, which can obscure all heavenly mysteries. The Lady of Mount Li regarded Tang Yu with newfound understanding. "Now I see. I fear that Tang Sanzang has cleverly concealed his identity from all the saints using this formation, masking his unpredictable nature." The Mother of Mount Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Thus, the two engaged in a discussion on how to orchestrate their plans. The Mother of Mount Li, clearly one who relishes chaos, even suggested that Tang Yu should raise the Spirit Mountain and subsequently storm the heavenly court. Upon hearing her audacious proposal, Tang Yu nearly stumbled in disbelief. She was indeed a master of mischief. After devising their scheme, they set off without hesitation. It appeared they had transformed the Spirit Mountain into a playground. Both were undeterred by the potential consequences, indicating that their intentions were far from benign. Finding Tang Yu's pace too slow, the Mother of Mount Li eagerly tugged at his sleeve, her excitement palpable as she yearned to reach the Spirit Mountain to execute their plans. Her large eyes gleaming with fervor. The wind brushed against their faces, and her hair wafted past Tang Yu, carrying a faint fragrance, prompting him to glance at her. However, as she turned to look at him, he hastily averted his gaze, perhaps to conceal his thoughts or to evade her keen perception. Upon arriving at the Spirit Mountain, they discovered that the Great Thunder Sound Temple had indeed fallen under the dominion of the Heavenly Court, now serving as one of its outposts, guarded by celestial soldiers. Even the Jade Emperor had dispatched the 4 heavenly kings to oversee it. "Hurry, let us create some chaos." The Mother of Mount Li urged impatiently. "With the Heavenly Court's presence, let us blow up the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It will surely inflict some losses upon them, and then we can explore the back mountain. I am eager to see how much of a mess the treasure of the Buddha has become." Her enthusiasm for havoc was unmistakable. Tang Yu rolled his eyes, but found her suggestion not entirely unreasonable. After all, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was in disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. In that case, why not do them a favor, facilitate their demolition, and allow for reconstruction? How altruistic of him to offer free demolition services. But wait, one cannot work for free. Perhaps he could surreptitiously take some valuables as his due payment. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Is there? Quickly, let us get to work. The Mother of Mount Li urged again. How do we proceed with the explosion? Should I use my magical powers? Yet, even with your formation in place, my actions would likely be detected. Chapter 420. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is obliterated. The Mother of Mount Li's face radiated excitement, her large eyes shimmering with delight. Tang Yu believed he possessed some expertise in the art of destruction. "Come, let us descend. I have a plan," he beckoned. And the two of them swiftly entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Though it was still called the Great Thunder Sound Temple, it had effectively become a branch of the heavenly court, having been pawned to them by the Buddhist sect. Now, the temple was once again under the watchful eyes of the four heavenly kings and an array of celestial soldiers. What a farce this was! To have their grievances brought right to their doorstep, even intruding into their very abode. Even Tang Yu could no longer tolerate the situation, insisting that he must provide some relief for Brother Lai. After all, he was a man of integrity, and Brother Lai had shared a drink with him on several occasions. He exchanged dozens of explosive heavenly pills No. 2 and handed some to the mother of Lishan, instructing her to scatter them throughout every corner of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Subsequently, Tang Yu also took action, stealthily placing the explosive heavenly pills No. 2. Moments later, both had completed their tasks. Hurry, hurry, explode already. Why hasn't he yet detonated? The mother of Lishan urged. Tang Yu offered a faint smile. There's no need to rush. Come, let us first investigate what Brother Lai is up to in the back mountain. Is this thing effective? Are you trying to deceive me? The mother of Lishan inquired, looking at Tang Yu. Trust me, it is indeed effective. I have used it many times. As for why it hasn't exploded yet, it's simply because I have not willed it to. Believe me, Tang Yu assured, thumping his chest. What a jest it was to question the explosive heavenly pills No. 2. Little did they know, products from the system were always top-notch. As he observed the already dilapidated Great Thunder Sound Temple, Tang Yu felt a fleeting moment of sympathy. Regardless, it had come to this. He would lend a hand in dismantling it free of charge. After all, residing in such a state was unsafe. What if it were to suddenly collapse? For the sake of others' safety, Tang Yu was more than willing to offer his assistance, albeit with the caveat that if he stumbled upon any treasures, he wouldn't mind taking a few as his remuneration. After all, who works for free in this world? Reluctantly, the mother of Lishan accompanied Tang Yu to the back mountain. Upon arrival, they both stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Is this truly the sanctuary of the Buddhist sect? How desolate it appears. The mother of Lishan opened her mouth, about to burst into laughter. But Tang Yu swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "Hold it in, do not laugh. Let us not forget our purpose here." Though Tang Yu, too, wished to laugh, he had to restrain himself. Before them stood a temple, simply enclosed by a fence, exuding an air of seclusion akin to a hidden abode deep within the jungle, transcending the mundane world and rising above all beings. Not far away, beneath a tree, Brother Lai sat on a small wooden bench, casually crossing his legs while smoking. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, lazily illuminating him, casting a faint golden hue that enveloped him in a sacred glow, rendering him seemingly ethereal. Brother Lai flicked off the ash from his cigarette and shifted his weight on the bench, adjusting it slightly to bask in the light more fully. Is it not going to explode? The mother of Lishan glanced towards the Great Thunder Sound Temple, her voice tinged with anticipation. It should explode any moment now. Once it does, I suspect all the Buddhas will be drawn to it, and we must seize the opportunity to make our move, Tang Yu chuckled, then focused his thoughts to ignite the explosive heavenly pills No. 2. At that moment, within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the four heavenly kings were feeling somewhat bored. Bound by the rules of the heavenly court, they found themselves quite uncomfortable. However, now they have been released from the heavenly realm and have begun to feel a sense of ennui. After all, it is just the four of them. Even to purchase a pack of cigarettes, they must return to the heavenly realm to seek out Tai Bai. Although Lingji Bodhisattva also engages in this trade, it is prudent for practitioners of Buddhism to minimize their dealings. In their boredom, the four brothers began to explore the Great Thunder Sound Temple, gazing upon this venerable headquarters of Buddhism, which has stood for millennia. Yet, they were all curious about what had transpired within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It appeared as though it had endured a series of fierce battles. This perplexed them. Who could possess the audacity to attack the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Moreover, if a true battle had occurred, the heavenly realm would undoubtedly be aware of it. Yet, the heavens seemed to have no inkling of any such event. This only deepened their intrigue, leading them to speculate about the circumstances that resulted in such a state of disarray within the temple. Ultimately, they arrived at a conclusion. It was highly probable that an internal strife had erupted within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. After all, the joyous Buddha was no more, suggesting a potential rebellion that was subsequently suppressed by the Buddha and others, resulting in the current turmoil. This seemed quite plausible. At that moment, the four continued to roam within the temple, even peering curiously through the cracks in the walls to gaze outside. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is in a pitiful state. remarked Mo Lehigh with a smile. Indeed, haha. Who would have imagined that the headquarters of Buddhism would come to this? Mo Liching burst into laughter. Suddenly, their mirth was abruptly silenced, as they were completely unaware of the unfolding events. Before they could comprehend the situation, a series of explosive sounds resonated incessantly. Surrounding celestial soldiers were swept away by the immense shockwave. The four heavenly kings found their physical forms utterly destroyed, yet their ethereal souls remained, their faces etched with confusion and bewilderment. With a resounding crash, the already precarious Great Thunder Sound Temple seemed unable to withstand any longer, collapsing with a thunderous sound. Some celestial soldiers, desperately attempting to flee, were buried beneath the rubble. Thick smoke billowed from Ling Mountain, dust swirling and spreading far and wide. In the back mountains, the assembled Buddhas sensed an anomaly. They could even perceive the ground trembling beneath them. The Buddha, previously languidly basking in the sun, abruptly shifted, heading towards the Great Thunder Sound Temple, closely followed by the ancient Buddha of Light. Other Buddhas hastily joined them. Concealed in midair, they observed the explosion and collapse of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which had claimed many souls from the heavenly realm. The old mother of Lishan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let us seize this opportunity to join the Buddhas in witnessing the spectacle at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. We must act swiftly, urged Tang Yu. Where did you acquire that? Could you spare me a few dozen? Inquired the old mother of Lishan with curiosity. A few dozen? Tang Yu flashed a grin, recognizing the audacity of the request. Without concern for the methods employed, he urged urgency, reminding them of their purpose. With a swift motion, he descended into the temple nestled in the back mountains. Chapter 421. Seeking the Jade Emperor. Although most of the Buddhas had already departed for the Great Thunder Sound Temple, a few remained steadfast within the sanctuary, resolutely holding their ground. Tang Yu paid them no heed. The reason for luring the Buddhas away and stirring trouble stemmed from a previous encounter where he had been discovered and injured by a certain individual, leaving him with lingering apprehensions. Hence, for safety's sake, he had led them away. Quickly, let us create some commotion, urged the mother of Lishan, her excitement palpable. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, once a bastion of serenity, now lay in ruins. The ground had been torn asunder, leaving deep craters in its wake. The denizens of the heavenly realm had mostly been evacuated, leaving only the four heavenly kings, who, though weakened, still retained their souls. They appeared particularly fragile, bewildered by the sudden calamity that had befallen them. The Buddhas observed as the souls of the four heavenly kings hovered in confusion, utterly unaware of the chaos that had erupted. One moment, all was well. The next, an explosive roar heralded the temple's collapse. The Buddha lit a cigarette, his gaze contemplative as he pondered the situation. Although the Great Thunder Sound Temple had been pledged to the heavenly realm, it was merely a temporary arrangement. The heavenly beings possessed only a transient right of use and lacked the authority to alter or demolish the temple, for the permanent rights still belonged to the Buddhist order. Yet, how could the temple have collapsed so suddenly? Was it possible that the unpredictable Sha Wujing had intervened? This notion seemed plausible. The Buddha felt little sorrow over the temple's demise, given that many from the heavenly realm had been sent away. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to confront the Jade Emperor for an explanation. After all, the temple had fallen under their watch, implicating the heavenly realm in the disaster. At that moment, the Buddha found himself appreciating Sha Wujing's unforeseen actions. Boldly spoken, the Buddha thundered. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is but a temporary pledge to the heavenly realm. You were commanded to safeguard it, yet you recklessly damaged the property of the Buddhist order. Do you not recognize your transgressions? The four heavenly kings, still in a state of confusion, were momentarily stunned by the Buddha's declaration. As he summoned their souls closer, he regarded them coldly. Your reckless destruction of Buddhist property will not go unaddressed. I shall demand an explanation from the Jade Emperor. With a decisive gesture, he turned to the assembled Buddhas, affirming, I shall seek accountability from the Jade Emperor. And with that, the Buddha's figure flickered as he made his way towards the heavenly realm. Amitabha, murmured the ancient Buddha of Light, fully aware of the implications of the Buddha's intentions. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had been pledged, leaving the Buddhas with a sense of resentment towards him. At this moment, the Great Thunder Sound Temple has collapsed. However, it would not be amiss if some benefits could be sought for the Buddhist sect from the heavenly realm. The heavenly court, upon sensing the events transpiring in the Spirit Mountain, immediately alerted the Jade Emperor. He sprang to his feet, dropping the smoke from his mouth. The gods below exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired to elicit such a reaction from the Jade Emperor. His gaze fixated on the Xianguang mirror, focusing on Tang Yu. At this moment, Tang Yu remained within the lair of Kuei Mulang. With the revelation of Tang Sanzang's identity as a variable, all connections naturally pointed to him. Yet, how could a mere mortal like Tang Sanzang achieve such feats? It appeared that there must be someone behind him. Not long ago, he had conversed with the Buddha amidst chaos, discovering that a quasi-saint was concealed within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and he had even injured this being. Furthermore, the Buddha suspected that this quasi-saint was likely associated with the variable. The Jade Emperor's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Who could be behind him? The quasi-saints in the realm were well known to the Jade Emperor, yet he could not fathom who was hidden behind Tang Sanzang. There was even a possibility that a saint was manipulating him as a pawn in their grand scheme. The celestial soldiers guarding the Spirit Mountain were utterly demoralized, with even the 4 heavenly kings reduced to mere souls. The Jade Emperor sighed, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Yu's figure in the Xianguang mirror, his eyes unwavering and growing increasingly profound. The 12 constellations still resided in the mortal realm, and the Jade Emperor could not help but worry for their safety. It seemed prudent to seek an opportune moment to have an earnest conversation with Tang Sanzang. Although Tang Sanzang was a variable, he bore no semblance of cultivation, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Thus, there must certainly be someone aiding him. It was plausible that some events were not of Tang Sanzang's doing. Rather, he was merely a pawn utilized by others to orchestrate a series of actions. Contemplating this, the Jade Emperor suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the third one. It seemed that his situation was not an easy one. In a past life, as the golden cicada of the Buddhist sect, he was cast down to the mortal realm due to the calamity of the journey to the west. To fulfill his role as a virtuous being across 10 lifetimes, he was thwarted each time he approached the flowing sand river by Sha Wujing. In this life, he embarked on the journey to the west to obtain scriptures, becoming a variable. Yet, he remained merely a chess piece, exploited by unseen forces. How tragic! Suddenly, an uproar erupted in the heavenly court. The 4 heavenly kings were left as mere spirits, and all the celestial soldiers had utterly lost their souls. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what has transpired? Tai Bai Jinxing hastily stepped forward to ask. The Jade Emperor shook his head, unable to discern the cause. The only certainty was that the inhabitants of the heavenly court had essentially met their demise. Could it be that the Buddhist sect had taken action? This should not be the case. The Buddhist sect has no reason to act against us from the celestial court at this juncture. Moreover, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was willingly pledged to us by them, regardless of any dissatisfaction they may harbor. It would be inappropriate to launch an assault on the celestial court at this moment, reasoned Li Jing. Upon hearing this, the Silver Star of Tai Bai rolled his eyes inwardly. Li Jing truly dared to suspect the Buddhist sect. Even if they were disgruntled, it was inconceivable for them to strike against the denizens of the celestial court, especially after the demise of so many heavenly soldiers. Was it a matter of unforeseen circumstances? Tai Bai surreptitiously glanced at the Jade Emperor and remarked. Before the Jade Emperor could respond, a figure appeared high above the Lingxiao Palace. With deep, penetrating eyes, he surveyed the scene below, then flicked the ash from the cigarette he held between his fingers. Jade Emperor, how dare you, people of the celestial court, recklessly destroy the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Indeed, this temple was pledged to you. However, your rights are merely temporary. It remains the immovable property of our Buddhist sect. Now, due to the actions of your people, the Great Thunder Sound Temple has suffered damage and even destruction. How do you account for this? Chapter 422. Turning the tables, the Jade Emperor paused, his countenance darkening as he glared at the Buddha. He felt the Buddha's audacity was truly shameless. The losses suffered by the celestial court were devastating. Nearly all the heavenly soldiers had perished, leaving only the souls of the 4 heavenly kings. Yet, despite this, the Buddha had the gall to question the celestial court with righteous indignation, as if all the blame were to be laid at their feet. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extreme. In light of such events, particularly with the celestial court's significant losses, it was brazen for the Buddha to openly confront them. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had indeed been pledged to the celestial court, but from the Jade Emperor's perspective, it seemed as though they were merely providing free guardianship for the temple. Now that calamity had befallen it, the first to be summoned was the celestial court. Buddha, you are excessively shameless, the Jade Emperor growled in indignation, lighting a cigarette for himself. The dragon chair beneath him slowly rose, positioning him opposite the Buddha. The Buddha's expression faltered, sensing that his imposing presence had, in an unseen manner, diminished. After all, he merely held a cigarette, with no seat to claim. He reminisced about the time he stood upon the lotus throne, commanding the 3 realms and 6 paths, where all had honored him with due respect. Why had it come to this? The Buddha questioned himself. Why had he found himself in a position where, each time he faced the Jade Emperor, he felt his authority inexplicably waning? Humph, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was merely pledged to you temporarily. However, due to the blunders of your people, the headquarters of the Buddhist sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, has collapsed, leaving a massive pit where the ground once was. Should I not seek you out? You of the Celestial Court may utilize the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but you do not possess absolute rights for demolition or alteration, the Buddha declared. Flicking the ash from his cigarette and placing it once more between his lips, addressing the Jade Emperor with righteous fervor. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, revered as the headquarters of the Buddhist sect, holds a prestigious position known to all. Should it collapse due to the actions of those from the heavenly court, it would spell the end of the Buddhist headquarters. If this were to spread, would I not lose all face? After all, I am the supreme leader of the Western Paradise. Do you still have any shame? You have even pledged the Great Thunder Sound Temple to me, and yet you dare to speak of matters of face. The Jade Emperor scoffed. Tathagata, the heavenly court has also suffered significant losses. I have yet to seek an explanation from your Lingshan, yet you boldly question me first. I suspect that the casualties among the heavenly court's personnel might be the doing of your Lingshan. Although you pledged the Great Thunder Sound Temple to me, there are bound to be dissatisfied Buddhas beneath you, and it is not impossible for them to act in secrecy. The expression on the face of the figure known as Lao Ge shifted. He had always believed himself to be shameless enough to twist right and wrong. Yet he never anticipated that the Jade Emperor could match him in this regard. The personnel from the heavenly court have suffered calamities at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. As a quasi-saint, how could you be unaware of this? Tathagata, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, our matter will not conclude here. The Jade Emperor angrily tossed the half-burnt cigarette onto the ground. Tathagata inhaled sharply, gazing at the smoldering stub, lamenting the wastefulness of this unruly child. However, the Jade Emperor's audacious claims left the Buddha momentarily speechless. Jade Emperor, how dare you slander me? What reason would those of the Buddhist sect have to harm the personnel of the heavenly court? The Buddha proclaimed loudly. In a few statements, he regained the initiative and even turned the tables. The Jade Emperor felt his wit was unmatched. He lifted his chin, gazing down at the Buddha with pride. I just mentioned that it is quite possible that the pledge of the Great Thunder Sound Temple to the heavenly court has led to discontent among some Buddhas, resulting in covert actions. Jade Emperor, cease your baseless accusations. Do you possess any evidence for such claims? Tathagata questioned assertively. Otherwise, should you rashly slander our Buddhist sect, I would not hesitate to summon the saints to seek justice. This old fellow, quick to invoke the saints at the slightest disagreement, caused the Jade Emperor to regard him with a slightly altered expression. It resembled a child from the mortal realm who, after losing a fight, runs to tell the teacher or seeks his father's intervention. The Jade Emperor's tone softened. Tathagata, given the unexpected nature of these events, you must harbor some suspicions. Let us speak candidly. As the leader of the Western Buddhist sect, there is no need for you to come to the heavenly court to interrogate me on this matter. This statement was clear. Extortion of the heavenly court was out of the question. It was utterly impossible. Not only was the door closed, but even the windows were firmly shut. The Buddha's expression darkened. Do you think I desire this? It is merely a consequence of poverty. Now that a slight opportunity presents itself, one might wish to exploit it. In terms of eloquence and the ability to twist facts, the Buddha realized he was indeed outmatched by the Jade Emperor. After all, how could one not acknowledge that he was the supreme being of the 3 realms, while he could only remain the leader of the Buddhist sect? This was the disparity. The Jade Emperor waved his hand slightly, isolating the gods before asking meaningfully. This matter is likely influenced by unforeseen variables. What is your perspective on these variables? As the Jade Emperor spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He cleared his throat a couple of times and amicably offered a cigarette to the Buddha. Accepting the smoke, the Buddha exhaled a soft hum, taking a drag before stating, I have my own plans regarding the variables. He had already established a cooperative relationship with them, and even Sha Wujing had consented. Thus, the Buddha held considerable regard for the variables. for their future endeavors would undoubtedly depend on the sage behind Wukong. Particularly, not long ago, a quasi-saint had concealed himself in the Lingshan, which intensified the Buddha's awareness of the intricate forces backing Wukong. However, if utilized wisely, the strength behind them could be an invaluable asset on his path. The Jade Emperor's lips twitched again. Wukong, as a variable, has displayed such audacity in ensnaring the celestial beings of the heavenly court. I shall not let him escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's expression turned slightly icy as he flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied with a huff. They bear the great fortune of the journey to the west, and they can now be considered as part of my Buddhist sect. This matter does not require your intervention. Jade Emperor. As if anticipating this response, the Jade Emperor retorted, since you have declared them as part of your sect, and given that your disciples have recklessly harmed so many celestial soldiers of the heavenly court, will you not provide me with an explanation? The Buddha widened his eyes in disbelief at the audacity of the Jade Emperor, trembling as he pointed at him. You are shameless. How am I shameless? They are your sect's subordinates, and now they have committed such acts. Shouldn't you, as their leader, take some responsibility? The Jade Emperor proclaimed with righteous indignation. Yet, he felt a strange curiosity, realizing how much the Tathagata valued the variable, or rather, Wukong. Seizing upon this insight, the Jade Emperor swiftly turned the tables. Chapter 423. Open and honest discussion. Lai Gu nearly coughed up blood. He had thought the Jade Emperor was already shameless enough, yet he had underestimated his audacity. The Jade Emperor pivoted his argument, continuing, Moreover, you have pledged the great Thundersound Temple to me, and even the place where your sect conducts its affairs is leased from me due to my generosity. This was necessitated by the calamity of the journey to the west. Otherwise, consider this. If Tang Sanzang and his companions were to journey to Lingshan to obtain scriptures, they would effectively be heading to the heavenly court. Instead of expressing gratitude, you come to question me? Tathagata, you have gone too far. However, the Jade Emperor magnanimously added, I shall not concern myself with such trifles. Having failed at extortion, Lai Gu felt the weight of his arduous existence as a Buddha. The Jade Emperor continued to bring up matters concerning the variables, and yet he felt an impulse to laugh at the absurdity of it all. After probing, the Jade Emperor discovered that the Buddha still did not suspect Tang Sanzang and remained convinced of Wukong's role as a variable. Instantly, the Jade Emperor felt reassured. Given this, he would allow the Buddhist sect to continue in their suspicions. Lai Gu felt aggrieved, having come to the heavenly court only to leave empty-handed. Further subjected to the Jade Emperor's ridicule, remaining in the heavenly court any longer seemed unnecessary. With a pallid complexion, he departed from the scene. The Jade Emperor cast a contemplative glance at the figure of Tang Yu reflected in the Xian Guang mirror, his eyes deepening with thought. A projection of himself descended, poised to engage in an earnest dialogue with Tang Sanzang. After all, such turmoil in the heavenly court was intolerable. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu remained within the lair of the Koimu wolf, while nearby, a group of little demons frolicked with a young girl, their laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the cavern. Truth be told, Tang Yu found the situation rather puzzling. Under normal circumstances, Sun Wukong should have arrived to rescue him by now. Nevertheless, for Tang Yu, the notion of rescue held little significance. Satisfied that Ling Shui was safe, he strolled into an adjacent chamber, seeking respite. When one finds oneself in a situation, one must make peace with it. Suddenly, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened, turning to his side. The Jade Emperor was scrutinizing him intently. An inexplicable tension coursed through Tang Yu as he pondered the Emperor's intentions. Might the Jade Emperor have descended to rescue me from this den of demons? He inquired with a smile. After a moment of appraisal, the Jade Emperor replied, Third brother, you hardly appear to be ensnared in a demon's lair. Have you ever witnessed a demon exhibiting such civility towards another? It seems to me that you are merely enjoying a leisurely respite. Pausing, he continued, Moreover, with your capabilities, you hardly require my intervention. If you were not willingly ensnared here, I doubt any demon could have captured you. A jolt of anxiety surged through Tang Yu. Had the Jade Emperor uncovered something? As a variable, I still place my faith in your abilities, the Emperor stated candidly. Not long ago, I heard that a quasi-saint was concealed in the Spirit Mountain. At this, the Jade Emperor surveyed his surroundings, sensing no trace of Tang Sanzang's cultivation. Yet, he remained wary of this hidden quasi-saint. Eager to discern the identity of this celestial being, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. What do you mean by variable? Your Majesty, You are indeed the pillar of the three realms. Your words are so profound that they elude understanding. Nevertheless, he pondered how his presence had been revealed. Judging by the Jade Emperor's demeanor, it seemed he had only recently discovered this matter. Tang Yu believed he had not acted indiscreetly as of late. So how could he have been exposed? Was it the Celestial Master? However, from the Emperor's words, it was clear that while he was aware of Tang Yu's identity as a variable, he remained oblivious to his cultivation level. Third brother, I will speak plainly. There is no need for you to conceal anything further. The heavenly secrets are shrouded from even the saints here, so you need not hide, the Jade Emperor stated directly. My lord, I truly do not comprehend the meaning of your words, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. After gazing at him for a prolonged moment, the Jade Emperor suddenly smiled. Currently, it is I who has sent my people down to the mortal realm, as the great Thunder Sound Temple of Spirit Mountain has been mortgaged. As he spoke, he cast a profound glance at Tang Yu, presumably already aware of this matter. After all, not long ago, the Great Luo Temple unexpectedly collapsed for reasons unknown, resulting in numerous casualties among the denizens of the heavenly court. Due to the issues surrounding the temple's collateral, I dispatched the 12 Zodiac to descend as demons. This, I believe, you are well aware of. The Jade Emperor looked at Tang Yu and stated, I trust they will not encounter any danger. Am I correct? Is my concern for the safety of my heavenly subjects warranted? He continued, the affairs of the Buddhist realm have nothing to do with me. Yet I wish to avoid any losses among my celestial beings. This was tantamount to saying, you may do as you please with the Buddhist realm, but do not bring harm to my heavenly court. Regarding the matters of the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm, I am but an ordinary mortal, as Tang Yu remarked. After all, these lofty matters are of no concern to me, and I am powerless to alter them, am I not? The Jade Emperor shook his head and chuckled softly. The emergence of variables has already altered so much. The Buddhist realm suffers various losses, and even the heavenly court is impacted, as well as the demonic tribes. Is this not all due to the issue of variables? He took pride in knowing the identity of these variables, which even the denizens of the Buddhist realm remained oblivious to. After a moment of silence, the Jade Emperor looked at Tang Yu with grave seriousness. If possible, I would never wish to harm your life. However, the emergence of these variables has affected the operation of the three realms, even disrupting the balance of the heavenly Tao. You should grasp the essence of my words. As the sovereign of the three realms, it is my duty to ensure their stability. Tang Yu chuckled, a hint of melancholy in his laughter. To not harm the life of a variable? Is it perhaps to eternally imprison them? Given the situation, the Jade Emperor had already confirmed his identity, and nothing could change that now. Thus, Tang Yu felt unrestrained. The Jade Emperor sighed. This is a necessary course of action, for I cannot simply stand by and watch you disturb the balance of the three realms. What power do I, Tang Sanzang, possess to disrupt the three realms? You overestimate me, Tang Yu retorted with self-mockery. Is it merely my desire to escape this game of chess that constitutes such disruption? You possess magic, enabling you to shine like the sun and moon, immortal and revered, looking down upon mortals as though they were mere cattle, free to exploit and manipulate at will. You can watch the world with amusement, finding joy in the suffering of all beings. Chapter 424. A Celestial Maiden, Beauty of 100 Flowers. Life is but a fleeting 100 years, a mere drop in the ocean compared to your endless lifespans as deities. Tang Yu spoke softly. You observe the tribulations of humanity, treating the joys and sorrows of all beings as a mere theatrical performance. In your boredom, you can alter the script, reshaping everything according to your whims. A lifetime, in comparison to the long existence of immortals, is but a fleeting play. You may even whimsically adorn your actors with various cosmetics, orchestrating their diverse tales of joy and sorrow. Then, in a state of transcendence, he gazed with amusement at the curtain falling on this theatrical performance. Everything existed merely within the confines of their thoughts. The Jade Emperor, dissatisfied, furrowed his brow and remarked, Third, the myriad beings have their own destinies. With a sigh, he continued, Moreover, as the sovereign of the three realms, I naturally possess the authority to decide all matters concerning mortals. Indeed, for you wield power and authority. A hint of derision played upon Tang Yu's lips. The Jade Emperor's frown deepened, as if he wished to divert the conversation, saying, Third, I do not desire any issues to arise in the heavenly court. I trust you comprehend the implications of my words. As a variable, you alone are aware of your true identity in the heavenly court, Even the Western Buddhist realm, including the Buddha and others, still perceive it as a matter concerning Sha Wujing. As he spoke, the corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched, seemingly suppressing a smile. After clearing his throat a few times, he continued, "Do you understand what it signifies if your identity as a variable is revealed? I am certain that your identity is far more significant than this calamity of the journey to the West." Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is this a threat?" "No. It is a warning, a reminder," the Jade Emperor replied, gazing at him with an expression of solemnity. "I have also stated that the Buddhist realm has no connection to the heavenly court, yet I wish for no troubles to beset it." Tang Yu fell silent, pondering deeply. After a moment, the figure of the Jade Emperor gradually faded from view. After a long while, Tang Yu let out a weary sigh, rising to exit the resting cave. Not far away, a little girl and a host of demons were playing, their laughter ringing clear in the air. A smile tugged at Tang Yu's lips as he endeavored to return the expression. "Bold demon, why do you not come forth to meet your demise?" Came the voice of Sun Wukong from outside the cave. Instantly, Kuei Malong breathed a sigh of relief. He had arrived at last. "Big brother, is Brother Wukong here to play with Shui?" Ling Shui asked, tugging at Tang Yu's garment, her innocent eyes blinking up at him. A few little demons nearly choked in surprise, casting pitiful glances at the little girl. As a demon, they had never considered that they would have to entertain a child in this lifetime. This little girl even desired to summon Sun Wukong to play. Would they be risking their lives? Tang Yu crouched down, lifting the little girl into his arms, smiling as he said, "Brother Wukong will only play with Shui, for others are not worthy." The little girl nodded, seemingly understanding. "Holy monk, I shall escort you out," Kuei Malong said courteously, gesturing for them to proceed. As Tang Yu stepped forward, he paused, casting a meaningful glance at Kuei Malong, and remarked, "I have heard that within the heavenly court's fragrant hall, there exists a fairy named by Huaxiao." However, inwardly he could not help but scoff. Since the Jade Emperor was unkind, he could hardly expect fairness in return. Upon hearing this, Kuei Malong was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place, a look of bewilderment on his face. By Huaxiao, the name seemed familiar, yet he could not recall who she was. Who exactly was she? The name seemed to evoke the softest part of his heart, a tenderness long concealed. It brought forth a sense of intimate happiness, yet also an undercurrent of sorrowful pain. In his bewilderment, Tang Yu embraced the little girl and stepped outside. Beyond the cave, Sun Wukong continued to shout, but curiously, Manjusri Bodhisattva was also present, which left Tang Yu perplexed. What was happening? Why had Manjusri returned to rescue him? "Master, are you all right?" Sun Wukong descended, inquiring with genuine concern. "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied, casting a glance at Manjusri Bodhisattva in the heavens above. Instantly, Manjusri shivered, a smile gracing his face. "Hee, third brother, I heard you were captured by a demon, so I came with the great sage to save you." "Huh?" Tang Yu scoffed inwardly. Would the calamities of the Buddha's realm really come to their own rescue? What nonsense. However, the very fact that Manjusri had come left Tang Yu feeling utterly baffled. Kuei Malong emerged with a pallid complexion, his expression still dazed. "Bold demon, prepare to face my wrath." Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, ready to strike. "Great sage, please hold." Manjusri interjected, reciting a Buddhist chant to halt him. He was originally one of the 12 constellations of the heavenly court, yet he has unlawfully descended to become a demon. This matter shall be reported to the Jade Emperor for his judgment. He turned to Kuei Malong and admonished, "How dare you descend unlawfully and become a demon? Do you not know your crimes?" Witnessing such hypocrisy, Tang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to confront him with a sharp slap. Kuei Malong quickly regained his composure and prostrated on the ground. "Bodhisattva, I seek forgiveness. You must return with me to the heavenly court to face the Jade Emperor and atone for your sins," Manjusri commanded, lighting a cigarette, the pale blue smoke wafting from his nostrils. To Tang Yu, this sight was somewhat comical, a monk clad in robes, radiating compassion, yet smoking. "Hee, third brother, I shall take Kuei Malong back to meet the emperor now," Manjusri said hurriedly before departing. He harbored a genuine fear of Tang Sanzang. In truth, the entire Buddhist realm shared this sentiment. Even Maitreya Buddha would greet Tang Sanzang with a smile, so Manjusri felt that his own humility before Tang Sanzang was nothing unusual, especially since even the quasi-saints treated him similarly. As Kuei Malong returned to the heavens, some minor demons scurried out of the cave, kneeling and begging for mercy. Given that they had entertained the little girl so joyfully, Tang Yu chose not to allow Sun Wukong to harm them. Instead, he issued a warning against recklessly harming mortals, threatening that Sun Wukong would return to claim their lives if they disobeyed. The minor demons readily complied. On their way back, Tang Yu inquired of Sun Wukong how Manjusri had suddenly arrived. Sun Wukong recounted the words of Zhu Beiji, which left Tang Yu utterly astonished, yet filled with appreciation. He felt that this simpleton was indeed his disciple, proving to be quite clever. As he glanced at Sun Wukong, Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh, feeling a stark contrast to the brilliance of the simpleton. Chapter 425. Emptiness. As Tang Yu returned, the master and disciples rested at their original spot for a brief moment before setting forth once more. However, Tang Yu was acutely aware that not far ahead, the celestial beings were undoubtedly lurking. The Jade Emperor had even made his suspicions clear to him. The Emperor had already discerned Tang Yu's identity as an anomaly, and it was only a matter of time before the truth became apparent to all. Regarding this identity, Tang Yu knew that it could not remain concealed for long. The sole source of solace was the fact that the Jade Emperor was still unaware of his mastery of spells. The Emperor even harbored doubts about those hidden in Tang Yu's vicinity, given his cautious nature. He was likely to suspect not only the presence of a quasi-saint concealed by Tang Yu, but also the possibility of a saint lurking behind him. Such suspicions, however, were not unfounded. Yet, when it came to the Supreme Old Lord and the Master of Heaven, Tang Yu found himself placing greater trust in the latter. Fortunately, he had acquired the key to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, and as long as he possessed enough fortune, he could ascend to the rank of saint. As for his identity being exposed, he felt a sense of indifference. At this moment, Tang Yu was filled with a sense of gallantry and a nonchalant attitude. The essence of his strength lay in self-empowerment. In the mountains of Lingshan, the rear hillside was strewn with fallen Buddhas, scattered haphazardly. The entirety of the Buddhist temple had been rendered utterly devoid of substance. Indeed, it was as if nothing remained. The incense that once graced the meditation rooms, as well as items such as erguo, cassocks, undergarments, beds, tables, and cups, all had vanished. This was not the doing of Tang Yu, but rather that of the mother of Lishan. Even Tang Yu was taken aback. One could say that after 2 instances of thievery, he felt a twinge of guilt, thinking he may have been a tad excessive. Yet, in comparison to the mother of Lishan, Tang Yu swiftly realized his own benevolence. At the very least, he had not been so ruthless. Wherever the mother of Lishan tread, true desolation followed. As for why the temple itself had not been relocated, it was because both parties had ulterior motives. Absent a plan, Tang Yu surmised that the mother of Lishan would have undoubtedly uprooted the entire temple. The Buddhas returned from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, still engaged in discussions regarding its sudden collapse. However, the ancient Buddha of Light and Maitreya Buddha were deep in contemplation, pondering if the Buddha could extort some treasures from the heavenly court. After all, the Buddhist sect was currently in dire straits. Upon entering the temple, the breath of the Buddhas was collectively held at that moment. Some even rubbed their eyes, seemingly unable to believe the scene before them. The Buddhas stood frozen in place, motionless. The ancient Buddha of Light trembled slightly before steadying himself. True to his nature as a person of great accomplishment, he remained exceptionally composed, leisurely retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. With a wave of his hand, he cast a spell, awakening the Buddhas who lay strewn about the temple, each one emerging from their stupor. As for what transpired, there is a complete lack of understanding. Kneeling on the ground, one continuously offers apologies. Some of the enlightened beings, regaining their senses, hastily investigate the theft at the temple. This incident of burglary is far more dreadful than those that occurred previously. Even the bedding, tables, cups, and small wooden stools were taken away. Several windows had also been removed. Although these items are not particularly valuable, it is evident that the Buddhist community no longer possesses anything of great worth. However, the audacity to steal even these items is a blatant affront to the sanctity of Ling Mountain. Are they treating Ling Mountain as a mere training ground? Not far away, a bonfire blazes. From the burning materials, the words Great Thunder Monastery can be faintly discerned. The plaque has once again been taken down and is openly set ablaze at the Great Thunder Monastery. Inside the temple, an unsettling silence prevails. The enlightened beings bow their heads, remaining silent. Some glance towards the ancient Buddha of the lamp, seemingly awaiting his decision. Yet, what resolution could the ancient Buddha of the lamp possibly offer? Having failed to locate the culprits on 2 prior occasions, could this time be any different? Nevertheless, The ancient Buddha of the lamp naturally directs his suspicions towards the variable in the equation, namely Sha Wujing. Even if Sha Wujing is not directly responsible, he is unlikely to be free from involvement. The ancient Buddha of the lamp harbors an intense desire to see him punished. Maitreya Buddha furrows his brow, recognizing that since the beginning of the journey to the West, the Buddhist community has not known peace. One calamity after another has befallen them. The Buddhist sanctum, which once stood firm, has been repeatedly robbed, to the extent that even the Great Thunder Monastery has been mortgaged. Yet, unexpectedly, even after moving to the back mountain, they have not escaped misfortune. This thief is not merely here to steal, as the Buddhist community has nothing left of value to take. He is here to mock them, brazenly striking at the face of the Buddhist faith. As for the journey to the West, perhaps it is indeed time to heed the Buddha's suggestion to abandon it. I concur with the Buddha's wisdom. Perhaps the journey to the West should be forsaken. Maitreya Buddha lets out a long sigh. Hearing this, the ancient Buddha of the lamp turns to him. Now that Tang Sung and his companions are approaching Ling Mountain, and with the assistance of the celestial court, the journey to the West may still be completed. Since the inception of the journey to the West, the Buddhist community has not enjoyed tranquility. Maitreya Buddha responds with a bitter smile. Moreover, the trials ahead are far too numerous. Even with the celestial court's assistance, success is not guaranteed. Those who achieve great things cannot be easily swayed to abandon their pursuits due to minor setbacks. Until the final moment, one must not recklessly concede defeat. Only then can great accomplishments be realized, the ancient Buddha of the lamp asserts with conviction. Maitreya Buddha opens his mouth, but ultimately sighs, refraining from further comment. He senses that the ancient Buddha of the lamp seems somewhat deluded in his quest for greatness. Investigate the specifics of the theft, the ancient Buddha of the lamp instructs. There is no need for investigation. Everything has been taken. All that remains is this temple itself. Maitreya Buddha replies with irritation. Given the circumstances, what is there left to investigate? Even the sheets, bedding, tables, and cups have vanished. As for anything else, must we even ponder? Lingji Bodhisattva's expression changes, and he hurriedly rushes into the meditation room. Indeed, the cigarettes and erguotu placed in the Zen room have vanished, concealed in the shadows. Tang Yu observed this scene with a quiet smile. Stealing back the cigarettes to then sell them to himself showcased his undeniable entrepreneurial talent. Although the Buddhist sect has fallen into disarray, Tang Yu still managed to uncover some treasures, directly exchanging them for a little over 1,000,000 fortune points. This illustrates the extent of the Buddhist decline. The old mother of Lishan beamed with mirth, covering her mouth with her hand, seemingly afraid to laugh aloud. A radiant light flickered, and the Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth, appeared, his countenance dark and forbidding. After all, having been unable to extort anything in the heavenly court and subjected to scorn from the Jade Emperor, it was no wonder he felt disheartened. "What are you all doing?" he inquired, flicking the ashes from his cigarette. Chapter 426. Opening the treasure vault of heaven and earth, all the Buddhas gathered at the temple entrance, leaving no room for Lai Gu to enter. It soon became apparent that something was amiss. The Buddhas bowed their heads in silence. Could it be that the Buddha was to be informed of yet another theft? After the last heist, the Buddha had collapsed in a fit of blood. Who knew if he could rise again this time? Thus, no one dared to speak first. The ancient Buddha of light murmured a prayer, Amitabha. Those destined for great deeds must endure trials. As he spoke, the Buddhas gradually parted to create a path. With a piercing gaze, the Tathagata clearly perceived everything before him. Standing motionless, the ancient Buddha of light stepped forward, recounting the details of the recent theft at the Great Thunder Sound Temple to the Buddha. Afterward, he offered a comforting remark. Amitabha, those destined for great deeds must indeed endure suffering. The Buddha remained silent for a long while. After a moment, he lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and spoke in an unusually calm voice. Oh, his tone bore an unsettling tranquility, akin to a heart turned to ashes. He stepped inside, surveying his surroundings, and, with a resigned demeanor, sat cross-legged on the ground. Lai Ji's expression was serene, yet the tightness of his brows revealed the tumultuous storm raging within him. The Buddhas exchanged glances. Some wished to offer words of comfort to the Buddha, but were at a loss for what to say. Amitabha, as the ancestor of Buddhism, it is essential for those destined for greatness to remain composed in the face of adversity, the ancient Buddha of light remarked. Concealed in the shadows, the old mother of Lishan pressed her hands firmly over her mouth, stifling her laughter, while her eyes sparkled with joy, crescent-shaped with mirth. This entire scheme was primarily her creation, with Tang Yu serving as her auxiliary. Thus, the Great Thunder Sound Temple lay utterly barren. Tang Yu glanced at her and transmitted a message. Let us withdraw. If we linger any longer, I fear you may burst into laughter, risking exposure. This was particularly crucial as the Jade Emperor had become aware of the unforeseen developments. The immediate task was to unlock the treasure vault of heaven and earth to exchange all the treasures within for fortune points. Once one attains the status of a sage, all matters become negotiable. Very well, let us proceed. The mother of Mount Li remarked, as for your explosive device, refrain from detonating it for the time being. Allow a couple of days to pass until they have come to terms with the reality, and then we shall deliver a decisive blow. Tang Yu gazed at her in astonishment, observing the radiant smile upon her face, as charming as a blossoming flower, captivating in its brilliance. He shook his head with a gentle chuckle and replied softly, "All right." The two figures gradually faded into the distance, journeying towards the small island where they once sought refuge. He could hardly contain his eagerness to unlock the celestial treasury. Wait a moment, the mother of Mount Li interjected. Have you considered the consequences of recklessly opening the celestial treasury? Tang Yu, who had been poised to insert the keys one by one, hesitated and inquired, what consequences? The opening of the celestial treasury will undoubtedly be sensed by the Dragon Clan. At that moment, chaos will ensue across the lands. Once the Dragon Clan becomes aware of the treasury's opening, the Celestial Court and the Buddhist sect will certainly know as well. What will you do then? The mother of Mount Li expressed her concerns. You possess the formation that obscures heavenly secrets, which is indeed masterfully crafted, impenetrable even to sages. However, I am certain that the opening of the celestial treasury cannot be concealed from the Dragon Clan, for it is a matter of bloodline perception. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. This was a detail he had overlooked. The bloodline's instinct would prevail. Even with the formation, it would be futile. The Dragon Clan would undoubtedly sense it. And once they do, the Buddhist sect and the Celestial Court would naturally be informed. What should we do? Tang Yu lamented, feeling as though he stood before a mountain of gold, yet was unable to move it, a particularly vexing sensation. Nonetheless, only those of the Dragon Clan can enter the celestial treasury. Mere members of the Dragon Clan, whom I hardly regard as a threat, Tang Yu asserted with boldness. For time was of the essence, and he needed to attain sagehood swiftly. You have a point, the mother of Mount Li acknowledged. Perhaps I have been overly anxious. After all, I still possess a fragment of my master's essence, so the situation should not be dire. Tang Yu took a deep breath and began to place the keys one by one. In an instant, radiant light filled the sky, blinding in its intensity. A thunderous roar reverberated, as if the very heavens were trembling. Before him appeared a pair of eyes, cold and indifferent, filled with an overwhelming arrogance, as if the realms of existence held no significance to them. With a resounding roar, the voice of the dragon echoed, shaking the heavens. Under this formidable presence, Tang Yu involuntarily took a step back, while the mother of Mount Li watched anxiously from a distance. An immense pressure bore down upon him, as the sea churned and surged skyward. Beneath this terrifying might, Tang Yu's insides quaked, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, all the overwhelming force vanished without a trace. The eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment, and a voice resonated. Who are you, that possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan? As he spoke, a hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. This bloodline seemed to share the same roots as his own. In an instant, the scenery before Tang Yu transformed, and the place where the keys to the heavenly treasure vault were once displayed became blurred. It resembled a chaotic flux, akin to a portal leading to another realm. An irresistible force drew Tang Yu within. He found himself inside the heavenly treasure vault. The four seas trembled, and the dragon kings of the four seas were filled with astonishment. Ultimately, the dragon kings gathered in the East Sea to confer with the East Sea Dragon King. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the East Sea Dragon King furrowed his brow. The heavenly treasure vault has been opened? Who could be responsible for such a feat? What is truly happening? The West Sea Dragon King remarked. How could the heavenly treasure vault be opened by anyone? Could it be the followers of the Buddha or the denizens of the Celestial Court? As representatives of the two major forces in the three realms, they naturally first suspected the Buddhist sect and the Celestial Court. The heavenly treasure vault was originally left behind by the ancestor dragon, but now the Dragon Clan has fallen into decline and bears little influence. Even if they intervened, they would likely gain little. Yet, can they simply watch as the heavenly treasure vault falls into the hands of outsiders? The mood among the 4 sea dragon kings was heavy. Should we intervene regarding the opening of the heavenly treasure vault? The East Sea Dragon King sighed. The treasures left by the ancestor dragon rightfully belong to our dragon clan. But what rights do we possess now to contest with the Buddhist sect or the celestial court? They had also sought the heavenly treasure vault. They are certainly aware. If it were indeed the followers of the Buddha or the celestial court who opened the vault, the dragon clan would not dare to lay a hand on it. Regardless, we must investigate, the Hainan Dragon King stated. After all, it is the treasure vault left by the ancestor dragon in the primordial era. Chapter 427. The 3 Realms in Turmoil. The 4 sea dragon kings simultaneously rushed toward the location of the heavenly treasure vault, having heard that the journey to the west had encountered unforeseen changes. The West Sea Dragon King suddenly remarked, "This is already common knowledge." The North Sea Dragon King added, "The issues arising from these changes have prevented the completion of the calamities in the journey to the west." The West Sea Dragon King continued, "Perhaps this presents an opportunity for our dragon clan." The other 3 Sea Dragon Kings turned their gazes toward the West Sea Dragon King. In the celestial court, the Jade Emperor's expression grew grave. The heavenly treasure vault has been opened. He had once diligently sought the keys to the heavenly treasure vault, yet had always come up empty-handed. Over time, he abandoned the quest and focused on his own endeavors. Who could have opened the heavenly treasure vault? Only a being of the dragon lineage, possessing the key to the heavenly treasure vault, could unlock it and gain entry. The dragon clan of the 4 seas had long harbored ulterior motives. Who truly knew what the ancestor dragon had left behind in the heavenly treasure vault? If some legacy had indeed been bequeathed, and the dragon clan were to seize it, it would likely become unmanageable in the future. Li Jing, summon 50,000 heavenly soldiers to descend with me, the Jade Emperor commanded. He intended to personally venture down to uncover the truth. The heavenly treasure vault has been opened, and he must undertake this journey himself. If he could retrieve some treasures from the heavenly treasure vault, it would greatly enrich the treasury of the celestial court, especially since it had been previously plundered. The current financial situation is rather constrained. Moreover, it is the treasury of heaven and earth. Who could remain unmoved? As commanded, Li Jing accepted the decree and departed, his hands still outstretched as if invisibly cradling something. In the Western paradise, the Buddhas remained engulfed in sorrow. However, the expressions of Sakyamuni, the ancient Buddha of light, and Maitreya changed dramatically. The Buddha, without delay, burst forth from the temple, standing firmly in midair, gazing into the distance. The treasury of heaven and earth. Maitreya spoke gravely. Could it be that a member of the dragon clan has unlocked the treasury? In years past, a key to the Empyrean treasury had been housed within the Buddhist vault. Yet, with the theft of the Empyrean treasury, it vanished without a trace. Now, the Empyrean treasury had been accessed. This individual was likely the thief. However, only those of dragon blood could unlock the treasury. Was it possible that this person had some connection to the dragon clan? The Buddha fell into contemplation. He harbored suspicions about this individual, likely the quasi-saint who had contended with him at Mount Ling. He certainly had ties to the variables at play. Hastily, he calculated with his fingers. Was Sha Wujing still by Tang Sung's side? The disciples were en route, and they might not be of the dragon clan, the Buddha reasoned. Nevertheless, a visit was imperative. The Buddhist order was on the verge of destitution. The opening of the Empyrean treasury was akin to a timely boon for the Buddhists. If they could retrieve some treasures from the treasury of heaven and earth, the Buddhist order could continue to thrive, even surpassing its former glory. Yet, the denizens of the heavenly court would undoubtedly intervene. After a moment's deliberation, the Buddha instructed, "All Buddhas of Mount Ling, accompany me to the site of the treasury of heaven and earth. We shall investigate together." The Buddhas of Ling Mountain quickly assembled, leaving only a few to guard the mountain. The Buddha was resolute about the Empyrean treasury, regardless of the circumstances. He must reclaim the treasures within to fill the void in the Buddhist order. The Buddha, once consumed by melancholy, now felt a surge of joy. In the shadows, the old mother of Lishan observed as the 4 great dragon kings hastened forth, her brows slightly furrowing. The heavenly court and the Buddhist order would undoubtedly send their own people. Upon reaching the Empyrean treasury, the 4 heavenly kings did not enter. For the dragon clan was currently weak, and the Jade Emperor had long harbored intentions to eradicate them. To step inside would easily draw unwanted attention. They gazed at the ancestral treasures before them, yet dared not act recklessly. The 4 sea dragon kings were each filled with bitterness. The sound of war drums echoed across the heavens, and a multitude of heavenly soldiers materialized, like a dense cloud overshadowing the skies. The Jade Emperor stood at the forefront, a smoke-filled finger poised. The 4 sea dragon kings exchanged glances and knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty," spoke the East Sea Dragon King. "The Empyrean treasury has been carelessly opened by someone. We sensed it and have come to investigate." The Jade Emperor scrutinized the 4 sea dragon kings, saying, "This person, capable of penetrating the Empyrean treasury, truly confounds me. I have heard that only those of dragon blood may enter. Your Majesty, it is indeed true that only the bloodline of my dragon clan can penetrate deeply into this matter, yet I, the old dragon, can assure you with my life that this individual is certainly not one of our kind," declared the Dragon King of the East. Before the Jade Emperor could utter a word, the reverberating sound of Buddhist chants filled the air as the Buddha and the monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple arrived. Hidden in the shadows, the old mother of Mount Li sensed that matters were becoming rather complicated. Initially, she believed that the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect would merely send a few individuals. However, she did not expect both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha to appear in person. After a moment's contemplation, the old mother of Mount Li emerged with a soft laugh. "What a lively gathering," she remarked. "Why are you here as well?" inquired the Jade Emperor. "The Heavenly Emperor's treasury has been breached. How could I refrain from witnessing such an event? Are you not here for the same reason?" she teased. Who would have thought that a mere Heavenly Emperor's treasury would draw both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha in person? "A mere Heavenly Emperor's treasury?" The Jade Emperor replied. "This is not simply a matter of a treasury. It is, after all, the treasury of the primordial dragon." He cast a meaningful glance at the Buddha, adding, "Even I find myself somewhat tempted." "I feel the same," the Buddha acknowledged. "The Buddhist sect is utterly impoverished now. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury is of paramount importance to us, and we must retrieve its treasures by any means necessary." The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly, producing a cigarette and offering it to the Buddha. After lighting it and taking a puff, he continued, "The Heavenly Emperor's treasury was not accessed by a member of the Dragon Clan. Does the Buddha harbor any suspicions regarding this individual?" "I have indeed begun to harbor suspicions about this person, and I presume the Jade Emperor does as well," the Buddha replied, turning his gaze toward the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor inclined his head slightly. "What does the Buddha propose regarding this individual?" "This person is likely connected to some unpredictable variables, yet possesses formidable quasi-saintly cultivation, given that he has already infiltrated the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Even a member of the Dragon Clan would find it futile to pursue him," the Buddha explained slowly. "However, this individual is adept at concealing himself, employing techniques so masterful that even I cannot detect his presence." Taking another puff of his cigarette, the Buddha continued, "What are your thoughts, Jade Emperor? Since this individual has already delved deep within, and his concealment techniques are exceptionally sophisticated, it is certain that he has entered the Heavenly Emperor's treasury." The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. "In my opinion, it would be wise to envelop this place entirely with a formation. This would undoubtedly compel him to reveal himself. Moreover, should he become ensnared within the formation, even if he is a quasi-saint, I am confident that he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape." Chapter 428. The Gathering of All Saints. The Buddha readily concurred with the Jade Emperor's proposal. Although this individual possessed quasi-saintly prowess, the Buddha was certain that in direct confrontation, this person would not stand a chance against him. After all, he had already sensed this from their previous clash of powers. Nevertheless, the individual's elusive techniques were remarkably uncanny. It was entirely plausible that if he were to acquire the treasures of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, he could depart without a trace. Initially, the Buddha had harbored some concerns about this issue. However, upon hearing the Jade Emperor's intention to completely seal this location with a formation, he found it perfectly agreeable. The Jade Emperor's words resonated profoundly. "As I too share the same sentiment," nodded the Buddha in agreement. At that moment, the mother of Mount Li found herself increasingly apprehensive, noticing the influx of individuals from both the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court. Particularly, the presence of the ancient Buddha of Light and Maitreya underscored the significance attributed to the celestial treasure vault. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha engaged in a thorough discourse, subsequently uniting their forces to establish an intricate formation. Both were wholly convinced that within such a powerful array, even they would find it arduous to escape. With unwavering confidence, They believed this would suffice to confine the individual within the formation, compelling him to reveal himself. The matter of the celestial treasure vault was scarcely mentioned, for the individual was the primary focus. Once he was apprehended, further exploration of the treasures within the vault could be pursued at leisure. The Buddha even contemplated the possibility of reclaiming the lost relics of the Buddhist sect from him, a notion not entirely implausible. Thus, they awaited the unfolding of events. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lurks behind. The four seas dragon kings exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Fully aware that the celestial treasure vault was beyond their reach, they could not afford to offend the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court. The mother of Mount Li chuckled softly. What a formidable formation. It might indeed be capable of ensnaring a quasi-saint. She gradually stepped into the array, causing the Jade Emperor and the Buddha to feel a jolt of apprehension. What are you intending to do? I have not engaged in battle for quite some time. I wish to see if I can dismantle this formation. The mother of Mount Li replied with a light-hearted laugh. Such folly. The Jade Emperor exclaimed sharply. What on earth do you intend to accomplish? To break the formation and engage in play, she stated succinctly, with her arm raised skyward. A palpable aura of slaughter enveloped the surroundings, causing the myriad deities to instinctively retreat. The sword of slaughtering immortals materialized in her grasp. The expressions of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha shifted dramatically. What do you truly seek to accomplish, Mother of Mount Li? With the sword of slaughtering immortals in hand, you could indeed breach the formation. What if you fail? What if you sustain injuries? The Tongtian Patriarch was famously protective of his disciples, and she was his only remaining direct disciple. Mother of Mount Li, you stand amidst the forces of the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm. Do you truly intend to intervene? Withdraw at once, admonished the ancient Buddha of light. With a disdainful snort, the mother of Mount Li's countenance grew frigid. Her hand with the sword of slaughtering immortals aimed at the ancient Buddha. Do you wish to engage me in battle? Mother of Mount Li, the celestial sect has dwindled in numbers. I urge you to exercise caution, the ancient Buddha continued. Her expression grew even more frigid. And what of it? Even if only my master and I remain in the celestial sect, what does that matter? Do you dare to fight? Her aura surged, the long sword pointing firmly at the ancient Buddha, signaling her intent to battle. The ancient Buddha recited a Buddhist chant. Amitabha, those destined for greatness must not act rashly. I merely offer counsel, hoping you will withdraw and refrain from interfering in the matters of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. I mean no offense. This old fellow has grown timid, the Buddha internally scoffed. Originally, he harbored great expectations that the radiant lamp Buddha could engage in a battle with the mother of Li Mountain. The mother of Li Mountain, possessing unfathomable cultivation, might indeed wield the immortal slaying sword to vanquish the radiant lamp Buddha. However, he did not anticipate that this old fellow would show such cowardice. A beautiful smile, tinged with sarcasm, graced the lips of the mother of Li Mountain. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. If not, then be on your way. The radiant lamp Buddha's expression darkened, yet he recited a Buddhist chant. Amitabha, those who achieve great things must not act impulsively over trivial matters. The mother of Li Mountain continued, if you do not retreat swiftly, this formation is not to be trifled with. Should you be injured recklessly, I would have no explanation to offer to the celestial teacher. Moreover, this is a matter between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Your interception is somewhat inappropriate. The Jade Emperor remarked, those who enter the heavenly treasure vault are sought by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Is it possible that this individual has some connection with your sect? Or perhaps you are acquainted with him? If that is the case, I assure you, I will not harm him. The mother of Li Mountain huffed. I merely wish to play and observe the workings of your formation. A powerful aura spread from the heavens. Before anyone could react, the mother of Li Mountain had already been transported out of the formation. Simultaneously, the avatar of the celestial teacher manifested. Gazing at the figure in the distance, he demanded, Yuan Shitianzun, what are your intentions? This matter belongs to the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. It is better that they resolve it. Besides, this individual is connected to the variables. Surely you are aware of this? Yuan Shitianzun replied softly. The theft of the Yusu Palace is a humiliation for me. As one of the renowned saints of this realm, to have my own abode pilfered is utterly disgraceful. If this were to spread, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. I even suspect that this person may very well be the thief. The celestial teacher looked at him fearlessly, his gaze sharp as a sword. What does this have to do with me? Are you intending to harm my disciple? You may attempt if you wish. I would never resort to bullying the weak. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted. I merely believe it would be better for the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect to handle this matter, potentially using this person to probe into the variables. That is your concern and has nothing to do with me, the celestial teacher retorted, pointing at him. Yuan Shi Tianzun. I ask you directly, do you intend to lay hands on my disciple? Why must Brother Tong Tian be so enraged? A voice interjected. Following that, two figures emerged. The Western two saints. Jane chuckled lightly. Brother Yuan Shi is also concerned for the safety of his disciple. If his disciple were truly harmed within such a formation, it would surely be something Brother Tong Tian would not wish to see. Such a mere formation could harm my disciple? Do you look down upon me? Or do you underestimate my disciple? The celestial teacher said coldly, my disciple is not one to be compared with the likes of your Buddhist sect or your Chan sect. Chapter 429. Saints must not intervene. The celestial teacher exuded confidence, as if the Buddhist and Chan sects were utterly insignificant in his eyes. Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jane, and Zhuan-Ti glared at him in anger. What is the matter? Do you refuse to accept this? Tong Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, exuding an air of defiance, as if ready to engage in a confrontation. It is no wonder that the revered mother of Lishan often resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. It seems this propensity originates from her master, Tong Tian, reflecting the legacy of their sect. The three sages exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging that it would be prudent to avoid provoking this reckless youth. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed Tong Tian sage? The Jade Emperor inquired. There are those devoid of shame who wield power to bully the weak. Should anyone dare to harm my disciple, it is only natural that I would intervene, Tong Tian replied, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. If even a single hair on my disciple were to be harmed, I would ensure the complete eradication of your sect. At his words, the three sages, including Yuan Shi Tianzun, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. No one doubted Tong Tian's resolve. This impetuous youth was indeed capable of such threats. The reckless opening of the heavenly treasure vault could not have been instigated by the Dragon Clan, but rather by this individual, whose chaotic fate rendered him inscrutable, undoubtedly linked to unforeseen variables. Jiejing spoke slowly. If we could truly contain this individual, perhaps we could uncover the nature of these variables. I beseech you, Tong Tian, do not involve yourself in the matters of the Buddhist sect and the celestial court. Are you suggesting that I am meddling in affairs that do not concern me? Tong Tian retorted, his dark attire billowing dramatically, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What if I choose to interfere? I find you all distasteful, and I would gladly assist anyone causing you trouble. What say you to that? Jiejing furrowed his brow. According to the report from Shaolai, at least two sages were involved behind the scenes of these variables. Initially, suspicion fell upon Yuan Shi Tianzun, especially since Tong Tian had been imprisoned at that time. However, after conversing with Yuan Shi, it became apparent that such suspicion was misplaced. Now, with Tong Tian stepping forward so boldly, it was impossible not to associate him with the unfolding uncertainties. The Buddha's gaze flickered, naturally leading to suspicions surrounding Tong Tian. If Tong Tian were indeed the mastermind behind the variables, it would undoubtedly benefit the Buddha's aspirations to act independently. Taishang Laojun, with his meticulous reasoning, was overly cautious, adhering to the philosophy of not acting until certainty was achieved. In contrast, Tong Tian was utterly indifferent, acting on impulse without concern for the consequences. Do you have some connection with this individual, Tong Tian? Jiejing inquired, testing the waters. I reiterate, I find you all intolerable. Anyone who troubles you shall receive my assistance. What can you do about it? Tong Tian proclaimed, tilting his head and pointing at the three sages. Dare to oppose me? Shall we fight? Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others were utterly exasperated by this impetuous youth. What manner of being resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement? As one of the few sages in the realm, how could they act so rashly? Moreover, if they truly possessed the strength to subdue him, they would have long since pressed him to the ground. Yuan Shi's face flushed crimson, blood surging within him, nearly compelling him to engage in combat despite the dire consequences. However, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. We came here without any intention of intervening in matters, and besides, the teacher has stated that sages should refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. Therefore, it would be wise to leave everything to the heavenly court and the Buddhist sects to resolve, would it not? The proposal was put forth by Jane. invoking the authority of Hongjun to suppress Tang Tian. If this impetuous youth were to intervene, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Presently, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court are gathered here, ready to fortify the great formation, which would enable them to capture that individual with ease, without requiring the sage's intervention. What if I, the leader of this sect, wished to intervene? Tang Tian retorted. High above, a voice echoed. Sages must not meddle in the mundane world. It was the voice of Hongjun. He was already aware of the variables involved, knowing that it was Tang Sanzang. Yet the identity of the one who entered the treasure vault of heaven and earth remained elusive and inscrutable. At this moment, even Hongjun found himself perplexed. The variable Tang Sanzang? Could it be that this enigmatic figure was deliberately brought forth? Regardless of who it might be, their inability to be divined instilled a sense of foreboding. The synthesis of the heavenly path governs all sentient beings, with their karmic fortunes laid bare. Suddenly, the emergence of such an untraceable individual raised significant concerns for Hongjun. Naturally, he yearned to uncover the truth of this person's identity. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Jin, and Juanti were filled with joy, while the expression of Tang Tian shifted, and he took a couple of steps back with a snort. Since the teacher has spoken thus, let us withdraw to the sidelines and observe the spectacle. To be candid, I am quite curious about this person's stealthy methods. Yuanshi Tianzuan chuckled lightly, his white robe fluttering gently. Tang Tian refrained from further comment. Lady of Mount Li exchanged a glance with her master, only to hear Tong Tian's voice resonate in her mind. Do not act rashly. I sense that he is not the only one observing this place. Even our elder brother lies concealed in the shadows. As the sages cannot intervene, I am unable to assist him. However, as a variable, he may find a way to extricate himself. If not, then you may extend your aid. A long sword materialized in his hand, and Tang Tian chuckled, offering it to the Lady of Mount Li. Instantly, the three sages inhaled sharply. Currently, with the sages unable to intervene, and the Lady of Mount Li wielding two long swords, it could be said that no one but the sages could rival her. Tang Tian was clearly plotting something. Here, take this 7-colored miraculous tree, a temporary loan for you to deal with unforeseen circumstances, Juani said, as the 7-colored tree appeared in his hand and was subsequently presented to the Buddha. Tang Tian let out a cold laugh, snorting. The sages stood aside, each observing the unfolding events. Within the treasure vault of heaven and earth, as Tang Yu stepped inside, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. A viscous substance oozed forth, adhering to him in a most unpleasant manner. The stench was overwhelming, inducing a wave of nausea. Tang Yu nearly retched. The repugnant aroma permeated the air, and the path ahead was shrouded in profound obscurity. He traversed that narrow pathway, pushing onward. The mucus has vanished, along with the nauseating odors that once permeated the surroundings. Before Tang Yu stood a stone door, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, as if it were steeped in the endless passage of time, cloaked in the weight of history. It awaited someone to enter and push open this grand gateway of ages. This, indeed, was the true treasury of the heavens and earth. Only by crossing this threshold could one genuinely claim to have entered the celestial vault. As for the path Tang Yu had just traversed, doubts began to gnaw at him. He even speculated on the very nature of the treasury itself. Chapter 430, The Celestial Vault, an Empty Expanse. If Tang Yu's suspicions were correct, he was likely within the belly of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon had refined the celestial vault, consuming it whole. In days of yore, during the Dragon Han calamity, the ancestral dragon, brimming with ambition, was on the cusp of dominating the three realms. Ultimately, however, Hongjun and Luo Ho joined forces to vanquish the ancestral dragon. The whereabouts of the celestial vault became a mystery, known only to have been a collection of treasures from the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans accumulated by the ancestral dragon. This formidable being had indeed been ruthless, refining the celestial vault and swallowing it into his very being. It seemed plausible that this small island was a manifestation of the ancestral dragon's body. The so-called key to the celestial vault may not have been anything other than the ancestral dragon's deliberate fragmentation, scattered across various locations. This arrangement, it appeared, was meant to complete a formation that only those of the dragon lineage could penetrate. In Tang Yu's estimation, the ancestral dragon must have sensed something amiss, prompting him to orchestrate these preparations in advance. Only in this manner could it make sense. Standing before the stone door, Tang Yu extended his hand and pushed with all his might. With a creak, a thunderous sound reverberated, as if he had opened a passage through time itself. Before him lay a haze of floating mist. Tang Yu stepped into its depths. At that moment, he had fully entered the celestial vault. In his mind, the treasury of the heavens would be overflowing with treasures, perhaps even brimming to the point of saturation. Yet, as he gazed around, he was taken aback. The vast expanse of the celestial vault lay desolate and empty. How could this be? Tang Yu's complexion drained of color. Why was it like this? Was it possible that the so-called celestial vault was utterly devoid of contents? Impossible. This could not be. Had the treasures within already been relocated? At this moment, turmoil surged within Tang Yu. He stared in disbelief at the barren scene before him. Why was it empty? How could it possibly be empty? All his hopes had been staked on the celestial vault, yearning to utilize its countless treasures to exchange for fortune, propelling himself into the ranks of the sages. He understood that he could not conceal his true identity for much longer. After all, even the Jade Emperor was now aware of who he truly was. Having painstakingly gathered the keys to the celestial vault, only to find it utterly vacant, left Tang Yu, once filled with joy, feeling an overwhelming sense of bitterness and helplessness. Without the celestial vault, how could he ascend to sagehood in the shortest possible time? As the Heavenly Emperor's treasury was unveiled, the three realms would undoubtedly tremble. If his conjecture held true, it was likely that a multitude of Buddhist disciples and celestial beings had already gathered outside, seemingly awaiting his emergence, perceiving him as a fish in a barrel. This was the first time Tang Yu felt a profound sense of defeat. Since his arrival, bolstered by the system, he had believed that one day he would ascend to the status of a sage. Thus, he had treated everything with casual disdain, even the likes of the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, occasionally succumbing to arrogance, although he had diligently concealed the true nature of his identity. Fearing the consequences of exposure, particularly as he pursued a path of power to substantiate his enlightenment, it was impossible for Hong Jun to idly witness his final ascent. Therefore, he had exerted every effort, albeit at times resorting to unscrupulous means, to amass fortune and destiny, all in hopes of rivaling Hong Jun. After enduring countless hardships, he finally gathered the keys to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, only to find it utterly barren and devoid of treasures. Standing in the empty treasury, Tang Yu remained motionless for a prolonged period, resembling a puppet bereft of its soul. Even without the treasury, he believed he would attain sanctity. Taking a deep breath, his resolve solidified. He would transform into the harbinger of death, wielding a blade of slaughter, traversing the darkness, and illuminating the night with the blossoms of carnage. Perhaps it was unwise to harbor excessive expectations. Tang Yu composed himself, accepting the stark reality of the treasury's emptiness. Nonetheless, to claim he felt no disappointment would be disingenuous, for he had invested too many hopes into it. Surveying his surroundings, he was met with desolation, which inexplicably evoked a sense of antiquity, barrenness, and a faint, lingering sorrow. No, this was not right. Tang Yu extended his hand, channeling his mystical energy to strike out before him. Yet, all his power transformed into a torrent of vital energy, infusing the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. The desolate landscape seemed to bloom with vibrant greenery. Tender shoots gradually emerged from the decay, culminating in the blossoming of a blood-red flower, which swiftly withered, as if life itself had been abruptly siphoned away. A formation. This place was indeed ensconced within a mystical array. All the vitality that had been extracted was transmuted into a surge of life force, permeating the treasury. If he was not mistaken, this place must have once thrived with exuberance, only to gradually wither away as the array cycled. What lay within? Could it be that the ancestral dragon still lived? The thought surged in Tang Yu's mind. Regardless of the truth, he was determined to delve deeper and uncover the mysteries within. As he ventured further into the depths of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, Tang Yu was astonished by the desolation before him. Once again, there was nothing to be found. The pervasive atmosphere of barrenness exuded an endless melancholy. However, at the center, there lay a coffin. Inside the frosted casket rested a woman, serene in her eternal slumber. The woman's skin glows like jade, her eyes gently closed. Clad in a crimson garment, she appears even more ethereal and dreamlike, her beauty almost otherworldly. It evokes a sense of unreality, prompting the question, could the so-called treasury of heaven and earth be merely an illusion? Everything seems to revolve around this woman. Tang Yu can discern that she is not yet deceased. A flicker of true spirit lingers within her. The immense vitality circulating within the array of the heavenly treasury ultimately converges into her being. At this moment, Tang Yu's mind is filled with perplexity. If the heavenly emperor's treasury is devoid of treasures, then where exactly have the ancient artifacts of the three clans been concealed by the ancestral dragon? Why is it that only the bloodline of the dragon clan can gain access? Was the treasury not intended for the dragon clan? Tang Yu finds himself engulfed in confusion. The surrounding desolation recedes, giving way to vibrant life. Yet, all that vitality is siphoned away, absorbed into the woman's essence. The cycle of life and death unfolds. Indeed, this is an intricate formation. Life and decay, flourishing and withering, occur in the blink of an eye. Everything transpires for the sake of the woman within the coffin. Who is she? Surely, she must share a profound connection with the ancestral dragon, for the treasury of heaven and earth was left behind by it. It is evident that a grand formation was meticulously arranged within, one that facilitates the cycle of life and death, anticipating the day when this woman may be revived. Aotion, I no longer desire the three realms. Please return. A feeble voice resonates within the treasury, imbued with endless regret, pain, remorse, and a deep yearning. Chapter 431. Ancestral Dragon, you are not dead? Tang Yu instinctively steps back, gazing incredulously at the woman. The voice he just heard seemingly emanated from her lips. Yet, upon closer inspection, she remains ensconced in slumber. Tang Yu has come to fully comprehend the array's function. It is a formation that reverses vitality. Everything surrounding him cycles between desolation and prosperity, while all the life force that flourishes is drawn into the woman. This array has been meticulously crafted for her, with her as its core. Although a sliver of her true spirit persists, continuously absorbing the rejuvenating life force. Should the formation be disrupted, that last vestige of spirit will dissipate, leaving no hope for resurrection. Tang Yu furrows his brow. Who is this woman that compels the ancestral dragon to spare no effort? Using the treasury of heaven and earth to establish a formation in hopes of consolidating her true spirit, yearning for the day of her return? Suddenly, Tang Yu's gaze sharpens, fixating on the area beneath the coffin. Below, a faint mist swirls, obscuring his vision. He probes downward with his spiritual sense. The treasury of heaven and earth. He is momentarily stunned. It is not empty. The treasury of heaven and earth is not devoid of contents. There lies another layer beneath. Endless treasures lie concealed beneath the layer below. However, intricate formations envelop this place, with the woman in the coffin positioned at the heart of the array, suppressing the entrance below. If only he could slightly shift the coffin, he could gain access. Yet, any movement would displace the heart of the formation, causing the life-death reversal array to collapse in an instant. Consequently, the woman would lose all possibility of resurrection. At this moment, Tang Yu found himself in a quandary, utterly at a loss as to what to do. The treasures of the heavenly vault were of paramount importance to him. However, to attain them, he must move the coffin. Moving the coffin would displace the heart of the array, leading to the woman's inevitable demise. The ancestral dragon had gone to great lengths to establish this formation solely to preserve the woman's slender chance of survival. Should he then be the one to obliterate it all? Aotion, I no longer desire the three realms. Come back. This voice reverberated once more. At this moment, Tang Yu began to comprehend. This was the ancestral dragon employing defiant means to preserve these words, embedding them within the formation. They were not uttered by the woman in her current state. Rather, they were words she had left in the boundless expanse of time, marked by the ancestral dragon within the array. Thus, they echoed repeatedly. Tang Yu pondered deeply. It was widely acknowledged that the ancestral dragon was defeated by the joint forces of Hongjun and Luo Ho. Yet, how could there have been time to arrange such a formation? Was it possible that the woman perished first? However, the voices echoing around him clearly indicated that the ancestral dragon had died first, leading the woman to such profound regret and self-reproach. The cataclysm of the Dragon Han era remained an enigma. Even with the three factions in balance, the Dragon clan held the highest respect. There was no necessity to annihilate the other two clans at such a tremendous cost. Gazing at the woman in the coffin, Tang Yu speculated through the cyclical words. The ancestral dragon's fervor and ambition to dominate the three realms, to become the foremost among them, were likely intertwined with this woman. Hence, she expressed such regret and self-blame. Aotion, I no longer desire the three realms. Come back. Only after the ancestral dragon had perished could she voice such remorse and self-reproach. Yet, if the ancestral dragon had indeed died, who then placed this woman here and arranged such a grand formation to preserve her essence? Tang Yu found himself thoroughly bewildered. Initially, he had suspected that the formation was laid by the ancestral dragon, but if all his doubts were correct, with the ancestral dragon dying first, then this array must have been established by another. Tang Yu's gaze penetrated the coffin, fixated on the boundless treasures below, so tantalizingly close. If he merely shifted the coffin, he could attain it all. Yet, due to the formation's nature, any movement would lead to the woman's soul being shattered. Standing still for a long while, Tang Yu remained motionless, utterly uncertain of what to do. He desperately needed these treasures to exchange for luck points. However, he could not bring himself to harm this woman. Even when faced with certain individuals from the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court, Tang Yu typically only annihilated their physical forms, never allowing their souls to truly perish. Otherwise, how many lives would have been lost at his hands, including those of Li Jing and various celestial beings? In his heart, there always remained a sliver of principle, a basic conscience that was neither compassion nor cruelty. It was merely a fundamental aspect of his humanity. Gazing at the treasures, Tang Yu averted his eyes, offering a wry smile as he murmured to himself, "Forget it, I shall not take them." With one last glance at the woman, he turned and walked away with resolute determination. Should circumstances become dire, he would wield the blade of death, mercilessly spilling the lifeblood of others to acquire luck points. Yet, this was a last resort. Clap, clap. A gentle applause resonated, accompanied by a warm voice that echoed in Tang Yu's ears. Very well. Instinctively, he turned to see a black chair not far away, upon which sat a young man clad in black. The youth's demeanor was warm, with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes radiated an overwhelming arrogance. Tang Yu stared at him in disbelief. You, ancestor dragon. You are not dead? I am dead, the young man shrugged nonchalantly. Long gone. Then you, Tang Yu began, perplexed. A remnant spirit, dependent on the heavenly treasury and this formation. The youth's voice was eerily calm, as if life and death were mere trifles. Once you unlock the heavenly treasury, I shall dissipate into nothingness. Rising, the young man approached the coffin, gazing mournfully at the woman within, his sorrow palpable. Tang Yu was taken aback. He had encountered the ancestor dragon, a formidable being who had once clashed with Hongjun and Luo Hu. Had he recklessly disturbed the coffin in pursuit of the heavenly treasures, his demise would have been inevitable. Because there exists this formation, the youth stated with tranquility. He then turned to Tang Yu, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Do you know why? Lowering his gaze back to the woman, he spoke with bittersweet regret. Because she is my most treasured possession. Chapter 432. The remnant spirit of the ancestor dragon. The implication from the ancestor dragon was clear. Should he hastily move the coffin, his death would be certain. A wave of fear washed over Tang Yu, followed by a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had acted with kindness. Indeed, good character often attracts divine favor. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he marvel at his own virtue or condemn the ancestor dragon's cunning? Who could have anticipated the existence of such a formation? He contemplated the man who had once been on the brink of conquering the three realms. Tang Yu was beset with myriad questions. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate them. I have long since perished. There is no need for your concern. Merely a wisp of residual spirit. The young man remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Dragon brother, may I inquire about what exactly is happening? Tang Yu stammered. Dragon brother? A flicker of astonishment crossed the youth's eyes, soon followed by a hearty laugh that reverberated through the celestial treasury, echoing endlessly. After a prolonged bout of laughter, he settled into a black chair. Had it not been for my sacrifice of life to preserve a fragment of her true spirit, would those two worthless beings, Hongjun and Luo Hu, have been able to slay me? The young man's words were imbued with a commanding presence, laced with disdain for Hongjun and Luo Hu. Tang Yu grinned, rendered speechless. Dragon brother, you are truly formidable, a synthesis of the heavenly Tao and the progenitor of the demon realm. Yet look at you. You regard those two with utter indifference. However, Tang Yu was also aware that at that time, Hongjun had not yet attained sanctity or the synthesis of the heavenly Tao. If he were not mistaken, Hongjun was likely at the threshold of sanctity, though the specifics of his level at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood remained unclear. Nevertheless, Tang Yu speculated that the ancient dragon, revered as the progenitor of dragons, was undoubtedly at the peak of quasi-sainthood, renowned for the formidable strength of their physical form, combined with an inscrutable depth of cultivation, rendering even Hong Jun unable to contend. If, at present, Hong Jun were to confront him, it would surely be a trivial matter. In those bygone days, a tripartite dominance reigned over the primordial chaos. A glint of reminiscence flickered in the young man's eyes. However, this ascendant scenario did not endure for long. With the emergence of the Tai Su Phoenix clan and the ancient Qi Lin progenitor, the young man's voice unveiled a concealed truth. It was as if the door to a bygone era, shrouded in dust, gradually opened, revealing the most authentic visage of the past. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qi Lin, three factions that once dominated the primordial chaos, invincible in their might. Particularly the ancient dragon, spirited and undefeated across the realms. Though the Phoenix and Qi Lin progenitors were somewhat inferior, they were not far behind. At that time, Hong Jun's cultivation was merely that of a quasi-saint. Yet, he was brimming with ambition, having long since discerned the path he wished to tread, the desire to become the singular sovereign of the universe and to exert dominion over all. However, during that epoch, the Dragon Clan was at its zenith, especially the ancient dragon, whose might was unparalleled. All of this naturally loomed over Hong Jun like a colossal mountain. Moreover, the tripartite balance of power among the clans dictated that if such a situation persisted, the entirety of the primordial chaos would eventually bow to the Dragon Clan. In my opinion, the Qi Lin clan is nothing but a band of fools. The young man erupted in disdain. They were easily duped by that old schemer, Hong Jun, who, with a few words, led them astray. The elder of the Qi Lin clan believed that Hong Jun and the demon tribe would intervene to assist them. He fancied himself capable of usurping dominion over the three realms, more audacious than I, only to be hoodwinked. And now he dares to meddle with my Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan? How can I permit such insolence? My forbearance has its limits. At last, it seemed that he had brought about his own demise without any external intervention. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly as he observed that this dragon brother possessed a certain charm. It was a pity indeed. Had he not already met his end, Tang Yu would have readily joined him for a drink, a feast, and a brotherly bond. So, how did you aspire to conquer the three realms? Tang Yu inquired. Upon hearing this, the young man paused momentarily, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he bashfully replied, I heeded Hong Jun's advice. Tang Yu inhaled sharply. Just moments ago, you claimed that the Qi Lin clan was foolish for being misled, yet here you are, doing the very same thing. However, this was not the principal reason. The youth rose and approached the coffin, his gaze softening as if it could overflow with emotion. Primarily, she expressed a desire to witness the beauty of the three realms. Is it merely for her words that you seek to conquer the three realms? Tang Yu was taken aback. It was astonishing that a single utterance from this woman spurred the ancestral dragon to fervently vow to achieve dominion over the realms. Simply to show her the splendor of it all. This left Tang Yu somewhat speechless. The young man, hands clasped behind his back, took a few steps back and raised an eyebrow, even speaking with a note of pride. Of course, my beloved deserves to have every wish fulfilled. Whatever she desires, I shall provide, even if it means seizing it by force. As he spoke, a soft, almost ethereal smile graced his lips. My friend, you are being impulsive. Tang Yu finally remarked after a long silence. What is impulsive about this? Every action taken for the one you love is worthwhile. The young man smiled serenely, his expression warm and composed. Beauty can be a curse. Beyond this phrase, Tang Yu could conjure no other words. For the depth of love had driven one to pursue the three realms. Ultimately, the Dragon Clan found itself weakened and dispirited, even at the cost of his own life. Yet, there was not a trace of regret upon his countenance. Rather, a flicker of pride remained. Truth be told, I too harbor regrets. However, whether I chose this path or another, the outcome would have been the same. Hong Jun would not have tolerated me, nor the Dragon Clan. Even had I refrained from seeking to conquer the three realms, Hong Jun would have found another means to deal with the Dragon Clan. The young man offered a resigned smile, then shrugged, appearing indifferent. Gazing at the woman, he sighed, this foolish girl believes that her words have brought about my downfall. Still burdened by guilt even in death. Little does she know, the outcome was unavoidable. Thus, it became clear why the echoes within the treasure vault were laden with remorse. And then, Tang Yu asked with curiosity, casting a glance at the woman. How did she meet her end? It was my ambition to conquer the three realms that incited the discontent of the Phoenix clan, who harbored their own ambitions. Of course, Hong Jun played a significant role in this. At that time, the Phoenix ancestor was only marginally weaker than I. The voice of the youth was calm to the utmost degree. However, a fierce battle erupted between the two clans. I engaged in an earth-shattering confrontation with Fengzhu. And just as the Dragon clan seemed to gain the upper hand, Hong Jun and Luo Ho appeared, leading their forces into the fray, effectively subduing the once dominant dragons. Fengzhu, Hong Jun, and Luo Ho, these audacious foes attacked me simultaneously. Had they approached me one at a time, I could have torn them apart, but facing all three at once proved overwhelming. Realizing the futility of the situation, I decided to retreat. Chapter 433, The Treasure Vault Acquired. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly, feeling that this elder brother was indeed carefree. When faced with defeat, one must flee, and he spoke with an air of righteousness about it. To persist in a losing battle would be the mark of a fool. The youth scoffed, revealing that Hong Jun and his shameless allies had, unbeknownst to me, laid a trap in advance, ensnaring me within their formation. With no escape possible, I resolved to fight with all my might, even at the cost of severe injury, striving to tear Fengzhu apart. Yet, at that moment, I was utterly exhausted, prepared to accept my fate. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in the youth's eyes as he gazed at the woman. Unexpectedly, in a critical moment, she made a resolute decision, charging into the formation and shattering it. This was a secret technique of our dragon clan, sacrificing all her essence and soul to temporarily attain tenfold power at her peak. However, this could not last long, and it would lead to her demise. Pain surfaced in the youth's eyes as he sighed deeply. Later, I carried her out of the formation. She believed her words were the root cause of all this calamity, leading to the near extinction of the dragon clan. Little did she know, everything was predestined. Before long, Hong Jun and Luo Ho arrived. The youth walked with hands clasped behind his back, his footsteps echoing, his voice remaining unervingly calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Even in my severely injured state, I could have fled if I had wished. Shaking his head, he turned once more to the woman, yet I was reluctant to leave. While she still clung to life, I ultimately set up this great formation at the cost of my own life, hoping that one day she might be resurrected. He chuckled bitterly, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was no wonder that the echoes within the celestial treasure vault resonated with such pain and regret, for the ancestral dragon had perished before her. Not long after, due to the use of her secret technique, she too met her untimely end, leaving behind her final words within this formation. Bound to the great array, she existed in an eternal state. The echoes of past guilt resounded incessantly, reverberating through the air. Regarding the calamity of the Dragon Han era, Tang Yu had always harbored doubts about Hong Jun's involvement. Those suspicions proved to be well-founded. In the Dragon Han calamity, 3 clans were annihilated. Even the Demon clan was sealed, and Luo Ho was imprisoned. The true beneficiary was none other than Hong Jun. It can be said that Hong Jun was the catalyst for the catastrophic calamity known as the Dragon Han disaster, seizing the opportunity to seal the demon race and imprison Luo Ho. My friend, Tang Yu comforted, you have acted impulsively. Initially, my ambition to ascend to the 3 realms was indeed spurred by her words. However, I gradually discerned Hong Jun's nefarious scheme, yet by that time, there was no turning back. The young man sighed, his lips curling into a subtle, enigmatic smile, radiating a warmth that was both elusive and inviting. His words, uttered with serene composure, conveyed a sense of tranquility, as if recounting a trivial matter. As Tang Yu gazed at the young man, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. This man had once been on the brink of conquering the 3 realms, and given his strength at the time, he was undoubtedly the foremost figure among the 3. Yet, he remained tightly ensnared by Hong Jun's machinations, primarily due to the influence of a certain woman. The adage of beauty brings disaster proved true. A woman can elevate a man to greatness or lead to his downfall. The perils of love are indeed profound. After a moment, the young man shook his head and said, that is the gist of it. There is no need to dwell further. I will show you how to enter the next level without damaging this formation. Go forth. The treasures of the heavenly treasure vault are now yours. The voice of the young dragon paused for a moment before he chuckled nonchalantly. Descendants will have their own fortunes. Under the young man's guidance, Tang Yu made a slight adjustment to the formation, specifically shifting the heart of the array, which resembled a coffin, just a fraction. Then, he leaped downward. Upon witnessing the treasures overflowing within the heavenly treasure vault, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. The rapid fluctuations of fortune were overwhelming. He had been filled with despair, expecting emptiness, only to find hope rekindled in the depths of desolation. In that moment, Tang Yu could not help but commend his own character, realizing that good fortune indeed favors the virtuous. Countless treasures filled the vault, far surpassing the vastness of the Buddhist treasury he had previously encountered. After all, the shameless Westerners had once claimed numerous treasures with a mere phrase. We are fated to be connected. However, in comparison to the heavenly treasure vault, the two were worlds apart. He had struck it rich. His luck had undoubtedly soared. Tang Yu's body trembled with excitement as he selected several exquisite artifacts to store away. After a moment's contemplation, he casually gathered additional items, recalling that the young man had hinted at leaving some leeway for the dragon clan. Although he was uncertain about the current state of the dragon race, he presumed it was far from optimistic. By taking these treasures, he intended to discreetly offer them to the dragon clan in the future, thus indirectly aiding the ancestral dragon. Within the vault, there were also various cultivation methods, including those of the Phoenix clan and the Qilin lineage. However, they held little significance for Tang Yu. It was only the dragon clan's physical cultivation techniques that he found immensely beneficial, as his path was rooted in demonstrating power through strength, with his physical prowess far exceeding that of others. Having swiftly grasped the intricacies of this spell, Tang Yu sensed a remarkable enhancement in his physical form, rendering it far more formidable than it had been upon his initial arrival. The contrast was indeed stark. As for the remaining treasures within the celestial treasury, they were all collected by Tang Yu, who subsequently exchanged them for fortune points. Upon completing this exchange, he felt an overwhelming urge to tilt his head back and laugh heartily. He was finally approaching a significant milestone. 670 million. This was a staggering sum that, after years of diligent effort, had only recently reached nearly 200 million. Yet, the treasures contained solely within the Heavenly Emperor's treasury amounted to over 400 million in fortune points. Even the treasures from the Yu Palace of the Primordial Supreme being yielded merely tens of millions upon exchange, a figure that paled in comparison to the celestial treasury. This clearly illustrated the vastness of the celestial treasury and the abundance of its treasures. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the fortune points were still far too few, utterly insufficient for his needs. The strength of Sun Wukong did not require enhancement. Once the day arrived for the merging of their dual souls, he would regain his peak prowess. However, the strength of the second fool needed significant improvement, while the value in elevating the third fool seemed rather negligible in Tang Yu's eyes. Furthermore, he recalled the promise made to Guanyin Bodhisattva, allowing her to advance to the threshold of sanctity. Contemplating this, his earlier joy dissipated entirely. Chapter 434. A heart filled with regrets after this series of maneuvers. He estimated the expenditure would reach over 100 million. Following this, the exchange for the sacred spirit elixir would cost 500 million, leaving him with naught but a mere fraction. Yet, he felt compelled to retain some reserves for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he found himself in a state of poverty, a stark, capitalized poverty. Tang Yu fell into deep contemplation within the treasury, pondering ways to procure additional fortune points. Meanwhile, outside the celestial treasury, the denizens of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court grew increasingly anxious, vigilantly monitoring the treasury. Despite the collaborative efforts of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court to seal this realm, the individual within exhibited an extraordinarily elusive method of concealment. The Jade Emperor and Brother Lai had already consumed several cigarettes while anxiously awaiting developments. The Lady of Li Mountain shared their concern, with her quasi-saintly cultivation. She too would find it impossible to breach the formations without caution. However, should she possess the celestial sword of extermination, the situation would differ greatly. Yet, Tang Sanzang was merely a Great Luo Golden Immortal, and he had yet to face the tribulation of quasi-sainthood. Did he truly possess the capability to dismantle the formation? Brother Tongtian, what is your perspective on this individual? Zhuan Ti inquired with a smile. If I am not mistaken, this person is intricately linked to the variables at play. What do you mean by that? Tongtian frowned slightly, pointing at him. My mood is not particularly pleasant. It would be wise for you to remain silent. The master has stated that saints must not interfere in mortal affairs. Do you dare to defy the master's words, Brother Dao? Zhuan Ti chuckled, exuding a sense of triumph. Tang Tian's countenance grew increasingly frosty, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuan Ti. The surrounding space-time quivered and warped, as though they were existing in disparate timelines, their figures flickering. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Trouble loomed. Jane's expression shifted dramatically. Tang Tian had actually exerted tremendous force to transport Zhuan Ti into the chaos. Zhuan Ti was undeniably no match for Tang Tian. In an instant, Jie plunged into the chaos to lend his support. No one anticipated that Tang Tian would act so decisively, using his formidable powers to transport Zhuan Ti deep into the chaos. Although due to Hong Jun's decree, the saints were forbidden from intervening in mortal affairs, it was likely that Hong Jun would remain silent while they clashed in the chaos. The mother of Li Mountain chuckled softly, unperturbed by the prospect of confronting two saints. She had complete confidence in her master. Were she to ascend to sainthood, even Zhuan Ti would be easily dealt with. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao's constraints prevented her from reaching that state, despite possessing the primordial purple energy. Though that energy did not elevate her to the realm of saints, it nonetheless provided her with significant benefits, greatly enhancing her cultivation. Rather than simply being at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, one could assert that she had already placed 1 foot within the ranks of saints. Yet, even with 1 foot in, the distance between her and true saints remained vast. Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately refraining from taking action. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the chaos, seemingly falling through a distortion of time and space. It was Zhuan Ti. At that moment, Zhuan Ti appeared particularly disheveled, with blood at the corners of his mouth, hair in disarray, and even his Taoist robe tattered. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Though they were aware of Tang Tian's might, they were nonetheless taken aback by his overwhelming strength. In but a fleeting moment, he had managed to injure Zhuan Ti. It was important to note that Jie had gone to assist him, yet even against 2 saints, Tang Tian had succeeded in wounding one, sending him crashing out of the chaos. Observers could clearly see that Zhuan Ti had been forcibly expelled by Tang Tian's immense powers as he staggered unsteadily. Boom! An unmatched sword intent twisted the fabric of time and space, as if transcending past and future. Everyone felt the terrifying presence of this sword strike. Some even felt a chill run down their spines. This was the fierce battle unfolding within the depths of chaos, and the sword intent that emanated from it was palpable. Should one face it directly, even the slightest brush with its might could lead to utter annihilation. Bang! Another figure tumbled forth, staggering a couple of steps. Jie's face turned ashen, his breath erratic, appearing even more disheveled than Zhuan Ti. A light, mocking laughter resonated as Tang Tian emerged, clad in flowing black robes. A smile gracing his face. With each gesture, he exuded a nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Jie and Zhuan Ti glared at each other with fury. This bout of sparring had indeed revealed the profound depth of their cultivation, earning Tang Tian's admiration. However, upon hearing his words, Jie and Zhuan Ti's expressions soured further. This was not mere flattery, but a blatant slap to their faces. Humph! The two of them silently scoffed, channeling their powers to erase their earlier disheveled appearances, restoring themselves to their former states. Did you witness this, my disciple? Only with formidable strength can one remain unafraid of anyone. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Addressing the mother of Lishan, if you find those below displeasing, do as you wish and eliminate them. What consequence would it bear? I wonder who would dare to utter another word. With that, he cast a seemingly casual glance at the ancient Buddha of light. Instantly, the ancient Buddha took a step back, exclaiming, Amitabha. The old monk merely offered a word of counsel. A true achiever should not resort to violence over trivial matters. It is my belief that the Tang Tian master is indeed a person of great ambition, possessing the capacity to embrace others. Amitabha. However, the expressions of Jane and Zhuan Ti grew rather grim. Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance was also far from pleasant. Regardless of the circumstances, the ancient Buddha had previously been an ally of their teaching. Yet, under the mere gaze of this brash Tang Tian, he had faltered. Tong Tian's laughter echoed through the heavens, declaring, I have always said that your Buddhist sects, along with you of the Chan teachings, are utterly incomparable to my disciples. His hearty laughter resonated throughout the universe. Some individuals, naturally, harbored dissatisfaction in their hearts, yet they dared not voice their grievances. After all, the recent debacle of Xuanti and Jane was witnessed by all. Within the heavenly treasure vault, everything had been thoroughly emptied. Only a single formation, a coffin, and a wisp of a lingering spirit remained. I have a pressing need for these treasures, though I shall allocate a portion to the dragon clan, Tang Yu remarked. The young man said nothing, yet a flicker of gratitude shone in his eyes. I must take my leave, he announced, turning to sit in a black chair, his demeanor exuding an unparalleled nonchalance. Tang Yu opened his mouth, feeling an unexpected sense of reluctance towards this youth, despite their brief acquaintance. He was carefree, proud, and unconcerned with trifles. In Tang Yu's eyes, he bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The young man shrugged indifferently, stating, "Life and death, the cycle of nature. Spring leads to growth, autumn brings decay. How similar is a lifetime to the flora? Yet, having witnessed the withering and blooming of countless grasses, I reflect that a life is but this." Gazing at the woman within the coffin, the young man sighed deeply. Alas, what a pity. My heart is filled with regret. Chapter 435. Would Hongjun dare to fight? Tang Yu regarded him in stunned silence. If it were possible, he would not hesitate to save him. However, it was utterly impossible, for his soul had already scattered, and he had long since perished. What remained here was merely a wisp of residual spirit. Unlike the woman, whose true spirit he had preserved through the formation, with even her soul sealed within her body, absorbing the life force of the array, destined to resurrect one day. The young man's situation was different. He was merely a remnant spirit. Even if he were a fragment of a soul, Tang Yu, through the system, could find a way to revive him and consolidate his true spirit. Yet now, there was truly no recourse. His prior communication with the system had established that a soul in such a scattered state could not be resurrected. The young man's expression remained serenely calm, gazing at Tang Yu with a smile gracing his lips, composed, serene, and gentle. Between life and death, it seemed, there was nothing more to it. Do you have any regrets? Tang Yu inquired in a hushed tone. Although their acquaintance was brief, the young man's carefree demeanor profoundly touched him. Indeed, the youth replied, gazing at the woman. She is one of them. Furthermore, I yearn to engage in battle with Hongjun. As he spoke, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Shimmering with fervor, born amidst the chaos of a tumultuous world, I wish to meet my end in brilliance. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu communicated with the system. After a considerable time, he declared, very well. The young man looked at Tang Yu with some astonishment, only to hear him continue. I can set up an array, briefly to gather souls. However, the duration is limited, yet sufficient for you to fulfill your regret. But you no longer possess a body, and I presume you can sense that I carry the bloodline of your dragon kin. This drop of blood is your essence. I tread the path of power you once demonstrated, and I believe my body can enable you to unleash your full potential. Tang Yu spoke earnestly at that moment. Our powers shall merge, allowing you to engage in a glorious battle. The motive behind this was twofold, to help alleviate his regret, and, if Tang Yu's intuition was correct, to take advantage of the gathering of Buddhist and celestial beings outside the heavenly treasury. Thus, he sought to briefly coalesce the lingering spirit of the ancestral dragon to stand once more. Tang Yu possessed the means to completely alter his aura, facilitating an opportunity for escape. Yet, to confront Hongjun, the ancestral dragon was no longer a match. However, this regret lingered in his heart, and since a way to fulfill it existed, Tang Yu was determined to assist him wholeheartedly, effectively aiding himself in the process. A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes, and he nodded subtly, though he said nothing. Yet gratitude shone through his gaze. Outside the heavenly treasury, a multitude of deities and Buddhas watched intently, brimming with confidence in the formation, believing it would easily ensnare the individual. The Jade Emperor remained composed and unruffled, while the Buddha's countenance radiated calmness and compassion, though both held incense sticks in their hands. The individual had yet to emerge, nor had he been completely subdued. Nevertheless, they could not help but ponder the implications. Once he was trapped within the grand formation and subdued, the question arose, how could they claim all the treasures within the heavenly treasury? Thus, the Jade Emperor and Buddha exchanged glances, then averted their eyes, both discerning the thoughts in each other's minds. The heavenly treasury was of paramount importance to the Buddhist order, and they were resolute in acquiring it at any cost. The Buddhist order had been left destitute. The heavenly treasury was akin to a lifeline. Once it was secured, the Buddhist order could continue its endeavors. And even the Great Thunder Sound Temple could be effortlessly redeemed. Although the Great Thunder Sound Temple was no more, the spiritual mountain remained. The multitude of Buddhas would no longer be confined to a minuscule space. Moreover, securing the heavenly treasury would render the reconstruction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple a trivial task. The Jade Emperor, too, was lost in contemplation. He was determined to possess the heavenly treasury at all costs. It may seem that the heavenly court far surpasses the Buddhist sect. However, after a series of thefts and events, the heavenly court has found itself in a precarious position, its wealth considerably diminished. Moreover, it cannot allow the Buddhist sect to easily acquire the treasures of the world, as that would be an injustice. Although that individual has yet to reveal himself, both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha have commenced their deliberations on how to seize this fortune. Unbeknownst to them, most of it has already been exchanged for fortune points by Tang Yu. At this moment, many are watching closely, eager to uncover the identity of this person. Even Hong Jun is secretly keeping an eye on the situation, undoubtedly aware that this individual is deeply intertwined with the impending changes. Within the treasure vault, as the formation reached completion, the young man stepped into the center. Gradually, his form began to fade, ultimately merging his soul with that of Tang Yu. Simultaneously, Tang Yu's aura underwent a profound transformation as he fully became the ancestral dragon. What puzzled Tang Yu was that the ancestral dragon did not seal away its memories. Thus, whenever Tang Yu wished, he could effortlessly access all of its recollections, including memories of past battles. Will she remain here? Tang Yu inquired. Once the treasure vault was opened, this place would become entirely isolated, accessible only from within. Soon, the voice of the ancestral dragon resonated in his mind. Truly, as the ancestral dragon, it possessed extraordinary abilities. With the complete isolation of this space, the woman could peacefully absorb the life force of the formation, eventually reviving and opening the vault from within. As the union of the ancestral dragon took place, their powers merged into one, shared between them. Tang Yu sensed an unprecedented strength coursing through him. As if with a mere gesture he could obliterate the heavens and the earth. He cast a tender glance at the woman, filled with warmth and affection, before stepping outward. Never looking back. Boom. Outside the treasure vault, the formation twisted and distorted. Instantly, the members of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court tensed with anticipation. This individual was about to emerge, the formation sensing his presence. Meanwhile, Hong Jun, observing from afar, narrowed his gaze slightly. A resounding roar echoed throughout the cosmos. A dark figure materialized before the treasure vault. As he emerged, the key to the heavenly emperor's vault transformed into an immense surge of life force. Merging into the grand formation of life and death within the treasure vault, the young man maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes burned with fervent martial spirit. A slight smirk fading from his lips, replaced by an imposing demeanor. He gazed serenely at the multitude of deities and Buddhas above, lifting his chin with unwavering pride. Arrogant sky. Hong Jun's voice thundered through the heavens, resonating in the ears of the world. The young man took a step forward and let out a powerful roar. His black robe billowed without wind, and his long hair danced wildly. He fixed his gaze upon the heights of the heavens, addressing Hong Jun. Do you dare to battle? He is Tang Yu. He is the ancestral dragon. He embodies the indomitable spirit forged by their collective will, ready to confront the dominator of the cosmos, Hong Jun. Chapter 436. The Battle of Hong Jun. The celestial beings gazed in disbelief at the young man, Zulong Aoyan. Could it be that he had not perished? Yet, some of the sages discerned the truth. What they witnessed was merely a fleeting manifestation of his lingering spirit. It could not endure for long. Soon, he would entirely dissipate into nothingness. However, a sense of confusion lingered in the hearts of others. How could one who had long since departed suddenly materialize as a remnant spirit? Moreover, he appeared in the corporeal form of his true self. Some began to calculate, but their efforts yielded naught. Meanwhile, Tang Tian fixed his gaze upon Zulong, his eyes narrowing slightly. The old matriarch of Lishan scrutinized him as well. The dragon kings of the four seas stood as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down their faces. We pay our respects to the dragon ancestor, they cried. Kneeling on the ground, their voices choked with emotion. This was Zulong, the one who nearly ascended to supremacy among the three realms. Once, the dragon clan was extraordinarily powerful. Yet now, they were relegated to a struggle for survival in the crevices of existence, constantly fearing the ire of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. A hearty laugh escaped the young man. Simultaneously, a consciousness penetrated the deepest recesses of the Four Seas Dragon King's minds. It was the ancient cultivation technique of the Dragon Clan, imparted to the next generation. Dare you to battle, Hongjun? The young man fixed his gaze upon the heavens and let out a resounding howl. The Jade Emperor and Buddha exchanged glances. The formation was originally devised to ensnare the one lurking in the shadows, yet unexpectedly, Zulong had manifested. What of the individual who had entered the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Could it be that he had stealthily escaped unnoticed? The thought of that person's elusive abilities suggested such a possibility. Yet, this formation had ensnared the entire island. Any disturbance would surely be detected. Could it be that this person still resided within the treasury? Or was there another exit concealed within its depths? Outyin, how long can your remnant soul remain manifest? The figure of an elder appeared in the celestial realm, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the young man. His eyes sparkled like stars, yet beneath the surface lay a frigid indifference. It was a tranquility so profound that it seemed nothing within the three realms could stir him. Hongjun, Tang Yu's heart trembled. This was his first encounter with the sovereign of the cosmos. Though he stood silently above, the overwhelming aura surrounding him left Tang Yu feeling utterly powerless. We pay our respects, teacher, several sages intoned in unison. Hongjun did not acknowledge them, his unwavering gaze still fixed upon the young man. Outyin, you are no longer my match. Why engage in this futile struggle? Your remnant soul cannot last much longer. Why fight when I have not taken action in years? A hearty laugh erupted from the young man. In times past, you were never my equal. A flicker of sorrowful helplessness glimmered in his eyes. A formidable aura emanated from Hongjun, and he instinctively sensed that even at his prime, he would not stand a chance against him. Humph. Merely a wisp of a lingering soul, is it? Zhuan Ti scoffed. Do you truly think you are worthy to engage in battle with my master? I could vanquish you with ease. The young man, however, continued to laugh heartily, though Tang Yu perceived the profound bitterness and sorrow that resided within him. In years past, he had been but a step away from ascending to the pinnacle of the three realms, earning the title of the foremost among them. Who dared to act so brazenly before him? Even Hongjun would likely not dare to do so, having perished and lost his path. This remnant soul returned seeking to resolve his deep-seated regrets through combat. Yet, everything had changed. The once great figure now appeared so inconsequential. He is worthy. Hongjun cast a glance at Zhuan Ti before turning his gaze back to the young man, stating, he is the ancestral dragon, and thus, he is indeed worthy of battling me. Shall we engage? The youth's eyes erupted with brilliant light, an unquenchable fervor for battle blazing within him. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Hongjun remarked calmly, your lingering soul manifests. You are merely a specter inhabiting another's body. Am I correct? Even if we were to clash, it would not be a battle between us, but rather a confrontation involving him. He shall bear the brunt of the consequences. The ancestral dragon's lips twitched slightly. Hongjun spoke the truth. Let us do this, Tang Yu declared. This is not my true form. There is no need for your concern. Even if I perish, it matters not. Yet, despite his words, the transformation of Qi into the three pure ones meant that even the demise of a secondary body would inflict some damage upon the primary. If memory serves, this individual is the one who entered the celestial treasury. What a pity. His elusive movements are so intricate that even I find them difficult to decipher. If you truly desire to engage in combat, I shall oblige. However, this person is of great significance to the celestial court and the Buddhist sect. You must have sensed the formations laid out for him. To be frank, I am quite curious about this individual as well. Hongjun spoke calmly. If you wish to battle, I shall relocate this formation to the depths of chaos. Moreover, to rectify your regrets, I shall offer you a fair opportunity to fight. I will suppress my cultivation to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm for our duel. What do you say? Such shamelessness. Tang Yu inwardly cursed. Even if suppressed to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, the disparity in our physical forms would mean that he would likely emerge unscathed. The young man sensed Tang Yu's thoughts and fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter once more. Let me see just how strong you truly are now. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun plunged the entire formation deep into chaos, reinforcing it with his power to withstand a battle of their caliber. Subsequently, he suppressed his own cultivation to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Some individuals from the celestial court and the Buddhist sect appeared in the chaos, observing this impending clash. How many years had it been since Hong Jun last took action? Let the battle commence. The youthful warrior's spirit surged with fervor, a piercing light emanating from his eyes. In this moment, he was bound to the corporeal form of Tang Yu, their powers intertwining. To Tang Yu, he appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, with the emergence of Hong Jun, he felt diminutive in comparison. The ancestral dragon's fervent desire to confront Hong Jun was not merely to assert the former glory of the ancestral dragon, but more so to depart amidst a monumental clash. Born amidst the chaos of the cosmos, destined to perish in resplendence. With a mighty roar, the youth thrust his fist forward, unleashing boundless waves of magical energy that coalesced into an unmatched force, sweeping forth. In the chaos, a thunderous sound erupted, as though that punch transcended the endless void, shaking the very foundations of the world and astoundingly captivating all observers. Hong Jun remained composed, slowly extending his palm, seemingly weightless. Yet beneath that palm, the earth-shattering punch vanished without a trace. Concurrently, the youth found himself retreating uncontrollably, letting out an involuntary cry of anguish. In the face of Hong Jun's terror, Tang Yu had long been aware of his formidable nature. However, confronting him directly now rendered the true extent of his dread. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, he and the remnants of the ancestral dragon were ill-equipped to contend with Hong Jun. Logically, the fusion of the ancestral dragon's remnants and his own powers should have elevated him far beyond an ordinary quasi-saint, at least in Tang Yu's estimation. Even the mother of Lishan, at her peak state, having undergone the baptism of primordial purple energy, would stand no chance against him, as he believed himself to now be the foremost entity beneath the saints. Yet, despite this, facing Hong Jun seemed to sap him of any strength to retaliate. The ancestral dragon's full-force strike was effortlessly neutralized by Hong Jun, who countered with a mere flick of his hand. This was merely a manifestation of Hong Jun's prowess. Restrained to their level, had he unleashed his full might, they would likely have been left in utter terror, their souls scattered. Moreover, he could draw upon the power of the heavenly path to augment himself in battle, rendering him virtually invincible. The saints, too, were observing, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Tong Tian's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of gravity. In the 30 heavens above, Taishang Laojun wore an expression of solemnity. It had been a long time since Hong Jun had taken action, yet his might in this moment seemed to surpass all expectations. In the depths of the 19th layer of hell, the woman who had been dormant within the ice coffin suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze sparkled like distant stars, penetrating the void as she fixed her sight upon Hong Jun. However, this revelation held little impact for the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. After all, one was preparing to act independently, yet found himself unable to contend with Hong Jun, while the other, as the sovereign of the three realms, remained unperturbed. Originally a disciple of Hong Jun, the celestial realm stood majestically above, governing the three realms. The might of Hong Jun only solidified the Jade Emperor's position as the sovereign of the three realms. Hong Jun loomed like a towering mountain overhead. Yet, viewed from another perspective, he could also be seen as the most formidable support and ally. The young man chuckled, a hint of sorrow gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, it is terrifyingly powerful. Even at the same level of cultivation, you remain the essence of a sage, effortlessly capable of inflicting harm upon me. Alas, if only we were equals, he mused, shaking his head with a soft laugh. Would you truly be my adversary if we were of the same realm? A radiant smile graced his lips, carefree and brilliant. After a brief moment of silence, Hong Jun replied, "No, if we were equals, I would indeed be your adversary." What appeared to be fairness was, in fact, quite the opposite. Eliciting a sigh from the young man. "There is no fairness," he remarked, his voice tinged with melancholy. Hong Jun regarded him with a calm gaze, warmth in his eyes. Yet a cold, ruthless glimmer lurked beneath the surface. "The way of heaven is impartial." The young man smiled brightly, radiating joy. "While mortals lament the heartlessness of the way of heaven, few comprehend its innocence." Hong Jun countered, "All things in the world adhere to relative laws. Individuals bemoan the indifference of the way of heaven, yet remain oblivious to its innocence." The young man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Is it the way of heaven that is heartless, or is it you, Hong Jun?" Stepping forward, he let out a piercing cry. "Hong Jun, come again." He swung a punch, slow and deliberate, reminiscent of an ox pulling a plow. Boundless magical power reverberated through the chaos. The entire void trembled. In an instant, the young man surged forward, determined to clash with Hongjun using the strength of his own flesh. Yet, despite Hongjun's suppression of his cultivation, the power of a sage remained formidable. As their fists collided, Hongjun's countenance remained serene, unmoved. Meanwhile, the young man's brow furrowed as his arm shattered upon impact, sending him reeling backward, bracing himself against the residual force with his magical energy. At that moment, Tang Yu and the ancestor dragon merged, experiencing one another's pain. Every injury was felt as an endless torment, twisting his expression in agony. Under the intense suffering, he could not help but groan once more. The young man roared in a frenzy, charging again with his physical might, his fists crashing repeatedly. In his eyes burned an indomitable spirit and a fervent desire for battle. Unflinching in the face of death, yearning for a glorious confrontation, Tang Yu initially harbored a flicker of fear, yet with each frenzied strike, that fear was obliterated. Together with the ancestor dragon, they surged toward the foremost figure of the three realms, the sovereign exalted above all. His magical energy surged, a tidal wave of power, and any trace of fear dissipated. Though gravely injured, Tang Yu felt an exhilarating thrill. Hongjun. The echoing roar could no longer be discerned. Was it the young man or Tang Yu voicing the battle cry? More appropriately, it should be the simultaneous utterance of two individuals. A voice filled with unyielding resolve, brimming with fervent combat spirit, advancing boldly forward. Amidst the chaos, the void trembled, and a formidable aura of magical power surged and enveloped the surroundings. The young man let out a hearty laugh, his gaze cast skyward. Under the might of this single punch, even Hongjun found himself involuntarily retreating 2 steps. As for Tang Yu, his body was already drenched in blood, slowly fracturing into pieces. The remnants of his soul could no longer cling to existence and manifest. Concurrently, the one chi transforming into 3 pure ones, after an extended period, dissipated into nothingness. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the ancestral dragon had become one with the enigmatic figure. Yet, under the overwhelming might of Hongjun, it was still dashed to pieces. Its essence scattered. That person had perished. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Hongjun's eyes, accompanied by an unsettling uncertainty. Had he truly met his end? For reasons unknown. Doubt began to creep into his heart. Both the Buddha and the Jade Emperor grimaced. If that individual was indeed dead, what would become of the treasures within the heavenly treasury? Were they doomed to annihilation? Particularly, the Buddha's hand, still clutching a cigarette, trembled slightly. It was known that the Buddhist realm awaited these treasures to enrich their own treasury. However, with that person's demise, it felt as if all was in vain. The Buddha was not overly concerned about the individual's fate. His primary focus lay on the treasures of the heavenly treasury. The Jade Emperor inhaled sharply, a pang of regret washing over him. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, appearing to harbor concern for Tang Yu. In that moment, his soul heard Tang Yu's voice. Do not worry for me. It is merely a fragment of myself. I have not yet departed from this world. Despite this assurance, Tang Yu's visage in the lower realm turned pale, his insides writhing in pain. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, which he forcefully swallowed back. The one chi transforming into 3 pure ones had been violently shattered, and his true form suffered as well. The young man's expression softened somewhat. Tang Yu had previously informed him that this was not his true self. Yet, under the terrifying power of Hongjun, his physical form was obliterated, stirring a sense of worry within him. Hearing Tang Yu's voice now brought him a measure of solace. Chapter 438. Return to the heavenly court in the midst of chaos. All eyes were fixed upon the remnants of the young man's soul, on the verge of vanishing. The reason for his reckless confrontation with Hongjun was merely to resolve the lingering regrets within his heart. A smile still graced his face, radiant and brilliant. Hongjun regarded him calmly. Outyin, the battle has concluded. It is over, it is over. The young man laughed heartily, his figure dissipating slowly like fine dust. Though his laughter lingered in the air, echoing long after. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings wept profusely, choking on their words. We bid farewell to the ancestor. After standing in place for a moment, Hongjun's figure faded, vanishing from sight. Both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha furrowed their brows, for they both aspired to possess the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. However, they had not anticipated such a turn of events. Was that person truly dead? At this moment, they fervently wished for his survival. Even in the worst-case scenario, one could at least expect to gain half of the treasures from the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. However, that person has passed away, rendering all such hopes mere illusions. In the mortal realm, as the soul dissipated in that fleeting moment, a faint voice echoed in Tang Yu's mind, expressing gratitude. Tang Yu understood that the individual had completely vanished, leaving behind a lingering uncertainty regarding whether this was intentional. Remarkably, he had entrusted all his battle experiences and cultivation techniques to the deepest recesses of Tang Yu's consciousness. A bitter sensation welled up within Tang Yu, despite their brief acquaintance. He felt an inexplicable sense of regret for not having met sooner. "Master, let us take a moment to rest," the simple-minded one gasped, breathless. Tang Yu cradled the little girl in his arms, surveying their surroundings before responding, "Very well, let us pause for a while." He was acutely aware that the Heavenly Court had already dispatched individuals to their location. Previously, the Jade Emperor had come to engage in an open and honest discussion with him. It was clear that he harbored concerns about potential harm to the Heavenly Court's personnel due to his actions. Even if he intended no harm, Tang Yu possessed numerous means to avert calamity. In fact, all of this aligned with the Jade Emperor's desires. Tang Yu found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had regarded the Jade Emperor favorably, but now he saw him in a different light. Regardless of whether the impending tribulations came to fruition, one party would inevitably benefit. At that moment, it seemed the inhabitants of the Heavenly Court were engulfed in chaos, suggesting that their numbers were dwindling. Given the Jade Emperor's lack of benevolence, he could not blame Tang Yu for his subsequent actions. A figure hastened toward the Heavenly Court. Zhu Beiji set down his rake, gasping for breath. Ling Shui, having sprinted ahead, paused to pick some wildflowers from the ground, inhaling their fragrance. Her face radiated joy as she happily returned to them. "Master, are we nearing Lingshan?" Sun Wukong inquired. Glancing at him, Tang Yu replied, "Soon." "Master, do you wish to attain Buddhahood?" Zhu Beiji hesitated before asking. Throughout their journey, he had discerned that his master possessed not a trace of a Buddhist heart. Yet, once they reached Lingshan, certain matters would be beyond their control. "What do you think?" "You simpleton?" Tang Yu countered. The simple-minded one scratched his head and chuckled, choosing not to respond further. "What is Buddha, big brother?" the little girl asked, her large eyes blinking innocently. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu gently stroked her head and replied with a smile. "To be a Buddha means to refrain from consuming meat, to surrender oneself, to hold faith in Buddhism, devoid of love, and to rid oneself of desires." The little girl, somewhat perplexed, exclaimed, "That sounds so boring." "Do you find it boring too, Shui?" Tang Yu inquired with a smile. "Yes, hearing you say that makes it seem very dull." The little girl tugged at Tang Yu's clothing. "Big brother, let's not become Buddhists. That will not happen, for big brother cannot become a Buddha. If I did, I wouldn't be able to take care of Shui." Tang Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and spoke softly. With abundant fortune now at hand, they would at least attain the rank of a quasi-saint, together weathering the trials of a saint. And all of this would unfold at Lingshan. The young girl chuckled lightly, leaning against Tang Yu as she casually grabbed some snacks from the side to munch on. "Master, I, old pig, have lost all interest in attaining Buddhahood," Zhu Beiji said slowly. "Initially, I aspired to become a Buddha and achieve enlightenment, but now those thoughts have faded. Achieving enlightenment, at the very least, requires one to be within the ranks of the Buddhist order, whether it be in the realm of Buddhism or the Heavenly Court. Only those belonging to their ranks are deemed divine or enlightened, while those beyond their control seem to be labeled as demons." San Lenglang remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. "I too, old Sun, share similar sentiments," Sun Wukong remarked. With each new discovery, he had come to realize that he was merely a pawn in the grand scheme of Buddhism. Moreover, what he had witnessed along the way revealed that the Buddhist order was not comprised of benevolent beings. His heart was laden with countless questions that demanded answers. What if we find ourselves trapped with no way out? A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Zhu Beiji's eyes. Dazi had a clear understanding of the situation. As long as they did not wish for salvation, no one could save them. Tang Yu stated confidently. San Lenglang wandered to the side, surveying the area for any signs of wild game. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. In the Heavenly Court, the sudden opening of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury prompted the Jade Emperor to lead the deities down to the mortal realm, leaving the court feeling somewhat desolate. Tang Yu had always harbored a lingering affection for the Heavenly Court. However, following the candid conversation with the Jade Emperor last time, He realized that he had been overly benevolent. He had pilfered from the Buddhist order multiple times, even emptying their coffers, yet had only stolen from the heavenly court once. And that was merely a fraction. He believed he had shown sufficient mercy to the heavenly court. Since they chose to disregard his kindness, they could not blame him. After all, stealing once is the same as stealing twice. The Jade Emperor would not express gratitude simply because he had only stolen half the treasure last time. In fact, he likely wished to see the thief punished severely. Of course, the Jade Emperor might consider this thief to be connected to him, but he would never suspect Tang Yu. After all, he was merely a mortal without such formidable powers. With familiarity, Tang Yu approached the heavenly court's treasury. Due to the previous theft, the Jade Emperor had become increasingly cautious, setting numerous prohibitions around the treasury. Yet to Tang Yu, all these measures seemed utterly futile. This time, he showed no mercy and collected all the treasures from the treasury. He then roamed the heavenly court as if it were his own home. Suddenly, he spotted a palace not far ahead, heavily guarded and enveloped in a protective formation. Such meticulous caution suggested that something significant lay within. Driven by curiosity, Tang Yu decided to investigate, wondering if there were any powerful artifacts hidden inside. Chapter 439. The emotional ties of Dazi. As Tang Yu drew closer, he discovered that this was a side hall. Even the surroundings appeared somewhat desolate, imbued with an air of melancholy. This only intensified his sense of strangeness. If it were merely an abandoned palace, why would there be such a heavy guard stationed here? Moreover, there existed a formation enveloping the area. As he slipped past the celestial soldiers, they remained blissfully unaware of his presence. The seemingly formidable formation bore no efficacy for Tang Yu. It was as if it were merely a facade. After exchanging some items with the system, he stealthily infiltrated the interior without a trace. Inside the palace, it had clearly been a long time since any cleaning had taken place, presenting a rather disordered appearance. Scars from swords were etched into the walls, indicating that a battle had once transpired here. The only reason it had not collapsed was due to the protective formation. On the eastern wall stood a bookshelf. Tang Yu approached and casually picked up a few tomes to peruse. The contents were primarily records about various deities. After flipping through several volumes, he discovered that most of them were similar, detailing significant events that had transpired in the heavenly court, including scant mentions of Sun Wukong. The records spoke of the fierce battles between the former demon king and the heavenly court, as well as accounts of the divine calamities and the restoration of souls. After reviewing a few more texts, Tang Yu found no useful information. It appeared that this place was likely an abandoned annex, serving as a repository for historical records and significant events of the heavenly court. Suddenly, Tang Yu sensed a familiar aura. Days? He picked up a wooden box resting on the table. The box appeared quite antiquated, seemingly indistinguishable from any ordinary piece of wood, yet it bore a seal. Even the presence of Days was concealed within. Had it not been for his extraordinary spiritual sense, he would have been unable to detect it. Carelessly placed on the table, Tang Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed an indentation in the wall, then measured the box against it. If he was not mistaken, it had originally been positioned there, but for reasons unknown, it had been moved. Yet, why would it be so casually left on the table? Who would take the liberty to move such items? Could it have been the Jade Emperor? Surely, no one else would dare. Upon further inspection, Tang Yu quickly discerned the contents within: strands of azure hair, Days' hair, extracted and sealed away. The sealing technique employed seemed to resonate with the essence of weak waters. Moments later, Tang Yu let out a cold chuckle. It was indeed ruthless. The essence of weak waters had been drawn forth to create the seal, and then reinforced with another's power. Breaking through another's magical energy was not particularly challenging, yet the essence of weak waters was another matter entirely. At least in Tang Yu's estimation, he found it impossible, for once breached, the backlash would injure the essence, and the weak waters would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm, even to the point of annihilation. Truly ruthless. He had long heard tales of Zhu Beiji's past entanglement with weak waters, yet it had ultimately faded into obscurity. It is evident that by then, the strands of affection had been severed. Poor naive one. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Yu decided to stow away the wooden box. While he could not breach the taboo at present, it did not imply that he would be incapable in the future. Furthermore, should his strength prove inadequate, he could seek assistance. Yet, the question lingered: would hastily restoring the naive one's desires be beneficial or detrimental? This merited further reflection. Subsequently, Tang Yu departed from the location, meandering once more through the heavenly realm. He observed that entering a room led to emptiness upon exit. Even the small shop of the Celestial Star, where spirits of liquor were procured, had items he took away, intending to sell them back during his next visit. Why was it that the Western Buddhist sect, even the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, had vanished, while the heavenly realm remained so carefree? This undoubtedly instigated a sense of imbalance within his heart. Given this, he resolved to act benevolently, considering it a form of compensation to the Buddhist sect, if only to soothe their spirits. Was that not the essence of the matter? After accomplishing this, Tang Yu discreetly departed, adhering to the principle of performing good deeds anonymously. In the midst of chaos, several sages had withdrawn. However, before Jiajin and Zhundi left, they cast a fierce glare at Tang Tian. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, even raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner, as if eager for a confrontation. Jiajin and Zhundi hastened their exit. The mother of Mount Li also departed. Having just learned from Hongjun that the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon was attached to Tang Sanzang's body for a battle, fortunately, after a quick calculation, she discerned that Tang Yu's true form remained unharmed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha each held a cigarette, visibly perturbed. They had initially anticipated a windfall from the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, yet they were taken aback by the rapid demise of that individual at Hongjun's hands. As for the treasures he possessed, it was hardly a matter to ponder. They had surely turned to dust. The Buddhist sect and the heavenly realm had made grand preparations, even joining forces to establish a formidable array, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule. The grand formation had found no purpose. What a calamity! The Buddha sighed deeply. Arriving with such confidence, he had expected at the very least to secure half of the treasures from the Heavenly Emperor's vault, a prospect that seemed entirely feasible. Yet, who could have anticipated such a dismal outcome, leaving him with naught? Wait, that is not correct. Zhuanti's colorful miraculous tree still resided in his possession. In her haste, she had forgotten to take it. However, this was indeed a sage's treasure. What difference did it make whether it was in his hands? For the one who desired it could retrieve it with but a thought. The Buddha pondered deeply, seizing the opportunity while Zhuanti remained oblivious. He contemplated utilizing the colorful miraculous tree to manifest its inherent value. Even if it merely yielded a few packs of cigarettes, it would be advantageous. Moreover, it was akin to a free endeavor, a clever ruse. For a sage's treasure, to reclaim it was merely a matter of their intention. Hence, it held no true utility in anyone's possession, as it ultimately belonged to the sage. Thus, he resolved to proceed with his plan. At the very least, let the treasures of the sage manifest their value. Exchanging for 2 packs of cigarettes could be considered a modest benefit for the Buddhist realm. To my astonishment, it has come to this. The Jade Emperor sighed softly. But is this person truly dead? The Buddha's expression also turned bewildered. He had died so effortlessly. It was hard to believe. Yet, the event unfolded right before their eyes, and it was orchestrated by the venerable Hongjun himself, undoubtedly resulting in a shattered soul. He must be dead. After all, how could one possibly evade the grasp of Hongjun's intervention? The Tathagata Buddha spoke slowly. The Jade Emperor took a puff of his cigarette, cast a glance at the Buddha, and with a huff, departed from the chaos, preparing to return to the heavens with his followers. What else with the huff directed at me? The Great Thunder Sound Temple now belongs to your celestial court. What more do you desire? The Buddha mumbled in frustration. He then sent a message to Bodhisattva Lingji within the chaos, instructing him to procure fragrant incense using the 7-colored marvelous tree.